491. Play off. He knew how much shock his words would bring to others. And indeed, that was the case. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide, their faces filled with disbelief. Jiang Xie is Su Zai. This news was too novel, too absurd, and too shocking. The powerhouses of the major forces fell silent, seemingly digesting this astonishing news. Jai Wushwang and Lin Yuanqui exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Then their gazes simultaneously turned to Jiang Fingliu. Jiang Fingliu's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed. Ever since the name Su Zai disappeared, he knew this secret would eventually spread. Therefore, he was not surprised. After a while, Chu Kuang reacted. He couldn't believe his ears, his eyes wide, staring at the disciple not far away, and asked in a deep voice, "Say that again." The disciple, shaken by his aura, swallowed nervously and replied, "Su Zai is young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family. This has been confirmed by everyone within the Saint Yuan secret realm." Chu Kuang felt a surge of qi and blood. He slammed the table and stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Equally losing their composure were the Great Yan Emperor and the Red Cloud Empire's Emperor. Both also uncontrollably stood up, their gazes fixed on Su Wu, faint bloodshot lines visible in their eyes. "Sovereign Su, don't you have anything to say?" Chu Kuang's voice trembled slightly. He understood that if Jiang Xie was Su Zai, then it meant Su Zai was merely a clone, and if even a clone was so powerful, then Jiang Zai's strength was simply unimaginable. In that case, how many people in the entire Saint Yuan secret realm could compare to him? In comparison, wasn't his beast-taming sect's genius a joke? The most uncomfortable ones were the emperors of the Red Cloud and Great Yan empires. They were the ones present who least wanted the disciples' words to be true. No one wanted to see their enemy suddenly gain a powerhouse, especially a genius with extraordinary talent and limitless future achievements. Everyone else's gaze was also on Su Wu, with Jiang Fingliu receiving slightly less attention. In the current situation, Su Wu's words were clearly more credible than Jiang Fingliu's. After all, Su Zai was a rare genius. Just imagine if their own family's genius was said to be the clone of someone else's genius. They would definitely not be so calm, and would even be furious. Therefore, Su Wu's attitude at this moment was extremely important. In their view, if what the disciple said was true, then Su Wu had been deceived by Su Zai, and even more so by the Jiang family. The Jiang family conspired to have Jiang Zai's clone enter the Kaiyuan Empire to steal its legacy. In that case, Su Wu would certainly not let the Jiang family off, and then, forces that had friction with the Jiang family could take advantage of this to attack the Jiang family and eliminate Jiang Zai, the genius. If what the disciple said was false, Su Wu would certainly dismiss it with disdain, which was also the scene they hoped to see. In short, no matter which scenario, they were happy to see it. Even the other ministers who came with Su Wu from the Kaiyuan Empire looked at Su Wu with grave expressions. Their hearts had already started to panic, hoping this news was false. They didn't want the Kaiyuan Empire's genius to suddenly become the Jiang family's genius. The entire scene fell silent once again. Unfortunately, what they didn't expect was that although Su Wu was shocked, he had already anticipated it. Moreover, Jiang Xie, he was half a Su family member. Looking at the three people with varying expressions and the probing gazes around him, Su Wu's face was as calm as water. He slowly stood up, a glint flashing in his eyes and a powerful aura emanated from him, inspiring awe. He glanced at Sect Leader Chu and smiled faintly. "Sect Leader Chu, there's no need to be so agitated. What if this emperor told you that I already knew about this?" "What? Sovereign Su already knew this secret? How is that possible? If Sovereign Su already knew, why would he allow Jiang Zai's clone to remain within the Kaiyuan Empire? Could it be that the Kaiyuan Empire and the Jiang family have already formed an alliance? Could it be that there's some unspeakable secret between the Jiang family and the Kaiyuan Empire?" Everyone gasped in surprise. No one had expected such a result. They still remembered that Su Wu had just said he was going to settle scores with the Jiang family. How long has it been, and it's already reversed? Could it be that both of them were acting just now? Thinking of this outcome, many powerful forces' faces felt as if they had eaten a fly. They were deceived. Emperor, is this true? I didn't expect Crown Prince Su Zai to be an outsider. The ministers who came together were stunned, completely unable to accept such a result. At this moment, Su Wu did not continue speaking, but Jiang Fingliu stood up. While everyone was still in shock, he swept his gaze over them and said faintly, "Now that it has come to this, I will not hide it from you all. Jiang Xie is my son, and Su Zai is indeed his clone. As for the relationship with the Kaiyuan Empire's imperial family, I believe some of you have already guessed it." As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately said, I have long heard that Princess Su Yan of the Kaiyuan Empire is unparalleled in beauty, but she suddenly disappeared for a long time without reappearing. The Jiang family head's wife's origin also seems quite mysterious. I wonder if there is any connection between them. The speaker was Xiao Li, the sect master of the 10,000 Sword sect. His tone was rather somber. One must know that Su Yan had many suitors throughout the entire Shengyuan Continent back then. But she mysteriously disappeared, and the key was that the reason for her disappearance given by the Kaiyuan Empire was not very convincing, simply because they couldn't find any other explanation. Connecting Su Wu's attitude just now with Jiang Fingliu's words, this thought immediately popped into his mind. Whoosh! Instantly, another large group of people's gazes gathered on Jiang Fingliu and Su Wu. After Xiao Li's reminder, even though Su Wu and Jiang Fingliu did not give a precise answer, they had already believed it 80%. Is it true or false? If explained this way, it seems to fit quite well. So, the Jiang family and the Kaiyuan Empire have such a relationship. Their silence was tantamount to implicitly admitting this statement, which also caused many people to gasp. But this situation caused a sinister glint to appear in the eyes of the two emperors of the Great Yan Empire and the Red Cloud Empire. The two exchanged glances, and the Great Yan Emperor curled his lips, then said in a sarcastic yin and yang tone, "Don't forget, everyone, this Jiang family is a demon sect force. The Kaiyuan Empire has been colluding with the demon sect for a long time. Originally, the Jiang family had almost shed the title of a demon sect force, but it was brought up again by the Great Yan Emperor at this moment. His purpose was clear. 492, is someone going to deal with me?" All the major forces present were from the righteous path, and naturally, they disliked the demon sect. Even if the Jiang family had no connection with the demon sect now, under such circumstances, it still felt like a thorn in the hearts of many forces. Especially with Jiang Xie hogging all the limelight. As for the Kaiyuan Empire, if they were to form an alliance with the Jiang family at this moment, there would naturally be no problem. It was just a pity that this was happening when the Jiang family was still referred to as a demon sect, and there was this special relationship. Everyone, there's no need to hesitate, right? As a demon sect, even if the Jiang family temporarily changes their nature, who can guarantee they won't revert to their true selves in the long run? As for a genius from such a force, if he is allowed to develop, it won't be good for anyone. And the Kaiyuan Empire is clearly in league with them. If no action is taken once they develop, we will be the ones in danger. The Red Cloud Kingdom Lord of the Red Cloud Empire also stood up with a solemn expression. Yes, we can't just let this go on. The Red Cloud Kingdom Lord is right. Although the Jiang family currently seems to be well behaved, who can guarantee that they won't rejoin the ranks of the demon sect in the future? Indeed, if the Jiang family hands over Jiang Xie, then we can let them off. The voices of condemnation began to grow louder. They weren't truly agreeing with the Red Cloud Kingdom Lord's words, but rather, they wanted to use this to weaken the Jiang family's strength. This world was just like that. If you have a genius and I also have a genius, then stability can be maintained. But if you have an extremely powerful genius, whose strength far surpasses his peers, then almost all forces who cannot gain an advantage will not want this genius to grow up. This was a kind of jealousy, and also a sickness. They couldn't stand the Jiang family having such a powerful genius, even if they had no grievances with the Jiang family. What's more, Jiang Xie had shone brightly in the St. Yuan secret realm, and the contribution points he obtained surpassed history. Then the opportunity he obtained must also be extraordinary. This was the reason why many forces had resolved to demand the Jiang family hand over Jiang Xie. Who wouldn't be envious of such an opportunity? As more and more people spoke, more and more people also thought of the details involved, which led to more and more joining in. Hand over Jiang Xie, hand over Jiang Xie. Waves of voices echoed through Nanyuan City. Even those who disliked their actions dared not speak at this moment. All they could do was frown and lament that, while the world had many praises for geniuses, it also had many obstacles. Damn it, have these people gone mad? From a seat on the terrace, Zhang Ling looked furious, slamming his fist heavily on the armrest of his seat. He couldn't help but ask the Grand Elder of the Jiang family beside him, "Grand Elder, are we just going to let them be so arrogant?" The Grand Elder's expression was solemn, and his tone was somewhat heavy as he said, "The situation is unfavorable for us now. Zier's talent is too high, making these forces jealous and not wanting him to grow up. No matter what, after the young lord comes out, we must ensure his safety." The third elder's expression was stern, and he was already prepared for battle. On the other side, Jai Wushwang frowned deeply. Clearly, he hadn't expected things to develop like this. Now, it was a bit tricky. Looking at the many major forces present, only a handful remained silent. The rest had all expressed their intention to keep Jiang Xie. Under such circumstances, even if his Haoran Sect, the Shengyuan Sect, the Shengyuan Empire and the Jiang family united, they probably wouldn't be a match. This is a bit troublesome. Jiang Fingliu also hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but he wasn't worried. Although his father couldn't be seen, he knew that Jiang Liyan must be watching from somewhere at this moment. Su Wu looked at everyone expressionlessly, his gaze deeply sweeping over the great Yan and Shengyuan Empire lords. The Saint Yuan secret realm has ended. It's time to unify the three empires. Ali. Inside an inn in Nanyuan City, Jiang Liyan took a sip of tea and chuckled. No matter when, all forces are like this. It has been like this since ancient times. Su Yuan also picked up his teacup and calmly took a sip. What I didn't expect was that there are quite a few strong cultivators lurking in the shadows. Jiang Liyan raised an eyebrow and glanced out the window. They're just a bunch of old geezers, not very capable. Su Yuan remained composed. It's certainly no problem for the two of us to stop them, but I don't know if Zier can handle it. Generally speaking, when a clone and a main body undergo fusion, their strength will increase significantly. I wonder how much Zier's strength will improve. In my opinion, dealing with those people shouldn't be a problem. That's excellent, then it's time for us to act as well. Around the stone tablet on the terrace, the lords of the two great empires saw that the effect was good, and smiles of triumph appeared on their faces. Just then, an endless stream of disciples emerged from the exit of the Saint Yuan secret realm. The moment they came out, they heard the deafening shouts of hand over Jiang Xie. Not understanding what was happening, they could only stand there in confusion. At the same time, everyone's gaze once again gathered at the exit of the Saint Yuan secret realm. If Jiang Xie appeared, many people would likely make a move. Zui Ziyue also walked out. Listening to the continuous shouts of hand over Jiang Xie, he guessed what had happened. Then he immediately returned to the location of the brewing villa. Fortunately, the brewing villa did not intend to participate in this turmoil. Zui Ziyue immediately leaned into the villa master's ear and quickly recounted what had happened inside the secret realm. The villa master of the brewing villa was an old man, always looking sleepy. But the moment Zui Ziyue finished speaking, his eyes suddenly opened, and he said with a solemn tone, "Is that true?" "It's true." Zui Ziyue nodded emphatically. "If that's the case, then we'll help him later." After receiving an affirmative answer, Zui Ziyue stood quietly to the side, his gaze also directed towards the exit. Jiang Xie and his group were only one step behind him. A moment later, several figures appeared at the exit, accompanied by a calm voice. "It seems someone wants to deal with me. I just don't know if you have the capability." As soon as the words fell, before anyone could react, a mysterious power enveloped the entire square. The surrounding space seemed to carry some rules, as if it had been solidified. At this moment, everyone's gaze in the entire arena converged on that tall and slender figure. In their eyes, there was nothing but disbelief. 493, Law Realm. That was a white-haired figure. At this moment, he was different from before entering the Saint Yuan secret realm. Now he no longer wore that terrifying mask. This was originally an extremely ordinary matter, but now, precisely because he wasn't wearing a mask, it shocked everyone. 1,000, 10,000 words cannot compare to seeing it once with one's own eyes. For the people outside, seeing Jiang Xie's appearance being identical to Su Zai's with their own eyes felt vastly different from merely hearing others say that Jiang Xie was Su Zai. Of course, what was most shocking was not the identities of Jiang Xie and Su Zai, but rather, the aura emanating from Jiang Xie at this moment. At this moment, let alone the people outside. Even the others who came out with him widened their eyes, gasping in disbelief countless times. Shock, incredulity, disbelief, existential doubt. All sorts of expressions appeared on their faces. Among them, the expressions on the faces of people from various major powers were the most spectacular. The shouts that were previously echoing gradually quieted down at some unknown point, until they completely disappeared. The moment they sensed Jiang Xie's realm, they fell silent. This is law power. A powerful individual, sensing the faint law power around, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This sound was like a stone thrown into a river, stirring up 1,000 ripples. One shocked exclamation after another continuously came from all directions. "Oh my God, this is this young Master Jiang. At such a young age he has reached the law realm which countless powerful individuals from major powers only achieve after decades. This talent, let alone the geniuses of the same generation across the entire Saint Yuan continent, even the older generation might not be his match, right? It's simply too terrifying. That's the law realm. When I was his age, I was only in the soul-forging realm. Law realm. This cultivation has already surpassed many leaders of major powers. Is this Jiang Xie's true strength? The Jiang family hides their secrets so well. At such an age and with such cultivation, young Master Jiang can no longer be called a genius, but rather, a young supreme. Just now I saw many powers still wanting to deal with Jiang Xie. Now, they've all gone silent. That's right, they originally thought Jiang Xie was a soft persimmon, a genius who hadn't grown yet, but they didn't expect Jiang Xie had already grown into a powerful individual. Now there's a good show to watch. Everyone was filled with emotion, and their gazes towards Jiang Xie were filled with admiration. Jiang Xie could be said to have set a precedent. He was arguably the youngest law realm powerful individual in history, and his figure had already become the goal countless youths pursued. On the platform, the moment he sensed Jiang Xie's cultivation, Lin Yuanqui trembled and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, as expected of young Lord Jiang, this talent. It seems my choice back then was not wrong. Jai Wushwang looked at Jiang Xie, his face full of satisfied smiles. He truly adored this son-in-law. As expected of my Jai Wushwang's daughter, her judgment in choosing people is almost catching up to mine. Sect leader Jai, stop praising yourself. Su Wu struck back mercilessly. However, at this moment, his words carried no authority. After all, his mouth was practically splitting into a grin. Jiang Fingliu looked at Jiang Xie with bright eyes, his face full of pride, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little bitter. My father's talent is heaven-defying, both sons are also heaven-defying, my wife's talent is also higher than mine, you all are deliberately making things difficult for me. Oh, the sorrow, these days are getting harder and harder. Thinking of his declining family status, Jiang Fingliu felt incomparably depressed. Now, he only held some authority in front of his clansmen. On the surface, he was the head of the family, but in reality, he had already begun to worry about his future. The Jiang family elders and disciples had already stood up, excitedly waving their arms and dancing. The ministers of the Qianyuan Empire, upon learning that Jiang Xie, though a Jiang family member, also had half-imperial bloodline, were also extremely excited. The Haoran Sect disciples naturally knew that Jiang Xie was the saintess's Tao companion. Seeing his majestic presence, like a young supreme, their eyes filled with admiration. The people of East Tower smiled, their respect for Jiang Xie increasing significantly. Compared to these powers, most of the people from other powers remained silent, and the faces of a few powers were extremely grim. The emperors of the Red Cloud and Great Yan empires had ashen faces, their eyes filled with disbelief. Their bodies trembled, and their minds began to waver. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can there be such a young law realm powerful individual in the Shengyuan Continent? The Great Yan Emperor quickly calmed down. He shook his head and gritted his teeth. This boy must have used some kind of illusion. Even those ancient saints and ancient great emperors couldn't reach the law realm at such an age. What the Great Yan Emperor said is correct. This is simply impossible. He must have used some secret method to deceive us. Everyone, don't be fooled. It must be said that these two sentences did have some effect. Some people were already somewhat dazed by Jiang Xie's cultivation. They couldn't believe it, couldn't believe there was such a young law realm powerful individual. The words of the two emperors undoubtedly gave them a strong boost. What the two emperors said is right. How could there be a genius with law realm cultivation at the age of 18? Even the ancient great emperors couldn't do this when they were young. Exactly. Moreover, everyone, don't forget, he is the Fanchen sword master. Everyone must know what kind of person the Fanchen sword master is, right? For a Fanchen sword master, reaching the soul-forging realm would be a miracle. How could he reach the law realm? And at such an age? This sentence caused an even greater stir. Many people suddenly realized. That's right, isn't Su Zai the Fanchen sword master? If Su Zai is Jiang Xie, then it means Jiang Xie is the Fanchen sword master. Since ancient times, the conditions for becoming the Fanchen sword master have been clear. Fanchen sword master signifies a mortal, and also represents ordinary talent. How could such a person reach a realm at 18, that even ancient saints and great emperors had not reached at that age? This was simply too absurd. After realizing this, a large number of people immediately cast suspicious glances. They believed that the aura emanating from Jiang Xie, and the faint law power around him, were merely illusions conjured by Jiang Xie with the help of a treasure. Jiang Xie, your Jiang family is a demonic path power. To prevent the Jiang family from acting recklessly and committing demonic path deeds in the future, please come with us. If the Jiang family remains law-abiding for 100 years, we will release you. Chu Kuang had a playful smile on his face. He had been startled just now. Only now did he realize that Jiang Xie's law realm cultivation was very likely fake. Precisely because of this, he said those words. 494, take you to try. I was almost fooled. Thinking about it carefully, this is indeed impossible. You scared me, I almost lost my soul. Yet, some people kept patting their chests, calming themselves down. Some looked thoughtful, feigning rational analysis, and others retracted the shock from their faces, becoming calm. The situation instantly returned to how it was at the beginning. Let alone others. After such an analysis, even Su Wu and Jai Wuxuang frowned, seemingly starting to doubt as well. Some people, seeing Su Wu's expression, became even more convinced that this was the case. Only Jiang Fingliu remained expressionless, making his thoughts unreadable. If there was anyone present who truly believed Jiang Xie's current cultivation, it was undoubtedly Jiang Fingliu. Are you all right? Jai Yu held Jiang Xie's hand and asked with concern. Jiang Xie shook his head indifferently. He could fully understand the reactions of these people. It was normal not to believe. Under the influence of the statement that Su Zai was Jiang Xie, they forgot another extremely important matter. That was, Su Zai had killed a half-step venerable emperor realm monster in the Saint Yuan secret realm. Only a very small number of forces who remained rational noticed this point. Since Su Zai could kill a half-step venerable emperor realm expert, even if he used the Fanchen sword, it was enough to demonstrate his power. Then Jiang Xie's strength could only be stronger, not weaker. Sect leader Chu, since you don't believe me, then why don't you try my strength? Jiang Xie curved his lips, his gaze already firmly locked on Chu Kuang. As he spoke, he lifted his leg and stepped into the void realm. Instantly, the entire space trembled. Space law, no, impossible. Zhao Li stood up and cried out in alarm. It is indeed the power of law. Su Wu's brows relaxed. As a law realm expert, he could clearly feel the fluctuations of law power. What, could it be that he really has law realm cultivation? Is it really law realm? No way. Everyone's expressions were startled. Look at sect leader Chu. Suddenly, an exclamation interrupted everyone's thoughts, and their gazes quickly turned towards Chu Kuang. They saw him at this moment, his face filled with panic, constantly attacking his surroundings. But those attacks all disappeared around his body. It was as if the space around his body was sealed. A knowledgeable expert, seeing this scene, immediately said in a deep voice, since ancient times, the power of space has been one of the most mysterious and powerful forces. This space law is no different. Presumably, Jiang Xie used space law to create a separate space around Chu Kuang's body with the power of law. In other words, Chu Kuang's body is already enveloped by space law. It's obvious that Chu Kuang wants to release his domain power, but domain power is ultimately weaker than law power. The gap between the domain realm and the law realm is too great. Chu Kuang has kicked a steel plate this time. At this, the surroundings fell silent once more. The sect forces that were still clamoring just now withered like eggplants hit by frost, starting to sag. They dared not utter another word of doubt. Chu Kuang attacked continuously, his spiritual chi constantly releasing within the small space, but to no avail. In his heart, he was both anxious and angry. He was anxious that with his strength, he was actually trapped by a junior and could not escape. If he waited any longer, his old face would be completely lost. He was angry that those who had been in cahoots with him just now did not make a move or utter a sound, but were all watching the show from the side. At this, he could no longer bear it and angrily said, Zhao Li and the two nation lords, are you just going to watch a callow youth be so arrogant? The nation lords of the Great Yan and Red Cloud empires remained silent and did not respond. Zhao Li, the sect master of 10,000 Sword Sect, closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Jiang Xie placed his hand across his chest, watching this scene with interest. If they made a move, he wouldn't mind suppressing them altogether. Ha 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 ha, sect leader Chu is really embarrassed now. No one is responding to him. That's natural. They only dared to speak like that because they weren't sure if Jiang Xie's cultivation was truly at the law realm. Now that it's confirmed, who would dare to speak? Perhaps the sect master of Beast Taming Sect will be replaced today. This Chu Kuang has been slapped in the face several times, yet he still doesn't know how to restrain himself. He deserves this outcome. The surrounding people's sarcasm further enraged Chu Kuang. With red eyes, he sent a telepathic message to Zhao Li and the nation lords of the Great Yan and Red Cloud empires. If you are like this, don't blame me. Don't forget, we all accepted disciples from Saint Province. If this were to be publicly spread here, what do you think? Would those major forces still watching the show join forces against us? Do you want to deal with this boy and the forces behind him, or deal with the forces of the entire Saint Yuan Continent? You should know how to choose, right? This sentence truly hit the nail on the head. Xiao Li clenched his fist and slowly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on Chu Kuang. The nation lords of Great Yan and Red Cloud empires were the same. Chu Kuang could see that it was an expression of anger, so angry that they wanted to kill him. But he was not afraid. On the contrary, this was the effect he wanted. Chu Kuang grinned at the three and continued to transmit his voice. I know you want to kill me now, but unfortunately, even if the three of you attack together, you won't be able to break this space law around me for a while. I would have already exposed the matter by then, so you'd better make your choice quickly. Now he was not in a hurry. He was waiting for these three to make a move. Little did he know, Jiang Xie was also waiting for others to make a move. The people around were also waiting. They were waiting for the official start of the battle. Everyone was waiting for a major change in the situation. After waiting for a while, Xiao Li finally spoke. Young friend Jiang, you've gone too far. He slowly stood up from his seat, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Chu Kuang is, after all, the leader of a major force. To humiliate him like this is not what a junior should do. This fellow, watch me destroy him. Su Wu's expression turned fierce, and he was about to make a move. Jiang Fingliu appeared in front of him at the right time, stopping him and slowly shook his head. Father-in-law, calm down. This battle is Xie's battle for fame. We'll just watch quietly. But he alone, Su Wu was a little worried. No matter, Jiang Fingliu smiled. Even I, as his father, don't know the extent of Xie's strength. Brother Jiang, we're not making a move. Jai Wushuang also rushed over, looking puzzled. What if I told you? My law realm cultivation is not lower than Xie's domain realm cultivation. Jiang Fingliu's seemingly casual remark shocked the two of them, and at the same time, their worry for Jiang Xie lessened considerably. 495, absolute gap. Xiao Li's aura surged, and he looked at Jiang Xie with a cold gaze. The Great Yan Emperor and the Red Cloud Kingdom Lord were also like this. They all left their positions and stood in midair with Xiao Li, looking at Jiang Xie with ill intent. The cultivation of all three was at the domain realm peak, and their every move carried a hint of law power. This clearly indicated they were about to break through to the law realm. Under normal circumstances, a strong individual who had just entered the law realm would be in some danger facing these few people. It's just a pity that they were facing Jiang Xie. At this moment, Jiang Xie had not only comprehended space law, but his cultivation realm was also not merely an initial entry into the law realm. Instead, it was law realm third stage. It could be said that the cultivation of many older generation powerhouses was not as high as his. Coupled with his yin and yang domain, several divine abilities, and several great emperor laws, his combat power was already terrifyingly immense. It's no exaggeration to say that with his current strength, even without using the Fanchen sword and Heavenly Dao sword, he now had the confidence to defeat Heavenly King Realm early stage and middle stage powerhouses, and even when fighting Heavenly King Realm late stage powerhouses, he was confident he wouldn't fall into a disadvantage. However, Sovereign Emperor Realm and above would be a bit strenuous, likely requiring the assistance of the Fanchen sword or Heavenly Dao sword to kill. If the opponent also had an extremely powerful weapon, it would be even more difficult. Youngster of the Jiang family, one cannot be too arrogant. If the Jiang family doesn't teach you a lesson, then we will, the Great Yan Emperor said in a deep voice, secretly transmitting a message to the others. Strange, we've gone this far, yet the Jiang family and that guy Su Wu are still indifferent. Xiao Li's eyes flashed and he said, perhaps they have full confidence in Jiang Xie. HMPH, this is too arrogant. Even if he really broke through to the law realm, he'd still stumble when facing us few. The Red Cloud Kingdom Lord was quite disdainful. He had seen too many people who became arrogant and overconfident with a little strength, and the result was that they didn't remain arrogant for long before being killed. It's really strange. The Jiang family and the Shengyuan Empire people actually haven't reacted. Perhaps they are very confident in Jiang Xie's strength. Those are three powerhouses who have comprehended a bit of law power, just one step away from entering the law realm. Is Jiang Xie being a bit overconfident with this move? The surrounding crowd began to whisper again. Su Dage won't be in trouble, will he? Li Buku was a little worried. Su Yu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, big brother never fights a battle he's not confident in. Indeed, Jai Yu nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Xie. With his strength, dealing with them is more than enough. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Xie had not spoken, merely maintaining a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, quietly watching their performance. He seemed to understand a bit why villains like to procrastinate. It had to be said, this feeling of looking down on others was indeed rare. When your strength surpasses those great figures you once looked up to, facing their threats and intimidation, you will only find it interesting. No wonder villains like this feeling of looking down on others. Even the righteous ones like it. Villains dying from talking too much isn't without reason. Jiang Xie couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Immediately, he looked down at the three people below and said disdainfully, "Since that's the case, why don't the three of you first think about how to get close to me? If you can't even get close to me, how can you talk about teaching me a lesson?" As soon as his voice fell, the space around the three people's bodies was instantly confined. The speed was so fast that everyone had no time to react. "How dare you?" Zhao Li and the other two's expressions changed, and the rest of the people from the three major forces also moved, showing an intention to attack. But how could Jiang Fingliu and the others let them have their way? With just a glance, the rest of the people from the three major forces were stopped. "Do you really think we are soft persimmons? I, the esteemed sect master of the 10,000 sword sect, would I be afraid of you?" Zhao Li's voice was stern, spiritual power constantly flickering in his hand. Vast spiritual power continuously erupted from around his body, continuously impacting the surrounding space. The two emperors of the Great Yan Empire and the Red Cloud Empire were also unwilling to show weakness. Roars of dragon chi actually emanated from their bodies, and a power different from spiritual power burst forth from within them, heavily impacting the surrounding space. "This is Imperial Dragon Chi." A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes. Speaking of which, it was his first time seeing this Imperial Dragon Chi. Even after being in the Qianyuan Imperial Palace for so long, he had never seen Su Wu use it. It's just a pity that, although extremely powerful, this was not within the territory of the Great Yan and Red Cloud Empires. To break through his law power was simply a fool's dream. Thus, everyone saw that the four leaders of the great forces were all trapped within Jiang Xie's space law, and no matter what methods they used, it was all in vain. Such a scene couldn't help but make everyone's eyes tremble. This is Jiang Xie. I never thought that a Jiang family would actually have such a heaven-defying person. Those disciples who had just come out of the Saint Yuan secret realm, once again, witnessed Jiang Xie's formidable power. Unlike the scene seen inside the Saint Yuan secret realm, only by experiencing it firsthand could one truly understand Jiang Xie's terrifying nature. With just a casual move, he could trap four leaders of great forces. This power was worthy of the title of Young Supreme. Many younger generation disciples already had admiration in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Xie. The scene before them was a fantasy in the minds of countless youths. How they wished they could be like Jiang Xie, young and yet looking down on all heroes, making older generation powerhouses look up to him. Now, Jiang Xie had achieved it. It could be predicted that after this battle, he would become the goal pursued by countless young geniuses on the Saint Yuan Continent. Xie's strength has actually reached this level. Su Wu looked surprised, suddenly realizing that perhaps he himself was no longer his opponent. Jai Wushwang took a deep look at Jiang Xie, only feeling that he had still underestimated him. His son-in-law was truly a bit of a monster. Jiang Fingliu had a smile on his face. While proud of Jiang Xie's strength, he was also worried for himself. His family status was probably precarious. If that day Brother Xie had made a move, what would the outcome have been? In the area where the Brewing Villa people were, Zui Xiaoyao looked at the ethereal and refined Jiang Xie, and such a thought couldn't help but arise in his mind. If the person who fought against that monster back then wasn't Su Xie, but Jiang Xie, what would the outcome have been? As expected of Big Brother this strength, how can anyone catch up? Su Yu looked helpless. He clearly worked hard to cultivate, hoping to narrow the gap with Jiang Xie. But this gap not only didn't shrink, it actually grew larger and larger. Su Dage is now a towering mountain in front of us. Even after experiencing dangers, we might not be able to cross it. Li Buku, at some unknown point, went to the area where the East Tower people were and got a chicken leg, gnawing on it bite by bite. Jai Wayu quietly watched Jiang Xie from the side, not speaking. Originally, her cultivation had always been higher than Jiang Xie's, but now, she was no match for him. She felt that even if her cultivation speed was very fast now, it would probably be very difficult to surpass Jiang Xie, but she wouldn't fall too far behind either. "Impossible, you can actually trap us." Suddenly, a shocked voice came from the crowd. It was Zhao Li. After trying for a while, he realized that he simply couldn't break through the surrounding space. In his exasperation, he no longer cared about his sect master demeanor, and actually began to threaten directly. "Jiang Xie, you little brat, I advise you to stop quickly, otherwise, the old ancestor of my 10,000 sword sect will definitely make a move. And the old ancestor of my Red Cloud Empire is also hidden nearby. If you know what's good for you, quickly disperse this spatial confinement, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." The Red Cloud Empire Emperor also began to threaten. These two sentences instantly caused an uproar. What? The old ancestors of these two forces are actually hidden in the dark. I never thought that even the old ancestors were invited. The old ancestors of these two forces, their strength must be at least above the heavenly king realm, right? It seems the situation is about to change again. It was well known that the old ancestors of a force had limited lifespan. They would generally only appear when the force faced a life-or-death crisis. Otherwise, it would be a waste of lifespan, which was not a good decision. These two forces actually invited their old ancestors in such a situation, and judging by their words, they had probably been lurking in the dark for a long time. This caused many strong individuals from various forces to show intriguing expressions on their faces. 496, 2-in-1 Where is the ancestor? Xiao Li's death. Putting aside the people with various expressions, Jiang Xie's face showed little worry or fear. Instead, he smiled at the few of them. His laughter was not loud, but it was full of mockery. Xiao Li immediately shouted, Jiang family brat, do you think we are tricking you? Sect Master Xiao, why bother with him? Call out the old ancestor and make him regret it. The Red Cloud Kingdom Lord, however, was too lazy to waste words and made a gesture to inform his empire's old ancestor. Seeing this, Jai Wushwang frowned slightly, turning to look at Su Wu and Jiang Fingliu, only to find that their expressions were normal and showed no worry. The slight worry that had just risen immediately dissipated. May I ask, where is your old ancestor now? Jiang Xie asked calmly, a hint of mockery still hanging on his lips. HMPH, this emperor will make you know where my Red Cloud Empire's old ancestor is. The Red Cloud Kingdom Lord snorted coldly and began to transmit a message using a secret technique. But soon, sweat broke out on his forehead. There was no response from the surroundings. His first reaction was that Jiang Xie had sealed off the space around him, causing his message to lose its effect. But then he thought, even if it lost its effect, the old ancestor, hidden in the surroundings, couldn't possibly not know what was happening now. Since he knew, he wouldn't be so calm. Thinking of this, his gaze subtly shifted towards Su Wu and Jiang Fingliu. After that glance, his heart trembled violently. Because on their faces, he saw no trace of worry. All he saw was that faint hint of mockery at the corner of their lips. Impossible, the Red Cloud Kingdom Lord cried out internally, still calling it impossible, and tried a few more times but still received no response, immediately turning ashen. What's going on? Red Cloud Kingdom Lord, where's your old ancestor? Chu Kuang had just felt hopeful of escaping, but after seeing the Red Cloud Kingdom Lord's expression, his heart sank. The other two also looked over. The Red Cloud Kingdom Lord opened his mouth, but nothing came out. At this point, even the most obtuse of the others realized something. Could it be that the old ancestor the Red Cloud Kingdom Lord mentioned hasn't actually arrived? Ha, this really is hitting himself in the face. You scared me. I really thought there would be a big battle later. I was already ready to run. Now it just depends on whether the old ancestor that Sect Master Xiao mentioned is here or not. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, their gazes towards the Red Cloud Kingdom Lord filled with amusement. Xiao Li also suddenly felt a sense of foreboding in his heart and immediately began to transmit a message. However, after a short while, his expression also changed drastically. Like the Red Cloud Kingdom Lord, he had not received any message from his old ancestor. His change in expression could not be hidden from so many people present. Immediately, someone scoffed, oh, could it be that Sect Master Xiao is the same? I didn't expect them to both become clowns. Should I say that all of this is under Jiang Xie's control? If that's truly the case, then it's too terrifying. Looking at their expressions and tones, it doesn't seem like they're lying. Could it be that something happened to the old ancestors of both families? As everyone was speculating wildly, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void realm, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately before their eyes, an old man appeared in the arena. Looking at the unfamiliar old man, many people showed thoughtful expressions. The people from the Flowing Sands sect in the northern desert, however, showed joy and hurriedly stepped forward to salute, saying, "Greetings, old ancestor." I didn't expect it to be the old ancestor of the Flowing Sands sect. He's actually here too. I wonder what his purpose is. This situation has me completely confused. Yet, such a scene made everyone start to suspect. The old ancestors of the 10,000 Swords sect and the Red Cloud Empire did not appear, but instead, the old ancestor of the Flowing Sands sect did, which was truly surprising. Could it be that he also came to deal with Jiang Xie? Just as everyone was wondering, the old man nodded to the people of the Flowing Sands sect before speaking. This old man is not here to deal with anyone. I just find it somewhat interesting. Saying that, he cast his gaze upon Zio Li and the Red Cloud Kingdom Lord, shaking his head. You two don't need to wait for your old ancestors anymore. Just now, I saw that the old ancestors of your forces have already been stopped by someone and are currently fighting fiercely. How could this be? Zio Li blurted out, Senior, may I ask who is obstructing my old ancestor? The old man glanced at Su Wu and said faintly, if this old man is not mistaken, one of them is from the Cayenne Yuan Empire and the other. At this point, his gaze swept over the area below again. When he saw Jiang Fingliu, his heart trembled. He had originally entertained the thought of capturing Jiang Xie and interrogating him for his opportunity. But then he saw a middle-aged man with half-step venerable emperor realm cultivation, fighting with the old ancestor of the 10,000 Sword Sect. He even noticed that he bore some resemblance to Jiang Xie. One must know, this was the first time in several hundred years that he had seen such a young half-step venerable emperor realm expert. With his talent, he probably had hope of entering the Saint Realm. If he was related to the Jiang family, and he himself had captured Jiang Xie, he would probably gain a terrifying enemy. This would not be a good thing for himself or the Flowing Sand Sect. Because of this, he temporarily abandoned the idea of making a move on Jiang Xie. At this moment, upon seeing Jiang Fingliu's appearance, he could almost confirm that the half-step venerable emperor realm man was from the Jiang family. Perhaps he was even a direct elder of Jiang Xie. I never thought that the seemingly inconspicuous Jiang family would have such a powerful individual. With such a powerful expert and a heaven-defying youth like Jiang Xie, this Jiang family cannot be underestimated. Becoming enemies with them is not a good thing. It would be better too. The old man's thoughts raced. His gaze imperceptibly glanced at Zio Li, as if considering something. Everyone only saw the old man's gaze linger on Jiang Fingliu for a while, and immediately, they had a guess in their hearts. This other person couldn't be from the Jiang family, could he? It seems the Jiang family was also well prepared. Seniors, have you finished speaking? If so, it's time to set off. A cold glint suddenly appeared in Jiang Zai's eyes. As early as when these few forces colluded with the Saint Province disciples, they had already been sentenced to death by him. Now, with his current strength, eliminating them was well within his capabilities. Jiang Xie, how dare you? Zio Li's expression was stern. Although he felt a little flustered, he wasn't too afraid. If Jiang Xie truly laid a killing hand on them, the Eastern Continent would surely be in turmoil. With the Saint Yuan secret realm closing, various secret realm ruins would appear like a gushing spring. If disputes among major forces were stirred up at this time, then they would miss the opportunity in the struggle for opportunities. They might even allow forces from other regions to reap the benefits. With this ebb and flow, the overall strength of the Eastern Continent would inevitably decrease, while the overall strength of other regions would increase. This would be a blow to all the major forces in the Eastern Continent. This was also why, until now, the major forces from other regions were quietly watching the show. They were eager for Jiang Xie to clash with them. Zio Li was certain that Jiang Xie would not fail to understand the stakes involved. Even if he didn't understand, Jiang Fingliu and Su Wu surely would. Therefore, he concluded that Jiang Xie was just talking, and even if he made a move, he wouldn't kill them. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Jiang Xie did indeed know the stakes involved. But that was only a situation that would arise if the major forces were in a stalemate, and the battle lasted too long. If he could quickly suppress these few forces, then these worries would not appear. Haha, Sect Master Zio is too confident. Coincidentally, this old man's hands are a bit itchy. How about young friend Jiang lets this old man handle them? At this moment, the old ancestor of the Flowing Sand Sect spoke. He looked at Jiang Xie with a smile, but what he said made Jiang Xie pause. Although he didn't know what he was planning, Jiang Xie didn't feel any threat from him. After a brief thought, he nodded. When someone was willing to share his burden, there was no reason to refuse. Thank you, young friend. The old man smiled, then raised a hand, about to attack Zio Li. Old ancestor, no. The Flowing Sand Sect leader's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted. He didn't understand why his old ancestor wanted to help Jiang Xie. The Flowing Sand Sect had always been unrelated to the Eastern Continent's various forces and didn't want to get involved. The old man's decision startled him. He only felt that this action was highly inappropriate. The old man paused his movement, glanced at him and said, just watch quietly. But, the Flowing Sand Sect leader said, bracing himself. Before he could finish, he was stopped by the old man. Whatever it is, it's not too late to talk about it later. With that, he raised his right hand, and a gigantic hand like flowing sand appeared in the air. As the giant hand appeared, the winds and clouds changed color. An extremely strong sense of oppression enveloped the entire scene. Those with lower cultivation, under this aura, their legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. Many people's expressions changed drastically. This is definitely a power that can only be unleashed by someone above the Heavenly King realm. I never thought that the old ancestor of the Flowing Sand Sect would actually make a move. Why is this happening? The Flowing Sand Sect and the 10,000 Sword Sect don't seem to have any grievances, do they? Why would he help Jiang Xie? Ali. Xiao Li's expression also changed drastically, his face no longer having the composure he had before, nor the aura of a sect master. He now truly felt the threat of death. A Heavenly King realm attack was far from something he, a domain realm peak cultivator, could withstand. He didn't understand why the people of the Flowing Sand Sect would attack him. In his urgency, he couldn't help but lose his composure, directly shouting in terror, "Senior, my 10,000 Sword Sect and the Flowing Sand Sect have no grievances. Please stop, and I will surely repay you handsomely in the future." Unfortunately, the old man had already made up his mind. How could he stop when he wanted to forge a connection with the Jiang family? In his opinion, even if he didn't make a move, the 10,000 Sword Sect would not escape its fate. Making a move now could still leave an impression on Jiang Xie and the Jiang family. If he didn't make a move, after Jiang Xie destroyed the 10,000 Sword Sect, it would be difficult to forge a connection with him. How could he let go of this opportunity? Noisy, the old man snorted coldly, his movements undiminished. The giant palm reached out and grabbed Xiao Li. In just a moment, Xiao Li was caught in the giant palm. His face was filled with terror, no longer possessing his usual prestige. At this moment, he was like an ant, constantly begging for mercy. But unfortunately, it was of no use. The giant palm clenched and a terrifying chi spread out, with visible chi impacts reverberating throughout the entire South Cloud City, causing bursts of rumbling. No! Accompanied by a tragic scream, Xiao Li completely disappeared from this world. Sect Master. The elders of the 10,000 Sword Sect had bloodshot eyes, but there was nothing they could do. Old scoundrel, you actually killed my 10,000 Sword Sect Master. My 10,000 Sword Sect and the Flowing Sand Sect are irreconcilable. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the void realm in the distance. Immediately after, another voice came out. This voice was full of vigor and sounded much younger. Old man, stop worrying about your sect master for now. When you became an enemy of my Jiang family, you should have been prepared to be annihilated. Come, let's fight another 300 rounds. From the old man strike to Xiao Li's demise, and then to the voices of the two powerful individuals. All of this seemed long, but it happened in just a few breaths. So much so that most people didn't even react. On the platform, Su Wu's expression was strange, as if he hadn't expected this old ancestor of the Flowing Sand Sect to actually be serious. This, the old ancestor of the Flowing Sand Sect, is quite decisive. After a moment of silence, he still couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Fingliu nodded, saying, "It was indeed a bit unexpected." Yet, strange, what trick is the Flowing Sand Sect playing? Most of the people from the various forces frowned deeply, pondering the intent behind the Flowing Sand Sect old ancestors' actions, but after thinking for a long time, they couldn't come up with a reason. If it was to forge a connection, the Flowing Sand Sect's own strength was probably stronger than the Jiang family's. If it was because they valued Jiang Xie's talent, although Jiang Xie's current cultivation was indeed world-shaking, and he was indeed an object of alliance for many forces. But that was only for small and medium-sized forces. For them, these major forces, even if Jiang Xie's cultivation was heaven-defying and already not weaker than the older generation of experts. But what if something unexpected happened? It would truly be inappropriate to provoke many powerful forces for him. Chu Kuang and the kingdom lords of the two great empires, Red Cloud and Great Yan, were horrified and dared not utter a single word, fearing that they would provoke the old ancestor of the Flowing Sand Sect to make a move, just like Xiao Li. Jiang Xie's expression was strange. He had previously thought that the old man was just saying polite words, and when he said he would hand them over to him, he couldn't help but have some intention of testing him. But he never expected him to be even more decisive than he had imagined. Since that was the case, there was no need to worry anymore. I never thought that the leader of a major force would fall just like that. It's truly lamentable. I thought they were just talking, but I didn't expect them to be serious. I just don't know how Jiang Xie will kill the other three. Even if he has law realm cultivation, it won't be that easy, will it? Yet, everyone sighed. The sect master of the 10,000 Sword Sect, who was high above in the eyes of many, died just like that. Truly, the world is unpredictable. In a corner of the crowd, Lin Luochen, who had recently emerged from the St. Yuan secret realm, looked at Jiang Xie in the air, his heart filled with shock. At an age similar to his, Jiang Xie had already reached the law realm, while he himself had not even broken through to the divine power realm. The gap between them was truly like a chasm. As for Xiao Li's death, he felt little emotion. Having already given up on the 10,000 Sword Sect, his heart felt no ripples. The consequence of aiding evil and acting as an accomplice was this. Even if Jiang Xie didn't make a move on the 10,000 Sword Sect, he would have done so in the future. Perhaps I really can join East Tower. Looking at Jiang Xie, who was already on a different level than himself, his heart began to waver. 3 of you may also set off together. Recalling his thoughts, Jiang Xie finally began to make his move. At this declaration, everyone's gaze once again focused on him. They wanted to see how Jiang Xie would kill the 3 of them. This was also a good opportunity to understand Jiang Xie's combat strength. The old man from the Flowing Sand Sect also retreated to where the Flowing Sand Sect members were, also looking at Jiang Xie with burning eyes, seemingly wanting to see what methods this prodigy possessed. Not far away, Jai Yu Suyu and Li Buku also focused their spirits, staring at Jiang Xie without blinking. The surrounding crowd also held their breath, not daring to make any sound. Only Chu Kuang and the other 2 had gloomy expressions. They wanted to see how Jiang Xie would kill all 3 of them simultaneously. Why is it raining? Suddenly in the quiet environment, a soft, questioning voice was heard. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to this sentence. But in the current situation, it seemed a bit strange. At this moment, many people realized that, at some point, the sky had darkened, and layers of dark clouds covered them. And within them, a sense of oppression emanated. These dark clouds and rain are indeed strange. Some powerful individuals from major forces had puzzled expressions, while those familiar with Jiang Xie had a hint of understanding in their eyes. They had already guessed what Jiang Xie was going to do. 497, 2-in-1 The Emperor's Talent. This is Zier's Great Emperor Law. Jiang Fingliu's expression changed in surprise, feeling the extremely oppressive aura, his face suddenly turning pale. A moment later, he couldn't help but shout, "Quick, get out of the way." Saying that, he waved his hand, moving Jai Yu and the other 2, who were still watching the commotion, in front of him, and then moved the other Jiang family disciples over, before leading them away. At the same time, almost all the powerful figures of the great forces realized something, and their expressions all changed drastically. One by one, they urgently summoned their sect elders and disciples to leave. The entire square instantly descended into chaos. The powerful figures of the great forces also lost their usual composure, rushing towards the distance. Seeing this, those loose cultivators also sensed something and likewise fled into the distance. Just then, Su Wu shouted with a solemn expression, "Everyone, follow me to set up a barrier, otherwise Nanyuan City might suffer heavy damage." After entering the law realm, how much has the power of the great Emperor Law increased? Why are these powerful figures so afraid? Looking at the fleeing crowd, Jiang Xie's face showed a hint of curiosity. To be honest, even he himself didn't know the current power of the great Emperor Law. He only knew that killing Chu Kuang and the like was not a problem. Below, the 3 trapped individuals also looked terrified. As the direct targets of the great Emperor Law, the pressure they felt was unimaginable to others. Just that pressure alone made them somewhat breathless. To be frank, with Jiang Xie's current cultivation, even without using the great Emperor Law, and only using ordinary martial skills, the 3 of them were not his opponents. Using the great Emperor Law truly felt a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. At this moment, the 3 of them had only one thought: escape as far as they could. They were currently exerting all their strength to attack the surrounding spatial barrier, attempting to break through the power of law that Jiang Xie had set up around them. Dull sounds continuously emanated, and brilliant lights surrounded the 3, as various divine abilities and techniques were fully displayed. However, it was simply impossible to shake it. Damn it, even spatial law shouldn't be so difficult to break through. Is this Jiang family Jr. really only just entering the law realm? How can it be so sturdy? I refuse. This sovereign emperor realm refuses to believe he can't break through this space. The 3 roared in unison, currently fighting for that slim chance of survival. In the distance, a group of people were shocked to see that even with all their efforts, the 3 couldn't break free. They had always thought that Jiang Xie's law power trapping them was only temporary, and that once they exerted their full strength, the blockade would eventually be broken. But they hadn't expected. This is definitely not something someone who just entered the law realm can achieve. Jiang Xie's cultivation is at least law realm's second layer. Terrifying, truly a young supreme. As everyone was deeply shocked, on the other side, the powerful figures of the great forces were setting up a barrier around them. With their combined efforts, Except for Jiang Xie and a few others, the entire Nanyuan city was enveloped in a barrier. Among the crowd, Chu Beishan lowered his head, quietly watching this scene. Despite his father being in danger, he was incredibly calm. "Father, I will avenge you." After silently muttering a sentence in his heart, he slowly withdrew from the crowd. Just then, Jiang Xie seemed to sense something, and his gaze subtly glanced in the direction he was in. Chu Beishan, eh? I didn't expect him, who usually seems to have no brains, to be so composed in such a situation. What a pity. As a transmigration, how could he not know the principle of nipping evil in the bud? In fact, as early as just now, his divine sense had locked onto Chu Beishan. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a sound transmission to Jiang Fingliu. As for why he didn't call Li Buku and Su Yu. Naturally, he was afraid Chu Beishan had some trump card that would allow him to escape. With a law realm powerful figure making a move, it would be foolproof. Recalling his thoughts, Jiang Xie slightly shook his head, looking at the three still unwilling individuals below, and said in a cold voice, "Three sirs, time is up." As soon as his voice fell, the continuously dripping rain instantly poured upwards, like streams of sword chi, shooting into the clouds. The dark clouds also gradually dispersed, as if a heavenly gate was slowly opening. Then, a giant palm shimmering with flowing light slowly emerged from within the clouds, carrying a trace of emperor might that instilled fear in people's hearts. The hearts of the surrounding crowd trembled violently, only then understanding why the powerful figures of the great forces had been so nervous just now. The power of this great emperor law, imbued with a trace of emperor might, was incomparable to a great emperor law without emperor might. Seeing this, Jiang Xie was also momentarily stunned. In the past, when using the great wilderness floating cloud palm, although it also had a strong oppressive feeling, he could barely feel any emperor might. But now, as his strength increased, the emperor might contained within the great emperor law he used also began to emanate. Is this truly just the initial stage? No wonder he had always felt that, although it was a great emperor law, its power did not meet his expectations. It turned out, he was probably not even using 1% of the great emperor law's power. Only upon reaching the great emperor realm can one truly unleash the full power of the great emperor laws. Coming back to his senses, the giant palm was striking towards the three at an extremely fast speed. As the giant palm descended, strong winds swept through thousands of miles, rocks flew, trees toppled, and the entire world seemed to rumble. Watching this scene, everyone felt their minds sway, unable to speak. "No, don't." On the platform, Chu Kuang's face was filled with panic. The threat of death made him no longer care about the dignity of a great force's master. He knelt, bowing his proud spine towards Jiang Xie. He seemed to have aged decades in an instant, and pleaded with a mournful face, "Jiang Xie, spare my life. My beast-taming sect will never oppose you again, and I will definitely compensate for the previous matters." The Red Cloud Empire and Great Yan Empire's rulers looked uncertain, with both the fear of facing death and the hesitation of abandoning their dignity. But in the end, they still knelt down together. In the face of the threat of death, they ultimately compromised. "Please, young friend Jiang, spare our lives." Both lowered their heads, so their expressions at this moment were unclear. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd shook their heads and chuckled softly. "I never thought that today we would see three great force masters kneeling before a young man. Such a scene is indeed a rare sight. Now, the three great forces have completely lost face." "Interesting." Jiang Xie chuckled, but unfortunately, he had no intention of letting them go. He gently shook his head, a hint of pity in his smile. He calmly walked into the distance, leaving behind a faint remark. "Once the great emperor law is unleashed, it is beyond my control. Three sirs, it's time to go." "No." As that sentence fell, the giant palm descended fiercely. In the surrounding space, mingled with the terrified shouts of the three, and a tremendous rumbling sound. The platform was incinerated, the earth collapsed, the city trembled and dust scattered everywhere. Within the barrier it shook incessantly. A moment later, cracks began to appear on the barrier. Seeing this, everyone's hearts trembled, filled with terror. The powerful figures of the great forces all changed their expressions, extremely shocked. The power of Jiang Xie's great emperor law was actually so terrifying. This barrier, which combined the law power of dozens of domain realm peak powerful figures, and even a few law realm powerful figures, was about to shatter in less than a moment. They dared not delay, and all began to act, reinforcing the barrier. The booming sound filled everyone's ears, and the sky-high dust obscured their vision. The terrifying power shook everyone's souls. After about several hundred breaths, the commotion finally subsided. Once the dust settled, someone exclaimed, "Jiang Xie is terrifying beyond belief." The powerful figures of the great forces also let out sighs of relief. If it had lasted a little longer, the barrier might have truly shattered. At that time, it would have caused many unnecessary casualties. Looking at the original spot, the figures of Chu Kuang and the other two were long gone. Many people clearly felt that at that very moment, the life force of the three had dissipated. At this, they couldn't help but feel immense regret. Especially some of the forces who had just said they wanted the Jiang family to hand over Jiang Xie. At this moment, their hearts were filled with lingering fear, terrified that Jiang Xie would come looking for trouble. As arrogant as they were just now, they were equally terrified now. The surviving elders and disciples of the four great forces had ashen faces. Their gazes towards Jiang Xie were filled with terror. No one had expected that the masters of the three great forces would fall in such a manner. Just as no one had expected that Jiang Xie's strength had already reached this level. They could almost imagine what would happen to the four great forces afterward. If they could resist the attacks of hostile forces, they might still survive. If they couldn't resist, then it would be the fate of annihilation. After regaining their senses, everyone's gaze once again gathered on the white-haired young man with an ethereal and transcendent aura in the sky. Someone couldn't help but sigh. After this battle, Jiang Xie will be fully qualified to stand on equal footing with the top powerful figures of the great forces. With Jiang Xie's current cultivation, coupled with that great emperor law, he already had the qualifications to contend with the old ancestors of the great forces. It is unknown whether it is a blessing or a curse for such a genius to appear among the younger generation. No one in the younger generation can compare with him anymore. This should be a young supreme. A powerful figure from a great force also sighed. If one's own family had a genius like Jiang Xie, it could ensure peace for the force for 10,000 years. Another powerful figure said, "This child is too heaven-defying. If he can grow up, he will be another powerful figure recorded in history. In him, I already see the bearing of a great emperor." The most joyful were the people from the Jiang family, East Tower, and Shengyuan Empire. Su Wu smiled, his mind swaying, extremely satisfied with his grandson. Jai Wuxuang's eyes shone brightly, thinking to himself that his daughter's vision was already surpassing his own. He couldn't help but give Jai Yu a thumbs up. Jai Yu rolled her eyes at him, a slight blush on her face, and her beautiful eyes returned to Jiang Xie, feeling her heart tremble incessantly, greatly pleased. The people from East Tower, from beginning to end, though occasionally excited, were mostly calm. In their opinion, this was just their Tower Lord's normal performance. As for their elders and disciples, they were already uncontrollably excited. A moment later, many forces came forward to congratulate the Shengyuan Empire and the Jiang family. A force with such a genius, even if one did not befriend them, one certainly could not antagonize them. Big brother is big brother. After this strike, I'm afraid few here could withstand it, right? Su Yu watched, completely dumbfounded. Su Big Brother Jiang's strength is truly enviable. Li Buku's chicken leg had unknowingly fallen to the ground, his eyes sparkling. Jai Yu remained silent, but the expression on her face clearly showed her current emotions. On the other side, Jiang Fingliu effortlessly annihilated Chu Beishan. Zier is quite cautious. If it had been someone below the law realm just now, Chu Beishan might have really escaped. Jiang Fingliu hadn't expected that Chu Beishan actually possessed a king-tier weapon with spatial power. But caught off guard, it would have been easy for the opponent to escape. Not far from Nanyuan City, Jiang Lian's clothes were somewhat disheveled, but he held a severed head in his hand, smiling at the old ancestor in the distance. "Su Dage, you seem a little slow." Su Yuan was non-committal. Although he had slain the old ancestor of the Red Cloud Empire, it had taken him considerable effort. Jiang Lian's ability to slay the 10,000 Swords Sect old ancestor, who was at the Venerable Emperor realm, with his half-step Venerable Emperor realm cultivation, was within his expectations. But he hadn't expected it to be so fast. That old fellow's aura was decaying, and his lifespan was already short. In such a state, he was no match for me in a single exchange. Jiang Lian shook his head, a smile on his lips. "It's Zier, that kid. The power of his great emperor law truly surprised me a bit. Zier has the bearing of a great emperor. We just need to protect him well." A genuine smile appeared on Su Yuan's face, which had not smiled for a long time. Volume 5, St. Yuan's Secret Realm ends here. 498, 2-in-1 Large Force, Stargazing Pavilion. Looking at the mess below, Jiang Xie couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The existence he once looked up to was now no match for a single strike from him. Such is the uncertainty of life. Some cultivators spend decades, even centuries, cultivating before they are barely honored with the titles of Sir or Senior. Yet others only need a few years to become strong individuals in everyone's eyes. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, without sufficient strength, one can only be a fish to be slaughtered. To become the butcher, both talent and effort are indispensable. Not far from Nanyuan City, a large group of people was heading towards Nanyuan City in a mighty procession. These were cultivators who had rushed from various parts of the Kaiyuan Empire, traveling non-stop towards Nanyuan City since hearing the news of Su Zai's demise. After several days, they finally arrived here. At this moment, their faces were filled with surprise, and their minds were brimming with confusion. They had also witnessed the immense commotion that had just occurred within Nanyuan City. Many had never seen such power in their lives. What new change has occurred within Nanyuan City? Why is the commotion so great? Could it be that major powers are fighting? Such power, I'm afraid it would require at least a law realm cultivation to unleash, wouldn't it? It should be. At this moment, Nanyuan City was not only enveloped by a formation, but also by a barrier. They could only see a hazy outline. As for anything more, they were completely unaware. Among the crowd, Old Wu's expression was heavy. His mood had not been good these past few days. Ever since he learned of Jiang Xie's demise, his mind had been restless, making him appear much older and thinner at this moment. Young lord, you absolutely must not be in trouble. Even now, he was still praying in his heart that Jiang Xie would be safe. He had also felt the commotion within Nanyuan City just now, though he didn't know exactly what had happened inside. But he had a strong premonition that this commotion was related to Jiang Xie. As soon as he thought of this, Old Wu's spirits lifted slightly. His speed underfoot also increased again. Inside Nanyuan City, everyone's emotions had just calmed down, and under their gaze, Jiang Xie calmly returned to where the Jiang family members were. Now his mood was very calm. He used to think that the domain realm was an absolute strong realm, but now, he found it to be so vulnerable. This made him feel somewhat disheartened. Father, I'm back. Jiang Xie cupped his hands towards Jiang Fingliu, who had just returned. Then he looked at Su Wu and smiled, Grandfather. This was the first time he had openly addressed Su Wu as grandfather in front of so many people. It also confirmed what many people had been thinking. Even if he didn't say those 3 words, the truth was already very clear. Jiang Fingliu nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. Not bad. Su Wu, on the other hand, burst into laughter. Jiang Fingliu's calmness was due to him already knowing Jiang Xie's strength. But Su Wu was different. The more he looked at Jiang Xie, the more he liked him. Raising his hand to pat Jiang Xie's shoulder, he laughed. Xie, well done, much stronger than your father. Jiang Fingliu. His mouth twitched. How could this be dragged back to him? Didn't he have any face? Su Wu's words really made him lose some face, and he couldn't help but cough twice. That's going too far. Speaking of which, didn't my father-in-law still fall short of me? At these words, Su Wu's smile froze on his face. Only then did he realize that Jiang Fingliu's cultivation had also reached the law realm, placing him in the same grand realm as himself. Seeing this, the other people around wanted to laugh but dared not, only holding it in until their faces hurt. Big brother, you're getting more and more formidable. This little brother admires you. Su Yu was excited. The scene just now had made his heart burn, and thinking that he too could be so majestic one day, his mood surged. In the distance, among the brewing villa people, Zui Xiaoyao was excitedly saying something to the old man, his gaze frequently falling on Jiang Xie. The old man's face also occasionally showed surprise, making it clear that Zui Xiaoyao's words had greatly shocked him. Although their emotions had calmed somewhat, there was still a lively discussion among the crowd. Within a short period, 4 major power leaders had fallen, which still left people somewhat in a daze. The strong individuals of the major powers all put on smiling faces, greeting Jiang Fingliu and Su Wu. At this time, on a cloud-shrouded mountain peak in the southern borders, within a magnificent building that exuded a sense of profound antiquity, 7 old men dressed in blue 7-stars robes were seated around a massive star formation, their brows furrowed, their expressions solemn. After a long while, an old man opened his eyes, a profound meaning flickering within them. A great era is about to begin, ancient secrets will emerge, and the Shengyuan Continent is undergoing some unpredictable changes. The path to becoming an emperor is hoped to reappear. What exactly happened? It was incredibly calm a while ago, so why has such a huge change occurred in just a few days? It's as if it's a game. Second brother, for the Tao of heavenly secrets, one must maintain reverence. No matter what happens, it is not something we can change. The opening of a great era is also a significant opportunity for us. At this moment, another old man opened his eyes and said softly, if that's the case, then our stargazing pavilion should also emerge. The third old man also spoke. Following closely, another old man opened his eyes, his tone somewhat grave. The successors of Seven Stars Cave have appeared, and not just one, which is quite troublesome. I didn't expect those old fellows from Seven Stars Cave to hide their legacy so deeply. For so many years, not a single person from our star-gazing pavilion or Tianji Tower had any clue. This is also to be expected. After all, those who comprehend the Tao of heavenly secrets all possess some means to conceal heavenly secrets. However, there are only a few of them, and they are merely scattered individuals. They are not worth worrying about. At this point, all 7 old men had opened their eyes. As if thinking of something, an old man dressed in a blue 7 stars robe, but with only 2 stars of more vibrant color, stood up and muttered to himself. Our star-gazing pavilion is emerging. How should we announce it to the major powers? At these words, the others all fell into thought. The star-gazing pavilion had been reclusive for too long. Although it still held renown on the Shengyuan Continent, it had also been forgotten by many. Since the star-gazing pavilion was to emerge, it would undoubtedly need a point that could capture everyone's attention. After thinking for a while, none of them could come up with a good idea. Reporting to all elders and Lord Pavilion Master, the family head of the Stone Forest Zhou family requests an audience. In the empty space, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Stone Forest Zhou family, the second elder of Star-Gazing Pavilion frowned, somewhat displeased. Why is this fellow so annoying? After thousands of years, the Zhou family still hasn't given up. The others also wore expressions of disgust. This Stone Forest Zhou family was a major power in the southern borders, not far from the Star-Gazing Pavilion. Ever since the Star-Gazing Pavilion announced its reclusion, the Zhou family also went into reclusion. Speaking of which, the Zhou family old ancestor had accidentally discovered a stone forest, and after some inspection, found that it was an ancient formation. For this, he spent hundreds of years refining it. During this time, others also discovered that this stone forest was an ancient formation. However, after refining for a period, they found no reaction, and the formation seemed to have no power. Over time, more and more people simply thought it was a damaged, useless formation. Only the Zhou family old ancestor persisted in refining it. Some cursed him as a fool for being so obsessed with a stone forest. Others secretly sneered, believing he had wasted so much time on a Chinese letter ancient formation, squandering his talent for nothing. But what no one expected was this. Nearly 100 years later, he truly refined that stone forest. And after refining it, this ancient formation displayed considerable power, giving him a foundation to stand upon at that time. Later, through a twist of destiny, he befriended a disciple from the Star-Gazing Pavilion. From then on, he began to rise rapidly. He also established his family and expanded it. Later, it became a famous major power in the region. At this point, he realized that having a good means of self-defense, plus a good friend skilled in the Tao of heavenly secrets, only then could he and his family go further. Unfortunately, that disciple of the Star-Gazing Pavilion perished in a confrontation with the Seven Stars Cave. Later, the Zhou family old ancestor left an ancestral instruction. If one could not befriend someone skilled in the Tao of heavenly secrets, then find a way for their own disciples to enter it. For this, the 3 powers capable of discerning heavenly secrets became their targets. They had previously tried to recruit an honorary elder from the 3 major powers, but failed. Subsequently, they thought of having their own disciples cultivate within the 3 major powers. It was a pity that the disciples required by the 3 major powers had to meet 3 conditions. First, a clean background and being an orphan. Second, extraordinary talent and exceptional intelligence. Third, good heart nature and acceptable physique. The first condition alone disqualified them. Although the Zhou family tried everything, they couldn't deceive them. Later, Seven Stars Cave was destroyed, and Tianji Tower was sealed in Saint Province, leaving only Star-Gazing Pavilion to the outside world. Since then, the Stone Forest Zhou family members had day after day requested the Star-Gazing Pavilion to accept the young geniuses within their family. Just as the second elder of Star-Gazing Pavilion was about to order his disciples to drive him away, an old man with a calm demeanor and the aura of a superior flashed his eyes and suddenly spoke. Second brother, calm down. Perhaps this is a breakthrough point. You mean? The second elder was stunned for a moment, then reacted and immediately said to the outside, bring him in. Yes, elder sir. A response came from outside, then silence. After a moment, a middle-aged man in a purple robe appeared before them, his face filled with excitement. He first cupped his hands to the 7. Junior Zhou Hangshan greets the seniors. The third elder, who had a small mustache, glanced at him while twirling the mustache at the corner of his mouth with his right hand, knowingly asking, what is the purpose of family head Zhou's visit? Zhou Hangshan immediately said, I came here too. He spoke a great deal, but it was nothing more than wanting the star-gazing pavilion to accept a few disciples from the Zhou family. The elders had already anticipated this, so they showed no particular expression. Nor did they give an answer. The scene fell into silence, and Zhou Hangshan was anxious, not knowing whether to stand or sit. A moment later, the pavilion master of Star-Gazing Pavilion, Yuansu, finally spoke. Family head Zhou, what is the current situation outside? Outside, Zhou Hangshan was clearly surprised, looking at them with a strange expression. The second elder immediately saw what he was thinking. He was undoubtedly wondering why they, who could peer into heavenly secrets, didn't know the situation outside. He spoke without opening his eyes. We expend a great deal of mental energy to observe celestial phenomena. Each time we lose mental energy, it takes a long time to recover. Therefore, we do not observe celestial phenomena for minor matters. So that's how it is, Zhou Hangshan finally understood. After a moment of thought he slowly began, the current situation outside is still relatively stable but... Some time ago, the Saint Province barrier was on the verge of shattering, but was resealed by the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword. Over in the Eastern Continent, a young genius named Su Zai appeared in the Shengyuan Empire. It is said that during his coming-of-age ceremony, when he ascended the altar to offer sacrifices to heaven, it caused frequent anomalies, and even the illusory figures of 10 great emperors appeared. And besides this one, there is also a young genius named Su Yu, whose ascension to the altar and sacrifice to heaven also triggered anomalies. Both have entered the top 5 of the Heaven's Pride ranking. Some time ago, the Saint Yuan's secret realm opened. Calculating the time, it should end in a few days. As for other places, I haven't heard of any major events. 10 great emperor illusory figures. In that case, this Su Zai is indeed a rare genius. The second elder suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed surprised that such a genius had appeared in the Shengyuan Empire. As if his curiosity was piqued, a star map suddenly reflected in the second elder's eyes. Seeing this, the other elders opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but ultimately held their tongues. Their faces showed a hint of helplessness. Interesting, the last time we observed celestial phenomena, the Shengyuan Empire was clearly dim and lusterless, but now it is radiating light, showing signs of great prosperity. The second elder's voice was somewhat excited. It had been a long time since he had seen such a situation in other powers. At these words, everyone was moved. It seems this Su Zai will lead the Shengyuan Empire to great prosperity. Zhou Hangshan's face was full of envy. If his own family had such disciples, why would he worry about the family not prospering? But just then the second elder's voice came again. No, it's starting to change. It's turned into a complete darkness. In just a short moment, why such a huge change? This is a certain death situation. No, that's not right, there's still a glimmer of life. A feeling of rebirth from ashes. Ifda. A few breaths later, the second elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his aura became weak. Second brother. Second brother. The elders of Star-Gazing Pavilion all changed their expressions greatly, and stepped forward to examine him. Greatly injured, mental energy extremely weak, what exactly happened? Pavilion Master Yuan Su's expression was grave, and his tone carried a hint of blame. The second elder gave a bitter smile and said softly, I underestimated this Shengyuan Empire. I cannot see through it. I cannot see through it. Is this Shengyuan Empire truly so strange? It seems that some change will definitely occur in the Shengyuan Empire during this period. Could the rebirth from ashes that second brother spoke of mean that, after this crisis, the Shengyuan Empire might become even stronger? Or it could also be eternal damnation. After sending the second elder away to recuperate, Yuan Su asked Zhou Hangshan again, what is this Heaven's Pride ranking? The Heaven's Pride ranking is a list published by Tianji Tower that covers the entire Saint Yuan Continent, ranking the various young geniuses within the Saint Yuan Continent. Zhou Hangshan patiently explained. Tianji Tower. That's their style, but unfortunately, the current Tianji Tower is no longer what it once was, sealed in Saint Province and isolated from the outside world. Even if they have the ability to peer into heavenly secrets, what good is it? Yuan Su's eyes flickered with a strange light as he slowly uttered. This Heaven's Pride ranking is indeed a good entry point. Competing in heavenly secrets, Star-Gazing Pavilion will not fall behind, and it's time to give the people of Tianji Tower a good lesson. 499. The shock of the Star-Gazing Pavilion elders. In this regard, the people of Star-Gazing Pavilion naturally had their own arrogance. Rather, in the past, the 3 major forces, 7 Stars Cave, Star-Gazing Pavilion, and Tianji Tower, were all equally unyielding when it came to prying into the secrets of the heavens. Since Tianji Tower released a Heaven's Pride ranking, Star-gazing pavilion naturally couldn't fall behind. Let this be star-gazing pavilions coming out gift to the various major forces. The elders all understood the pavilion master's idea and couldn't help but nod secretly. This was indeed a very good method. Jiang Xie also realized the reason he was called over at this moment. It wasn't that his own disciple had a chance to enter star-gazing pavilion, but rather, to use him to gather information. As soon as he thought of this, his heart felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten excrement. He wished he could teach these guys a lesson. But reason still made him calm down. Opposing the people of star-gazing pavilion was definitely not a good thing. In other words, they could secretly scheme to kill him. Feeling that he was making a fool of himself, he cupped his hands and took his leave. The others did not try to keep him. After Jiang Xie left, Yuan Su, the pavilion master of star-gazing pavilion, looked at the other elders and immediately ordered, "Everyone, prepare to activate the star plate." "Yes, pavilion master," the elders responded with serious expressions. The star plate, the treasure that guarded star-gazing pavilion. It was star-gazing pavilion's greatest reliance, apart from its cultivation technique. The star plate was shaped like a flying disc, several feet in size. When combined with star-gazing pavilion's cultivation technique, it could activate the star map within the star plate. Once activated, the star plate would sweep across the entire continent like divine sense. Using all things in the world as a foundation, it would construct stars on the star map. They observed the secrets of the heavens by this means. Of course, there were some things they couldn't perceive with 100% accuracy, such as some ancient forbidden grounds, special powerful individuals, powerful treasures, or people with special abilities, and so on. These were not easily known, and even if they only wanted to know a little bit of information, they had to pay a price. Sometimes, even after paying the price, they might not get any useful information. But compiling a specific ranking was still relatively simple for them. Although it couldn't be said to be 100% accurate, it was close enough. Yuan Su and the elders sat down cross-legged together, simultaneously operating their cultivation techniques and injecting spiritual energy into the platform beneath them. Immediately, the ground beneath their bodies began to emit dazzling light. Circles of patterns began to appear. A moment later, a star map appeared before them. The star map didn't look large, but when mental energy was immersed in it, one could feel its boundless vastness and profound mysteries, which were truly amazing. At this moment, Yuan Su's spirit was highly concentrated, and his entire mind was immersed in the star map. The entire scene was quiet and magnificent. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the star map dissipated, and the elders of star-gazing pavilion also looked a bit listless. Yuan Su, however, was full of vigor. With a wave of his hands, golden characters appeared out of thin air before him. Those were the names of young prodigies. Soon, hundreds of names of young geniuses appeared, forming a complete list. Above the list, 3 large characters shone brightly. They were battle power ranking. Then Yuan Su waved his right hand again. Next to it, names began to appear again, and after a while they also formed a list. On it were the 3 characters, Qianlong ranking. Pavilion master this. The elders' eyes all trembled, and they stared intently at these 2 lists. When they saw the first name, their pupils constricted. No other reason, the top-ranked person on both lists was actually the same person. "This is the list of young geniuses I deduced when I just observed the star plate," Yuan Su slowly explained, his gaze lingering on the first name for a moment. "Pavilion Master, our star-gazing pavilion successor can only rank 5th on the battle power ranking." The 3rd elder of star-gazing pavilion frowned, somewhat puzzled. He was not very satisfied with this result. "Third brother, this result should be relatively accurate. Although our star-gazing pavilion is widely renowned on the Shengyuan Continent, that is only by virtue of our heavenly Tao techniques. If we didn't have heavenly Tao techniques, in terms of pure battle power, we are indeed not very strong. What is strong is our ability to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and to foresee the future." 5th elder is right. Yuan Su nodded, looking at everyone and saying, "Everyone knows that those of us who pry into the secrets of the heavens will more or less have some weaknesses, such as blindness, deafness, lameness, or being childless. This also causes us to encounter many more twists and turns in our cultivation. Compared to the geniuses of other forces, we are indeed much weaker. If it weren't for our ability to foresee the future, that child Chen might not even make it into the top 10. That's right. Everyone look, the successor of Tianji Tower only ranks 20th, far behind us. That's natural. The disciples Tianji Tower can recruit are limited to Saint Province, while we can recruit from other places outside of Saint Province, so the chance of finding talented disciples is much greater. It's just this first place. It's truly a bit hard to understand. As the elders chatted, their gazes suddenly fell on the first name. Even though they had seen too many astonishingly brilliant geniuses, at this moment, they couldn't help but be shocked by him. Yuan Su was silent for a moment before explaining. At first, I didn't believe it either. I even investigated several times for this, and the conclusion I reached was correct. His tilde this, incredible, simply incredible. Jiang family, is it the Jiang family in the St. Yuan secret realm? It seems to be, from the Eastern Continent. This child is too heaven-defying. Is it inappropriate to release this information like this? What shocked them was not the name Jiang Xie but what was written after the name. Age, 18 cultivation, law realm. These few words were the reason for THEIR Chinese letter. In their opinion, this was simply too terrifying. If this were to be released, the entire St. Yuan continent would probably be shaken by it. Perhaps star-gazing pavilions coming out would even become a side note. This did not align with their initial thoughts. Yuan Su pondered for a moment, then raised his hand and erased the information behind it. Only the name and ranking remained. He had also considered directly erasing Jiang Xie's name. But firstly, such a genius could not be overlooked. If his name was not there, or if his ranking was too low, the authority of this Heaven's Pride ranking would be greatly diminished. This is the only way. Yuan Su sighed slightly. The elders also relaxed considerably. Being ranked first was fine, but those things behind it could not be made public. Otherwise, Stargazing Pavilion would truly become a side note. 500, the Star Observatory was born. After erasing some key information, leaving only the rankings, Yuan Su waved his hand again, and the two lists, formed by special power, flew out. At the same time, he injected spiritual power into the star plate and broadcast his voice throughout the entire St. Yuan continent. After nearly 10,000 years, my star-gazing pavilion has reappeared. The great era is about to arrive, the Emperor's path is about to open, ancient legacies will emerge, and ancient buried secrets are expected to reveal their clues. Sleeping powerhouses, reclusive geniuses, and lurking demons will all appear. My star-gazing pavilion cares for all living beings, and our disciples will enter the world to save the common people and rescue the world. The strong remain strong and young prodigies are the future of all forces. I heard that Tianji Tower has a ranking called the Heaven's Pride ranking. I observed it, and it is flashy but impractical. Today, my star-gazing pavilion is releasing 2 new rankings, the Combat Power ranking and the Hidden Dragon ranking. All of you may take a look. His words, amplified by the star plate, spread throughout almost the entire St. Yuan continent. In an instant, cultivators everywhere were in an uproar. Some were dumbfounded, some were shocked, some were full of horror, and some were exceptionally excited. In short, Yuan Su's words completely shook the entire St. Yuan continent. The star-gazing pavilion has appeared, the great era is coming. The Emperor's path is opening, ancient legacies are emerging, ancient secrets are appearing. Each of these could shock countless people. But now, they were all appearing at once. How could this not excite people? How could this not make people panic? It was like throwing a huge rock into a calm body of water, creating a sound wave far beyond imagination. Powerhouses from major forces gasped in unison, while exceptionally talented youths' eyes gleamed. Sleeping elders were all greatly shocked. Everywhere was a scene of eager anticipation. St. Province, inside Tianji Tower. Powerhouses from various major forces in St. Province were gathered here. They sat in the tower, with smiles in their eyes and unconcealed pride on their faces. By my reckoning, the St. Yuan secret realm has been open for some time now. I wonder how the battle is going for those little ones. Haha, those little ones' strength and talent are top-notch, and even their heart nature is incomparable to those young geniuses outside. This trip to the St. Yuan secret realm is bound to be a great victory. Outside, they might not dare to do much, but once they're inside the St. Yuan secret realm, aren't those outside geniuses just their playthings? That's natural. How could the geniuses of those outside forces compare to our St. Province's geniuses? I imagine most of the geniuses from those outside forces have probably died by now. I really want to see the expressions on the faces of those forces when they learn their sect's geniuses have fallen. As the strongest region in the St. Yuan continent, the pride of St. Province's forces was ingrained in their bones. Even though St. Province had been sealed for thousands of years, this had never changed. They spoke contemptuously about the current situation in the St. Yuan secret realm, having absolute confidence in their own disciples. Everyone had a confident smile on their face. But they did not know that the talented youths on whom they placed high hopes had suffered a heavy blow within the St. Yuan secret realm. And those they considered prey had transformed into hunters. Amidst the clamor, the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master suddenly appeared from the pavilion. His expression was not good. There was solemnity and also worry. "Senior, have you divined something?" Someone noticed his unusual expression and immediately stepped forward to ask. Whoosh! Instantly, the entire pavilion fell silent. Everyone looked at the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master's expression, and for some reason, an ominous feeling suddenly surged in their hearts. This time in the St. Yuan secret realm, they might not have it so smoothly. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master sighed, a lingering worry in his eyes. According to his calculations, the disciples of Saint Province were likely to face more misfortune than fortune on this trip. A great crisis had appeared within the St. Yuan secret realm. But what this crisis was, he did not know. Moreover, in the depths of his being, he vaguely felt that something bad would happen today. This made his heart incredibly heavy. It can't be, someone spoke halfway, then suddenly closed their mouth. No way, their strength should be much stronger than outside geniuses, so how could there be danger in the St. Yuan secret realm? A powerhouse from a major force asked, puzzled. Exactly, unless a huge change occurred within the St. Yuan secret realm. If that's the case, not only are Saint Province's disciples, but the disciples of those outside forces would also suffer heavy losses, right? If so, I'd feel better. Otherwise, if they were bullied by those young people from outside. Yet, everyone just assumed that some huge danger or change had occurred within the St. Yuan secret realm, and did not think of anything else. And indeed, a major change had occurred within the St. Yuan secret realm, but many geniuses died at Jiang Xie's hands. After nearly 10,000 years. Just then, the star-gazing pavilion master's voice suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. They were suddenly startled, all standing up, looking into the distance with uncertainty and surprise. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master's expression changed even more dramatically, and he said with a grim look, "Star-gazing pavilion. Wasn't it agreed that they would only emerge after my Tianji Tower came out? These guys actually went back on their word." Back then, not long after the two major forces jointly annihilated Seven Stars Cave, Saint Province was tragically sealed, and Tianji Tower was deeply involved. For this, Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion made an agreement. During the period when Tianji Tower was sealed in Saint Province, Star-Gazing Pavilion would also retreat into seclusion and not be active in the outside world. They would only emerge after the Saint Province barrier was broken. Yet, they never expected Star-Gazing Pavilion to go back on their word. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master felt quite displeased. Has Yuan Su finally been unable to hold back? His eyes flickered, wondering what he was thinking. As for the others, they could no longer sit still. Yuan Su's words made their breathing rapid, and their minds greatly shaken. Even a slightly larger opportunity could attract countless people to flock to it. Not to mention opportunities related to great emperors, which were an irresistible temptation for all cultivators. Tower Master, is what that voice just said true? The family head of a prominent family asked, his voice somewhat hoarse, his gaze fixed on the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master. Everyone else's gaze also converged on him. Tower Master, please enlighten us. The path to becoming an emperor is about to appear. Is this true or false? Facing everyone's questions, the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master remained silent for a while, then sighed. Indeed. Originally, he did not want to reveal these things. Any opportunity spoken of in advance would introduce many uncertain factors. And some things, once spoken, would incur immense karma. However, since Yuan Su had already revealed it, he had nothing to worry about. Even if there was any karma, it could not be attributed to him. It's actually true. An opportunity to become an emperor. Have we finally waited for this day? Around them, a series of rapid gasps immediately sounded, caused by excitement. It was imaginable how shocked this news made them. Just as they were falling into excitement, they suddenly saw a golden light appear in the sky. It quickly caught the attention of everyone in Saint Province. They focused their gaze, and clearly saw that these were the combat power and hidden dragon rankings mentioned in the earlier voice. P.S. My back has been aching these past few days, and the air conditioning has given me dizziness and headaches, leaving me feeling weak all over. As the saying goes, health is the capital of revolution. I apologize everyone, I need to rest for a bit. 501. Reactions from various places. The appearance of these two rankings undoubtedly made the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master lose face. His expression was gloomy, his gaze seemingly penetrating the obstruction of the buildings and settling on the two rankings. Everyone had different thoughts, most of them glancing at the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master out of the corner of their eyes. Upon seeing his gloomy expression, they knew that the star-gazing pavilion's action had thoroughly angered the authority of the Tianji Tower. However, even so, the current Tianji Tower could not pose any threat to the star-gazing pavilion. These rankings. I wonder what the difference is from the previously released rankings. If we look at the names, the star-gazing pavilion still gave the Tianji Tower some face. Although the Qianlong ranking and the Heaven's Pride ranking are quite similar, they didn't use the name Heaven's Pride ranking. It seems this is a contest between two major special forces. Putting everything else aside, the first on the battle power ranking and the first on the Qianlong ranking must be geniuses from our Saint Province. Throughout the Saint Province, people began to discuss. Their words were full of curiosity. Then the two rankings slowly unfurled under everyone's gaze. Everyone focused their attention. Boom! Everyone felt a tremor in their minds. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The first on the battle power ranking is actually an unknown kid. This is impossible. The star-gazing pavilion is too outrageous. I thought the star-gazing pavilion was so powerful, but it seems they've been secluded for too long and their skill has declined. This ranking is simply too absurd. Even if Su Zai was first on this ranking, I would accept it, but what in the world is this Jiang Xie? After seeing the name of the first place on the battle power ranking, a chorus of boos erupted throughout the Saint Province. So much so that they didn't even have the desire to continue looking down. Then they turned their attention to the Qianlong ranking. The Qianlong ranking and the Heaven's Pride ranking were simply different in name. In their opinion, this was the main point, and it could be compared to the Heaven's Pride ranking released by the Tianji Tower. But after they turned their attention to the Qianlong ranking, their gazes became dull one by one. An incredibly absurd feeling emerged in their hearts. Someone laughed out of extreme anger. What a star-gazing pavilion. This is simply ridiculously wrong. It's one thing for the battle power ranking to have that unheard of Jiang Xie as first, but he's also first on the Qianlong ranking. More than that, Jiang Xie of our Saint Province's Jiang family isn't even in the top 3. Is the star-gazing pavilion doing this on purpose, because of its grievances with the Tianji Tower? What kind of wild ranking is this? I only believe in the Heaven's Pride ranking. For a time, countless people in the Saint Province were filled with righteous indignation and anger. Many even felt that the star-gazing pavilion was deliberately targeting the geniuses of the Saint Province because of the Tianji Tower. Otherwise, how could the ranking be so bizarre? Are geniuses from outside even stronger than their Saint Province geniuses? It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but that they had absolute confidence in the geniuses of the Saint Province. Inside the Tianji Tower, the strong cultivators were silent. Although they felt that the star-gazing pavilion's ability shouldn't be that poor, they still found the results somewhat absurd. There was a moment of silence in the tower. Then someone laughed out loud. Everyone, you wouldn't really be wavering, would you? This ranking is simply too ridiculous. That's right, we've never even heard of this Jiang Xie. If he were truly a powerful genius, even if he were from outside, it's impossible that we would have no knowledge of him at all. Someone shook his head slightly, his face full of disbelief. Someone's gaze was deep, as if in thought. It seems the star-gazing pavilion is doing this on purpose. HMPH, this is probably just a facade to make everyone focus their attention on the star-gazing pavilion's emergence. Another person said with an unhappy expression and a cold tone. In short, people from various major forces in the Saint Province expressed doubts about the authority of these two rankings. At this moment, their gazes once again fell on the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master. Lord Tower Master, do you also think this ranking is absurd? How can such a ranking compare to the Tianji Tower's Heaven's Pride ranking? The Heaven's Pride ranking has been released for so many years, and there has never been a single incorrect prediction. The Heaven's Pride ranking is still more convincing. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master frowned tightly, seemingly pondering something. He was thinking, what exactly was the star-gazing pavilion's intention with this move? This ranking was vastly different from the rankings on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Was it really just to attract everyone's attention? Or had the situation outside changed in the past few days? Could it be that something unexpected happened in the St. Yuan secret realm? He vaguely felt that things were not that simple. Based on his understanding of the star-gazing pavilion, they would not do something that would ruin their own reputation. Could it be that the rankings really have changed? The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master realized this problem. After all, since the last Heaven's Pride ranking was released, he had not used Heavenly Secrets techniques to deduce the battle power and talent of the younger generation in the St. Yuan Continent for a long time. But if he were to say that he recognized the star-gazing pavilion's ranking, wouldn't that mean the Tianji Tower was incompetent? If outsiders saw it, they would think that the Tianji Tower was inferior to the star-gazing pavilion in this regard. This was absolutely unacceptable. In a short moment, he thought of many things. After making up his mind, he smiled at everyone and said, "The star-gazing pavilion's ranking is far from the truth." Haha, I knew it. The star-gazing pavilion has been secluded for too long. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master's words undoubtedly gave everyone a shot in the arm, making their worries disappear without a trace. And in the outside world, in the western forest, when that voice came, in a certain building filled with evil chi, Zhu Tian's scarlet eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. He stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Hehe, the great era has arrived, this is my opportunity. Jiang family, Jiang Xie, tusk, I wonder if your blood is delicious. Before his smile could last long, when he saw Jiang Xie's name ranked first on both rankings, his pupils instantly contracted, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Crack! Zhu Tian slammed his right hand on the armrest of the chair, and he immediately stood up, his voice full of disbelief. Impossible! This is impossible! How could that brat Jiang Xie have such terrifying strength and talent? Damn it! Northern desert. On the vast desert, many figures suddenly appeared. Their footsteps were chaotic, their expressions excited, as if they were searching for something. As the great era approached, treasures would gush forth like a geyser, constantly appearing, and this also brought many cultivators to the desert. Southern border, countless cultivators shouted excitedly. A great era had not appeared for a long time. Within some ancient legacies, there were even some individuals who, in pursuit of the Tao, did not hesitate to seal themselves, waiting for the right time to emerge. There were old men whose lives were nearing their end, middle-aged men in their prime, young people whose essence, chi, and spirit were at their peak, and even youths who had not yet shed their childishness. The appearance of the rankings also caused many people to cheer, and the two words Jiang Xie even more so impacted everyone's minds. For those who hadn't gone to Nanyuan City, the name Jiang Xie was still quite unfamiliar to them. And in the Eastern Continent, the degree of shock among cultivators was the greatest. P.S. Family who understands. A few days ago, I went to a banquet and then had diarrhea for 3 or 4 days. I was practically dehydrated. I don't know which dish was poisonous. I'm really grateful. 502, 2-in-1 fake list. Is Su Zai really dead? When the voice of the star-gazing pavilion lord reached the Eastern Continent. Like people from other regions, the major powers and cultivators of the Eastern Continent were all shocked and excited. A great era was about to arrive, bringing numerous opportunities, making many impossibilities possible. The weak had a chance to rise, and the strong faced the risk of falling. In this great era, strength was important, but luck was indispensable. With sufficient luck, even with low talent and weak strength, one could defy heaven and change their fate. If one's luck was too poor, even if they stood above countless others, they could still become ordinary or even perish. With the advent of a great era, everyone has a chance to reach the peak. Our opportunity as ordinary cultivators has arrived. The star-gazing pavilion is actually going to emerge. It seems the great era is truly approaching. At that time, opportunities will gush forth like a geyser, and you and I will both have a chance to step into realms we've never reached before. Throughout the Eastern Continent, excited shouts erupted. The Shengyuan Continent, which had been peaceful for a long time, would be completely shaken by these words. Of course, what shocked the people of the Eastern Continent the most was not just this. It was the accompanying battle power ranking and Qianlong ranking. Are those the newly released battle power ranking and Qianlong ranking? I wonder how they differ from the Heaven's Pride ranking. Someone looked at the two new rankings with curiosity in their voice. Heaven's Pride ranking. How long ago was that released? If you ask me, it's definitely not as accurate as the two new rankings released by the Star-Gazing Pavilion. Exactly. I think that the ones currently ranked at the top might not necessarily be the prodigies from St. Province. Relatively speaking, cultivators from the Eastern Continent naturally hoped that the young prodigies from the Eastern Continent would rank higher. Cultivators from all major powers hoped that the prodigies of their own power would rank higher. With such anticipation, everyone's gaze converged on the two rankings in the sky. Under the watchful eyes of all, the rankings slowly unfurled. What met everyone's eyes were names that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Battle Power ranking first, Jiang Xie. Qianlong ranking first, Jiang Xie. Did I read that wrong? Someone asked, puzzled. Really? The first place on both rankings is the same person. Someone felt it was unbelievable. Who is this Jiang Xie? It sounds familiar, yet I don't recall hearing it before. Someone looked confused. The identical name at the very top of both rankings made people wonder if they had misread it. And the name Jiang Xie left many people puzzled. It seemed rarely heard of. However, due to the name Suzai, it did give everyone a sense of familiarity. Who knows who this Jiang Xie really is? Inside an inn in the Qianyuan imperial capital of the Qianyuan Empire, someone asked. The people nearby exchanged glances but couldn't offer an explanation, all shaking their heads. This left everyone feeling a bit frustrated. Knowing the name but not knowing who the person was prevented their gossiping hearts from being satisfied, which was truly a bit uncomfortable. And the innkeeper of this inn, named Linjiang Inn, upon hearing this name, couldn't help but raise his head and look out towards the inn's exterior. He indeed saw the two characters, Jiang Xie at the top of both rankings, and immediately his body couldn't help but tremble. Jiang Xie, isn't that young lord's name? Linjiang Inn was a Jiang family property in the Qianyuan imperial capital, its main purpose being to gather information from various regions. Several years ago, Jiang Yao, having turned 18 but still lingering in the controlling Yuan realm, was sent here by the Jiang family to be an innkeeper. Jiang Xie's appearance at the Jiang family a while ago had already greatly shocked him. But he never expected that in just over 10 days, Jiang Xie's name would appear at the top of the battle power ranking and the Qianlong ranking. Although he had great confidence in Jiang Xie, he also knew how powerful those prodigies on the Heaven's Pride ranking were. Not to mention Jiang Xie and Zhen Wudi, who ranked above Suzai in the Qianyuan Empire where he currently resided. Jiang Xie ranking first made him feel both excited and proud, yet also very confused. Young Lord, is he really that powerful? That's right, when the Heaven's Pride ranking was last released, Young Lord was probably still in the secret realm and hadn't come out yet, so he wasn't ranked then. Now that the Battle Power ranking and Qianlong ranking have been released, Young Lord has already come out, so he naturally has a ranking. This means that Young Lord's strength was actually higher than those young prodigies to begin with. After much thought, he felt this answer was the most reasonable. As expected of the Young Lord, our Jiang family prodigies are not inferior to anyone. Jiang Yao's heart surged with emotion, feeling invigorated all over. With Jiang Xie as an example, combined with the information conveyed by the voice from the Void Realm just now, he felt that he might also be able to carve out a place for himself in this chaotic world. In a great era, anything is possible. So many people here, yet not a single one knows the background of this Jiang Xie. After his excitement, Jiang Yao noticed the conversations within the inn. He frowned and slowly walked out of the inner hall. He glanced at the people in the inn's main hall, who were guessing about Jiang Xie's identity, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Everyone's horizons are still too narrow. Oh, isn't this the innkeeper? I wonder if you have any insights. A bearded man, hearing Jiang Yao's words, immediately straightened his face and questioned him. The others closed their mouths, stopped what they were doing, and their gazes converged on Jiang Yao with a scrutinizing look. Although Jiang Yao was the innkeeper of this establishment, there were also rumors that he had a powerful background. But his words just now still made everyone feel a bit displeased. Who among them hadn't traveled far and wide, seen much of the world? To be dismissed by a single sentence from him, it was normal for them to feel some emotion. Yes, I wonder if the innkeeper has any insights. Could it be that the innkeeper has some news about this Jiang Xie? Yet, facing everyone's questions, Jiang Yao remained unhurried, pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking it in one gulp before speaking. Have you all perhaps not heard about the young Master Jiang of the Jiang family a while ago? Young Master Jiang, the bearded man's expression froze. He seemed to realize something, saying with a hint of surprise and uncertainty, the Jiang family of the demon sect from before. At this moment, many others also recalled, immediately letting out exclamations of surprise. I think I remember now, there seemed to be such news a while ago. It seems that the young Master Jiang's name was Jiang Xie, wasn't it? No way, is it really him? That's a bit impossible, isn't it? How could this Jiang Xie be so powerful, even surpassing our Qianyuan Empire's Crown Prince Suzai? This was the confusion of many people. Compared to Suzai, Jiang Xie seemed insignificant. His only notable title was being the young lord of a major power. He hadn't accomplished any great feats, nor did he have any memorable points. This was why people hadn't thought of him at all, subconsciously overlooking him. Now that they recalled him, there was a chilling sensation. They composed themselves and continued to focus their gaze on the ranking. Their expressions, however, grew increasingly solemn. By the end, many even slammed their fists on the table, producing a dull thud. What's going on? Why isn't Crown Prince Suzai's name on the ranking? Could it be that the star-gazing pavilion is intentionally targeting our Qianyuan Empire? This is illogical. Crown Prince Suzai, who ranked among the top 3 on the Heaven's Pride ranking, doesn't even have a name on this Battle Power ranking and Qianlong ranking. Fake, this ranking must be fake. Someone must be impersonating the star-gazing pavilion. I don't acknowledge this ranking. For a time, the inn was filled with indignant voices, and not just the inn. The entire Kainyuan Empire, and even all the cultivators of the Eastern Continent, felt a sense of absurdity. Suzai, who ranked among the top 3 on the Heaven's Pride ranking, couldn't even make it to the bottom of this new ranking. This made it hard not to suspect that the star-gazing pavilion was intentionally targeting the Kainyuan Empire, or that the publisher of this ranking was not the star-gazing pavilion at all, but an unknown power impersonating it. Throughout the Kainyuan Empire, even more intense expressions of dissatisfaction erupted. What fake ranking? Without even Crown Prince Suzai's name, who are they trying to fool? The star-gazing pavilion has been reclusive for many years. How could it emerge so easily? This must be an impersonation by another power. The situation of the rankings changed too quickly, leaving them unsure which one to believe. Logically speaking, the later ranking should have more authority than the previous one, and this one was issued by the star-gazing pavilion, which is not inferior to the Tianji Tower in the Tao of Heavenly Secrets. Its authority goes without saying. However, the absence of Suzai's name on both new ranking was unacceptable to many. As a result, most people even trusted the Heaven's Pride ranking more. Throughout the entire Kainyuan Empire, there were passionate voices everywhere. But slowly, as everyone realized something, these questioning voices gradually began to diminish, and in their place, a kind of panic began to spread. Someone recalled the news that had spread a few days ago. Suzai had fallen in the St. Yuan secret realm. Even though the people of the Kainyuan Empire didn't believe it, no definite news had arrived yet. But connecting it to the absence of Suzai's name on this ranking, everything seemed so logical, making people wonder, did Suzai really fall? As more and more people realized this issue, the entire Eastern Continent was shaken. Some powerful individuals who hadn't gone to Nanyuan City frowned deeply, muttering to themselves, what exactly happened inside the St. Yuan secret realm? People from small and medium-sized powers sighed. It seems that rumor is almost certainly true. Elders from major powers were excited. If the Kainyuan Empire loses Suzai, it means one less troublesome opponent for us. Some young prodigies looked bewildered. Is Suzai really dead? If even he died, can we truly protect ourselves in this great era? Although news from Nanyuan City had not yet arrived, the Eastern Continent had already become restless. In a great era, any prodigy with powerful talent was a target for major powers. Strengthening oneself while hindering others from getting ahead, not allowing other cultivators to become stronger than oneself, was the selfishness of all powers, and indeed all people without exception. If there was an exception, it was only because they concealed themselves deeply enough. Suzai's fall was met with sighs and regrets from some, but more often with relief. Inside the Kainyuan Empire's imperial palace, the atmosphere was incredibly somber, ever since the realization that Suzai might truly have fallen. The temperature inside the palace seemed to have dropped significantly. The ministers were dispirited, and the younger generation had lost their usual carefree and playful demeanor. The same was true in the imperial capital. On the bustling streets, for some unknown reason, there seemed to be an indescribable sense of something more. And in this atmosphere, the Jiang family, located on the border of the Kainyuan Empire, was remarkably different. The elders were laughing joyfully, their faces flushed, and the disciples were excited, full of drive. The entire Jiang family was immersed in immense joy. Nothing else, their young lord, had topped both the battle power ranking and the Qianlong ranking. This was an unprecedented feat for the Jiang family in tens of thousands of years, and the strongest prodigy to appear in the Jiang family in tens of thousands of years. Even without waiting for the good news from Nanyuan City, they had already guessed the outcome in their hearts. If it wasn't a complete victory, how could he have achieved this ranking? I never thought our Jiang family would have such a day. Yes, Zier is truly a prodigy rarely seen in ages. Even those guys from Saint Province have been trampled under his feet. I wonder what opportunity young lord obtained in the St. Yuan secret realm this time, and what level of divine power realm his cultivation has reached. I guess, perhaps he could reach the peak of the divine power realm. His tilde, although Zier's talent is outstanding, reaching the peak of the divine power realm at 18 is still too unbelievable. Above the Jiang family plaza, several Jiang family elders discussed matters concerning Jiang Xie with beaming smiles. When it came to Jiang Xie's cultivation, they had differing opinions. They only assumed Jiang Xie's cultivation was still in the divine power realm. After all, only a few people knew Jiang Xie's true cultivation at that time. If they knew that Jiang Xie's current cultivation was neither divine power realm nor domain realm, but had reached the law realm, they would surely be shocked. That young lord is truly amazing. I knew it, with young lord taking action who can compete. Uncle Jiang Xie is too incredible. When I grow up, I want to be like Uncle Jiang Xie too. Sai, I remember back then I used to play with young lord. Who would have thought that after several years, I've climbed one step, but young lord has directly achieved ascension. Who isn't like that? This level of talent is simply enviable. Now, let's see who still dares to look down on our Jiang family. The younger generation of the Jiang family was also filled with emotion, each one excited, their eyes full of admiration. And Jiang Xie was destined to become the goal and pride of countless Jiang family disciples. P.S. My diarrhea is mostly better, but I've started having skin allergies again, acute urticaria. It's been itchy for 2 days and still not fully recovered. Recently, my luck has truly been bad. I'm having such a hard time. 503, 2 in 1 stunned. In Nanyuan City, even before Yuan Su's voice reached the area, the formation covering the entire Nanyuan City had already begun to slowly disappear. Seeing this, people from various major powers prepared to bid farewell. With the St. Yuan secret realm concluded, most people no longer had a reason to stay here. They could already foresee the immense shock that would ripple through the entire St. Yuan continent once the events in Nanyuan City and within the St. Yuan secret realm spread. However, what they hadn't anticipated was that, before the news from here could even get out, Yuan Su's words arrived instead. Following closely behind were the 2 new rankings. The great era is approaching. When Yuan Su's voice reached their ears, everyone's expressions trembled. Stargazing Pavilion. A name both familiar and strange. For so many years, though it had disappeared from the St. Yuan continent, its name had always been widely circulated, still a power that various major forces dared not offend. The power of heavenly secrets was too special, making all forces wary. Stargazing Pavilion has emerged. The great era is coming. The path to Emperor. One word after another echoed in everyone's ears. Countless cultivators in the entire Nanyuan city were in an uproar. Their expressions varied, some excited, some shocked, some bewildered, some fearful. The entire Nanyuan city was in chaos, and the cultivators who had already intended to leave became even more restless upon hearing this news. They were already impatient to spread the news of what happened in the St. Yuan secret realm, and also eager to travel across the continent. In this era where the great era had emerged, if one could seize the initiative and happen to encounter a secret realm or legacy appearing, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity that one could not wish for more. After a brief commotion, the cultivators in Nanyuan City poured out of the city in a rush. They didn't even look at the newly released rankings. Compared to others, they could even guess who ranked first. Therefore, their curiosity about the rankings wasn't great. As the loose cultivators departed, the city instantly became much emptier. Only some people from the major powers remained for the time being. Stargazing Pavilion has actually emerged. Su Wu's expression was solemn. If anyone else had said those words, he definitely wouldn't have easily believed them. But if it was said by the pavilion master of Stargazing Pavilion, and Stargazing Pavilion had emerged, then he had no choice but to believe it. In this case, the Kaiyuan Empire would face even more severe crises and challenges. If they could endure, it would be a great opportunity for the Kaiyuan Empire. If they couldn't, then it would be the downfall of their nation and family. This was not only what the Kaiyuan Empire had to face, but also what all other forces had to face. No progress means regression. Opportunities come with crises. It seems the St. Yuan continent will be completely in turmoil. Jai Wushwang's expression was solemn. Facing the arrival of the Great Era, even though Haoran Sect was a major power in the eastern continent, and even the entire St. Yuan continent, he dared not say they could pass through unscathed. Because there were still many unknown things in this world. Under such circumstances, it was hard to guarantee that some ancient sects and ancient mighty figures wouldn't appear. Even Stargazing Pavilion has emerged. It seems we should also prepare as early as possible. Zhang Fingliu nodded faintly. Being prepared in advance was always better than doing nothing. On the other side, Jiang Xie slowly came before Jai Weiyu and the others. After nodding to them, he looked around and saw that the forces from various regions were all gathered together, discussing something. Clearly, the connections between regions were not yet that close. Big brother, does this great era have many opportunities? Su Yu rubbed his small hands at the side, his eyes shining. Su Dage, do you even need to ask? A great era, it must be full of opportunities. Before Jiang Xie could answer, Li Buku had already expressed his opinion. When Su Yu heard this, it seemed to make sense. But in reality, it wasn't that he didn't know, it was just. He wanted to get closer to Jiang Xie to deepen their brotherly bond. He just wanted to make his big brother feel superior. It was at this moment that both rankings were revealed. Jiang Xie's name was at the very top. Regarding this, Jiang Xie felt no surprise. The people around him also felt no surprise, given the strength Jiang Xie had just displayed. To be honest, if he wasn't first, they would instead doubt the authenticity of these two rankings. What they were more concerned about was no longer Jiang Xie's ranking, but their own disciples' rankings. For the Jiang family and the Qianyuan Empire, Jiang Xie's ranking at this moment no longer stirred much ripple in their hearts. It should be said, they had long expected it and were already numb. Bad guy, I knew you'd be first. Jiayu pursed her lips, looking at the golden ranking with some discouragement. She dreamed of surpassing Jiang Xie, of letting Jiang Xie experience what it was like to be crushed by her. It was just a pity, she probably wouldn't see that in this lifetime. As soon as she thought that she would never be able to defeat Jiang Xie in this lifetime, and would always be suppressed by him, Jiayu felt like crying without tears. Just as she was thinking, she didn't know where her thoughts had gone, her face suddenly flushed, and after staring at a certain spot on Jiang Xie, she quickly lowered her head. Jiang Xie seemed to sense something, and gave her a meaningful look. Beside them, Su Yu and Li Buku also unhesitatingly expressed their admiration for Jiang Xie. Although Jiang Xie wasn't interested in his own ranking, he was somewhat curious about others. He took a quick glance, and it was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Ranking second on the battle power ranking was Jiang Xie, and third was Jiayu. The name of Zhen Wudi, who was originally second on the Heaven's Pride ranking, had completely disappeared. On the Qianlong ranking, Jiayu was second, Jiang Xie third, and Zhen Wudi's name was still not seen. This gave Jiang Xie an indescribable feeling. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Zhen Wudi, and it might be related to the commotion that occurred in the St. Yuan secret realm, but he couldn't be certain. However, Jiayu's ranking surprised him immensely. Judging by this situation, if his two bodies hadn't undergone fusion, he wouldn't even be able to see her tail lights, would he? The person who can activate the statue is indeed not simple, it's just, what is the connection between Yuer and the statue? He had never figured this out. Seeing Jiang Xie muttering something, Jiayu tilted her head with a proud expression and asked, "What's wrong? You weren't scared by my ranking, were you?" As she spoke, she occasionally observed Jiang Xie with the corner of her eye. Jiang Xie recovered and ruffled her head, smiling. Yes, you scared me, but it was also within expectations. HMPH, how perfunctory. Jiayu spat, her face flushed with shyness, then softly added, "Consider yourself sensible." Outside Nan Yuan City, a group of cultivators who had rushed from the Qianyuan Empire all stopped. The sudden voice only made them pause for a moment, but what truly struck them was the name on the ranking. They didn't see the two characters, Su Zai. Immediately, sorrow welled up in everyone's hearts, and they momentarily lost the motivation to move forward. Even though Nan Yuan City was already within reach, they no longer had the courage. Among the crowd, only Old Wu's eyes were bright, and a strong flame of hope ignited in his heart. His gaze was fixed on the two characters Jiang Xie, and he frantically cried out in his heart, "Young Lord! That must be the young Lord! Has Crown Prince Su Zai really fallen? His name isn't even on this ranking. It's over, Crown Prince Su Zai has truly fallen. Sai, it seems everyone doesn't need to continue forward. Everyone disperse, the matter is already set in stone." In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere around them became incredibly low. Many people directly turned around, intending to go back. Most of them were young people, and they were all admirers of Su Zai. It was precisely because of this that they were not afraid of hardship and had rushed here from the Qianyuan Empire, just to verify Su Zai's life or death. Now that they had received the bad news, they naturally had no desire to continue to Nan Yuan City. Not far away, a cultivator who had just walked out of Nan Yuan City saw such a large crowd gathered there, and couldn't help but feel curious. Someone approached them and asked, "Friends, may I ask why you are gathered here?" Immediately someone replied, "We heard that Lord Su Zai had fallen, and we rushed here from the Qianyuan Empire to verify the truth. Now it seems, Lord Su Zai has indeed fallen, and we are now returning home." The person who heard this immediately had a strange expression. That must be news from some time ago. The cultivator also replied, "Precisely, but now it seems Crown Prince Su Zai should have truly fallen." "What do you mean by that?" The cultivator who had just come out of Nan Yuan City looked even stranger. At this moment, someone else in the crowd pointed to the shining battle power and Qianlong rankings in the sky and replied, "Fellow Taoist, look at that ranking. Crown Prince Su Zai's name does not appear on it. So, Crown Prince Su Zai." The cultivator finally couldn't help but laugh. His laughter immediately left the group of people completely bewildered. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing why the cultivator in front of them suddenly started laughing. Old Wu, however, seemed to realize something from the side, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Cough cough. The cultivator cleared his throat, his expression becoming serious, and he assumed the air of a mysterious expert, slowly saying, "Friends, you are unaware. Actually, it's not wrong to say Suzai has fallen, and it's not wrong to say he hasn't. Fellow Taoist, why don't you just speak plainly?" Old Wu couldn't hold back and quickly spoke. "Exactly, fellow Taoist, just speak your mind. You're making my heart itch. I'm already starting to get curious. Did Crown Prince Suzai really not die? But if he didn't fall, why isn't Crown Prince Suzai's name on the ranking?" Those who had originally turned to leave also stopped one by one. In a blink of an eye, the cultivator was surrounded by a crowd. This allowed him to experience the feeling of being the center of attention. "Fellow Taoists, don't rush. You'll know if you look at the name at the top of the ranking." The cultivator seemed to enjoy this feeling very much and said unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, everyone finally looked at that name. Jiang Xie. This name was not unfamiliar to the people of the Qianyuan Empire. Young lord of the demonic path, Jiang family. But what did this have to do with Suzai, the crown prince of their Qianyuan Empire? Isn't it just that the names are a bit similar? Only old Wu became increasingly excited. "Isn't this young Lord Jiang? He's actually first. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. This young Lord Jiang is actually first on both rankings. No way, when did young Lord Jiang become so powerful? This must be fake, right? Crown Prince Suzai's name isn't even there, yet this young Lord Jiang is first." Jiang Xie ranking first greatly exceeded their expectations. It made most of the people present widen their eyes. They couldn't understand why the seemingly ordinary Jiang Xie would suddenly crush all the geniuses. Recalling what the cultivator had just said, a flash of light crossed some people's minds, but they couldn't grasp the key, making them scratch their ears and cheeks in frustration. Just then another voice came from the side. "What's so strange about this? That Jiang Xie is Suzai, so it's normal for him to be first." It was another cultivator who had come out of Nanyuan City and couldn't stand the previous person's pretense, so he directly revealed the answer. Upon hearing this, the cultivators from the Qianyuan Empire present were greatly shaken. Jiang Xie is Suzai. The young lord of the Jiang family is the crown prince of the Qianyuan Empire. For a moment they couldn't even process it, and all of them froze in place. 504. Shocking news. To be honest, they had never considered this possibility. Suzai, Jiang Xie. The two names echoed in everyone's minds, disturbing their thoughts. They felt a mix of bewilderment, panic, and even fear. Bewildered because the crown prince they admired was actually not from the Qianyuan Empire. Panic because if Suzai was Jiang Xie, then wouldn't their Qianyuan Empire lose a top-tier genius? As for fear, it was due to Jiang Xie's ability to incarnate as Suzai and successfully enter the imperial family. This, Crown Prince Suzai, is young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family. Fellow Taoist, you're not joking, are you? At this moment, someone finally couldn't hold back and questioned him with a look of doubt. Many people also cast suspicious glances at the cultivator who spoke. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but it was simply too unbelievable, making it difficult for them to accept for a while. They firmly believed that with Suzai's strength, it was impossible for him to perish within the St. Yuan's secret realm. In fact, at this distance, they could already clearly see the names on the stone tablet in Nanyuan City. They had searched carefully, and indeed Suzai's name was gone. The same was true for the two newly released rankings. If Suzai hadn't died, this wouldn't be possible. But if Suzai died, no, he couldn't have perished in the St. Yuan secret realm. In that case, it seemed there was truly only one possibility left, that Suzai was Jiang Xie. After all, these two names had no other difference besides the surname. However, even though they understood it in their hearts, it was still somewhat difficult to accept it immediately. The cultivator seemed to have anticipated their disbelief and said directly, "Before, like all of you fellow Taoists, I also didn't believe it until the truth was laid out before me, and then I had no choice but to believe it. Suzai of the Qianyuan Empire, his true identity is indeed young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family. This is the truth that was exposed in front of the powerhouses of various forces. How could this be? Is Crown Prince Suzai really the young master of the Jiang family? Impossible, this is impossible. If that were the case, the emperor couldn't have failed to notice. Could it be that the emperor actually knew all along, but if so, why didn't the emperor stop him? I don't believe it. Crown Prince Suzai belongs to the Qianyuan Empire. Right, he's a genius of the Qianyuan Empire, not some young master of the Jiang family." It was like a previously unknown village suddenly having a celebrity appear, bringing immense attention and praise to everyone in the village. Under such circumstances, it was suddenly revealed that the celebrity was not from their own village, but from another. This psychological sense of disparity made it difficult for them to accept it immediately. The originally orderly queue suddenly became chaotic. The cultivator's expression grew increasingly strange. He felt that these people seemed to have misunderstood something. So he continued, "You all don't have to be like this. Although Su Zai is Jiang Xie, it doesn't mean he isn't from the Yuan Empire." Ahem. As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy scene instantly quieted down again. Gaze after gaze once again gathered on the cultivator, making him experience the feeling of being the center of attention once more. "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by that?" a cultivator asked hesitantly, with a hint of anticipation in his tone. Although Jiang Xie is the young master of the Jiang family, but his mother, perhaps, is the missing eldest princess of the Yuan Empire. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a giant rock falling into a calm lake. The surroundings instantly became dead silent. Old Wu could clearly hear the sounds of people swallowing their saliva. Now he was completely free of worry, only excitement. As expected of the young lord, when will I ever reach such a realm? This dispelled the worries in everyone's hearts. Since Jiang Zai's mother was a princess of the Yuan Empire, then Jiang Xie was naturally also a person of the Yuan Empire. In that case, even if he wasn't Su Zai but Jiang Xie, what did it matter? He was still a genius of their Yuan Empire. I knew it. If he really had no connection to the Yuan Empire, how could the emperor not have noticed? No wonder he, being Jiang Xie, could still be favored by the emperor, so he's one of our own. So our Yuan Empire and the Jiang family are allies. No way, I've cursed the Jiang family quite a bit before. This is a case of misdirected anger. From now on, if anyone says the Jiang family is a demonic path force, I'll be the first to disagree. Exactly, the Jiang family is not some demonic path force. Because of Jiang Xie. These people's perception of the Jiang family also improved greatly. Perhaps this was a case of loving the house and its crow. Since there was no more worry, all that remained was excitement. Looking at the name Jiang Xie at the very top of the two new rankings, they felt as if they were looking at their idol. Their eyes shone, and their bodies trembled. I knew it, how could Crown Prince Su Zai not be on this ranking? Who said Crown Prince Su Zai had perished earlier? You scared me quite a bit. Our trip here wasn't in vain. However, the other cultivator who came out of Nanyuan City seemed unwilling to be outshone. As everyone was excited, he threw another bombshell. What's this? You fellow Taoists don't know that not long ago, Lord Jiang Xie alone fought against the sect master of 10,000 Sword Sect, the emperor of Great Yan Empire, the emperor of Red Cloud Empire, and the sect leader of Beast Taming Sect, instantly slaying 3 of them. Silence. The scene suddenly became deathly silent. Compared to the news that Jiang Xie was Su Zai, this current news shocked them even more. One must know, those were the leaders of major forces. Their strength was at least at the domain realm peak. How easy was it to kill them? And to slay them instantly? Not to mention, there were 4 of them. This was impossible for any young generation. Even if the Yuan emperor, who was also a leader of a major force, made a move, he might not be able to instantly kill 4 opponents who were at least domain realm peak cultivators. This news to them was truly a bit heaven-defying. As a result, the scene remained silent for at least half an incense stick's time. In the crowd, old Wu was filled with shock and once again sighed in his heart, as expected of the young lord. I knew the young lord had hidden his strength. This strength is beyond reach. After a slight silence, old Wu seemed to suddenly remember something. His spatial ring flashed, and a notebook and a pen appeared in his hand. His right hand moved slightly, and soon, he wrote down several large characters below. Shengyuan Era, Sovereign Martial Era 421st year, young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family achieved a great victory in the St. Yuan secret realm, slaying 4 leaders of major forces with a wave of his hand in Nanyuan City, shocking the world. Shengyuan Era is the name of this era, while Sovereign Martial Era is the calendar of the Yuan Empire. This book is old Wu's latest work. 505, it's set in stone. If one were to look closely, they would discover that old Wu's notebook also recorded various other events. Such as, in Shengyuan Era, Sovereign Martial Era 418, young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family summoned the Fanchen sword with the Xuanchen sect, slaying a multitude of southern border experts, and saving the Xuanchen sect from dire straits, causing the entire Xuanchen sect to submit. In Shengyuan Era, Sovereign Martial Era 418, young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family transformed into Crown Prince Su Zai of the Qianyuan Empire, astonishing all the ministers in the Qianyuan Imperial Palace. In Zhenyuan Era, Sovereign Martial Era 418, young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family, Crown Prince Su Zai of the Qianyuan Empire, ascended to third place on the Heaven's Pride ranking, shocking the entire nation, and leaving the various sects of the Eastern Continent silent. In Zhenyuan Era, Sovereign Martial Era 421, Crown Prince Su Zai of the Qianyuan Empire emerged from the Qianyuan secret realm, his strength greatly increased. During his coming-of-age ceremony, he ascended the altar to offer sacrifices to the heavens, triggering countless strange phenomena and astonishing the world. The notebook recorded all the attention-grabbing major events performed by Jiang Xie, and the title of this book was Record of the Young Lord's Major Events. It was evident that Old Wu's admiration for Jiang Xie had reached a blind stage. He could be called Jiang Xie's #1 loyal fan. Just as Old Wu finished writing, everyone came back to their senses, followed by a chorus of gasps. Is this real or fake? Those 4 great power leaders were all slain by Crown Prince Su Zai. That's impossible, isn't it? They were all domain realm peak experts. This is a bit unbelievable. Crown Prince Su Zai is only 18, isn't he? How could he easily kill 4 domain realm peak experts? If this is true, doesn't it mean Crown Prince Su Zai's cultivation? They dared not continue their conjectures. To be able to easily kill 4 experts who were at least at the domain realm peak, it meant one must at least have cultivation above the law realm. But Jiang Xie was only 18. Was this truly possible? They couldn't help but cast suspicious glances at the cultivator, but they saw no trace of panic on him. Instead, what they saw was confidence. This forced them to believe that what he said was true. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat strained. Amidst the strange atmosphere, Old Wu was not idle. After putting away his notebook, he left the group and quickly headed towards Nanyuan City. At this moment, a large number of cultivators were still leaving the city gates of Nanyuan City. Inside Nanyuan City, the experts of the various major powers also did not linger much. After a brief glance at the ranking, they already had the intention to depart. For them, the current focus was not on the ranking, but on considering how to obtain more opportunities in the coming great era. People from various major powers left one after another. The St. Yuan secret realm had also completely drawn to a close. Jiang Xie did not forget the ancestor of Flowing Sand Sect who had just helped him. He stepped forward, cupped his hands, and gratefully said, "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance." Although he didn't need help to kill those few people, the fact that the other party stood out showed that he was still worth befriending. The ancestor of Flowing Sand Sect was all smiles, his gaze towards Jiang Xie filled with praise. Jai Wushwang felt a sense of crisis in his heart, fearing that his son-in-law would be snatched away, and he silently moved to stand beside Jiang Xie. The ancestor of Flowing Sand Sect gave him a meaningful look, then smiled at Jiang Xie and said, "This old ancestor hasn't seen such an astonishing and peerless young man like you in a long time. Even the great emperors of old are not as good as you. If all goes smoothly, it won't be difficult for you to attain the Tao and become an emperor in due time." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shaken. Their gazes towards Jiang Xie became even deeper. Yes, the great era was approaching, and the emperor's path was about to open. And Jiang Xie, at such a young age, was already a law realm expert. His strength crushed a multitude of older generation experts, and his talent and potential were extraordinarily high. If one were to say, who had the most hope of becoming an emperor in this era, it was undoubtedly Jiang Xie. This was not a guess, but after an analysis, they had to admit that Jiang Xie was indeed the most hopeful candidate. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Jiang Xie would not perish prematurely. But the question was, who in the St. Yuan Continent could kill Jiang Xie now? Not to mention his law realm cultivation, just the great emperor laws he mastered made it easy for him to challenge those above his level. If he were to combine that with the Fanchen sword, even heavenly king realm experts would not be his match, would they? As for experts above the Saint realm, that was already in completely different level. It was unknown whether such experts even existed in the entire St. Yuan Continent. Considering this, Jiang Xie's breakthrough to the great emperor realm seemed to be a foregone conclusion. After sorting out their thoughts, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Xie changed once again. After the Flowing Sand Sect leader understood the implications, he also gasped in his heart. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that his old ancestor had acted just now, and he also felt a lingering fear about his own short-sightedness. This might be the only opportunity to forge connection with Jiang Xie. If he missed it, and Jiang Xie truly broke through to the great emperor realm in the future, He estimated that he would vomit blood and die, regretting it for a lifetime. After all, this was a favor from a future great emperor realm expert. If this favor was used well, it would be enough to ensure his own sect's safety and prosperous development for tens of thousands of years. The expressions of the others were also varied and strange. Su Wu's eyes gleamed, as if a raging fire was burning within them, wondering what he was thinking. Jiang Fingliu's face showed triumph, subtly excited. The father of a great emperor realm expert, just thinking about it felt thrilling. He seemed to have already envisioned the scene of countless people worshipping him. Jai Wushwang was excited, but his expression grew more solemn. His son-in-law had become a hot commodity, and he felt as though he could be snatched away at any moment. For his daughter's happiness, he decided to keep a close eye on Jiang Xie, not giving him a chance to fool around, nor giving others an opportunity to take advantage. As for Lin Yuanqui, he clenched his fists, feeling that there was hope for the Xuanchen sect's resurgence after its heavy losses. Jai Yu was already captivated. The other disciples were all stunned in place, not yet recovered from the words Great Emperor Realm for a while. Even some cultivators who were still in the vicinity were all frozen in place. Old Monster Huang, your eyes are as sharp as ever. I've long heard of Senior Huang's great name. Seeing him today, he truly lives up to his reputation. Just then 2 powerful voices, one old and one young, suddenly came from the sky, pulling everyone's thoughts back. Looking up, they saw 2 figures suddenly appear in the sky. An old man and a middle-aged man. In their hands, each carried a breathless old man looking quite strange. These were Su Yuan and Jiang Liyan, who had been fighting the 2 great power old ancestors. This was Su Yuan appearing before everyone again, after several millennia. And it was also the first time Jiang Liyan appeared before everyone, with his half-step venerable emperor realm cultivation. 506, the whole audience was boiling. The appearance of the 2 immediately attracted everyone's attention. The reason was simple, the terrifying aura they exuded was immense. It was an aura that even domain realm experts found incredibly terrifying. Even young Master Jiang Xie's aura at this moment was far inferior to theirs. This was enough to show that the strength of the 2 was far more than just law realm. Under the extremely oppressive aura of the 2, for a moment, no one dared to speak. The ancestor of Flowing Sand Sect was first stunned, then his expression became solemn upon seeing the 2. He stepped forward, cupped his hands and said, "This old man, Huang Yuanwu, greets both fellow Taoists." Facing the 2, even as the ancestor of Flowing Sand Sect, he dared not be presumptuous. Not only was Su Yuan his senior in terms of generation, but his strength was also far superior to his. And Jiang Liyan, though not his senior in terms of generation, his strength was also beyond what he could match. Moreover, the 2 corpses they carried were both experts whose strength was not inferior to his. Under such circumstances, he dared not be presumptuous. Hundreds of years ago, I heard that the old ancestor of Flowing Sand Sect in the northern desert possessed a keen wisdom eye. Seeing it now, it truly lives up to its reputation. Su Yuan nodded at him and chuckled softly. Senior Huang has good taste. You also think my Zier has the potential to become a great emperor, right? Jiang Liyan, however, instantly appeared beside Huang Yuanwu and enthusiastically put his arm around his shoulder. This made Huang Yuanwu a bit uncomfortable. He was an old man with not much lifespan left, being embraced by a young, strong man, and the crucial point was that this young man's strength was even greater than his own. It looked awkward no matter how he saw it. But even so, he could only smile and say, "Senior Su, you flatter me. This old man merely went with the flow. May I ask who this fellow Taoist is?" As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Fingliu with a somewhat puzzled expression. Not only did he want to know, but many of the surrounding people who had not yet left also wanted to know. To be so young yet capable of slaying an old ancestor of a major power with heavenly king realm cultivation, it seemed like it had been a long time since such a formidable individual had appeared. However, some people already had a slight guess in their hearts. After all, Jiang Fingliu's eyebrows bore some resemblance to Jiang Liyan's. Just then, Su Wu respectfully stepped forward and called out, "Old ancestor," to Su Yuan. Such a scene, though it caused some reaction, was still within the normal range. It was normal for the Kaiyuan Empire to have such a cultivator. But the next scene, however, surprised many people. Jiang Fingliu slowly stepped forward and respectfully said to Jiang Liyan, "Father." Jiang Xie also stepped forward and called out, "Grandfather." These 2 sentences immediately made the surrounding crowd gasp. They had already guessed that Jiang Liyan was a member of the Jiang family. But they only thought he was some old ancestor of the Jiang family. His youthful appearance was probably due to some secret technique. After all, some old monsters always like to appear with youthful looks. However, they never expected that he was merely Jiang Xie's grandfather, and not some old monster. If that were the case, then his age was indeed not great compared to the age of many venerable Emperor realm experts at present. Rather, he was surprisingly young. No way, this senior is actually just the Jiang family head's father. This means his age is probably only a few hundred years old, right? At such an age among cultivators, he can only be considered a youth. But this senior's strength. At such an age, he possesses the strength to slay the old ancestor of a major power. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. What is the background of this Jiang family? Although it's a major power in Eastern Zhou, its overall strength seems to have always been at a moderate level, right? How could so many prodigies suddenly appear? No wonder there's a genius as astonishingly brilliant as young master Jiang Xie. Turns out the whole family are geniuses. Loud discussions immediately erupted around them. Facing these sounds, Zhang Liyan remained very calm. If he were to reveal the aliases he used during his travel in other places in the past, he probably would make many people around unable to help but scream, right? He and Su Yuan both looked at Jiang Xie with admiration, finding him more and more satisfactory the more they looked. It was as if looking at a peerless raw jade. Although they had already prepared themselves mentally, they still couldn't help but feel excited. Such a genius had never appeared in the history of the entire Shengyuan Continent. It was no exaggeration to say he was the first person since ancient times. The current Jiang Xie already possessed the ability to stand on his own. Those who could kill him on the Shengyuan Continent were few and far between. This also put the two of them completely at ease. As long as he was given enough time, it would not be impossible for him to achieve Dao and become an emperor in due course. At that time, to what extent could the Jiang family and the Kaiyuan Empire reach? Just thinking about it made them incredibly excited. After a period of pleasantries, everyone prepared to leave. Just then old Wu's figure appeared before everyone. The moment he saw Jiang Xie, his expression became excited. Jiang Xie also nodded at him. He could tell what old Wu was thinking at a glance. Similarly, old Wu could understand Jiang Xie's meaning. Everything was understood without words. Amidst a chorus of praises, Jiang Xie and the group boarded the royal grade warship and disappeared from Nanyuan City. From then on, Nanyuan City returned to peace. At the same time, news of Jiang Xie's remarkable feats within the Saint Yuan secret realm continuously spread from the disciples of various major powers. Such as, the genius young master Su Xie of the Kaiyuan Empire is actually young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family. The first person in the history of the Saint Yuan secret realm to break through 900,000 contribution points has appeared. He is young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family. After tens of thousands of years, the record for the top spot on the Saint Yuan secret realm leaderboard has finally been broken. The current number one is young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family. Shocking! Su Xie of the Kaiyuan Empire is Jiang Xie's clone. According to insiders, Su Xie fought a half-step venerable emperor realm monster in the Saint Yuan secret realm to protect other disciples. Ultimately, he managed to slay it with his divine power realm cultivation and the Fanchen sword, but he himself perished in the process. Afterward, Su Xie's contribution points were entirely transferred to Jiang Xie, and only then was the relationship between Jiang Xie and Su Xie known to everyone. Extra, Jiang Xie powerfully killed the leaders of the three major powers in Nanyuan City, incredibly formidable. An insider revealed that young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family's cultivation has likely entered the law realm. An 18-year-old law realm expert has never appeared in the entire history of the Saint Yuan secret realm. Young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family can be said to be the first person since ancient times. Jiang Xie's grandfather is actually a half-step venerable emperor realm expert. The Jiang family is full of hidden dragons. With the spread of this series of news, the entire Saint Yuan continent was in an uproar. It must be said that any single piece of this news was enough to shock the world. Yet they appeared simultaneously. At this moment, Jiang Xie became famous, the Jiang family became famous, and the Kaiyuan Empire also became famous. Zhang Liyan had also become famous. If there were trending topics in this world, it would probably look like this. Shocking, Su Xie is actually Jiang Xie, hot. Oh my god, Jiang Xie actually broke the Saint Yuan secret realm leaderboard record, hot. Discussing what it means for Su Xie to slay a half-step venerable emperor realm monster with divine power realm cultivation. New. Jiang Xie slays the leaders of the three major powers, explosive. Jiang Xie's cultivation has reached the law realm, explosive. The first genius of all ages Jiang Xie, Explosive. A brief discussion on Jiang Xie's grandfather, new. On the decline and fall of the three major powers, new. In short, as more details from within the St. Yuan secret realm spread, the entire continent was shaken. Jiang Xie's great name went from being known in a small city to being known by over 90% of the people across the entire continent. Jiang Xie was completely famous. He became the undisputed top star of the St. Yuan Continent. If one were to walk across the St. Yuan Continent at this moment, one would surely see such a sight. Adults, when scolding children, would say, "You little rascal, you only learn bad things instead of good. If you could ever be as amazing as Senior Jiang Xie, I'd even die for you." Youngsters just starting their cultivation journey would encourage themselves thus. It is said that Senior Jiang Xie's talent was not outstanding when he was young, and he achieved such accomplishments through continuous effort. I will surely be able to be like Senior Jiang Xie. And those youngsters who had already embarked on the path of cultivation would say, "Senior Jiang Xie's talent is far beyond what we can match, but as long as we follow Senior Jiang Xie's footsteps, one day, we will become formidable experts." Older generation cultivators would say, "The appearance of Jiang Xie has made us older generation cultivators lose face. We can't help but wonder, after so many years, have we been cultivating in vain?" The leaders of various major powers would be envious. If our sect had a genius like Jiang Xie, why would we worry about our sect not prospering? In addition to this, Jiang City, the Kaiyuan Empire, and the imperial capital of the Kaiyuan Empire, began to see a large influx of young people. They all came because they had heard various rumors about Jiang Xie. They wanted to witness Jiang Xie's splendor and also see the environment in which that genius youth lived, as well as the trajectory of his rise. Among them, many had already become Jiang Xie's admirers. In the major cities of the Kaiyuan Empire, one could even see countless figures wearing masks. If one looked closely, one would find that the masks they wore were almost identical to the one Jiang Xie had worn previously. Some even carried an ordinary sword, dressed in black, wearing a mask, and shouted at everyone they met, "I am young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family. Why do you not kneel?" The result was that they would be hooded by other admirers of Jiang Xie, taken to desolate wilderness, and either severely beaten, or something indescribable would happen. It is rumored that someone even heard such gasping sounds, "I'll make you Jiang Xie, make you Jiang Xie, ah, so good," accompanied by a painful scream. No one knew what happened, but everyone, by unspoken agreement, felt a tightening in their rear and a pain in their backside. With these precedents, these admirers became much more rational. P.S. My health hasn't been great lately. First I had diarrhea for a few days, then allergies, hives for a few days, and then back pain. I'm truly willing but unable. My apologies, please forgive me. 507. Relics emerge. While the fervor outside remained high, Jiang Xie had already returned to the Kaiyuan Empire with everyone. At the same time, in the northern land, on the only ice sheet in the desert, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled incessantly. Strong winds rose, blizzards assaulted, and accompanied by the sound of immense tremors, the earth suddenly cracked open, and a colossal crystal palace emerged from beneath the ground. Countless ice crystals shattered, and the sky-filling heavy snow obscured people's vision. After the tremors ceased, the blizzard vanished, and the rumbling faded into silence. A massive ice crystal palace already stood majestically on the vast, empty icy land. The palace covered hundreds of feet, with blue light flickering upon it, carrying a strong Tao rhythm and an ancient aura. Hundreds of meters away, a team of dozens witnessed everything. This was an exploration team, having traversed numerous hardships to reach this northern land ice sheet, all to search for an extremely precious spirit medicine, the 10,000-year snow lotus. At this moment, everyone in the team was frozen in place. They had witnessed the appearance of the Crystal Palace and had not yet recovered from the shock. Jiang Xie, a disciple of the Jiang family, was currently part of this team. As all Jiang family disciples turn 18, they set out to gain experience independently, so he had joined this exploration team for his own tempering. At this moment, looking at the scene before him, his mind raced, and taking advantage of the other's stunned state, he quietly slipped away from the group. He instantly disappeared into the vast white snow. That must be a newly appeared ruin. Looking at that palace, it's extraordinary. There must be a great opportunity within it. Jiang Xie muttered to himself as he quickly left the team. He circled around and stealthily positioned himself on the other side. Before long, he heard a series of screams. Jiang Xia's expression was solemn, and he thought, "Luckily, I left in time, or I would have had to fight them too. This opportunity is not something I can take alone. I must quickly send word back to the clan." Thinking this, he immediately sent a message back to the Jiang family, while also hiding and waiting for the opportune moment. In the southern border within a remote, uninhabited mountain range, the earth suddenly trembled, startling many birds and beasts. For a time, beast roars echoed continuously, attracting many cultivators who happened to pass by. They looked over, their pupils immediately contracting, only to see a mountain hundreds of feet high, which, with a violent tremor, suddenly split into two down the middle. As if cleaved by a single sword, a massive gateway also appeared in the fissure. The gate was entirely golden, exuding endless majesty, with strands of Tao rhythm swirling around it, and its aura was magnificent. Is this a ruin or a secret realm? This is a great opportunity. Ali. Northern desert, above the boundless yellow sand. Suddenly strong winds rose, and yellow sand filled the sky. What happened? The Flowing Sand sect members who were on their way back to their sect stopped when they saw this scene. The Flowing Sand sect leader looked solemnly at the gradually appearing anomaly in front of him, and a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. A great era is coming, and various secret realms and ruins will appear. Could it be that a ruin has appeared? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Upon hearing this, the Flowing Sand sect elders and disciples behind him all showed excited expressions. Even Huang Yuanwu focused his spirit, his gaze fixed on the front. If it truly is a ruin appearing, our Flowing Sand sect has seized a great opportunity. After he spoke, the yellow sand in front of them began to flow. Countless yellow sand surged underground, like a long river. A moment later, the yellow sand in that area seemed to have been completely swallowed, leaving a pitch-black hole in its place. A profound, mysterious aura continuously emanated from the entrance of the hole. Such a sight moved all the Flowing Sand sect members. This aura, it has a profound and mysterious feeling. This must be a ruin without a doubt. Everyone, follow me down to investigate, the Flowing Sand sect leader shouted excitedly. The group quickly rushed towards the entrance of the hole. But, just as they reached the entrance, a wave of Tao rhythm emanated, pushing back several domain realm cultivators of the Flowing Sand sect, leaving them stunned. This ruin actually limits the cultivation level for entry. Indeed, these ruins are most likely legacies left by powerful cultivators, and limiting cultivation is to better find suitable inheritors. The Western Forest, deep within the forest where no one dared to venture, a massive and oppressive beast roar echoed throughout the entire forest, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Subsequently, light flickered from deep within the forest, illuminating tens of thousands of miles, as dazzling as a deity descending. What is that? Has a ruin appeared? But it's deep inside, does anyone dare to go? This world never lacks adventurers, especially when they know there's an opportunity. Yet, instantly, most of the cultivators within the Western Forest rushed towards the depths. Within the Blood Demon sect, after Zhu Tian heard the news, his eyes flashed, revealing a bloodthirsty gleam. Jiang Xie, Jiang family, consider yourselves lucky for the Saint Yuan secret realm. With this ruin appearing, once I obtain the opportunity, I will definitely annihilate you. Currently, he was extremely unwilling. Ever since he received news about the Saint Yuan secret realm and Nanyuan city, he was both furious and afraid. He was furious that none of the disciples he sent out this time returned. They all died within the Saint Yuan secret realm. He didn't even need to think to know who was responsible. He was afraid that Jiang Xie's cultivation had already surpassed his own. And the Jiang family even had a half-step venerable emperor realm expert, which greatly exceeded his expectations. As a result, ever since he received the news, he had been constantly on edge, fearing that the Jiang family would come to kill him. With the ruin appearing in the Western Forest this time, he had no choice but to go personally. Firstly, he had a vague feeling that if he didn't leave now, he might face a disaster of annihilation. Secondly, if he wanted revenge now, the only possibility was to obtain an opportunity within the ruin. Otherwise, with the Jiang family's current strength, let alone revenge, it would be good enough to even escape from Jiang Xie's hands. After making his decision, he directly disappeared from the sect and rushed towards the depths of the Western Forest. The Eastern Continent, Far Eastern Sea region. On the calm sea surface, huge waves suddenly surged. A massive whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. Countless vicious beasts from the sea were swallowed by the whirlpool. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, thick dark clouds covered the top of the whirlpool, accompanied by a rumbling thunder. Under the lightning strikes, an island slowly emerged from within the whirlpool. The island floated above the sea, enveloped in a faint blue light like a barrier. Within the barrier, there was a dense mist, preventing anyone from seeing what was inside. Such a commotion naturally could not be hidden from the cultivators by the sea. For a time, countless cultivators were stirred, rushing towards the sea. Within just one day, Anomalies appeared all over the Shengyuan Continent. It was exactly as the star-gazing pavilion had predicted. As time passed, more and more news reached the ears of various major forces. A movement sweeping across the entire Shengyuan Continent was slowly beginning. 508 seized the initiative. New plans. Within a single day, suspected signs of ancient ruins appeared in various locations. As soon as this news spread, it quickly swept across the entire continent. In an instant, all the major powers were shaken. The entire Shengyuan Continent seemed to experience a great earthquake, with countless cultivators looking excited and unable to help but celebrate wildly. All signs indicated that a great era was approaching. Even cultivators with ordinary talent had the possibility of reaching the peak. As time passed, more details emerged after many powerful individuals near the newly appeared ruins personally tested them. For instance, these ruins restricted the cultivator level of those who entered, not allowing anyone above the domain realm. For a time, countless powerful individuals above the domain realm shook their heads and sighed. The major powers immediately took action. They dispatched their disciples to various ruins for exploration, to seize the treasures and resources within the ruins. At the Jiang family, when Jiang Xie received the news, the major powers had not yet learned of the ruins' appearance. He immediately arranged for elders to lead a portion of the family's disciples to the northern land. The northern land was too far away. With the Jiang family's current foundation, it would take at least half a month to reach it. In such time, the opportunities within the secret realm would likely have already been divided among other powers. At this point, they had to use the formation. The current formations on the Shengyuan Continent were all one-way transmissions. Once activated, they would consume a vast amount of spirit stones, using the qi within them to open a void RELM Chinese letter, and construct a transmission channel. It could transport people or objects to the desired location. However, it could only transmit to a general direction, not an exact location. For example, it could transmit tens of thousands of miles to the east. Even if there was a slight deviation from the desired location, it was still much faster than traditional methods. And in the Shengyuan Empire, only the imperial capital had a formation. Even across the entire Shengyuan Continent, there were not many formations. Most of them were controlled by major powers. Furthermore, these formations were remnants from ancient times, and many had already been destroyed during several upheavals. Even among the major powers that currently controlled formations, many had damaged formations, greatly reducing the distance they could transmit. Coupled with the fact that the formation diagrams for formations had been lost in ancient times, there were currently no formation masters capable of repairing or creating formations. This made formations extremely precious. Compared to other methods, activating a formation required an extremely large amount of spirit stones. Therefore, under normal circumstances, major powers would avoid using formations if possible. Among the three great empires in the eastern continent, besides the Shengyuan Empire, the Red Cloud Empire and the Great Yan Empire also had formations, but the formation in the Great Yan Empire had long since ceased to function, leaving only those in the Shengyuan and Red Cloud Empires operational. If it were the Jiang family of the past, setting aside whether Su Wu would be willing to let them enter the Shengyuan Empire's formation. Even the ministers and common people within the Shengyuan Empire would not agree. But now, the situation was vastly different. With Jiang Xie's presence, there was almost no obstruction whatsoever. Moreover, the Shengyuan Empire itself needed to dispatch disciples to various ruins to compete for opportunities, and they would also need to activate the formation. The more powers that came, the less consumption the Shengyuan Empire would incur when activating the formation. One could say that after everyone returned from Nanyuan City, they did not rest. Shengyuan Empire within Shengyuan Hall. Jiang Ligun, Jiang Xie, Jiang Xie, and the rest of the Jiang family, Su Wu, Su Yuan and several imperial princes, along with Jai Wushuang and Lin Yuankui, and the elders from their respective powers brought by Gu Shengxing, were all gathered. Just now, after Jiang Xie received news from the family, he immediately had elders bring some disciples to the Shengyuan imperial palace. At the same time, he informed everyone present of this news. An ancient ruin, or a newly appeared secret realm, could not be monopolized by a single power. Only by joining forces could they seize the opportunity. And almost everyone present was an ally, making it much easier to cooperate. After receiving the news, everyone was first shocked, then they all summoned the elders and disciples from their respective powers. Now, the elders of several major powers had already led a team of disciples through the Shengyuan Empire's formation to the northern land. I didn't expect ruins to appear so quickly, Su Wu said with a hint of excitement, feeling even more fortunate. If it weren't for a Jiang family disciple being there, they might have lost the initiative. Everyone present also smiled slightly. It's just luck. I also didn't expect a Jiang family disciple to have reached the northern land. Jiang Fingliu was also a bit surprised. In his impression, it seemed that the batch of disciples who turned 18 had not left the family long ago. And already disciples had traveled so far. Of course, besides surprise, there was also some relief. Jiang Xie, however, glanced at Gu Shengxing at this moment. Gu Shengxing immediately understood. He placed his right hand behind his back, closed his eyes tightly, and began to deduce. A moment later he opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in the corner of his eye. After smiling slightly at Jiang Xie, he took 2 steps forward. Coming to the center of the great hall, after a slight cup fist salute, he slowly spoke amidst everyone's puzzled gazes. Everyone, I Dongzhou, just received news that besides the northern land, the northern desert, western forest, southern border, and the eastern continent have all experienced huge commotions. It is likely that there is more than just the one secret realm or ruin in the northern land. What? As soon as Gu Shengxing finished speaking, everyone exclaimed in unison. The Haoran Sect elder's expression was solemn, and he couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Fellow Taoist, is what you say true?" The elders of the other major powers also looked at him, with anticipation in their eyes. Only Su Wu, Jai Wushwang and Jiang Fingliu, who knew Gu Shengxing's identity, had a glimmer in their eyes. They did not question him, but instead began to give orders. Second Jiang, immediately send a message back to the family, telling the other elders to bring disciples below the domain realm and above the soul-forging realm. No, anyone whose cultivation base is within this range can be brought. Su Xuan, give the order, let several ministers bring disciples from the imperial palace, whose cultivation base meets the requirements, or people within the palace who meet the cultivation base requirements. Immediately send a message back to the sect, telling several elders to bring people who meet the cultivation base requirements. Give the order. Although Lin Yuanqui did not know Gu Shengxing's identity as a 7 Stars Cave successor, seeing that the others had given orders, he immediately followed suit. The elders of several powers were quite puzzled. They seemed to be wondering why their sect master gave orders without even thinking, and without verifying the authenticity of the news. They wanted to ask, but seeing the serious expressions of the few, they could only temporarily suppress their doubts and leave to send messages first. The great hall was silent for a moment. Then several people revealed excited smiles. I didn't expect that more than one secret realm would appear this time. The news should not have spread throughout the entire Shengyuan Continent yet. We already have the advantage. This is all thanks to fellow Taoist Gu. Haha, we are bound to have a harvest this time. Seeing them chatting happily, Jiang Xie couldn't help but say with a somewhat strange tone, I just don't know how many spirit stones it will cost if this formation is activated a few more times. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings instantly became silent. The few who were originally excitedly discussing all stopped, and their expressions also turned a bit ugly. Just activating the formation earlier consumed nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones, and they were all high-grade spirit stones, although it was split among several major powers. It still pained them a bit. Now they had to activate it 3 more times, this expense. It would be false to say they didn't feel the pinch. At this moment, they could only find some comfort in the ruins. If they could have a great harvest, then spending some spirit stones would be fine. Jai Yu secretly glanced at Jiang Xie from the side, a smile on her lips. She knew that Jiang Xie was still so unrestrained. Coincidentally, Jiang Xie's gaze fell upon her. Jai Yu immediately understood and quietly left the great hall. Along the way, her face flushed again. Her mind couldn't help but start wandering. Why did he give me that look? Why did he want to call me out? Could it be that he wanted to do something inappropriate? But is this really good? But secretly, it seems a bit exciting. Thinking of this, her face became even redder. But before she could get excited, 2 voices came from behind her. Big sister-in-law, wait for us. Jai Yu's steps faltered, and the excitement that had just risen was instantly extinguished. Turning around, it was none other than Su Yu and Li Buku. So he didn't call me out alone. A trace of disappointment flashed in Jai Yu's beautiful eyes, followed by some annoyance, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. This guy, he has no romantic sense at all. After secretly cursing him, she smiled at the 2 and asked, where's Jiang Xie? What, you miss me so soon? Before Su Yu and the other could answer, Jiang Xie's voice already came from behind them. Big brother, did you call us out for something? Su Yu immediately turned and asked. Jai Yu was also a bit curious, vaguely guessing something. Are you thinking of letting us go into that ruin? Precisely. Jiang Xie nodded, and as he walked he said, Within this ancient ruin there might be a great opportunity. With your strength you shouldn't be afraid of people from other powers. It's good to try your luck. Suyu was very tempted. In fact, he already had such an idea. Even if Big Brother didn't say it, I had this intention. We cultivators should grow through tempering. Li Buku was a man of few words, but he also nodded. I also want to go and see. He wanted to improve his strength to avenge his master, so he definitely had to go to this ruin. Jai Waiyu had no objections, but what she wanted to know was what Jiang Xie's plans were. With his cultivation base, he probably couldn't enter the ruins. Jiang Xie seemed to have seen through her thoughts and smiled. As for me, I have my own destination. He planned to see if he could enter the Shengyuan secret realm again. Ever since he understood the truth of this world, his interest in the Shengyuan secret realm had grown stronger and stronger. That was the primitive continent. Perhaps it contained some history of the primitive continent. Before this continent emerged, what exactly happened that caused that continent to fall apart? What other unknown secrets were hidden within? He wanted to know all of this. With his current cultivation base, he could already begin to explore it. If he encountered danger and couldn't win, he should at least be able to run away. 509. Gifts and Plans. Hearing that Jiang Xie had his own plans, Jai Waiyu and the other two felt a little relieved. Although she was somewhat reluctant, in order not to be further outpaced by Jiang Xie, she still had to go to this secret realm. Jai Waiyu also had her own pride. Of course, the other two were the same. As the top geniuses on Shengyuan Continent, it would be fake if they didn't have pride. Jiang Xie already knew they wouldn't refuse, it was just, how would they choose? Thinking of this, he asked curiously, since that's the case, have you three decided where you want to go? The three of them froze. Indeed, they had said they would go, but they hadn't considered which secret realm to visit. Should they go to the same one together, or split up and go to different secret realms? These were all questions they needed to consider. The advantage of going to the same secret realm was that they could look out for each other, and facing dangers would be much easier. However, it would mean less tempering, and less ability to face and resolve crises alone. Together was easier and safer, but alone could better test one's strength and ability. After thinking for a while, Suyu glanced at Li Buku and Jai Waiyu, a look of apology on his face, as if he had made up his mind. He said, Big Brother, I've decided. I want to go to the far eastern sea region for tempering. I might not be able to go with big sister-in-law and brother Buku. Li Buku nodded and said, I want to go to the southern border, the 10,000 mountains, for tempering. Then I'll go to the northern land. Jai Waiyu pondered for a while, and then stated the place she wanted to go. Thus, the three of them were all going to different places. Jiang Xie was not surprised by this. If they were ordinary cultivators, they would definitely choose a more stable method, which would be to explore the secret realm with people they knew, at least for safety. But for geniuses, if there was only one secret realm, they would definitely go together. If there were several secret realms, then they would naturally go to the place they wanted, and they also preferred to temper themselves alone. After understanding their thoughts, Jiang Xie nodded at them. That's good. Since you have all made your decisions, you must be careful in everything. After speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something. With a wave of his hand, 3 items appeared in the air. 2 martial skills, and a beautiful longsword emitting a blue light. They all looked extraordinary. Seeing this, a hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of Jai Waiyu and the other two. Jiang Xie, what are these? Jai Waiyu's gaze was fixed on the longsword, her eyes sparkling. Suyu and Li Buku also looked at Jiang Xie with confusion, their eyes filled with anticipation. They remembered what Jiang Xie had said before entering the treasure pavilion in St. Yuan's secret realm. Big Brother, this isn't for us, is it? Suyu swallowed, a little excited. Although Li Buku didn't speak, his eyes also held a longing. Jiang Xie met their gazes, smiled and said, That's right, these are for you. Do you remember what I said before entering the treasure pavilion? That if I found something suitable, I would help you exchange for it. These are the items I found in the treasure pavilion that are more suitable for you and are not of low grade. Saying that, Jiang Xie took a martial skill in his hand and slowly walked towards Li Buku, saying as he walked, This is an offensive sword technique of Saint grade, named Swift Shadow Sword Art. It can make up for your deficiencies in sword techniques. Looking at the martial skill handed to him, Li Buku's eyes were slightly red, and he felt incredibly moved. Saint grade holy skills, which not many major forces on the entire Shengyuan Continent possessed, yet Jiang Xie just gave one away. To be honest, he had also thought about his own problems in the treasure pavilion. He was deficient in martial skills, especially powerful sword martial skills. Therefore, he had also exchanged for a sword technique in the treasure pavilion, but its grade was far inferior to the one in Jiang Xie's hand. Since Li Buki's demise, This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. Thinking about it now, it was Jiang Xie who had taken him in when he had nowhere to go, and in the East Tower he had also felt things he had never felt before. Now, he had clearly come to regard the East Tower as his second home, and Jiang Xie was even more his great benefactor. Li Buku's hands trembled slightly as he took the martial skill from Jiang Xie, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, big brother Jiang." Jiang Xie patted his shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. "No need to thank me. Li Senior's revenge will definitely be avenged. Keep it up." "I will." When Li Buki was mentioned, Li Buku's expression suddenly became resolute, and he nodded heavily. Suyu watched from the side with extreme envy, and he eagerly stepped forward and asked, "What about me, what about me? This martial skill should be mine, right? What type is it?" Jiang Xie smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't rush." Saying that, he also handed the martial skill to Suyu and said, "To be precise, this is a cultivation technique that can cultivate mental energy. It should be able to reduce some of the side effects caused by your use of the Wrathful Soul Spear, and it is also of Saint grade standard." His tilde, Suyu's eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly took the cultivation technique in his hand, cherishing it. "Thank you, big brother, I was just worried about this. This is great." It wasn't that he hadn't realized the side effects of the Wrathful Soul Spear. Every time he used the Wrathful Soul Spear, he felt as if he had forgotten something. At first, he didn't think much of it. But later, repeated facts proved that the side effect of using the Wrathful Soul Spear was forgetting things. Fortunately, for now, what he forgot should still be some less important things. But one day, as his use of the Wrathful Soul Spear increased, the things he forgot would definitely become more and more important. This was a result he did not want to see. Therefore, he had always been troubled by this. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of cultivating a cultivation technique that could enhance mental energy. But such cultivation techniques were simply too rare and too precious. Even in large forces, they might not have them. Even if they did, the grade wouldn't be high enough to have much effect. The cultivation technique, Jiang Xie, gave him simply solved his urgent problem. It had a huge effect on the improvement of his mental energy, and could also reduce the side effects brought by the Wrathful Soul Spear. At this moment, Suyu's heart was filled with nothing but gratitude. Big brother's strength is all-encompassing. It seems I can only be the second strongest in the world. No, there's also big sister-in-law, so I'll reluctantly be the third strongest in the world. He thought this to himself, then bowed deeply to Jiang Xie again. He said solemnly, "Big brother, my gratitude is too great for words. If you ever need me for anything, just say the word." All right. Jiang Xie smiled, and then he picked up the longsword and walked to Jai Yu's side. Under Jai Yu's gaze, he took her hand, placed it on hers, and whispered, "This sword is a top-tier sacred artifact, carefully chosen for you. See if you like it." Jai Yu only felt the warm current flow through her heart. Speaking of which, her original sword was only king-tier weapon. Although it was already a decent weapon, compared to a sacred artifact, it was a world of difference. Is he worried about my safety? But I already have one, and I'm not weak, okay? Although she had her own pride. But seeing Jiang Xie care about her, Jai Yu couldn't help but feel happy. She smiled faintly, uncharacteristically not being arrogant. "As long as it's from you, I'll naturally like it." "You a tilde." Suyu and Li Buku suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. "Brother Buku, let's go first. I feel the wind around us is getting a bit strong," Suyu said softly, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. Li Buku nodded and said, "I also feel like the wind around us has grown much stronger. Let's go back to the main hall first." After speaking, the two walked together towards the main hall. Not to mention the two of them, even Jiang Xie was a little surprised. This usually arrogant girl could actually say such words. It made him quite unaccustomed. Jai Yu also reacted only after she spoke, her face instantly flushed with shyness, and she stomped her foot angrily. "Don't misunderstand, I just, seeing how hard you tried to please me, I just wanted to give you some encouragement." With that, she also walked towards the main hall, leaving Jiang Xie looking bewildered. Jiang Xie stood rooted to the spot for a long time before he burst into a wry laugh. This girl, she's still the same. When he returned to the main hall, the three had already explained their respective ideas, and had gained the approval of their respective forces. Of course, Jiang Xie also saw Lin Maoyan talking to Lin Yuankui. He certainly hadn't forgotten this young girl who followed him. It's just, Lin Maoyan's situation was a bit special. Although her talent was strong, there was still a gap between her and Jai Yu and the others. And unlike the three of them, she didn't have a king-tier weapon on her, lacking certain self-preservation methods. If she were to go into the secret realm that appeared in the northern desert, it would be relatively dangerous without anyone to look out for her inside. Therefore, Jiang Xie was thinking about whether to let her go with Jai Yu. Thinking of this, he glanced at Jai Yu. Jai Yu seemed to understand his thoughts, and turned to walk towards Lin Maoyan. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, they seemed to have reached some agreement, and smiles appeared on their faces. Jai Yu even winked at Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie understood at a glance that she had already settled it. This way, there was nothing to worry about. After a while more discussion in the main hall, Jai Yu and the other three left with the crowd. They wanted to use the teleportation array to rush to the secret realm before the news completely spread, otherwise, they would lose the initiative. Soon only Su Wu, Jiang Fingliu, Jiang Ligun, and Su Yuan were left in the main hall. Jiang Ligun and Su Yuan had been sitting aside playing chess from the beginning, as if they didn't care at all about the discussions that had just taken place. Everyone else had also automatically ignored their presence. After all, the thoughts of big shots were not so easy to fathom. Zier, what are your plans? After a moment of silence in the main hall, Su Wu spoke. At his words, Jiang Ligun and Su Yuan simultaneously stopped their movements and listened intently. Jiang Fingliu also quietly looked at Jiang Xie, wanting to hear his thoughts. Jiang Xie had nothing to hide and said directly, I plan to continue entering the Qianyuan secret realm to have a look. Qianyuan secret realm. Everyone looked puzzled. Su Wu even explained, the Qianyuan secret realm is indeed a good choice, but the Qianyuan secret realm is not something you can enter whenever you want. I told you when you last entered the Qianyuan secret realm that the last time the Qianyuan secret realm opened was 10 years ago. Similarly, to open the Qianyuan secret realm again now is also. Jiang Xie actually knew this. He also didn't plan to enter by conventional means. Since he was able to come out of the Qianyuan secret realm with the heavenly Dao sword last time, he would certainly be able to enter from the outside with the help of the heavenly Dao sword. 510. Imperial Power. Zier, could it be that you have a way to get in? Su Yuan, who was playing chess on the other side, couldn't help but speak, a hint of curiosity on his face. It wasn't just him, everyone around them was curious. How could he enter the Qianyuan secret realm again? Jiang Xie smiled, spread his hands and said, since I could come out when the Qianyuan secret realm was closed, what's so difficult about going in? Besides, don't forget, I have the Fanchen sword. When the Fanchen sword was mentioned, everyone was momentarily stunned. Just then Jiang Fingliu lightly slapped his head and realized, I almost forgot, Zier is still the Fanchen sword master. Only then did everyone remember that Jiang Xie was still the Fanchen sword master. The strange thing was that Jiang Xie usually didn't carry the Fanchen sword. Recently, he had only been carrying that heavy sword on his back, which caused everyone to temporarily overlook the fact that he was the Fanchen sword master. With the power of the Fanchen sword, perhaps, he really could enter the Qianyuan secret realm again. With the power of the Fanchen sword, it is indeed possible. Su Yuan nodded silently. Jiang Ligun, who was playing against him, stood up, and with a flicker of his figure, he was behind Jiang Xie, carefully examining the heavy sword on Jiang Xie's back. He would frown from time to time, stroke his chin from time to time, and his eyes would occasionally show a look of contemplation. Jiang Xie was startled by his action and bracing himself, dared not speak or move. However, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Could it be that grandfather sensed something? The others in the hall were also quite curious, and they were also guessing in their hearts, could it be that this heavy sword had something special about it? Father, is there anything strange about Zier's sword? After hesitating for a while, Jiang Fingliu still asked. Jiang Dayu, do you have any doubts? Su Yuan also came behind Jiang Xie at some point and examined it with Jiang Ligun. Upon closer inspection, he let out a soft exclamation. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Although this heavy sword appears to be nothing special, upon closer inspection, it actually contains a hint of the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth, which is truly strange. This was also the first time Su Yuan had observed this heavy sword so closely, and he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Jiang Ligun kept frowning, not knowing what he was thinking. This sword seems similar to a sword I saw in an ancient text before, but I can't remember its name for a while. This was what he was pondering deeply about. Before he went into seclusion, he had traveled all over the Shengyuan Continent, seen many things, and read many ancient texts. He had seen too many and too varied things, so he only had a faint impression in his mind, but he really couldn't remember the specifics for a while. All right, I'll come clean, this is actually a sacred artifact. Seeing that Su Wu and Jiang Fingliu also showed a tendency to approach, Jiang Xie couldn't hold back and quickly said. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. One must know that sacred artifacts are extremely rare in the current Shengyuan Continent. The entire Qianyuan Empire probably couldn't even produce two. This then dispelled everyone's doubts. No wonder only a weapon of sacred artifact level could possess such a Tao rhythm. Su Yuan slowly nodded. Although Jiang Lihan felt that there was nothing unreasonable, he always felt that something was not quite right. Su Wu, on the other hand, laughed heartily, as expected of Zier to be able to obtain a sacred artifact, whose luck can compare to this. Jiang Xie silently wiped the sweat from his palms, a sigh of relief in his heart. If he didn't speak up, he was afraid he would really be exposed. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell them, but it was truly too shocking. One person alone, possessing two famous artifacts. If this were to spread, it would probably attract some unnecessary trouble. Now is a time of many troubles, so it's better to keep a low profile. It wouldn't be too late to let them know, after his strength became stronger. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Jiang Xie planned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the hall door not far, he saw Su Xuan walking towards the hall from the other side. Seeing Su Xuan's solemn expression, Jiang Xie couldn't help but stop and turn back. Reporting to Old Ancestor, Emperor, news has come that the imperial capitals of the Great Yan and Hongyan empires have been enveloped by a blood-colored barrier, and it is unknown what changes have occurred within them. Now, the entire Great Yan and Hongyan empires are in a state of panic. We don't know how we should act. As soon as Jiang Xie stepped into the main hall, he heard Su Xuan's voice. Enveloped by a blood-colored barrier. He murmured, frowning slightly. His intuition told him that this was not a good thing for the Kaiyuan Empire. He even vaguely felt that danger was about to descend. Inside the hall, Su Wu also had a solemn expression, and he said in a booming voice, "Have you found out the reason?" Reporting to Emperor, the reason is unknown, and we cannot ascertain it for now, Su Xuan said directly. The emperors of the Great Yan and Hongyan empires have already been slain by Zier. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. What is this blood-colored barrier? Zhang Fingliu's face was puzzled, and he continued, "Could it be that some changes we are unaware of have occurred within the two empires? With the great changes in heaven and earth now, it is indeed possible for changes we are unaware of to occur," Su Wu said in a deep voice. Su Xuan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Then, Emperor, should we still proceed with our actions? The enemy situation is unclear, and the situation is chaotic, so it is indeed difficult to act." Su Wu pondered for a while and said, "Let's postpone this matter for now." Ever since the emperors of the two empires fell, he had always wanted to send troops to attack and completely conquer the two empires, unifying the Eastern continent and recreating the hegemony of the former emperor. However, now that things had changed, acting rashly could very likely cause some unnecessary losses. At this moment, Su Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. "Zier is going to enter the Kaiyuan secret realm, and I, as his Tao protector, have nothing to do. Since that's the case, I will go and see what exactly happened in the imperial capitals of these two empires another day. Count me in, I'm free anyway, and it's not bad to find some fun," Jiang Lihan also said with a smile. Su Wu's expression brightened and he said, "With Old Ancestor and Senior Jiang, it would be the best thing." Hearing this, Jiang Xie also walked out. Everyone was not surprised by this. Zhang Fingliu looked over and asked, "Does Zier have any other important matters?" Jiang Xie nodded. He thought about it. If he just went to the Kaiyuan secret realm like this, he would still be a little uneasy. He always had a bad premonition in his heart. He felt that he must make thorough preparations before he could enter the Kaiyuan secret realm to explore without any distractions. After all, he didn't know how long this trip would take. He waved his hand, and in an instant the entire hall was filled with imperial might. The immense pressure made it almost impossible for the few people in the hall to breathe. Extreme shock appeared in everyone's eyes. Zhang Lihan and Su Yuan were no exception. Everyone's expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. They exclaimed in unison, "Imperial might, how is this possible?" Fortunately, the immense imperial might only lasted for a moment before receding, preventing the few people from being too disheveled. But now they couldn't utter a single word. As if under a stasis spell, they stood rooted to the spot like puppets on a string. Their pupils instantly constricted, and their whole bodies trembled. Only because, in front of Jiang Xie, a figure appeared. To be precise, it was a corpse. A corpse, surrounded by imperial might and lifelike. 511, Emperor Kaiyuan. The corpse of Kaiyuan Great Emperor just sat quietly in the air above the main hall, and even though the emperor's might on his body had been restrained, it still caused the entire imperial palace to tremble. At this moment, all the Su family members in the imperial palace simultaneously felt an indescribable sensation. It seemed as if some bloodline bond had awakened. A feeling of both excitement and trepidation gradually spread in their hearts. What happened? Why do I suddenly feel a palpitation? In a corner of the Imperial Palace's library pavilion, Su Nian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, his face completely devoid of its usual ease. His gaze involuntarily turned towards Yuan Hall, wondering what he was thinking. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from the library pavilion. In an unnoticed corner of the Imperial Palace, within an inconspicuous building, Su Xian suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of solemnity on his face. What's going on? Why is such a powerful aura appearing in the Imperial Palace, and this aura is so strange? Originally, as Su Yu's Dao protector, he needed to stay by Su Yu's side at all times to protect him. But, on the way to the Saint Yuan's secret realm, he met Su Yuan, who with a wave of his hand indicated that his presence was sufficient. He was then told to return to the Imperial Palace to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Thinking that Su Yuan was not only the current old ancestor of the Yuan Empire but also possessed considerable strength, and with him present, there was no need to worry about Su Yu's safety, Su Xian returned to the Imperial Palace. However, he never expected that something would actually happen. It's just, this feeling is always a bit strange. At the same time, in another secret chamber within the ancestral temple, Su Hong also opened his eyes. And the other 6 people in the other secret chambers also opened their eyes. Their eyes all held a hint of doubt and confusion. This aura was simply too attention-grabbing for them. The next moment, they appeared almost simultaneously outside the ancestral temple. They were not surprised by the appearance of the others, exchanged a glance, and then headed towards Yuan Hall. Underground in the Imperial Palace, within a pitch-black secret chamber, there were 3 crystal coffins, one of which was already open. And the other 2 also began to vibrate slightly at this moment. Third sister, did you sense the aura in the Imperial Palace? I sensed it, big brother. This aura seems to carry our Su family's bloodline power. Your feeling is not wrong, this is indeed the aura of our Su family's bloodline, and this bloodline power far surpasses yours and mine. Just now, there seemed to be an emperor's might as well. Could it be our Su family's great emperor realm old ancestor? The 2 coffins suddenly fell silent. The aura had flashed and disappeared, and although they had many questions, they couldn't get much useful information. As the only surviving venerable emperor realm cultivators of the Su family, their lifespan was not much, and each time they emerged, they had to consider carefully. Therefore, even though their hearts were stirring, they still held back. After a while, a voice came from within the coffins again. Second brother is still outside, right? If anything important truly happens, he will notify us. For now, let's just endure it. Big brother is right. Let's wait for second brother's news. Okay. And before they acted, inside Yuan Hall, Su Yuan and the other 2 were already stunned in place, their expressions blank, their eyes bloodshot, and their faces filled with extreme shock. This is. The moment he saw this body, Su Yuan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. He only felt his entire bloodline throbbing, with a sense of bloodline suppression continuously emanating from deep within his body. It was as if he had seen a heavenly god, and he couldn't help but want to submit. Most crucially, the appearance of this corpse was almost identical to the portrait of the old ancestor stored within the family. The first Yuan emperor, who founded the Yuan Empire. Although logic told him this was impossible, the various sensations coming from his body forced him to believe. This was probably the old ancestor's corpse. Compared to Su Yuan's shock, while Su Wu was also very shocked, his expression was much better. Earlier, Jiang Xie had already told him about the existence of the old ancestor's corpse. Although he was shocked at this moment, it was also within his expectations. He also somewhat understood Jiang Xie's intention in bringing out the old ancestor's corpse now. It was likely related to the anomalies in the Great Yan and Red Cloud empires. Jiang Fingliu and Jiang Liyun were also very shocked, standing silently to the side, unable to speak. They also hadn't expected that one day, they would actually be able to witness the corpse of a great Emperor Realm expert with their own eyes. That was a genuine great Emperor Realm expert. Even after perishing for many years, the Emperor's might emanating from him could still easily crush many cultivators below the law realm. Jiang Liyun was very clear that even a venerable Emperor Realm expert like him would not dare to easily touch the corpse of a great Emperor Realm expert. One careless move, and he would be severely injured by the Emperor's might on his body. Of course, for the Su family members, this impact was much smaller. Zier, this is. Su Yuan looked at Jiang Xie, his voice already trembling. Jiang Xie smiled and directly said, Old ancestor guessed correctly, this is the corpse of Yuan Great Emperor. hissed Tilda. Despite being mentally prepared, Su Yuan still couldn't help but gasp. It really is. It really is the old ancestor. Su Yuan's face showed both excitement and unconcealed sadness. His tone gradually grew agitated. Old ancestor, still perished. According to family historical records, Caiyan Yuan old ancestor was at his peak, but disappeared while exploring a secret realm. The disciples throughout the family searched for countless tens of thousands of years, but never found any news of Caiyan Yuan old ancestor. If old ancestor hadn't entered that secret realm back then the tragic situation of our Caiyan Yuan empire thousands of years ago might not have occurred. Now, although there is news of old ancestor, I never thought it would be such a sight. By the end of his words, Su Yuan was already in tears. Actually, old ancestor's corpse has always been within the Caiyan Yuan secret realm, but it is us, the younger generations, who are incompetent. For so many years, we have entered the Caiyan Yuan secret realm countless times, yet we couldn't find any news of old ancestor. Instead, it was Zier who helped us retrieve old ancestor's corpse. Su Wu's face was filled with shame. He himself had entered the Caiyan Yuan secret realm, yet he hadn't received any news of the old ancestor. This was truly inappropriate. Caiyan Yuan secret realm. Su Yuan suddenly turned back to stare at Su Wu, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. He seemed to not have expected that the old ancestor's corpse would actually be within the Caiyan Yuan secret realm. He staggered a few steps, his expression somewhat blank. So that's how it is. That secret realm. Is it the Caiyan Yuan secret realm? He seemed to understand. He understood why the Caiyan Yuan secret realm became the Su family's property, and why only those with the Su family bloodline could enter the Caiyan Yuan secret realm. All of this was because of Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor. He secured a precious fortune for his descendants, but also perished within it. Jiang Liyan and Jiang Fingliu had been listening quietly by the side, remaining silent, feeling shocked by this hidden secret. And Su Xuan, who had come to report the news, was already so shocked that he hadn't recovered yet. His gaze had been fixed on Jiang Xie, as if he was seeing him for the first time. After Su Yuan understood, he felt somewhat relieved, and the look in his eyes towards Jiang Xie was full of affection. Zier, thanks to you, we were able to welcome back old ancestor's corpse. You're too kind. Jiang Xie slightly cupped his hands, then stated his purpose. Just now I heard Lord Su say that anomalies occurred in the Great Yan and Red Cloud empires. I was afraid that something might happen during the Caiyan Yuan secret realm period. Therefore, I released old ancestor's corpse. Saying that, he took out the sheepskin scroll that was in Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's spatial ring. It recorded some of Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's instructions during his lifetime, and he had already read it. He then directly unfolded it above the main hall for everyone to read. The moment the sheepskin scroll was opened, everyone present except for Jiang Xie shifted their gaze to it. At the same time, outside Caiyan Yuan Hall, as soon as Su Nian landed, 8 figures followed behind him. Upon seeing these people, his expression became even more solemn. Su Nian simply greeted them, then looked towards Caiyan Yuan Hall. The other 8 also stopped uniformly outside the hall, already feeling the immense pressure emanating from within the hall. They exchanged solemn glances, then walked together towards the hall. The moment they stepped into the main hall, everyone's pupils suddenly constricted at that instant. 512, 2 in 1, where did this outsider come from? This is the pillar of our Su family. The gazes of the 9 people, without exception, gathered on the body radiating emperor's might in the center of the main hall. A feeling of disbelief also arose in their hearts. The appearance of that body, and the feeling emanating from it, all told them one fact. That was the old ancestor, Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor. Their eyes trembled, their bodies swayed, their expressions alternating between excitement, shock, and sorrow. This is the old ancestor's corpse. Su Nian's eyes were dull, and his tone was somewhat hesitant. If one were to speak of the old ancestor in the history of the Caiyan Yuan Empire, it was undoubtedly the founding old ancestor, Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor, whose whereabouts had been a mystery for so many years. Every generation had searched for traces of Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor, but they could only find fragmented information. Where he ultimately went, no one knew. This also led many of the Su family to believe that Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor might still be alive. Now, although they had seen the old ancestor, he was in such a state. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Leaving aside the reactions of the few on the other side, after Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's last words unfolded in the air, everyone's attention, except for Jiang Xie, was drawn to them. I am Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor. My friends and I, by chance, entered this secret realm. I originally thought that with the cultivation of the 3 of us, venturing into this secret realm would be no problem. However, I never expected the dangers within to far exceed our imagination, and after searching for a long time, we couldn't find the way out. During our exploration, we accidentally glimpsed this heavenly ladder, and so we climbed it together. These words left by Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor unveiled a history they had never understood. They also made them understand the reason for Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's ultimate demise. A great emperor realm expert was actually trapped in a secret realm and died of melancholy. Only then did they realize how dangerous the Caiyan Yuan secret realm truly was. Su Yuan, Su Wu, Jiang Fingliu, and Jiang Lian all gasped in unison. Especially Su Yuan and Su Wu, who had previously entered the Caiyan Yuan secret realm, felt a chill shoot straight to their heads. Even a great emperor realm expert like Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor could perish inside. Their ability to exit at that time was already incredibly good luck. Jiang Xie had already read it, so he didn't continue reading. He immediately noticed the 9 people who had entered. He looked over, his heart tightening. Aside from Su Nian, Su Xian, and Su Hong, whom he had already met, he hadn't seen any of the other 6. But judging from the qi emanating from them, they were likely heavenly king realm and above experts. Were the hidden big shots of the Caiyan Yuan Empire all here? Well, it was normal for Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's qi to attract them. Since he saw them, he should at least greet them right. Not knowing their specific names, Jiang Xie stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Junior Jiang Xie greets all seniors." His words immediately brought the silent crowd back to their senses. Su Nian, Su Xian, and Su Hong were fine. They smiled and nodded at him. The others, however, frowned. "Jiang Xie, not a member of my Su family." A white-haired old man's sharp gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie frowned slightly, clearly feeling a sense of oppression. If he's not from my Su family, why is he in Caiyan Yuan Hall? Why are there other Jiang family members? My Su family's great emperor's corpse is here. How can outsiders be allowed to snoop around? Yet, in their view, only members of the Su family should be in Caiyan Yuan Hall now. The matter of Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's corpse returning to the Caiyan Yuan Empire, absolutely, could not be known by outsiders. Otherwise, who knew what troubles might arise? Upon seeing the situation was not right, Su Nian and the other 2 immediately blocked the crowd. "Everyone, this is not an outsider. Do not act rashly," Su Xian said in a deep voice. After all, Jiang Xie was his granddaughter's son. How could he be an outsider? With second old ancestor here, does he not know better than you whether he is an outsider? Su Hong also spoke, his gaze constantly vigilant. He was truly afraid that the few would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. If it were normal times, it wouldn't matter. With Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's corpse appearing, the situation naturally became more serious. The other 6, upon hearing this, did not act rashly. They looked over and indeed saw Su Yuan's figure. Previously, their attention had been completely drawn to Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's body, so they hadn't paid much attention. Their eyes narrowed, and they immediately began to bow in salute. "We greet second old ancestor." Su Yuan had actually noticed their arrival long ago, but his attention was entirely on Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's words, so he hadn't acknowledged them. Now he turned around and said in a calm tone, "No need for formalities." As the crowd stood up, they saw Su Yuan look at Jiang Xie, and a smile immediately appeared on his serious face. "Zier, come here, don't mind them." Such an attitude directly caused the 6 people's minds to short-circuit for a moment. This, the old ancestor's attitude towards them, was not as good as that of a young man named Jiang. What on earth was going on? Not to mention the 6 of them, even Su Xian was deeply shocked. Although Jiang Xie's talent was good, it wasn't enough to warrant such an attitude from the second old ancestor, was it? He felt even more regretful in his heart. If he hadn't been prejudiced back then, perhaps he would have been Jiang Xie's Dao protector now. Su Nian and Su Hong were also deep in thought. The second old ancestor's attitude towards Jiang Xie seemed to have improved too much compared to before. What exactly happened in between? Jiang Xie naturally didn't know their thoughts. He cupped his hands to the few again, then came to Su Yuan's side and whispered, "Old ancestor." "Good, good, excellent." Su Yuan's eyes were full of admiration, and he said "good" 3 times. He was beaming with excitement at this moment. Jiang Xie had given him too many surprises and unexpected delights. Not only was his talent outstanding, and his strength extraordinary, but his heart nature was also steady, and even his luck was extraordinary. On the path of cultivation, he had everything he needed. He seemed to see a great emperor expert rising steadily, sweeping away all minor figures with an invincible posture. If anyone were to attack Jiang Xie now, even if they were from the same clan, he would not show mercy. Second old ancestor, this. The old ancestor who had just spoken to Jiang Xie was full of confusion, feeling that Su Yuan was too, protective of this young man named Jiang. Su Wu, Jiang Liyun, and Jiang Fingliu were all watching the show with the mentality of not caring how big the trouble got, silently observing from the side. Anyway, with Su Yuan, the old ancestor, present, they didn't need to speak. Things had become interesting. As for Su Xuan, who had the lowest status among everyone present, he had already run to the corner to stand. Now, he had completely lost his chance to speak. At the same time, Su Xian had been signaling Su Wu, also wanting to know why Su Yuan's attitude towards Jiang Xie had changed so much in less than 2 months. And where did the old ancestor's corpse come from? Unfortunately, Su Wu was enjoying the show at the moment and deliberately ignored his gaze. This made Su Xian feel a surge of anger. This brat, with the second old ancestor by his side, he wasn't even afraid of his own father anymore. He mused that he still had to find an opportunity to beat up Su Wu. To let him know that even with the old ancestor present, he couldn't protect him. Do you think I'm too protective of him? Do you think he's not a member of my Su family? Su Yuan withdrew his smile at this point, looking at them calmly. The few didn't speak or refute, clearly acquiescing. Indeed, Zier is not a member of my Su family, but a member of the Jiang family. When this sentence came out, Su Wu and the others naturally showed no surprise. Su Xian, Su Hong and Su Nian, who knew some inside information, were also the same. Only the 6 Su family experts, who had just emerged, frowned even deeper. They wanted to speak, but they held back. Because they knew there was more to come. Otherwise, the second old ancestor would not allow outsiders to be here. As expected, the next second, Su Yuan continued. Although he is not a member of my Su family bloodline flows in his veins. War, you explain it. Su Wu was stunned, then immediately stepped forward a few paces, bowed to the elders and then explained. Zier is Yanner's offspring. Yanner, everyone frowned. Su Xian immediately spoke up, that's my granddaughter. So that's how it is. The few suddenly understood. No wonder he could appear in this grand hall. It turned out he was, in essence, one of their own. However, this was not enough to completely dispel the questions in their hearts. Su Yuan took in their expressions, and naturally knew what they were thinking. He snorted coldly and admonished, just now, I saw that you seemed to want to lay hands on Zier. Second old ancestor, a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. The old man who had targeted Jiang Xie immediately shook his head, and the others also waved their hands, saying, Second old ancestor, we were presumptuous just now. I say this not to blame you, but to warn you not to underestimate anyone. Su Yuan's words clearly carried a deeper meaning. What does second old ancestor mean by that? Su Xian glanced at Jiang Xie, who was looking down, and truly couldn't see any changes compared to before. Because of the Fanchen sword, Jiang Xie's cultivation could not be seen by ordinary people, unless he actively revealed it. And the news from the Saint Yuan's secret realm had only recently reached the Yuan Empire, and the few had been in seclusion in the ancestral hall, so they didn't know much about Jiang Xie's strength. Even Su Xian and Su Hong's impression of Jiang Xie's strength remained at the Yukong realm level. Even if they guessed higher, they estimated Jiang Xie's current cultivation to be only at the divine power realm, so why would he make Su Yuan say what he just said? Their doubts did not linger for too long. Su Yuan's face rarely showed a hint of a smile, and he said somewhat proudly, It's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but if you were to truly fight, you might not necessarily be Zier's opponent. The 9 people's eyes widened in unison, their faces filled with surprise. Su Xian finally couldn't hold back and blurted out, Second old ancestor, are you all right? As soon as he finished speaking, he received a blow to the head. How dare you speak like that? Su Yuan withdrew his hand, huffing and glaring, Don't tell me you think I'm lying to you. The few wanted to speak but hesitated. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but it was too absurd. They were all several hundred years old, and all had heavenly king realm cultivation. What kind of world hadn't they seen? Now, a teenager could be more powerful than them. No one would believe this if it were told, right? They couldn't help but suspect that Su Yuan was possessed, otherwise how could he say such a thing? What's wrong with second old ancestor? Su Xian rubbed his head and turned his gaze to Su Wu, seemingly wanting to know why Su Yuan had become like this. Unexpectedly, Su Wu gave him a meaningful look. Father, what second old ancestor said is indeed true. A young man who killed a half-step venerable emperor realm monster in the Saint Yuan secret realm, and then effortlessly killed the emperors of the Great Yan Empire and Red Cloud Empire, as well as the sect master of 10,000 Sword Sect and Beast Taming Sect, outside the secret realm, and Senior Jiang Xie's current cultivation, has already reached the law realm. Suddenly, the main hall became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned in place, their minds reeling. While they were in a mental storm, Su Yuan had already gone to the side to discuss with Su Wu where to place Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's physical body. Jiang Lian and Jiang Fingliu casually found a spot to sit down, and somehow produced some tea, beginning to savor it. Now that it was the Su family's internal affair, it was not appropriate for the two of them to speak. Su Xuan silently retreated back to the corner, feeling uneasy in his heart, seemingly thinking that his words just now had caused quite a blow to the adults. They wouldn't blame him later, would they? Jiang Xie stood idly by. He also knew that the few experts were probably deep in self-doubt right now. This must have overturned their worldview. And indeed it did. The 9 people were indeed deep in self-doubt now. What, at only a dozen years old, he was already a law realm expert. Killed a half-step venerable emperor realm monster. Killed the rulers of the 4 major forces. Was this not a myth they were talking about? Although they really wanted to refute when they thought of Su Yuan's words and attitude just now, they couldn't speak for a while. If it were truly as Su Xuan said, they were indeed not Jiang Xie's opponents. But was this really possible? Despite repeatedly trying to make themselves believe it, they ultimately couldn't. Just then, Jiang Xie slightly released some qi, and his law realm cultivation was immediately revealed in full. The few who had just recovered and wanted to inquire were stunned again. After a long while, they finally couldn't hold back and burst into cheers one by one. I knew it, Zier is the pillar of my Su family. Hahaha, I was just joking with Zier earlier. Actually, I saw at a glance that he has my Su family bloodline. From the moment I entered the Great Hall, my gaze was drawn to Zier. That peerless figure is truly too dazzling. As expected of my great-grandson, this talent and strength are truly remarkable. Zier indeed has the posture of a great emperor. Yet, listening to their words, Su Wu, not far away, was dumbfounded. Were these still his father and those unsmiling elders? He suddenly felt his worldview being overturned. Indeed, only a genius like Zier could make them put aside their face. Jiang Xie also almost didn't recover. Were these still the big shots he thought were impressive before? Indeed, no matter what kind of big shot, when they encounter someone even more powerful than themselves, they have to become bootlickers. 513, it's just luck. Jiang Xie hadn't spoken yet, but Su Yuan said again. Not only that, Zier also brought back old ancestor's corpse, otherwise, how could you have seen it? Hiss, Zier also brought back old ancestor's corpse. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. The Caiyan Yuan Empire has been searching for tens of thousands of years and never found any trace of old ancestor. I never thought Zier would be able to. It's just a pity, old ancestor still fell after all. When Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor was mentioned, everyone sighed. They were both shocked that Jiang Xie could bring back Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's corpse, and saddened by Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's fall. As the founder of the Caiyan Yuan Empire, and the only great emperor realm expert in the Caiyan Yuan Empire's history, Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor was undoubtedly the faith and pride in the hearts of many Su family disciples. Now that the great emperor had returned, but in such a manner, it would be false to say they weren't completely disheartened. At this moment, they noticed Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's will displayed in the air, and couldn't help but gaze at it intently. After a long while, having finished reading, several people remained silent for a long time. I never thought, old ancestor actually, fell like this. Su Xian sighed heavily, feeling that Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's fall was undeserved. A majestic great emperor realm expert actually fell, because he was trapped in a secret realm, which was truly somewhat frustrating. Most of the others had similar thoughts. However, after their regret, they realized how dangerous the Caiyan Yuan secret realm would have been without Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor. They couldn't even imagine it. To be able to cause the fall of many great emperor realm experts, it was clear that if they, with their cultivation, were in this secret realm, they probably wouldn't survive for more than a few days. Just thinking about it now made them feel incomparably terrified, and their hair couldn't help but stand on end. Although the Caiyan Yuan secret realm has given our Caiyan Yuan Empire many benefits, if we could choose, we would rather have old ancestor return. Su Han clenched his fist and bowed solemnly to Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's corpse. What is this heavenly ladder? On the other side, Jiang Lian, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't suppress the doubt in his heart and asked. The others were immersed in the death of Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor and the horror of the Caiyan Yuan secret realm. He, however, was very interested in this heavenly ladder. Of course, it was only interest. Something that could cause a great emperor realm expert to fall, even if he was bold in his sect and as carefree as he wouldn't dare to ascend it. Upon mentioning this, everyone realized something. Su Wu immediately looked at Jiang Xie with shining eyes and asked in a solemn tone, Zier, where did you obtain old ancestor's corpse? This question attracted everyone's attention. Previously, they only knew that Jiang Xie had brought back old ancestors' corpse from the Qianyuan secret realm. But they had not carefully investigated this question. Combining what Qianyuan Great Emperor said in his letter, that heavenly ladder was the main reason for his fall. Thus, his corpse must also be on that heavenly ladder. In such a situation, to want to bring it back, he would definitely have to ascend the heavenly ladder. A heavenly ladder that could cause a great emperor realm expert to fall, yet Jiang Xie, a law realm cultivator, could ascend it and come out unharmed. No, at that time, Jiang Xie's cultivation had not even reached the law realm, not even the divine power realm. This was simply too shocking. At this moment, their gazes towards Jiang Xie were filled with expectation. Jiang Xie spread his hands and didn't hide anything, stating directly, "Naturally, I had to ascend the heavenly ladder to retrieve it." His tilde. Everyone couldn't help but gasp again. Their hearts trembled. Although they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. That heavenly ladder, could it be that it lost its effect? Jiang Fingliu also couldn't help but speak. Although he was proud of his son's talent and strength, he still couldn't believe such an outrageous thing. The only explanation was that the heavenly ladder had become ineffective. Otherwise, how could Jiang Xie, with a cultivation level not even reaching the divine power realm, dare to ascend a heavenly ladder that even great emperor realm experts had to avoid? No, it didn't. Jiang Xie shook his head and said, "That heavenly ladder in the depths of the Qianyuan secret realm is indeed terrifying. At that time, I almost died on it. My ability to successfully reach where old ancestor was located was also due to luck." He did not say that he had reached the top, only that he had reached the place where Qianyuan Great Emperor was located. It wasn't that he didn't trust the people around him, but that was simply too astonishing. A place that even great emperor realm experts couldn't ascend, saying so might cause a huge uproar. Just ascending the heavenly ladder could still be attributed to luck. "Xie truly has great luck. It seems he is favored by heaven," Su Yuan exclaimed. Although Jiang Xie spoke lightly, how could everyone not hear the danger within? Jiang Fingliu's heart also tightened, and he felt a lingering fear at the thought of Jiang Xie almost dying on the heavenly ladder. He even thought of not letting Jiang Xie enter the Qianyuan secret realm again. However, he also knew that once Jiang Xie made up his mind about something, it was difficult for others to change it. Therefore, he still suppressed the idea of trying to persuade him. He only silently prayed in his heart that Jiang Xie would be safe and sound when he entered the Qianyuan secret realm again this time. Only Jiang Xie himself understood that attributing it to luck was less accurate than attributing it to the divine palace in his mind, or even the mysterious god monarch pavilion. His intuition told him that the divine palace in his mind also had a great connection with the god monarch pavilion. As a local force of the old world, he didn't know how powerful the god monarch pavilion was. But judging solely from the attitude of the great emperor figures sitting, cross-legged on the heavenly ladder at that time, it must have been something on his person that made them show mercy. Otherwise, let alone reaching the top, he probably wouldn't have even passed the first obstacle. Now, after the Saint Yuan secret realm, he had already become a successor of the god monarch pavilion. Entering the Qianyuan secret realm, this time might bring different opportunities. If he could uncover that unknown history, that would be even better. At this moment, Su Yuan seemed to remember something. A special spiritual energy burst from his finger and merged into the ground. That special spiritual energy moved underground and finally reached a palace beneath the imperial palace. Second brother's message has arrived. This is old ancestor's corpse. Big brother, old ancestor's corpse. Which old ancestor? Qianyuan Great Emperor. In the underground palace, the two crystal coffins suddenly vibrated incessantly. The next moment, both coffins opened simultaneously. Two figures slowly stepped out from within. These were two elders, one male and one female. Although their faces were already full of the marks of time, one could vaguely discern their youthful demeanor. Both of them exuded an aura of unspoken authority. That was the aura of someone who had long held a high position. At this moment, their expressions were solemn. If they hadn't truly felt an emperor's might just now, combined with Su Yuan's personal message, they would never have believed it. Qianyuan old ancestor has been missing for tens of thousands of years, and now he has finally returned. It's just a pity. Regardless, we should go and welcome him. 514. Return to Qianyuan secret realm. This day was an extremely strange one for the ministers in the imperial palace. Ever since the abnormal chi fluctuation appeared, several inexplicably powerful auras had emerged one after another within the imperial palace. If it weren't for the imperial palace being safe and sound, and Su Wu not having sent any news, they would have probably thought that an enemy had attacked. What made them even more curious was that these auras vaguely resembled their own people. If that were the case, then the aura must have come from one of the old ancestors. They couldn't help but wonder what caused such a situation. Could it be a new secret realm or ancient ruins had appeared? Today's imperial palace is truly strange. I hope nothing goes wrong. This was the inner thought of all the ministers in the imperial palace. Inside Shengyuan Hall, just as everyone finished speaking, two more extremely powerful auras enveloped the entire hall. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed, except for Jiang Xie, Su Yuan and Jiang Lian. The other two old ancestors have also emerged, Su Xian exclaimed. Given his status and position, he usually wouldn't be so surprised. However, thinking about it carefully, since Shengyuan Great Emperor's corpse had returned, it was normal for the two old ancestors to emerge. Soon, the figures of two elders appeared before everyone. One male and one female, exuding extremely powerful auras, their cultivation had clearly reached the venerable emperor realm. After the two appeared, before anyone else could bow, their expressions changed drastically, their gazes fixed on the Shengyuan Great Emperor's corpse not far in front of them. They couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is the old ancestor's corpse." Even with psychological preparation, their hearts were still overwhelmed by immense shock at this moment. Everyone's mouths, which had just opened, could only close again. After a long while, the two sighed in unison, "Old ancestor has actually fallen." They had finished reading the last words left by Shengyuan Great Emperor, and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This, perhaps, was the most unwilling way for a great emperor realm expert to die. Failing at the last step, anyone would feel it was a pity. But being able to retrieve the old ancestor's corpse was of great significance to the Shengyuan Empire. Even a fallen great emperor was still a great emperor. The prestige and deterrence he brought were immeasurable. Of course, this could only be used as a last resort. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would never use the old ancestor's corpse. "Zier, isn't it? You are excellent. At such a young age you possess such cultivation, with astonishing courage and heaven-defying luck. Given time, you will surely achieve the great emperor realm." Su Qing, the current first ancestor of the Shengyuan Empire, praised him with a look of gratification. These were his heartfelt words. In all his years alive, he had never seen a disciple as astonishing as Jiang Xie. Even Shengyuan Great Emperor, at this age, probably couldn't reach his realm. "When you had your coming-of-age ceremony, we were already paying attention to you. Now it seems we underestimated you. Otherwise, I would have fought with my second brother for this Dao protector position." Shengyuan third ancestor Su Mei, a rare smile appeared on her wrinkled face, and her gaze towards Jiang Xie was full of appreciation. Su Yuan looked smug and said, "You can't blame me for this. It's because you were a step too slow back then." Facing the praise, Jiang Xie remained neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his hands towards the two and smiled, "Two old ancestors, you flatter me. This junior merely owes it to luck." "Hey, luck is also part of strength," Su Qing said, correcting him with a stern face. With this matter concluded, Jiang Xie no longer wished to stay here. He was already eager to enter the Shengyuan secret realm again. So he bid farewell. Upon learning that he was going to the Shengyuan secret realm beforehand, everyone except for those who already knew showed surprise. Then followed another round of concerned inquiries. Jiang Xie was so overwhelmed by the questions that he felt his head spin. He could only helplessly explain again, and assure them that he wouldn't be in any danger before the group allowed him to leave. Now, he was not only the Jiang family's precious treasure, but also the Shengyuan Empire's precious treasure. Jiang Xie's talent gave them hope of becoming a great emperor. If Jiang Xie were to become a great emperor, it would hold significant meaning for the Jiang family and even the Shengyuan Empire. Therefore, everyone hoped Jiang Xie wouldn't take risks, if only they could enter the Shengyuan secret realm. Perhaps several people would have gone to protect Jiang Xie. After doing all these things, Jiang Xie felt the sense of crisis lessen considerably. When he returned to Tianxin Pavilion, he only saw Xiao Xie sitting alone in front of the courtyard, propping her face with one hand, slightly dozing off. As if sensing someone's arrival, Xiao Xie suddenly woke up, then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. "Young master, you're back." After speaking, her eyes looked behind Jiang Xie. After not seeing any other figures, she asked doubtfully, "Young master, didn't young miss come back with you?" Jiang Xie smiled slightly and said without stopping, "Your young miss went to Cultivate. It will probably be some time before she returns." So that's how it is. The little girl's face was clearly a little disappointed. With Jai Yu not around, she spent the whole day alone here doing nothing, which was simply too boring. Uncle Wu was here, but every time he went out, he went to places like brothels. As a girl, it was naturally not suitable for her to follow. At this moment Jiang Xie suddenly stopped, turned back and asked, "By the way, where's old Wu?" Xiao Zai immediately reacted and replied, "Uncle Wu said he went to East Tower." Jiang Xie nodded and continued walking towards his room. Xiao Zai sat back down on the ground, quietly lost in thought. "If you're bored, you can go to East Tower and just give my name." While she was lost in thought, Jiang Zai's voice came again. The little girl was stunned, then showed a joyful expression. Inside the room, Jiang Xie shook his head and chuckled softly. Jai Yu and Lin Maoyan had gone to the newly appeared ruins, and old Wu was now a high-ranking member of East Tower with many duties, so he didn't return often. If he went to the Kaiyuan secret realm, only Xiao Zai would be left in Tiangxin Pavilion. They didn't know when they would return. Leaving Xiao Zai to wait alone here would be too boring for her. So it was good to let her go to East Tower to cultivate. After sitting down cross-legged on the ground, Jiang Xie softly called out, "Little Tian, can you take me back to the Kaiyuan secret realm?" As soon as his voice fell, the heavenly Dao sword behind him flew to his front, nodding like a human. In the void realm, waves of fluctuations also came. Jiang Xie immediately said, "Little Fan, don't mess around." The commotion in the void realm instantly disappeared. Fanchen's sword was a bit dejected. It was the first one here, and it could also take Jiang Xie to the Kaiyuan secret realm, although the journey might be a bit arduous. The heavenly Dao sword seemed to be mocking Fanchen's sword, trembling violently. Jiang Xie was very helpless about this. Since when did swords start getting jealous? Only after receiving a definite affirmative answer from the heavenly Dao sword did Jiang Xie feel relieved. The next moment, the heavenly Dao sword floated horizontally on the ground. Jiang Xie didn't hesitate and immediately jumped onto it. Then, the heavenly Dao sword's body emitted a ray of light and rushed forward fiercely. A spatial rift instantly appeared in the room, and one person and one sword directly rushed into that spatial rift. Fanchen's sword followed closely behind. As Jiang Xie left, the room quickly returned to normal. In the vast and boundless void realm, countless chaotic currents raged. Various extraterrestrial meteorites flew about, and various strange forces drifted everywhere. Jiang Xie stood on the heavenly Dao sword, his body enveloped by a faint layer of light, allowing him to remain safe and sound in this void realm. Even so, looking at the surrounding scene, he couldn't help but gasp several times. Even though I've been here once before, entering here again still fills me with immense dread. No wonder since ancient times, even powerful beings dared not easily enter the void realm. Jiang Xie simply couldn't imagine what kind of fate he would have if he entered here without the heavenly Dao sword. Just those chaotic currents around him would be enough to give him a hard time, right? Of course, if it weren't for the heavenly Dao sword, he would never take such a risk. It's just a pity that the interval for the Kaiyuan secret realm to open is too long. Otherwise, it would be safer to enter through the main entrance. In the void realm there was no time. Although the surroundings were not completely dark, they were much darker than normal. Jiang Xie didn't even know how long he had been here. After a long time, a burst of light appeared before his eyes. It was a continent shrouded by a huge barrier. This time, Jiang Xie finally saw the full picture of the Kaiyuan secret realm. This was a shattered continent, and besides the main body, countless fragments floated nearby. It was hard to imagine what kind of tragic battle had occurred on this continent. There are so many corpses here. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. He saw many corpses floating in the void realm, outside the barrier. These corpses were fragmented and scattered around the continent. He observed carefully, and found that most of them were from an incredibly ancient era. What surprised him was that he actually found a few corpses whose time of death was not very long ago. He estimated that they were some who had accidentally stumbled into the void realm, saw this continent, and wanted to enter, but were ultimately destroyed by the barrier around the continent. Even without getting close, Jiang Xie could feel the immense power contained within that barrier. It was far beyond his ability to enter. He could only rely on the heavenly Dao sword. He also wondered about the origin of this heavenly Dao sword. Could it be the manifestation of the heavenly Dao will of this continent in the past? Too many questions awaited him to explore. What kind of past did this lost continent hold? Whose work was the divine hall in his mind? Who was the founder of God Monarch Pavilion? After that great battle, where were some of the people from the past taken by the God Monarch Pavilion's master? Everything was full of mysterious colors. Let me slowly unveil the answers within. Looking at the Kaiyuan secret realm, which was within reach, Jiang Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. And that mysterious barrier did not obstruct Jiang Xie, who had the heavenly Dao sword. The heavenly Dao sword, like a meteor streaking across the sky, carried Jiang Xie back to this place again. 515. In the fog, the Holy Spirit Continent. Shengyuan Secret Realm, Old Continent. A ray of light streaked across the sky, descending from above. Heavenly Dao Sword carried Jiang Xie as he continuously descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed, like a falling meteor. As he fell, Jiang Xie originally wanted to observe the scene below from the air, but after entering the barrier, he found that below was a special blur that blocked all detection. What is this about? Jiang Xie frowned. He remembered that when he left last time he hadn't seen so much mist. Could it be that the place he arrived at this time was different from last time? Since he couldn't see clearly, he might as well not look. He would observe carefully after landing. Half an hour later, when Heavenly Dao Sword brought Jiang Xie to the ground, Jiang Xie was stunned. Mist still surrounded him, making it impossible to see the surrounding environment. Little Tian, the place you found is really too good, isn't it? Jiang Xie complained helplessly, but Heavenly Dao Sword seemed to have become dispirited, flying behind him and then falling silent. Little Tian seems to be a bit different from before. He keenly noticed the change in Heavenly Dao Sword, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. This made Jiang Xie somewhat surprised. Was it because of traversing the Void Realm, or for some other reason? He quickly called out to Fanchen's sword, and a ripple immediately came from the Void Realm. Fanchen's sword was unaffected. This made him slightly relieved. To be honest, facing this unknown world where even great emperor powerhouses could perish, even though his cultivation had reached the law realm, he still didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. If Fanchen's sword could be used, it would give him more confidence for his upcoming exploration, and increase his chances of survival when facing danger. What made him feel strange was that there was no threat felt within this mist. Could it just be ordinary mist? This place is a bit peculiar. Jiang Xie couldn't discern the direction now, nor did he know which direction was correct. Just as he was thinking about which way to go, a sudden burning sensation came from the back of his right hand. After a slight frown, he raised his right hand and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the mark from entering the St. Yuan Secret Realm? Why is it so hot?" On the back of his hand, that mark began to glow with a fiery red light. Before he could examine it closely, the mark had already begun to change. The mark began to twist and transform, quickly becoming a new mark. It was a humanoid mark, and behind this mark were several smaller marks, like phantom images. Jiang Xie found it very novel. He counted carefully, and behind this humanoid mark, there were 14 smaller marks. His intuition told him that this was due to the identity of God Monarch Pavilion's successor that he had exchanged for. It was even very likely that this was the symbol of God Monarch Pavilion. 14, plus the one in front makes 15. There are only 12 statues in the Divine Hall. Thinking of the 12 statues in the Divine Hall in his mind, while this mark represented 15 people, Jiang Xie's gaze became somewhat uncertain. The Divine Hall was definitely related to God Monarch Pavilion, there was no doubt about it. Perhaps, this Divine Hall was not complete. And after the mark appeared, Jiang Xie suddenly noticed that the surrounding mist began to dissipate. In front of him, a straight path appeared, and behind him it was the same. He looked ahead, and his expression instantly became wonderful. Behind him, it was dilapidated, clearly having been the scene of a great battle. And in front, although it was a desolate area, there were no signs of extensive damage. Clearly, the back was where he needed to go. But at this moment, a thought suddenly surged into his mind. Perhaps, the front was a place no one had ever been to, and only those related to God Monarch Pavilion could enter. Once this idea appeared, it lingered in his mind. If it really is an untrodden land. Jiang Xie showed a thoughtful expression, looking at the front for a moment, then at the back, his expression somewhat conflicted. But soon he made up his mind, go to the front first. There perhaps lay a greater secret. Furthermore, even if he returned empty-handed, he could still come back. It was merely a matter of timing. He could now basically confirm that the identity of God Monarch Pavilion's successor was the highest level pass within this continent. After figuring this out, Jiang Xie walked forward. With one step, a dizzying sensation came over him. He thought it was his own illusion, and gently took another step. Although there was still mist on both sides of his body, he felt something unusual. This step of mine seems to have crossed a great distance. Jiang Xie looked back, and the distance between himself and the place behind him seemed unchanged, but the distance to the front was visibly shortened. Is this a formation? He wasn't too sure, but as long as there was no danger it was fine. After a dozen steps he had already reached the edge of the mist. In front there was a door made of a barrier. Within the door, a vast world was vaguely visible. Jiang Xie only paused for a moment before stepping through. Immediately, a dazzling light came over him, causing him to close his eyes for a moment. When he came to his senses, the scenery before him was completely different. Blue skies and white clouds, gentle breezes. There were no signs of decay or devastation at all. Who are you? Why did you come out from the ancient forbidden ground? Before he could properly breathe the surrounding air, a voice came from beside his ear. Jiang Xie was stunned. He seemed a little disbelieving of his own ears. Did he just hear someone speaking? Is it real or fake? Are there still people in this Shengyuan secret realm? Are they natives, or the descendants of those powerhouses who entered the Shengyuan secret realm? No, it shouldn't be the descendants of those powerhouses. This place is clearly somewhere they never knew about. Natives. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Jiang Xie's mind. The next moment, he was ecstatic. He was just worried about not finding clues. If they were truly natives, then it would be much easier for him to inquire about this continent. Who exactly are you? Seeing Jiang Xie remain silent, the voice continued, filled with vigilance. Jiang Xie turned his head and indeed saw a figure. It was a man. With just one glance, Jiang Xie could roughly tell that his age should be around 20. The man had a square face, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a slightly burly build. Although he looked unremarkable, the clothes on his body seemed quite valuable. He clearly looked like a disciple from a wealthy family. And the man was currently holding a hammer, staring at Jiang Xie with a vigilant expression, as if ready to act at any moment. Ningzhuan realm. Jiang Xie was somewhat surprised. This man in front of him only had the cultivation of the Ningzhuan realm. Thinking about it, he was probably an ordinary cultivator, and those clothes were probably stolen from some rich disciple. After all, killing and robbing was quite common. It's just, which rich disciple could be killed by a cultivator in the early stage of Ningzhuan realm? Even the most useless wouldn't be that bad. Jiang Xie didn't know how to complain for a moment. The man caught a glimpse of the expression on Jiang Xie's face and the tone of his voice just now. He immediately understood what Jiang Xie was thinking. He couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed and said loudly, "Don't look down on people. I am a true disciple of Overlord Body Sect." True disciple of Overlord Body Sect. Leaving aside what kind of sect this Overlord Body Sect was, could a disciple who had just entered the Ningzhuan realm become a true disciple? Jiang Xie was shocked. Could it be this was a low-tier sect? An 18th-tier small sect, he asked uncertainly. The man's face grew even more furious, and his tone became much colder. "Kid, although I don't know who you are, nor why you came out from the ancient forbidden ground, my Overlord Body Sect is one of the strongest forces on the Holy Spirit Continent." Holy Spirit Continent, one of the strongest. Jiang Xie didn't know how to complain. However, after the man's explanation, he roughly understood a few things. First, the true name of this continent was the Holy Spirit Continent. The true disciple of Overlord Body Sect, one of the strongest forces, was only in the early stage of Ningzhuan realm. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the natives on this continent was generally not very high. I didn't notice it just now, but now I realize that the spiritual qi here is pitifully thin. After sensing the density of spiritual qi in the air, Jiang Xie was 100% certain of his guess. The people here, their cultivation levels were generally not high. Those who could reach the divine power realm must be as rare as phoenix feathers, right? 516, going with the flow, some news. Kid, you actually managed to come out of the ancient forbidden ground. You must have a great secret about you. I think you should come with me. After a period of observation, the man found no spiritual qi fluctuations on Jiang Xie. He seemed like an ordinary mortal, posing no threat whatsoever. So he lowered his guard. He just didn't understand how a mortal could emerge from the ancient forbidden ground. One must know that even the strongest experts on the Holy Spirit Continent today cannot enter that ancient forbidden ground. In hundreds of thousands of years, only a handful of people have been able to enter. But after entering, no one ever came out alive. All perished within the ancient forbidden ground. This kid showed no spiritual qi fluctuations, yet he could emerge from the ancient forbidden ground, which was truly peculiar. If he could learn the secret of entering the ancient forbidden ground from him, wouldn't he soar to great heights? In other words, even if he couldn't get the information out of him, turning him over to the sect would be a great deed, bringing him immense benefits. In a short moment, he had already thought of ways to deal with Jiang Xie. A smug smile appeared on his face. Jiang Xie knew what he was thinking without even asking. It was nothing more than how to gain some benefits from him. He also didn't want to expose the other party. In this unfamiliar continent, it was truly difficult to find a populated place. It might be better to let this guy take him to that Overlord Body Sect. As one of the major powers on this continent, they must know many secrets, right? Thinking this, Jiang Xie timely showed a hint of fear and said with a trembling voice, "Big brother, I am just an ordinary person passing by. I don't know anything about an ancient secret realm. Please let me go." "Less nonsense." The man slammed the hammer in his hand onto the ground, immediately creating a small pit. Then he stepped on the hammer, saying arrogantly, "Kid, don't try to deceive me. I personally saw you come out of the ancient forbidden ground. You definitely have some secret. If you obediently come with me, you can avoid some physical pain. But if you insist on running, then don't blame the ruthlessness of the hammer in my hand." All right then, as long as you don't harm my life." Jiang Xie yielded at the perfect moment. His expression of fear was exactly like that of an ordinary person, with no power to resist. This also gave the man a great sense of vanity. "You're sensible, kid." The man smiled smugly, then urged Jiang Xie to walk ahead while he watched from behind. Of course, during this process, Jiang Xie was not idle. Instead, he continuously gathered various pieces of information. Soon, he had a preliminary understanding of this continent, and also learned that the man's name was Wang Lu. And this place was indeed the Holy Spirit Continent, without a doubt. The place he came out of, which the Shengyuan Continent called the Qianyuan Secret Realm, was the center of the Holy Spirit Continent many years ago. However, after a fierce battle, it became a forbidden land. According to Wang Lu, the people on the Holy Spirit Continent now are descendants of the survivors of that great battle. The major powers that existed before the Holy Spirit Continent became like this were re-established by them. Wang Lu, however, did not know the specific details of that great battle. Jiang Xie did not press him. Such information, apart from some ancient records, could probably only be known by the descendants of those who knew the inside story at the time. It was normal for Wang Lu not to know. In addition, Jiang Xie also learned some other information. That is, since the great battle, the Holy Spirit Continent has fallen apart, the heavenly Tao rules are incomplete, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is constantly leaking. This has led to the strength of humans, and Yao beasts living here not being very strong. A Ning Yuan realm cultivation at the age of around 20, like Wang Lu, would be considered a genius. And the original Saint Yuan secret realm was undoubtedly a fragmented piece of the Holy Spirit Continent. He actually wanted to ask if the divine lord of the god monarch pavilion, who created a continent, knew about the people here. But then he thought even if he asked, Wang Lu probably wouldn't know. To know more, he would still have to inquire from the powerful individuals of this continent. It is worth noting that Jiang Xie had walked for most of the day and only saw a very few scattered figures. He could roughly guess the reason for this. This place is relatively close to what the locals call a forbidden land, so probably not many people come here normally. So why would Wang Lu appear here? Thinking of this, he asked, "Big brother Wang, why are you here outside this forbidden land?" Wang Lu paused, his expression slightly awkward, and he did not answer. Jiang Xie persisted, continuing to press, "Is there something you can't say?" Wang Lu inexplicably felt annoyed and wanted to give Jiang Xie a hammer blow. Wasn't this just bringing up an uncomfortable topic? If he wasn't afraid that Jiang Xie would die from a single hammer blow, he would have acted long ago. But Jiang Xie's persistent demeanor made him unable to bear it any longer, and he finally spoke. "What's the harm in telling you? The Overlord Body Sect will soon select a successor from among its true disciples. As one of the true disciples, I naturally want to contend for this position. So you came here to try your luck, to see if there's any opportunity to improve your strength." Jiang Xie finished his sentence for him. He thought to himself, isn't this just a lack of confidence in himself, wanting to take a gamble here? Normally, if one had confidence in their own strength, how could they come to the outside of this forbidden land to try their luck? But you really did stumble upon it. With my help, let alone being the successor of the Overlord Body Sect, even being the sect master of the Overlord Body Sect would be easy. But whether to help him or not is another matter. It depends on the Overlord Body Sect's attitude. If their attitude is good, then he won't intervene. But if they want to kill him, then what's the harm in changing the sect master? After understanding the information here, Jiang Xie had great confidence in his own strength. It's no exaggeration to say that his strength on this Holy Spirit Continent could be considered the strongest, and it wouldn't be an overstatement. Of course, only on this side. He wouldn't dare say that about the Forbidden Land side. Who knows if there are any sleeping powerful individuals in there? Even if there aren't, just the corpses of those great emperors on the heavenly ladder are not something he can easily provoke, even if those great emperors are already dead and only some divine soul power remains. Big brother Wang, how far are we from the Overlord Body Sect? That would be still a month's walk. Jiang Xie was speechless for a moment. He looked at the two of them. Just walking step by step like this, a month would be considered short. He couldn't help but feel some admiration. To walk so far just for a vague opportunity, it was truly difficult for him. If it really took a month, he wouldn't do it. So during the day, Jiang Xie accompanied him on the journey, and at night, during rest, he used his movement technique to carry the unconscious Wang Lu and continue traveling. Of course, he didn't travel too far in one day, but rather gradually. As a result, Wang Lu woke up every morning looking as if he had seen a ghost. Trembling all over was normal, and he thought he had encountered something ominous in the forbidden land, muttering to himself all day. Consequently, he stopped sleeping at night. At this point, Jiang Xie couldn't tolerate it anymore, so he used his divine soul power to temporarily make him unconscious. This made Wang Lu scared to death, and he became even more convinced that he must have been tainted by something unclean. His spirit became listless, and he was constantly suspicious. 2 days later, Wang Lu seemed to have gotten used to this state, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xie. Finally, he stopped and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, "You?" Jiang Xie was slightly stunned, thinking he had guessed the reason. He wasn't surprised, if he still couldn't guess then. "Are you a ghost?" Jiang Xie froze, tilting his head and saying, "Huh. 517. The world is made up, please spare my life." Jiang Xie had guessed that Wang Lu found his cultivation extraordinary, but he hadn't guessed that Wang Lu thought he was a ghost. "No, I'm not a ghost," he said very seriously. Wang Lu scrutinized him again, and seeing that Jiang Xie's expression did not seem feigned, he dismissed the thought. For the next 2 days, such things kept repeating. Wang Lu went from initial apprehension to numbness, and finally to excitement. He even thought he had inadvertently comprehended some peerless cultivation technique. He could shorten a long distance just by sleeping. Heh, I knew it. I, Wang Lu, am a unique genius. I can comprehend divine ability even while sleeping. Kid, you should be secretly happy to have met me. Otherwise, who knows how much suffering you would have endured on the road. On the journey, Wang Lu said with an excited and slightly arrogant expression, occasionally giving Jiang Xie a show-off glance. This made Jiang Xie quite speechless. He had still underestimated the distance. They had been walking for several days and still hadn't reached their destination. Ignoring Wang Lu's boasting, he began to inquire about news again. "Brother Wang, why is your dwelling place so far away? We haven't seen any inhabited places along the way. Is there any particular reason for this?" "Of course there's a reason," Wang Lu continued, holding his head high, explaining as he walked. "Since the Great War in ancient times, the Holy Spirit Continent disintegrated, forming 3 great continents and some fragments. Among them, where we are now is the former Central Province and Eastern Continent of the Holy Spirit Continent. One of the continents vanished into the Void Realm, leaving no trace. Another continent appears in the sky above the Holy Spirit Continent every few decades. That continent, it is said, was the place where the strongest genius in the Holy Spirit Continent's history, and supreme expert known as Night God by the people of the Holy Spirit Continent, resided in his youth. Whenever that continent appears, everyone on the Holy Spirit Continent tries every means to enter it. Unfortunately, the difficulty is too great and the restrictions too many. A few thousand years ago, people could still enter. But now, the Holy Spirit Continent has not had anyone enter for a very long time. So that's how it is." Jiang Xie suddenly recalled the names on the stone tablet in the Shengyuan secret realm. Indeed, some of them were not even recorded in the historical records of the Shengyuan Continent. Thinking about it now, those must have been the names left by the people of this Holy Spirit Continent. As for why no one on the Holy Spirit Continent can enter now, he could guess some reasons. It was nothing more than the heaven and earth spiritual chi concentration in the Holy Spirit Continent becoming lower and lower as time passed. This consequently led to the younger generation's cultivation in the Holy Spirit Continent becoming lower and lower, naturally making it difficult for them to enter the Saint Yuan's secret realm. Wang Lu's words also caused Jiang Xie to fall into deep thought. After sorting out some things, the confusion in his mind seemed to lessen significantly. The composition of the entire world also began to become clearer. From this, it can be seen that the timeline of the Holy Spirit Continent is not the same as the timeline recorded by the Saint Yuan Continent. But what is certain is that the ancient times Wang Lu spoke of were an era much more distant than the ancient times of the Saint Yuan Continent. From this, it can be concluded that a long time ago, there was only one place here called the Holy Spirit Continent. At some unknown time, some kind of change occurred, leading to an earth-shattering great war. The price of that war was the disintegration of the entire continent, the death of countless human race and various other races experts, the disappearance of countless Dao lineages and legacies, and the depletion of resources. The Holy Spirit Continent also split into the current Holy Spirit Continent, the Saint Yuan Secret Realm, and the Saint Yuan Continent. Combining this with the information he obtained from the treasure pavilion in the Saint Yuan Secret Realm, it should roughly be that the God Monarch Pavilion Master chose the Saint Yuan Continent and transformed it from a broken continent into a new one. As for why he didn't choose the Holy Spirit Continent, that remains unknown. Thinking of this, Jiang Xie suddenly paused. If that were the case, then would the several ruins that appeared in the Saint Yuan Continent not be relics left by experts on the Saint Yuan Continent, but rather legacies from the former Holy Spirit Continent? If that were truly the case, for Jai Yu and the others, obtaining some legacy would be a huge benefit. While he was deep in thought, Wang Lu's voice rang out again. According to historical records, in that ancient war, countless bizarre entities surged out from the depths of darkness. They ravaged the continent, assimilating the human race and other races, causing immense turmoil. Night God and the divine lords of the God Monarch Pavilion, along with their disciples, were the first to resist the bizarre entities, and only after paying a great price did they finally achieve victory. However, even now, in the ancient forbidden ground, a strange aura emerges every night. Anyone who comes into contact with it turns into white bones. Therefore, no one lives around the forbidden land. Jiang Xie listened with great interest, his heart filled with shock. He hadn't expected there to be so many stories within this. But soon he said with a strange expression, "Brother Wang, you know quite a lot. Why did you say you didn't know earlier?" Wang Lu's voice faltered. He snorted coldly and said, "Kid, don't ask what you shouldn't ask." He would never admit that he had held back information earlier, because he still had some apprehension towards Jiang Xie. But now, believing he had comprehended a divine ability, he no longer put Jiang Xie in his eyes at all. It was all because Jiang Xie truly had no spiritual chi fluctuations on his body, appearing completely like an ordinary person. As they spoke, a city could vaguely be seen in the distance. Jiang Xie's heart filled with joy, which meant they had officially entered an area inhabited by humans. Wang Lu's voice also rang out at this moment. "Ahead is Tianyuan City. My overlord body sect is 500 li east of the city. Let's rest in the city first." Jiang Xie nodded and walked forward. At this moment, Wang Lu noticed that the heavy sword behind Jiang Xie was extremely conspicuous. His eyes flashed, and he wondered why he had only noticed it after such a long time. He pondered for a while, his expression becoming somewhat surprised and uncertain. How could an ordinary person carry such a heavy sword and walk so easily? He hadn't seen Jiang Xie show any signs of fatigue in the past few days. This was clearly not normal. Thinking of this, he hesitated but still called out, was it you who caused trouble at night?" Jiang Xie paused. Since he had already guessed, he no longer concealed it. He turned around and smiled. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly." "Hiss," Wang Lu immediately gasped. His voice even trembled a little. "Big brother, what is your strength?" "Not high, probably just average." Jiang Xie spread his hands. "Could it be a soul-forging realm expert?" Wang Lu asked, somewhat uncertain. Jiang Xie slowly shook his head. "Yukong realm." Wang Lu's eyes began to show reverence. Jiang Xie shook his head again. At this, Wang Lu's body began to tremble slightly. He swallowed and said somewhat dryly, "Divine power realm." Jiang Xie still shook his head. With a thud, Wang Lu's legs went weak, and he directly fell to the ground, saying with a bloodless face, "It can't be domain realm, can it?" Jiang Xie smiled and shook his head. Wang Lu collapsed as if greatly stimulated. He bowed down towards Jiang Xie, kowtowing repeatedly. "My lord, I was wrong, my lord, please forgive me. You are too great to hold a grudge against a small man like me." Only then did he realize that he had not encountered an ordinary person, but an earth-shattering powerful being. One must know that in the current Holy Spirit Continent, a disciple like him, who was just entering the Ning Yuan realm at 20 years old, could become a true disciple of a major power. A controlling Yuan realm could be an elder of a sect, and a soul-forging realm could become an elder of a major power. As for the Yukong realm above that, they were already at the level of a sect master, and indeed, a sect master of a major power. The divine power realm above that could only be reached by hidden experts within major powers. The domain realm, they were already powerful beings, who had been sleeping for a long time. As for the law realm above that, it had not been heard of for several thousand years. Indeed, anyone who could safely emerge from the ancient forbidden ground was no simple character. Thinking of his previous attitude towards Jiang Xie, Wang Lu felt like he wanted to die. Jiang Xie wasn't particularly angry, he just found it amusing. No wonder so many people were keen on bullying the weak, it truly felt good. "All right, it's not a big problem. Tell me how to get the experts from all the major powers to come over." After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xie felt that instead of him looking for them, it would be better to let them come to him. To understand the secrets, those old men who had lived long were key. Hearing that Jiang Xie had spared him, Wang Lu was immediately overjoyed and quickly said, "With your strength, my lord, you can try striking the divine drum." 518. The divine drum appears and everyone moves. A divine drum. Jiang Xie looked at Wang Lu with some confusion, developing a great interest in this newly appeared term. Wang Lu, seeing his expression, immediately explained, "This divine drum, it is said, was left behind by Night God when he departed. If one can strike it 9 times, it will cause the divine drum to resonate, thereby revealing the ruins left by Night God." "Oh, there's such a saying." Jiang Xie raised an eyebrow, becoming interested. Wang Lu scratched his head, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Of course, these are all just rumors. After all, ever since Night God departed, no one has ever been able to strike it 9 times, so whether it's true or false remains unknown. There's no harm in trying." Upholding the idea of not letting any clue slip, Jiang Xie felt that regardless of truth or falsehood, he should try. Even if it was false, it would be good to draw out all the powerful cultivators of this continent. Thinking of this, he asked, "Where is the divine drum?" Wang Lu pointed a finger above his head. Jiang Xie looked up, but besides the blue sky and white clouds, he didn't see anything unusual. "What does this mean?" He frowned, feeling a bit strange. "The divine drum is right above our heads. As long as you continuously chant the words divine drum in your mind, the divine drum will appear." Wang Lu no longer had his previous imposing demeanor. When Jiang Xie frowned, he shivered, afraid of being cut down with a single strike. A bit interesting. Jiang Xie was becoming more and more interested in this divine drum. He immediately closed his eyes and chanted the words divine drum in his mind. At first there was no change. But as time passed, he quickly felt the chi fluctuations around him. Above their heads, ripples began to spread outwards in circular patterns. At first there was only a little, then more and more, becoming increasingly mystical. A vast aura also emanated, an aura that made people unable to help but worship. Wang Lu stood by, his eyes fixed on the space above Jiang Xie's head, watching the void realm that was beginning to stir, his mouth gradually widening. His eyes also gradually became dull. He had said that no one had struck it 9 times, but in reality, let alone striking it 9 times, it had been an unknown amount of time since anyone capable of making the divine drum appear had emerged. His suggestion for Jiang Xie to try the divine drum was just a sudden thought, and he hadn't expected Jiang Xie to actually be able to summon it. Boom! Soon, a loud explosion came from the sky, and countless cracks appeared in the void realm. The next moment, like a shattered mirror, a huge drum-shaped object slowly emerged from the void realm. The divine drum was enveloped in a mixture of yellow and red light, and an indescribable aura instantly emanated from it. Vast, profound, mysterious. At this moment, in Tianyuan City, not far away, the cultivators who felt the great commotion all looked up. The next moment, everyone froze in place. Pedestrians on the street stopped, the clamor in the inn ceased abruptly, and men and women engaged in activities instantly lost interest. Cultivators in seclusion opened their eyes. But without exception, they all slightly opened their mouths. Suddenly someone shouted, "That's the divine drum! The divine drum has appeared!" This sound was like a fuse, quickly igniting the atmosphere of the entire city. For a time, countless voices rang out. Heavens, it really is the divine drum appearing. To be able to see the divine drum appear in my lifetime, I have no regrets in this life. I wonder who made the divine drum appear. Could it be that today we are fortunate enough to witness the 9 strikes of the divine drum? 9 strikes are too ethereal. Since ancient times, no one has been able to do it, so it's still too early to say. Everyone, why are you still standing here? The divine drum has appeared, we all have an opportunity. Only now did someone realize this question. This sentence also made the surrounding people pause, and then one by one they reacted. Yes, after the divine drum appears, anyone from the Holy Spirit continent is qualified to strike the drum. This has always been the tradition. However, as time passed, fewer and fewer people were able to make the divine drum appear, and eventually there were none. That's why they hadn't remembered this matter. Now in Tianyuan City, everyone went crazy. They all rushed out of the city in a frenzy, looking from afar like waves, one after another. The same scene was not only present in Tianyuan City. People from the 15 existing cities in the Shengyuan Continent poured out, and those not in the cities also flocked towards where Jiang Xie and Wang Lu were. People from various major powers also set out. Some powerful cultivators who had not appeared for a long time also awakened. The appearance of the divine drum made everyone in the entire Holy Spirit secret realm boil. Thousands of miles east of Tianyuan City, a majestic city stood amidst surrounding mountains. Compared to Tianyuan City, this city was clearly several times larger. Its grandeur and prosperity were also incomparable to Tianyuan City. There were many people in the city, and at this moment they all poured out. In the center of the city, a huge wall, and within the wall there were many buildings. In one magnificent hall, a voice suddenly rang out. Reporting to family head, the divine drum has reappeared. The hall was quiet for a while before a voice came out. So many years have passed, and the divine drum has finally reappeared. The secret left by Night God Ancestor has remained unsolved for so many years. Issue an order. All members of the family are to immediately proceed to the place where the divine drum has appeared. If anyone in the family can make the divine drum strike 9 times, they will be the next family head of my Li family. If an outsider can make the divine drum strike 9 times, they will be honored as a distinguished guest of my Li family, and all members of the Li family are not to offend them. Yes, family head. As the undisputed #1 power in the Holy Spirit Continent, the Li family had always wanted to decipher the secret left by Li Chuanyi. However, fate was not kind. Even though they were all descendants of the Li family, they had never been able to decipher that secret. Even now, they didn't understand what Li Chuanyi had left behind when he departed, nor did they know why he left those things. Only by making the divine drum strike 9 times could the secret within be deciphered. Beneath the main hall of the Li family, hundreds of meters deep, there was also a great hall. Within the hall there was only a little light. Most of the area was pitch black. However, a hoarse voice came from within this dark hall. It has appeared again. I just don't know if this time our wish can be fulfilled. Outside Tianyuan City. As soon as the divine drum appeared, Jiang Xie immediately noticed many people rushing towards them. After a brief consideration, he still chose to take Wang Lu to a nearby location to observe first. After traveling about several tens of miles, the two sat down around a large rock. Your Highness, why did we leave? Wang Lu sat on the ground a little puzzled. Jiang Xie's eyes flickered, and he did not answer his question, only asking, after this divine drum appears, can everyone go up and strike the drum? Wang Lu nodded and said, that's right. However, even if everyone can try, there aren't many who truly have hope of reaching the divine drum. Jiang Xie was thoughtful. He had just discovered that there was immense pressure around the divine drum, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. He did not immediately go up to try, because he was unsure if this divine drum was truly a good thing. After all, no one had struck it 9 times for so many years. What if striking it 9 times didn't lead to an opportunity, but rather a disaster? Moreover, the fact that no one had struck this divine drum 9 times for so many years indicated that no one in the current Holy Spirit Continent could achieve this. He might as well wait and see what happens when others in the Holy Spirit Continent strike the divine drum. It wouldn't be too late to go up after making some judgments. Furthermore, this was also a good opportunity to understand the overall strength of the Holy Spirit Continent, so waiting a bit wouldn't hurt. 519. Various forces gathered and the Li family arrived. Soon, people began to appear one after another at the location where Jiang Xie and Wang Lu had been. They looked excited, staring intently at the divine drum above. Jiang Xie could see the eager anticipation revealed in their movements, yet he noticed they still held back. This made him a little puzzled. Wang Lu, it seems they really want to try, but why aren't they making any move to go up? Wang Lu explained, my lord, you might not know this, but in the current Holy Spirit Continent, besides mortals, loose cultivators have the least rights. Even if they want to, they don't have the guts. The Holy Spirit Continent is firmly controlled by the 10 great powers now. Without their permission, no one else dares to go up, otherwise, it would be a disaster. It's already reached this point. Jiang Xie's eyes flashed. He had thought there was some trick, but he didn't expect it to be like this. It seems that after that battle, the entire Holy Spirit Continent structure underwent a massive change. He guessed that among these 10 great powers, there might be high-level powerhouses who survived that ancient war. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. No one is to act rashly, otherwise our overlord body sect will show no mercy. Just then, a rough voice came from an unknown place. It's a powerhouse from our overlord body sect. Wang Lu's eyes lit up, his expression somewhat excited. Jiang Xie remained silent, instead assessing the strength of the speaker. According to his estimation, the owner of this voice would not have a cultivation realm exceeding Yukong realm. Soon, he saw a group of figures appearing from a distance. The leader was a burly middle-aged man, exuding the aura of a peak Yukong realm. Combining with Wang Lu's reaction, if he wasn't mistaken, this person was the sect master of the overlord body sect. The sect master of the overlord body sect, one of the 10 great powers, had not yet reached the divine power realm. From this, one could see the level of the other powers. In the Shengyuan Continent, the sect masters of powerful forces were at least at the peak divine power realm, a whole major realm lower than the Holy Spirit Continent. The appearance of the overlord body sect made the scene much quieter, and many loose cultivators who had arrived earlier showed wary expressions. They dared not even approach the divine drum, fearing to invite trouble upon themselves. Huang Li, your overlord body sect is still as overbearing as ever. At this moment, another voice came. Jiang Xie looked over and saw another group of figures appearing opposite the overlord body sect. They wore white Taoist robes and looked much better than the overlord body sect. Those are people from the Saint Pill sect, one of the 10 great powers of the Holy Spirit Continent. There are many alchemists there, Wang Lu whispered at his side. Jiang Xie nodded. Although the Saint Pill sect had many alchemists, their strength was still decent. They had 1 or 2 more powerhouses above the Yukong realm than the overlord body sect. It was probably due to the medicinal pills playing a significant role. Of course, decent strength was only in the Holy Spirit Continent. Old man Song, your Saint Pill sect's physique also wants to try striking the divine drum. You're probably here to make a fool of yourselves, aren't you? Facing the Saint Pill sect's taunts, Huang Li also sneered. The Saint Pill sect's people immediately flushed red. As alchemists, their physique was indeed much weaker compared to other cultivators. But this was not something outsiders could mock. The sect master of the Saint Pill sect remained expressionless, simply stating, Huang Li, a war of words is useless. We'll see who's truly capable later. Oh, it's already so lively. It seems our 10,000 sword sect is still late. Another voice rang out, followed by a group of people holding long swords entering everyone's sight. The leader was a middle-aged man with white hair and beard, looking like a grandmaster of the sword Tao. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. The continuous arrival of the 10 great powers increased the pressure on the surrounding loose cultivators, who all kept their mouths shut, daring not to speak, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Half an hour later, this entire area was already filled with people. Jiang Xie and Wang Lu also took the opportunity to blend into the crowd. 9 of the 10 great powers had already arrived. The scene had clearly divided into 9 large and small groups. Behind each power, many loose cultivators or disciples of small powers gathered. This represented their stance. Here, only those who followed the 10 great powers could get a share. Correspondingly, if they could strike the divine drum 9 times and reveal its secrets, they would also have to pay a certain price to the great power they sided with. This was a transaction. Even if this transaction was unequal, for those who lacked talent and could not join the 10 great powers, only through this could they obtain the opportunity to strike the divine drum. Even if they didn't even have the qualification to approach the divine drum, at least they could try. After some observation, Jiang Xie found that the strongest of these 9 great powers had barely touched the threshold of the divine power realm. The overall strength of the Holy Spirit Continent was indeed much lower than that of the Shengyuan Continent. Wang Lu, why aren't they making a move yet? Jiang Xie was a little curious. Most of the powers had arrived, so why were they still waiting quietly? There's still one power that hasn't arrived yet, Wang Lu whispered. Everyone is waiting for them. Oh, Jiang Xie was a little curious and said, is this last power very special? More than just special, Wang Lu looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he quietly said, this last power is the Li family. You might not know this, but Night God is from the Li family, and currently, the Li family is the strongest overall power in the Holy Spirit Continent. Coupled with Night God's blessing, they are truly unrivaled in the Holy Spirit Continent. If there's any dispute about who the second strongest power is in the Holy Spirit Continent, then the first strongest power is indisputably the Li family. The Li family, Night God. Jiang Xie was stunned, turning his head to ask, is that Night God a disciple of the Li family? Do you know his full name? Wang Lu continued, Night God's full name is Shengyuan Yi. This is something everyone in the Holy Spirit Continent knows. He also has another title, Night Gentleman. Shengyuan Yi. Jiang Xie suddenly thought of the 2 characters Shengyuan Yi he had seen on that pillar in his St. Yuan Secret Realms treasure pavilion. So that was a person's name. At this moment, he developed a strong interest in this man named Shengyuan Yi. They're here, the Li family is here. They really came. In his thoughts, the surrounding voices pulled Jiang Xie's thoughts back. He looked out. His expression immediately became serious. In the distant sky, a giant warship appeared in everyone's sight. The warship exuded a captivating aura, and figures stood on it, their expressions arrogant, their gaze fixed on the divine drum in the sky. So this was the Li family. No wonder they were called the #1 power in the Holy Spirit Continent. Just this worship alone could probably easily kill a divine power realm powerhouse, couldn't it? Jiang Xie thought to himself. He noticed that the cultivation realm of the Li family's leader was at the peak divine power realm, far surpassing the powerhouses of all other powers, a full major realm higher. The overall strength of the Li family's people was also a notch higher than other powers. As expected of the #1 power in the Holy Spirit Continent, they have something to them. He suddenly became curious about what would happen next. 520, let me try. The warship did not approach the divine drum, but stopped not far from the crowd, and the Li family members successively jumped off the warship. Jiang Xie also noticed that no matter which major power came before, there would always be verbal disputes, but when it came to the Li family, those powers all shut their mouths. This also proved the importance of strength. The Li family's strength far surpassed theirs, and no one wanted to offend them. The middle-aged man leading the Li family slowly walked before the crowd, and after surveying the surroundings, he faced everyone and slowly said, "After many years, the divine drum has reappeared today, which is truly a fortunate event for our Holy Spirit Continent. As everyone knows, our Li family's old ancestor, Night God, led a group of powerful cultivators to resist the evil demons in ancient times. Although they paid an extremely heavy price, they also preserved a glimmer of hope for our human race and protected the entire continent. After old ancestor Night God left with a large portion of people, some who chose not to leave continued to multiply and thrive on the Holy Spirit Continent, which is why we exist today. Now, the spiritual chi on the Holy Spirit Continent is increasingly thin, the human race's numbers are constantly decreasing, and the continent is on the verge of collapse. We urgently need to find a new habitat. The ancient forbidden ground is not a place we can enter, so the things left behind by old ancestor Night God are our current hope." Speaking of this, he paused for a moment, glanced at the attentive crowd, and continued, "Today, I hope the major powers will have fewer disputes and focus their attention on the divine drum. If anyone can strike the divine drum, they will be honored as a distinguished guest of our Li family. If anyone can make the divine drum sound 9 times, they will be a benefactor to all people of the Holy Spirit Continent and the most important guest of our Li family. The Li family will fulfill all their requests within its power." This time, the Li family truly went all out. Such generous condition made everyone gasp in surprise. Of course, some also had grave expressions. Clearly, what he said was true. The Holy Spirit Continent was indeed no longer suitable for habitation, and they needed to leave as soon as possible. Given their strength, the things left by Li Xuanyi were indeed their last hope. If no one could make the divine drum sound 9 times, it wouldn't be long before the spiritual chi of the Holy Spirit Continent dried up, and their lives would not be far from ending. It could be said that this was a life-or-death attempt. Jiang Xie listened quietly among the crowd, feeling a surge of excitement. One man leading countless powerful cultivators to save the entire world. What a magnificent feat. He was truly worthy of being called a god. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. "Now, everyone, you may try to strike the divine drum." After taking in everyone's reactions, the Li family's family head gave the order. Immediately, impatient individuals rushed towards the divine drum suspended high above. In an instant, hundreds of people densely packed flew directly towards the divine drum. However, the next moment, the chi around the divine drum suddenly vibrated, and those hundreds of people screamed before being all sent flying hundreds of miles away. This scene caused those who had not yet gone up to show expressions of fear. This divine drum is indeed not something ordinary people can approach. It's hard enough to strike it once, let alone 9 times. I really don't know if it will succeed this time. Many people began to show worried expressions. Even the powerful cultivators of the major powers were full of sorrow. Li Yang's face also showed anxiety. As the family head of the Li family, probably no one present wanted to strike the divine drum more than he did. Subsequently, another large group of people went up to try, but without exception they were all sent flying. They couldn't even get close, let alone strike the drum. A dark cloud seemed to hang over everyone's heads. Everyone's expression was grim. "I'll do it." Finally, the sect master of the 10,000 Sword Sect could no longer hold back. He shouted loudly and stepped out from among the 10,000 Sword Sect disciples. His gaze was sharp, fixed on the divine drum above. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he rushed directly towards the divine drum. 100 zhang, 50 zhang, 30 zhang. His figure moved forward continuously, getting closer and closer to the divine drum, and a hint of joy couldn't help but appear on his face. Seeing this, the crowd below also showed expectant expressions. The sect masters of the other major powers stared intently at him, wondering what they were thinking. A hint of anticipation also appeared in Li Yang's eyes. Can he succeed? This was the thought in everyone's mind at this moment. Jiang Xie watched this scene from the crowd, but he had already noticed that the 10,000 Swords sect master's chi had begun to become chaotic. If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected is about to happen. Sir, do you think he can succeed? Wang Lu, watching from the side, was also very anxious and couldn't help but ask. Jiang Xie did not speak, only slowly shook his head. No, but he's already so close. Before Wang Lu could finish his sentence, he saw the 10,000 Swords sect master scream, and then his entire body plummeted directly from the sky. The scene became quiet once again. I don't believe it. The sect master of the Overlord Body sect didn't believe in this evil. He took off his upper garment, revealing his muscular upper body, and charged directly towards the divine drum. However, he only got a little closer than the 10,000 Swords sect master before. Like the 10,000 Swords sect master, he plummeted directly from the sky. A shadow fell over everyone's hearts. Next, powerful cultivators from other forces successively took the stage. The results were without exception, all ending in failure. Finally, everyone's gaze turned towards the person they considered the strongest, Li Yang, the Li family's family head. Li Yang gave a bitter smile. Even though he had little confidence, he still braced himself and went up. 50 zhang, 30 zhang, 20 zhang, 10 zhang. As he got closer and closer, and the crowd below began to show expressions of joy. Li Yang's expression above changed drastically. He felt an extremely strong qi erupting from within the divine drum, causing his qi to become chaotic and the circulation of his spiritual power to encounter obstacles. Ultimately, when he was still 5 zhang away from the divine drum, he could no longer hold on. Like the powerful cultivators of the major powers before him, he plummeted straight down from the sky. At this moment, the entire scene became silent. Only one thought remained in everyone's minds: it's over. Even Li Yang failed. It's impossible for anyone else on the Holy Spirit continent to succeed. They had lost hope once again. It seems, this is our fate, to perish with the Holy Spirit continent. I regret it. Why didn't our old ancestor follow old ancestor Night God when he left? We can only blame ourselves for being too weak. Even if Night God left something behind, we have no way of seeing it. Let's disperse. There's no hope. Let's just enjoy these last moments of life. For a time, the surroundings were filled with words of despair. Sighs, self-blame, and loss of faith were everywhere. Seeing this situation, Jiang Xie knew he couldn't watch any longer. From the reactions of so many people present, striking the divine drum should not be dangerous, and it was time for him to give it a try. Thinking of this, he spoke, "Everyone, how about letting me try?" This voice, amidst the desolate atmosphere, was exceptionally clear. So much so that many people turned their gaze towards the direction from which the voice came. But what they saw was a fellow in the Ningyuan realm. They were immediately greatly disappointed. Wang Lu was very helpless. Jiang Xie's remark had directly drawn everyone's attention to him. He knew that if he didn't step aside soon, he would be scolded. So he quickly moved aside and explained, "Everyone misunderstood. It's this sir who wants to try." 521, he is right. Hearing Wang Lu's words, everyone's gaze once again fell upon Jiang Xie, who was behind him. Immediately they all frowned. This was because, in their eyes, the man before them, aside from being good-looking, had no trace of qi. The large sword on his back looked quite heavy, but it didn't seem like anything good. Wang Lu, are you out of your mind? He's a mortal with no strength, yet you call him adult, and you want him to try. Within the Overlord Body sect, a man immediately stepped forward, frowning as he asked. Wang Lu glanced at him, but paid him no mind. This person was his sworn enemy within the sect, and he wished the other party would say a few more words, so that when Jiang Xie displayed his power, he would directly eliminate him. Wang Lu, I'm talking to you. Are you mute? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the man's eyes. He felt he had caught Wang Lu's weakness. Within the Overlord Body sect, he and Wang Lu were both true disciples, and also among the contenders for the sect's successor. Normally, Wang Lu was dutiful, and he couldn't find any weakness to exploit. Now this was good. Once Wang Lu lost favor in front of the sect master and elder, he would have one less competitor. The man's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Huang Li's face, noticing his deep frown and displeased expression, and his heart was instantly overjoyed, making him shout even more vigorously. Wang Lu, I was wondering why you suddenly left the sect. So you were messing around with such disreputable people. Now, you're even saying such absurd things in this kind of setting. Are you perhaps thinking that with so many adults present having failed, a mortal with no trace of qi can succeed? The man's words clearly had some effect. The people around Wang Lu all moved away from him, fearing they would be implicated. Some abusive remarks also followed. Is that Wang Lu, the true disciple of the Overlord Body Sect? How could he recommend such a person? I think this Wang Lu, might have been stimulated by something. It's said that the Overlord Body Sect is about to start selecting a successor soon. It seems this Wang Lu is probably going to lose his qualification. Wang Lu is still too rash. So many adults haven't succeeded. Can that pretty boy-like fellow succeed? Facing the pointing fingers of the surrounding crowd, Wang Lu's expression was calm, and Jiang Xie even wore a faint smile. Even the powerhouses of the 10 major forces all frowned. It wasn't that they looked down on people, but rather they felt it was simply impossible. Looking at Jiang Xie's age, he didn't seem very old. Having a Ning Yuan realm cultivation would be the absolute peak. With such cultivation, success was impossible. Where did this ignorant junior come from? Huang Li snorted coldly, his sharp gaze shooting towards Jiang Xie, subtly carrying a sense of oppression. Jiang Xie met his gaze without fear, his expression relaxed, which made Huang Li begin to feel some uncertainty. Those with slightly stronger cultivation also noticed something was amiss. Li Yang, the family head of the Li family, stepped forward at this moment and asked Jiang Xie kindly, "May I know the name of this young friend?" At this point, everyone who needed to try had tried. Letting him try might bring about some turning point. Jiang Xie shrugged and said, "This junior is Jiang Xie." Jiang Xie, Li Yang frowned slightly, carefully searching his mind and found he had never heard this name. He felt a slight disappointment in his heart but still smiled politely, "So it's young friend Jiang." Upon hearing this name, the others also searched their minds and similarly, had no impression, which made them even more disdainful of Jiang Xie. So it really is an unknown junior. The sect master of the 10,000 Sword sect snorted coldly, quite disdainfully. I thought it was some reclusive powerhouse. It seems I worried too much. The sect master of the Holy Pill sect shook his head slightly. I think, it's best if everyone doesn't hold out any hope. Let's disperse, this time is destined to be fruitless. Adult Yang, don't bother with an unknown junior, he's just trying to amuse us. Ali. The powerhouses of the major forces all expressed their opinions. They had clearly already regarded Jiang Xie as someone who came to cause trouble. Wang Lu watched the situation before him with cold eyes and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Keep talking, keep laughing. Soon, you won't be able to laugh. You don't understand the terror of the adult. However, although he thought this in his heart, seeing Jiang Xie's lack of reaction, he also felt a little uneasy. After all, Jiang Xie being a peerless powerhouse was his speculation, although there was a high probability that this speculation was true. But he couldn't stand Jiang Xie having absolutely no reaction. Thinking of this, his peripheral vision kept glancing at Jiang Xie. Upon seeing a faint smile suddenly appear on Jiang Xie's lips, which had been normal just a moment ago, Wang Lu's whole body trembled. Here it comes, the good show is about to begin. Unable to suppress his excitement, he began to shout again, "Fellow adults, forgive this junior for speaking frankly. It's not that I, Wang Lu, am targeting you, but in front of this adult behind me, everyone present is trash." These words echoed in everyone's ears like deafening thunder. At that moment, everyone's gaze was incredibly strange as it fell upon Wang Lu. Even Jiang Xie couldn't help but look over. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, this kid is truly a talent. He hadn't even started showing off yet, and this kid had already started. But this was good. It always felt like something was missing when he himself spoke. But what if he knew that he wasn't a powerhouse? At this moment, Jiang Xie suddenly wanted to tease him, so he began to act again. He covered his chest with both hands, retreating and shaking his head, his face filled with fear, and said nervously, "Everyone, it's not my business." These are all his own words. "I'm just an ordinary person." At this moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet. The smile on Wang Lu's face also froze. Waves of killing intent gradually enveloped him, and sweat began to soak his clothes. At this moment he was truly panicked. Wang Lu rigidly turned around, looking at Jiang Xie with an ashen face, his whole body trembling. But very quickly, he returned to normal. Because he saw that faint smile on Jiang Xie's lips again, although it was hard to detect, he still noticed it. Recalling his reaction when he first realized Jiang Xie's identity, he suddenly understood something. That's right, it must be the adult testing me, testing my loyalty. He turned around again, facing pairs of fierce eyes, and shouted loudly once more, "I just said it, you are not only trash but also garbage. How dare you? Wang Lu, no one can save you this time. You're just using your tongue, you can't be allowed to live." Then, instantly, at least 3 Yukong realm powerhouses attacked. The immense pressure almost suffocated Wang Lu. As the attacks drew closer and closer, and the aura pressed down so hard he couldn't even open his eyes. At some unknown point, the surroundings became quiet again. Mere Yukong realm, aren't you a bit too arrogant? He's right, everyone present. Your strength is indeed a bit lacking. 522, with fists. The surrounding space seemed to suddenly freeze. The three powerful cultivators who made a move were all frozen in midair. The surrounding cultivators were all filled with shock. Even the leaders of the 10 major forces were full of shock, their legs trembling. That was a power far beyond all of them. It instantly enveloped an area of several hundred miles. Wang Lu also opened his eyes. What he saw was a figure walking past him. Jiang Xie had a wicked smile on his lips as he walked step by step to the center of the crowd, waving his right hand casually. The bodies of the three Yukong realm powerful cultivators, frozen in midair, instantly flew backward, heavily smashing into the distant ground, emitting a series of explosive sounds and creating huge craters. Seeing this, everyone gasped. When they looked at Jiang Xie again, their expressions were completely different. The previous contemptuous and disdainful eyes were gone, replaced by shock, fear, and worship. No one pursued Wang Lu's contemptuous words anymore. Because what he said was the truth. Li Yang quickly reacted, his face filled with both excitement and shock, and he hurriedly came before Jiang Xie, cupping his hands and bowing, saying, "I am Li Yang, greetings, Jiang Dayu." Unlike before, this time, he reported his name, and his address for Jiang Xie changed from little friend to fellow Taoist. This was the change in status brought by strength. Not only him, but after reacting, everyone present like Li Yang, cupped their hands and bowed in unison, respectfully shouting loudly, "We greet Lord Jiang." In a short period, he went from an ordinary man to a lord. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xie couldn't help but sigh. No wonder cultivation made people crazy. Powerful strength, constantly increasing lifespan, supreme power, etc. These were all reasons for people to go crazy. If he were truly a young man without strength at this moment, the scene would be completely different. As an outsider, Jiang Xie didn't want to have too much animosity with them, even if their strength was not as good as his. He nodded faintly and said, "You don't need to be so polite." After saying that, he turned to Li Yang and said, "Senior Li, this junior will go up and try." No matter what, his age was much younger than his, so calling him senior was reasonable. What's more, this divine drum was originally left by a member of the Li family. Li Chuanyi's feat also made him quite admire him. This senior, Jiang Xie said it completely from the heart. But Li Yang felt extremely flustered and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, you are too kind. Your strength is higher than mine. I cannot bear the title of senior." Seeing that he still wanted to say something, Jiang Xie immediately shook his head, signaling him not to say anything more. Then he looked upwards, and under everyone's gaze leaped up. At this moment, the people around dared to speak. Where exactly did this Lord come from? Why have I never heard his name before? It's hard to imagine. Do we still have such a powerful cultivator on our Holy Spirit continent? By the way, this Lord is so young. To be so young and possess such powerful strength, it's simply unimaginable. I think he might have used a beauty-preserving technique. Otherwise, a cultivator of this age and cultivation level would absolutely not appear on the Holy Spirit continent. That instant, I only felt as if I had seen a god. My whole body was trembling. That Lord's cultivation realm must have reached the divine power realm, right? Divine power realm. Didn't you see even Lord Li Yang trembling all over? If it were the divine power realm, why would it be like this? Then that means that Lord's cultivation realm is probably at the domain realm or higher. Yet, after this analysis, everyone was even more shocked. At this moment, many people turned their attention to Wang Lu. After all, Wang Lu seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Jiang Xie. Wang Lu was currently holding his head high, his expression incomparably arrogant. He knew that he had guessed correctly and gambled correctly. From now on, his identity and status were completely different. He was no longer on the same level as them. On that side, Huang Li of the Overlord Body Sect also had to put aside his pride and came to Wang Lu with a pleasant expression, chuckling, "Wang Lu, look at you. Why didn't you tell the sect when you went out to train with that lord? Look how big the misunderstanding is now. Look, when that lord comes back later, I hope you can put in a few good words for us, and don't let him have a bad impression of the Overlord Body Sect." HMPH, I told you just now but you didn't listen. Now it's good you want me to clean up the mess. I wonder who was cursing me earlier. Even to his own sect master, Wang Lu put on a stern face. He knew that he indeed had such qualifications now. Huang Li didn't dare to say anything more and immediately cast a cold gaze at his disciple. Zhao Hai, why aren't you getting over here to apologize to Wang Lu? You were the one who shouted the fiercest just now. Zhao Hai was the true disciple of the Overlord Body Sect, who had just accused Wang Lu. He knew he was finished even earlier. At this moment, upon hearing Huang Li call his name, he merely trembled slightly, then obediently stepped forward, walked to Wang Lu, knelt down and repented. Wang Lu, I was impulsive just now. Please be magnanimous and let me off. In the current situation, honestly bowing his head was the correct solution. Jiang Xie's strength made him unable to even think of resisting. Wang Lu was secretly thrilled at this moment. He finally understood why so many people like to be other people's lackeys. Putting everything else aside, being a lackey was actually quite glorious. Look, that lord is about to touch the divine drum. Just as Wang Lu was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from around, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Lu didn't bother to speak anymore. He simply waved his hand, telling Zhao Hai to get up, and his own gaze also looked upwards, only to see in the high sky. Jiang Xie, as if strolling in a leisurely courtyard, easily arrived near the divine drum. At this moment, he was only one body length away. This divine drum doesn't seem difficult to approach. Jiang Xie stood before the divine drum, stroking his chin, feeling a bit strange. Earlier, he saw those people as if they were encountering immense resistance. He thought he would also encounter some resistance, more or less. But in reality, after he came up, even now being so close to the divine drum, he hadn't felt any resistance. He even suspected whether those people were acting just now. Even if his strength was a bit stronger than theirs, the difference was too great, wasn't it? Could it be that for so long, there haven't been any domain realm or law realm cultivators who tried on the Holy Spirit Continent? Perhaps there are no such powerful cultivators now, but what about in the past? Unable to figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. He only now realized that he seemed to have forgotten how to strike this divine drum. He looked at his fist, felt it was about right, and then punched it down. However, his action caused everyone below to freeze in place, dumbfounded. 523. In a flash, 5 shots rang out and the mysterious old man. With his hand. Has no one told this adult that the divine drum cannot be struck with one's hand? It's over, it's over. Seeing Jiang Xie's action, everyone's faces turned ashen. They had originally felt there was hope, but now they felt it was all for naught. Everyone on the Holy Spirit Continent knew that the divine drum could not be struck with one's hand, because a special power enveloped the divine drum. It could not be directly touched by a physical body. Otherwise, it would lead to the physical body decaying and dying. Generally speaking, one would condense a weapon with spiritual power and then strike the divine drum with it to avoid the physical body decaying. This was experience summarized by countless people of the Holy Spirit Continent during several attempts to strike the divine drum. At this moment, Li Yang's expression also changed drastically. Huang Li even rushed directly in front of Wang Lu and angrily said, "Wang Lu, did you not tell that adult the method for striking the divine drum?" As soon as these words were spoken, swish, swish. Everyone's gazes turned towards Wang Lu, and those gazes were filled with anger and unwillingness. The environment of the Holy Spirit Continent was deteriorating day by day. The things left behind by Night God were their only hope of leaving this place. That feeling of seeing hope, then it turning into despair, then seeing hope again, and then it turning back into despair. It was truly very easy to make one collapse. Wang Lu was also a bit flustered at this moment. Under everyone's gaze, he couldn't help but retreat a few steps, with a panicked expression on his face, shaking his head and waving his hands as he said, The adult didn't ask me." "Wang Lu, first tell me, who exactly is this adult? Why does he not know that the divine drum cannot be struck with a physical body?" Compared to Huang Li's anger, Li Yang, although also very angry, had not lost his reason. After he said this, everyone realized that they indeed did not know Jiang Xie's origin. Wang Lu originally didn't want to say anything, but looking at those scrutinizing gazes, it was false to say he felt no pressure. Finally he sighed, as if deflated, "Actually, I don't know that adult's origin either. I only know I met him outside the ancient forbidden ground." Ancient forbidden ground, many people immediately exclaimed. One must know that even now, there was still a strange aura permeating from within the ancient forbidden ground, which led to very few people daring to go to the outer reaches of the ancient forbidden ground. A single mistake would result in death and the dissipation of one's Tao. They were shocked that Wang Lu dared to go there with only his Ning Yuan realm cultivation. They were even more shocked by what he said, that he met Jiang Xie in the outer reaches of the ancient forbidden ground. Doesn't that mean that Jiang Xie very likely came out from within the ancient forbidden ground? "Why did you go to the outer reaches of the ancient forbidden ground?" Huang Li suddenly asked. Wang Lu hesitated and said, "For to compete for the sect's successor." "So that's how it is." Huang Li suddenly understood, and couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. He himself didn't dare to go to the outer reaches of the ancient forbidden ground now. It was truly beyond his expectation that Wang Lu dared to take such a great risk for the position of successor. "So that means that adult is very likely from within the ancient forbidden ground." Li Yang's eyes lit up, and much of the worry in his heart lessened. If he came out from within the ancient forbidden ground, this divine drum. Just as he was thinking about these things, a melodious and powerful sound echoed throughout the entire Holy Spirit continent. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Then with horrified gazes, they looked towards the divine drum above. Indeed, they saw Jiang Xie's fist, already firmly slammed onto that divine drum. And his fist was completely unharmed. Shock, terror, excitement, stupefaction, disbelief. All sorts of expressions appeared on the faces of the crowd below. At the same time, in other human-inhabited cities on the Holy Spirit continent and some cultivators traveling abroad, all heard this melodious, profound sound. They all stopped what they were doing, stood in place, and looked up into the distance. Their eyes were filled with shock. The divine drum has been struck. The divine drum has been struck. At some unknown time from some unknown place, a voice rang out. Immediately, more and more voices continuously sounded in various places. The divine drum rang. They were excited, they were teary-eyed. Since Night God left the divine drum had appeared very few times. The number of times it had been struck could be counted on one hand. They had never thought that one day they would actually be able to hear the divine drum resonating throughout the entire Holy Spirit continent. Today, for them on the Holy Spirit continent, was a day worthy of being recorded in history. In the hall deep beneath the Li family's main hall, in the largest city of the Holy Spirit continent, that ancient voice seemed a bit surprised. The divine drum has been struck once. That's rare. In this era, I wonder which junior has such ability. After saying this, the ancient voice disappeared again. Within the entire hall, no one was seen. For the owner of this voice, striking the divine drum once was indeed surprising. But it wasn't overly surprising. After all, one had to strike it 9 times to see what Li Chuan had left behind. Unless that person had the ability to strike it a few more times, otherwise, it wouldn't cause him too much of a ripple. As if to confirm his thoughts, another melodious sound came. Immediately after, 3 more consecutive sounds rang out. Adding the previous one, in just a short moment, the divine drum had already been struck 5 times. "Who is it?" In the dark hall, that voice sounded again. Immediately after, an old man with white hair and beard appeared out of thin air in the hall. His face was filled with both excitement and shock. His gaze seemed to penetrate space, directly hitting the divine drum. A moment later, his body trembled even more, and he couldn't help but have tears welling up in his eyes. That is, the Divine Lord Pavilion's successor. I didn't expect that after so many years, someone has truly become the Divine Lord Pavilion's successor. He really didn't lie to me. After muttering a few words to himself, the old man disappeared from the hall. And in the outside world, everyone was even more bewildered. Striking it once was already enough to shock people. What they didn't expect was that Jiang Xie continued to strike it 4 more times without stopping. There were only 4 more left until the legendary 9 times. Now, no words could express the feelings in their hearts at this moment. They only felt as if they were about to suffocate from the scene before them. In that barren land, countless people widened their eyes, holding their breath, as if a single breath would shatter the scene before them. Li Yang's hands trembled, so excited that he could not control himself. He looked at the figure in the air, as if looking at a god. Too strong. 5 sounds, that's 5 sounds. Since the ancient Great War until now, no one has been able to reach that level. This adult is simply too strong. Could it be that today, we truly have hope of seeing the legend come true? It's truly too exciting. 524. The Green Palace appears, the Li family ancestor. Above the sky, Jiang Xie looked at the divine drum in front of him, deep in thought. From the moment he struck the first punch, he clearly felt a considerable resistance. That force seemed to be blocking him from moving forward, but as he slowly approached the divine drum, he found that the resistance began to decrease. To understand the reason behind this, he struck the divine drum a few more times. Only then did he discover that the fundamental reason for the reduced resistance was the mark on his hand, which represented the successor of the god monarch pavilion. Whenever he entered a certain range of the divine drum, this mark would emit a faint glow. Subsequently, that resistance would vanish into thin air. Only then could he so easily strike the divine drum 5 times. This divine drum actually reacts to this mark. It seems, this is indeed something left behind by Night God. For so many years, no one has been able to strike the divine drum 9 times, not because their talent was insufficient, but because they simply didn't have the qualification. At this point, Jiang Xie finally understood. The root of everything was the identity of being the successor of the god monarch pavilion. Without this identity, even with extraordinary talent, it would be in vain. It was quite interesting, actually. The place where one obtained the identity of god monarch pavilion successor was within the Saint Yuan secret realm, and he was from the Holy Spirit Continent, while this divine drum was in the Holy Spirit Continent. Did this mean he was a true Holy Spirit Continent native? After all, the Holy Spirit Continent here was incomplete. And he had been to all 3 of the largest continents, formed from the shattered Holy Spirit Continent. How interesting. After clarifying the intricacies, Jiang Xie had no intention of delaying further. He wanted to see what would appear after striking the divine drum 9 times. 4 more to go. He raised his fist and struck again. When the sound echoed once more, everyone on the Holy Spirit Continent was numb with shock. Only excitement and joy remained. It was the joy of a dream, about to be realized for generations of people. The crowd below did not notice that an old man had appeared among them at some point. The old man appeared unremarkable, with not a single ripple of spiritual chi on him, yet no one around could approach within 1 zhang of him. The old man's slightly cloudy eyes were now fixed on Jiang Xie above, and no one knew what he was thinking. Above, Jiang Xie moved again. The 6th strike, the 7th strike, the 8th strike. Until the 9th strike. The 9 chimes of the divine drum were completely achieved today. Aside from the initial shock and subsequent numbness, what now filled everyone's hearts was only anticipation. Their eyes were fixed on the divine drum, anticipation clearly etched on their faces. Even the old man's eyes inevitably held a look of anticipation. Jiang Xie was the same. His gaze was fixed on the divine drum in front of him, 1 second, 2 seconds. Soon, several minutes passed, yet there was still no reaction whatsoever. Jiang Xie frowned slightly, starting to doubt if the legend was true. No one below dared to speak either. But in their hearts, a slight wavering inevitably appeared. Could the legend be false? Otherwise, why was there still no reaction after a quarter of an hour? However, just as everyone was gradually growing impatient, suddenly the heavens and earth changed color. A massive energy fluctuation erupted from within the divine drum, and winds and clouds surged across the sky. Jiang Xie was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by this immense force. It's here, it's here. Is the legendary item about to appear? What exactly did Night God leave behind? Yes. Countless excited voices continuously rang out. Some had bloodshot eyes, some revealed greed, some were agitated, and some wore worried expressions. No one knew whether what was left behind would be good or bad. Has this day finally arrived? The old man looked at the sky and muttered to himself again. After the power within the divine drum continuously emanated, it suddenly stopped abruptly. Immediately after, the divine drum continuously expanded and grew larger. Finally, under everyone's gaze, it suddenly shattered, and countless fragments reassembled, eventually forming a medium-sized palace. The palace was a vibrant green, shimmering with dazzling light. Like a peerless treasure, it slowly floated in the air. At this moment, some people could no longer hold back. They instantly leaped from the ground, rushing straight towards the grand hall. As if they moved too slowly, the benefits would be gone. And once one person took the lead, more and more people rushed upwards. Under such circumstances, those who could remain calm were few and far between. Li Yang was one of them. But seeing one person after another rushing upwards, he too felt a bit restless. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard an old voice by his ear. Foolish, do you really think that's something you can just enter whenever you want? Li Yang was momentarily curious about who had spoken and turned his head to look. Upon seeing, his hair immediately stood on end, and he felt as if he had seen a ghost. Old ancestor, didn't you go to the upper realm with Night God? He couldn't help but be shocked. The appearance of the old man in front of him was exactly the same as one of the old ancestors' portraits that had always been kept in the family. And placed alongside that portrait, there was also Li Xuanyi's portrait. As far as he knew, that was a figure from the same era as the family's Xuanyi old ancestor, and it had always been rumored within the clan that these old ancestors had all followed Night God to the upper realm. But now, what was going on? The old man glanced at him and said coldly, "Has the Li family already weakened to such a level?" Then he frowned again and said with a sigh of relief, "Well, It's already good that the current Holy Spirit continent can have such strength. Old ancestor, are you really still alive? You didn't leave with Night God. After the initial shock and horror, Li Yang was filled with excitement. I have never left the Holy Spirit continent, so how can there be talk of leaving? Tens of thousands of years have passed, and I wonder how they are doing now, this guarding, it's a lifetime. The old man sighed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about. He turned his head, looking at the Xian Grand Hall above, seemingly relieved and also as if freed. I, Li Yichen, have never been one to seek strength and victory. I only wanted to protect the family, and now I can finally leave. Leave? Li Yang's whole body trembled and he asked somewhat flustered, Old ancestor, are you leaving? Where are you going? Me? Li Yichen shook his head, his eyes fixed on him, saying, not me but us. 525, it's actually him. Li Yang couldn't understand the meaning for a while and was about to ask, but Li Yichen stopped him with a hand. Instead, he gestured forward. Li Yang turned his head and his pupils constricted. He saw countless people flying backward in the sky in the distance. That Xian Hall emitted waves of energy fluctuations, visible to the naked eye. Everyone who rushed forward was sent flying. Many even turned into blood mist under this force. Run, everyone run. This isn't an opportunity, it's a disaster. That was wrong. Do not go forward, do not go forward. Terrified voices echoed around, filling Li Yang with fear. If he had gone up just now, he probably, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show respect. Thank you, old ancestor, for the reminder. Li Yichen didn't respond to his words. His gaze remained fixed upwards. To be precise, it was fixed on Jiang Xie, who was not far from the Xian Hall. As a god monarch pavilion successor, you should act now. Ever since Jiang Xie was sent flying by that force, he hadn't continued to move. Instead, he watched from the side as those people rushed towards the Xian Hall. The scene before him made him a little apprehensive. I wonder if I'll also be sent flying if I go. This thought arose in his mind, but was quickly dismissed by him. Since it was left for the god monarch pavilion successor, such a phenomenon wouldn't occur. Seeing that the time was ripe, he no longer continued to observe. The facts were as he expected. As he approached the hall, he didn't feel the slightest repulsion. Unlike others who found it difficult to move an inch, he could be said to have no obstacles at all. Just like that, under the gazes of many who felt both love and hate, he arrived at the entrance of the hall. Jiang Xie slowly extended his hand and placed it on the main door. Just as he was about to push it open, the mark on his hand flickered slightly. Immediately after, a sense of dizziness washed over him. When he regained his senses, the surrounding scenery had completely changed. However, looking at the scene before him, Jiang Xie's expression was extremely strange. Because the scene before him was extremely similar to a scene in his memory. He remembered that on Blue Star, there was a drama with such a scene. A huge pyramid, and inside the pyramid there was a staircase, and on top of the staircase were 3 huge stone statues. And what he saw now was a bronze hall, and inside the hall there was also a staircase, and on top of the staircase were 2 huge stone statues. The only differences between the two were the pyramid, the appearance of the giants, and their number. Is this a coincidence, or? Some strange thoughts arose in Jiang Xie's mind. Could it be that this night god is also a transmigrator? Outside the hall. Seeing Jiang Xie suddenly disappear outside the hall, Li Yang's eyes instantly widened and he was a little incoherent. Old ancestor, this. No need to be surprised, only he can enter this place anyway. Seeing Jiang Xie successfully enter the hall, Li Yichen's heart also settled. He was afraid that Jiang Xie wouldn't be able to enter. If that happened, who knew how many more years they would have to wait? The cultivators who had rushed up earlier, only to be sent flying and narrowly escape with their lives, shook their heads and sighed at this sight. It's fate. It's our fault for being too naive. This is clearly not prepared for us. We're inferior, there's nothing more to say. I'm just curious, what exactly will be inside? Inside the hall, after suppressing those strange thoughts, Jiang Xie suddenly seemed to remember something. If he remembered correctly, the divine hall in his sea of consciousness was left by that night god. And within the god monarch pavilion, there were a total of 14 divine lords. Previously, there were only 12 in the divine hall, and the 2 that appeared here. Added together, wouldn't that be exactly 14? Did he even foresee this step? Jiang Xie couldn't help but sigh. Powerful individuals are just different. Their schemes are elaborate. Having composed himself, he began to walk up the steps. And surprisingly, he actually felt a sense of transformation. When he reached the top of the steps, he discovered that there was nothing between the 2 stone statues. Instead, there was a small stone platform. But when Jiang Xie looked, his pupils trembled violently, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back, almost losing his balance. Is that a photo? He could hardly imagine that there could be something like a photo in this world. And at first glance, it was not a product of this world. A true transmigrator. Now, he had an 80% certainty about his guess. That night god was a transmigrator. Patting his chest and calming his excited and shocked emotions, Jiang Xie slowly walked over. In this world, encountering a fellow countryman who transmigrated from the same world was indeed very exciting. Of course, the premise was that this fellow countryman was friendly. Approaching, he picked up the photo placed on the stone platform and turned it over. Upon seeing the person in the photo, his pupils constricted again. A few seconds later, an expletive burst from him. Holy crap, it's actually him. Jiang Xie could hardly describe his feelings at this moment. Shock, disbelief, excitement, joy. He really hadn't expected that night god to be him. He remembered that before he transmigrated. One day, while watching a live stream on Moyin, he saw a live stream room with a slightly novel title. It said transmigrated to Xuanhuan world. At that time, he scoffed at it, thinking it was just another gimmick to attract traffic. But even knowing it was a gimmick, he still clicked in. The screen showed a handsome man live streaming. The background he was in indeed had an ancient feel. At that time, as a hot-blooded university student, he thought he had received the enlightenment of knowledge and did not believe in such outlandish things at all. He only watched for a while before exiting the live stream room. Later, not long after, due to an accident in his dormitory, he fell unconscious, and when he woke up again, he was in this world. For a period of time, he was in a state of questioning life. Of course, he also remembered that day's live stream. Although he believed that transmigration was possible, he still had doubts about whether that man had truly transmigrated. That was, since he had transmigrated, why could he still live stream? Could it be that his phone also transmigrated with him? As for the system, he had always believed it to be ethereal. More absurd than transmigration. So he never thought in that direction unless he also had a system. But unfortunately, he didn't. He never thought that he would actually see the figure of that streamer here. This means that streamer did indeed transmigrate. Li Xuanyi huh. That's not right. Soon he realized a new problem. That is, from a temporal perspective, the time of his transmigration and Li Xuanyi's transmigration shouldn't be much different. But from the history of this world, he was at least tens of thousands of years earlier than himself. He didn't know how many thousands of years. 526, one more fellow villager. Could it be that while the transmigration happened around the same time, the era they arrived in after transmigration was different, with so many years separating them? No wonder he has already become a divine lord. Jiang Xie realized that even if the two had transmigrated around the same time, the eras they arrived in were different, separated by at least 100,000 years. He pulled his thoughts back and carefully looked at the photo. The photo was a group shot. Not only was Li Xuanyi present, but there were also more than a dozen other people beside and behind him. Jiang Xie counted them, including Li Xuanyi. There were exactly 14 people in the photo. This corresponded to the 14 divine lords of the God Monarch Pavilion. What truly caught his attention was the background where they took the photo was actually in Great Xie. Yes, Great Xie. Jiang Xie was very familiar with the background behind them. It was an iconic building in the imperial capital of Great Xie. This, no way. He suddenly thought of a question. So much so that his hands were trembling at this moment. If the background of this photo was indeed in Great Xie, doesn't that mean Li Xuanyi had returned to Great Xie? Then this means he has a way to go back. Thinking of this, Jiang Xie's breathing became rapid. Although he already had things here that were hard to let go of, Great Xie was also his unforgettable homeland. It's just a pity. His relatives and friends back then have probably all turned to dust by now. After all, there was a difference of several 100,000 years. Even if he went back, he probably wouldn't recognize anyone. Great Xie would no longer be the Great Xie from before. The development of technology has probably reached an unimaginable level. Oh well, whether I go back or not no longer has much meaning. Now this place is my home. That was just a momentary impulse. This was his normal thought. If Great Xie was still as it was before he came, he would indeed want to go back. It's just a pity that things have changed. Now he had family, friends, and a lover here. It wasn't that simple to let go of. He now only wanted to cultivate as quickly as possible, break through to a higher realm, find Li Xuanyi, and have a good drink together. Such a fellow Taoist from his hometown was not common. Speaking of which, I owe my current achievements to him. Jiang Xie's expression was strange. Thinking carefully, if it weren't for the divine hall in his mind, he probably wouldn't have reached his current realm. He might still be struggling at the bottom. He just didn't know. Were the 6 famous weapons also his masterpieces? If so, then that truly was fate. What Jiang Xie didn't know was that the moment he picked up that photo, far away in another great world, on a misty, immortal mountain, within a serene and elegant bamboo pavilion, 2 ethereal figures with extraordinary temperament sat opposite each other, each holding a cup of tea, quite at ease. Fellow Taoist Xuan Yi, does this tea suit your taste? From one side of the bamboo pavilion, the black-clothed, white-haired man smiled and drank the tea in his hand. The man opposite him also had an extraordinary appearance and temperament. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Kingchen, aren't you asking the obvious? You and I are both from Blue Star's Great Xia, why be so distant?" "Ha ha ha ha, brother Xuan Yi, just kidding." The white-haired man laughed heartily and changed his tone. The other man also laughed. "This is so much better, why keep saying fellow Taoist this and fellow Taoist that? Those 2 words are making my ears callous." Strictly speaking, according to their current ages, Li Xuanyi was undoubtedly older. But they did not use this to address each other. Instead, they used their ages on Blue Star. When they were on Blue Star, Li Qingchen was slightly older than Li Xuanyi. As the 2 were talking, suddenly, Li Xuanyi's eyes moved. He seemed to sense something, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Li Qingchen immediately noticed his change and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Something very interesting," Li Xuanyi smiled. Li Qingchen immediately became interested and pressed, "Tell me, what's so fun?" "Something I left in the lower realm has been triggered. You'll never guess who this person is." "Oh," Li Qingchen looked thoughtful and smiled, "could it be another fellow Taoist from our hometown?" Li Xuanyi gave him an appreciative look and said, "You guessed right." "Is that really the case?" "I didn't expect it either, but he is indeed a fellow Taoist from our hometown." Saying that, Li Xuanyi waved his right hand and a scene appeared. It was all the footage of Jiang Xie from entering the Great Hall to getting the photo, even including sound. From his expression and reaction, it was not difficult to see that he recognized those things. "When I left the Holy Spirit Continent, some of my clansmen didn't want to leave, so they stayed there. I respected their wishes, but I also left behind many things. To help them cultivate until they opened the Great Hall I left behind. This way, I can cast a great divine ability, connecting that world so I can bring them over." Upon hearing this, Li Qingchen couldn't help but show a moved expression. "So many years have passed, those people from back then are probably long dead. You want to bring their descendants over?" "Yes," Li Xuanyi nodded and sighed. "I thought it would be soon, but I didn't expect it to take so long." "But, merely this isn't enough to bring them, is it? Unless there is still a great Emperor realm expert in that world," Li Qingchen said with some hesitation. After entering this world, he had also wanted to bring some of his clansmen from the lower realm, but due to the power of the world, he could only give up. People of their realm could not enter a small world. That place could no longer bear their power, and the heavenly Tao power of the small world would also repel them. If they forced their way in, it would cause the entire small world to collapse. During that time, he tried many methods but all failed. It was also then that he understood why, when he was still in the small world, he never saw people from the great world. Great Emperor realm expert, Li Xuanyi's mouth curved into a smile. "Actually, there is." "Li Qingchen, did you leave someone behind back then? You truly live up to your name, my friend." He has suffered for such a long time. Li Xuanyi felt a bit guilty. Back then, as one of the 13 gentlemen, he had a battle with the 16 ancient freaks, and also sparred with Li Yichen, a member of his clan. The 2 could be said to have become friends through fighting. Later, when he left the Holy Spirit Continent, Li Yichen voluntarily offered to stay, which indeed surprised him. "No matter what, his mission has been accomplished. After he comes up, I will try my best to compensate him. His realm, it's also time for him to break through." 527, 2-in-1 dialogue and probing. "Brother Qingchen, why don't we meet this fellow countryman?" Li Xuanyi suddenly changed the subject and asked meaningfully. Li Qingchen, naturally, understood what he meant. He simply wanted to see what kind of character and disposition this fellow countryman had. If they could befriend him, they wouldn't mind helping him. It was too lonely with only the 2 of them in such a vast world. Fortunately, there were still 2 of them. If there was only one, then the things buried deep in their hearts would have no one to tell. They hoped from the bottom of their hearts that Jiang Xie was a friend worth befriending. The cultivation world might be full of deceit, and perhaps there were no eternal friends, only eternal interests. However, as fellow people from Blue Star Great Xia, they shared a different kind of bond. "Since that's the case, then let's take a look," Li Qingchen nodded. Li Xuanyi smiled slightly, then waved his hands, and a picture appeared before the two of them. In the picture, it was Jiang Xie in that great hall. Seeing Jiang Xie in the picture, Li Xuanyi was slightly startled and said with some surprise, "I didn't expect him to not only obtain the divine hall I left behind, but also the Fanchen sword and the heavenly Dao sword." "Are these two swords special in any way?" Li Qingchen asked. "Before I left the Holy Spirit Continent, I left behind a divine soul magic treasure, the divine hall, and 5 acquired chaos artifacts exchanged from the system space. And that heavenly Dao sword is an innate chaos artifact formed by gathering the power of the Holy Spirit Continent's heavenly Dao and a trace of chaos power. What surprised me was that even the heavenly Dao sword recognized him. So that's how it is. It seems he still has some luck." Li Qingchen nodded slightly. As for the system Li Xuanyi mentioned, he also knew about it. As early as when the two of them knew that they had transmigrated from Blue Star together, they understood some things about each other. His system was no secret to Li Xuanyi. Li Qingchen continued to focus his gaze on Jiang Xie, and soon he was a little surprised again. His physical body seems a bit strange, as if it was refined from different materials. Enlightenment tree, heaven-mending divine lotus, these are good things. Indeed, Li Xuanyi was not surprised after all. He knew what was inside the statues in the divine hall. However, what surprised him was that the things Jiang Xie used to condense his physical body were quite extraordinary, especially that heaven-mending divine lotus. "Next, let's talk to him." Jiang Xie was very confused. Looking at the 2 huge statues in front of him, he didn't know how to incorporate them into the divine hall in his sea of consciousness. If they couldn't be incorporated into it, they couldn't be used by him. "I can't have come all this way for nothing." Jiang Xie stroked his chin, staring blankly at the statues in front of him. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and his hair stood on end. He felt an extremely strong sense of crisis, as if some powerful existence was about to descend. Before he could react, a ripple came from the air. A light curtain appeared out of thin air in front of him. "This is..." Jiang Xie trembled all over. With just a light curtain, he could feel its extraordinariness. The dense spiritual qi seemed to be escaping through the light curtain. "Fellow Taoist, are you from Blue Star Great Xia?" Just as Jiang Xie was immersed in the scenery inside the light curtain, an ethereal voice came from within. Hearing this, Jiang Xie reacted, and at the same time his heart stirred. Since he would ask if he was from Blue Star Great Xia, then the one who spoke, wouldn't it be that person? Thinking of this, he could no longer remain calm. He stared intently at the light curtain, took a deep breath, and answered very cautiously, "Senior, you truly have a wisdom eye. I am indeed from Blue Star Great Xia." "Oh," the tone from the other side seemed to become a bit more casual. "Then how old were you when you were in Great Xia?" Jiang Xie didn't know why he asked him this, but he still replied, 20. Before he transmigrated, he was a student who had just entered his 3rd year of university. The other side was silent for a while, then said something that surprised Jiang Xie. "So, our ages were similar when we were in Great Xia. You don't need to call me senior anymore, just call me Big Brother Yi." "Big Brother Yi," Jiang Xie was first stunned, then ecstatic. "It's really you, Otherworld streamer." The other side seemed a little surprised. Li Xuanyi's expression on the other side of the light curtain also became quite interesting. He originally thought he was just another transmigrator like him, but he didn't expect. He was actually a fan. It had to be said, it was truly an unexpected gain. Even Li Qingchen, who was beside him, asked with a strange expression, "Your fan?" Maybe, Li Xuanyi wasn't very sure. If he really was his fan, then what Jiang Xie said just now shouldn't have been Otherworld streamer, but Great Xuanyi, or Great Streamer. He suddenly thought of a possibility. That is, could it be that the other party only watched 1 or 2 of his live broadcasts before transmigrating? Just as he was thinking this, the voice from the other side had already come through. "Is that you, streamer? I clicked into your live stream room back then. At the time, I thought it was just a gimmick, a way to attract traffic, but I never expected that I would transmigrate myself." Jiang Xie became more and more excited as he spoke, his hands involuntarily gesturing. "I never expected to hear news of you here. I'm so excited. In this vast world, there's actually a fellow countryman from Blue Star." His words also deeply touched Li Xuanyi and Li Qingchen. Yes, as the saying goes, when fellow countrymen meet, tears well up in their eyes, let alone in this otherworldly realm completely different from Blue Star. Li Xuanyi's voice also became much gentler. "The fact that you and I can meet here is also an opportunity." As he spoke, his face also appeared on the light curtain. Jiang Xie looked at the face that was not much different from his memory, and the excitement in his heart was indescribable. It was him. It was the streamer he saw back then. Jiang Xie was very excited. and Li Xuanyi and Li Qingchen were also very excited. But they hadn't forgotten what they were going to do. Li Xuanyi, with a smile in his eyes, coaxed, "Since you are my fan, I can take you to the upper realm. Are you willing?" This action was a test. He didn't believe that Jiang Xie had no relatives or friends in this world. Ultimately, it depended on how Jiang Xie answered. Jiang Xie was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting the other party to say such a thing. To be honest, he was indeed very tempted to go to the upper realm. But if only he went up alone, then there would be no need. "Can I bring others with me?" he answered without thinking. Li Xuanyi and Li Qingchen on the other side exchanged glances, both heaving a sigh of relief. They were truly afraid that Jiang Xie would agree immediately. In that case, although they would bring Jiang Xie to the upper realm, they wouldn't become close friends. Li Xuanyi continued, "No, only you alone." "Then forget it." Jiang Xie was a little disappointed. Here, he still had many things to do. If his family and friends couldn't go with him, what was the point of going alone? Upon receiving this answer, Li Xuanyi smiled. In fact, being actively recognized by an innate chaos artifact already represented his character, talent, and strength. "Since that's the case, then I'll give these 2 statues to you." "Thank you, big brother Yi." Jiang Xie cupped his hands in thanks. For him, obtaining these 2 statues was already a huge opportunity. "But you'll have to wait a moment." As Li Xuanyi spoke, the gate of the bronze hall slowly opened. Jiang Xie was slightly stunned, as if he thought of something, and turned to walk out of the hall. Below, the people who had been waiting for a long time eagerly craned their necks, wanting to see what was inside. "The gate is open, what's inside?" "I'm so envious. I wonder what opportunity that esteemed senior obtained. Alas, it's a pity our strength isn't enough otherwise. I wonder if we can still enter after the gate opens this time. It would be great if we could get in." Everyone was eager, desperately wanting to know if the hall would be the same as before. In a corner of the crowd, Li Yichen showed an expectant look, staring intently at the great hall. As the gate opened, Jiang Xie's figure also emerged from within. After coming out facing the crowd, Jiang Xie only gave them a glance. Just as everyone was puzzled, a violent fluctuation erupted from within the bronze hall again. Immediately after, a faint figure appeared above the bronze hall. It was Li Xuanyi's figure. Although it was only ethereal, it carried an aura that looked down on everything. Like a heavenly god. Thump thump. Below the bronze hall, at the moment they saw Li Xuanyi's figure, everyone knelt on the ground. The cultivators from various cities and other places did the same. Looking at that ethereal figure, they were both excited and incredulous. In the Holy Spirit Continent, if there was anyone whose appearance could not be forgotten, it must be Li Xuanyi without a doubt. Night God. That's the Night God's phantom. Greetings, Night God. Greetings, Night God. At this moment, all the cultivators of the entire Holy Spirit Continent shouted in unison. They were extremely excited, so much so that their entire bodies trembled. Their expressions were devout, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. In their eyes, there was fanatical adoration. Jiang Xie in the air was also shocked by this sight. This was the person countless people revered. Li Yichen was even more excited to the point of tears. He just stood there quietly, then knelt on one knee, his voice choked with emotion. "Greetings, old ancestor." The moment Li Xuanyi became the strongest in the Li family, he was already the old ancestor of the Li family. Li Yang and the rest of the Li family were even more excited, shouting in unison, "Greetings, old ancestor." In the bamboo pavilion, Li Xuanyi looked at Li Qingchen beside him with a strange expression and said, "Speaking of which, these are also your clansmen." "I know, but aren't you here?" Li Qingchen had picked up a cup of tea and was sipping it again at some point. "You're not being very loyal now." Li Xuanyi rolled his eyes at him and added, "It's a bit troublesome to bring all the people from the Holy Spirit Continent over. You'll have to help me later." All right, Li Qingchen put down his teacup and smiled. "Since you've said so, how can I not help? Besides, aren't they also my clansmen?" Speaking of which, he also wanted to bring the Li family clansmen from the Mountain Sea Lingyun realm over. But after thinking about it, firstly, the Mountain Sea Lingyun realm was not like the Holy Spirit Continent, on the verge of destruction. Secondly, he hadn't made preparations like Li Xuanyi. Thirdly, if he acted forcibly, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Mountain Sea Lingyun realm. His current cultivation had already far exceeded the range that the Mountain Sea Lingyun realm could withstand. 528, Changheng Emperor. Jiang Xie didn't know what Li Xuanyi was going to do, but he knew the commotion would be significant. At this moment, dusk was approaching, but the bronze hall and Li Xuanyi's phantom made the Holy Spirit Continent as bright as day. Facing the shouts of the crowd, Li Xuanyi fell silent for a moment. Most of these people were descendants of the meritorious officials who had fought alongside him against the anomalies. Because they were reluctant to leave their homeland, they had not left with him back then. In that great battle, nearly 90% of the Holy Spirit Continent's population perished. Some were sent by him to the Shengyuan Continent, while those with merit were taken by him to the upper realm. The current inhabitants of the Holy Spirit Continent are the descendants of those meritorious officials who did not leave back then. Therefore, for both emotional and logical reasons, he had to take them away before the Holy Spirit Continent perished. If Jiang Xie hadn't appeared, he would have still taken them away at the last moment. However, in that case, although the Holy Spirit Continent was insignificant, the surrounding small worlds would still be affected. He was unwilling to do so if he could help it. Fortunately, Jiang Xie appeared in time. "Yichen, you've worked hard." After a long silence, Li Xuanyi's phantom looked at Li Yichen and softly uttered these words. Just these words made Li Yichen feel that his years of waiting were worth it. "It's no hardship, it's my duty." Li Yichen wiped the tears from his eyes and smiled. The kneeling crowd, hearing this name, were all startled. As they followed the direction of the voice with their gaze, they couldn't help but start discussing. Did Night God just say Li Yichen? Why does that name sound so familiar? I remember now, isn't that Changhang Great Emperor recorded in historical records? Is it the Changhang Great Emperor who gained his name from the 9 swords of Changhang? Wasn't he a great emperor who fought alongside Night God in the ancient great battle? He's actually on the Holy Spirit Continent. Has Changhang Great Emperor been with us all this time? Upon realizing this, everyone was immensely shocked. Seeing the old man kneeling on one knee, they felt the Chinese letter in their minds. They had never expected that there was still a great emperor realm expert on the current Holy Spirit Continent, and one who was a great emperor expert from the time of the ancient great battle. This left them momentarily unable to react. Didn't that mean their every move was under the great emperor's surveillance? Some people, remembering the bad deeds they had committed in their daily lives, began to tremble, fearing annihilation, and dared not even glance at Li Yichen. Even Jiang Xie was startled, his face filled with shock as he looked at the old man below. It was truly his first time seeing a living great emperor. The moment his gaze landed on Li Yichen, he felt as if his vision had entered an abyss, the powerful and mysterious aura making him secretly click his tongue. At this moment, Li Xuanyi's phantom pointed his right hand, and Jiang Xie saw the old man's appearance recover at a visible speed. Restoring someone's appearance to youth was not a rare thing. However, it was extremely rare for someone's lifespan to also increase simultaneously, with their appearance becoming younger. At this moment, that was exactly what was happening to the old man. As his appearance changed, Jiang Xie could clearly feel his vitality becoming increasingly vigorous. If he was on the verge of death before, he was now full of vigor. Is this the means of a god? Jiang Xie was utterly astonished. Similarly, the crowd below also felt it was unbelievable. Li Yichen felt the changes in his body, both joyful and excited. Although he knew his wait was over, when this moment truly arrived, he couldn't help but feel a little touched. "Yichen, come with me." Li Xuanyi withdrew his hand and smiled. Li Yichen cupped his hands in agreement, then ascended into the air, looking down. A spherical object appeared in his hand at some unknown point. Jiang Xie was somewhat curious and stepped forward to ask, "Senior, what is this?" Li Yichen was about to reply when he heard a voice in his ear. "This thing is a small world. You will know when you reach my realm in the future." This was Li Xuanyi's voice. Jiang Xie suddenly understood, so this is a small world. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that within this spherical object, there was actually a small world hidden. He saw not only clouds inside, but also trees and rivers. It was clearly a miniature world. What Jiang Xie didn't know was that, while he was carefully observing the small world, Li Yichen beside him was already experiencing a storm in his heart. He wasn't surprised that Li Xuanyi would talk to Jiang Xie. After all, Jiang Xie was a successor of God Monarch Pavilion. But when Li Xuanyi spoke just now, it was clearly in the tone of an equal, and his voice was extremely casual. This seemed incredible to him. For a moment, he even wondered if Jiang Xie was also a prodigy from the upper realm. Li Yichen took a deep look at Jiang Xie, some calculations forming in his mind. And below, the crowd was equally shocked. From the beginning, Li Xuanyi had only spoken to Li Yichen, and now, he was personally explaining something to Jiang Xie. One should know that even Li Yang, the current head of the Li family, had not received this honor. Connecting this with Jiang Xie coming from the ancient forbidden ground, their reverence grew even stronger. Composing himself, Li Yichen continued his action. He raised the spherical object in his right hand, his voice like a resounding bell. Everyone, the Holy Spirit continent is on the verge of collapse, and all things are about to wither. Night God is now displaying a great divine ability, wishing to bring us to the upper realm. If anyone wishes to leave, you may enter this small world. After speaking, he tossed the spherical object in his hand into the air, and it instantly transformed into a swirling vortex door. Everyone could clearly see the scene inside. There were flowers, plants, and trees, as well as mountains and rivers. Upon hearing these words, there was first a moment of silence. Then came a great commotion. I'm going. Going to the upper realm is my lifelong dream. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Night God and Changheng Great Emperor. Fellow Taoists, see you in the upper realm. Fellow Taoists, don't push me. The spiritual chi of the Holy Spirit continent is depleting. The upper realm is where we belong. In an instant, countless people surged from all directions into the vortex door. For them, being able to leave was a lifelong dream. They no longer wanted to be confined to this small world. They also wanted to become revered experts, like Li Yichen and Li Xuanyi. And to achieve all of this, the first step was to leave the Holy Spirit continent. Now this opportunity had arrived. In the entire Holy Spirit continent, there was not a single person who did not wish to leave. Whether it was for those seeking a higher realm, or those seeking to survive. But what they didn't know was that in the upper realm, although opportunities were endless, the dangers were also countless times greater. Li Xuan, he could not guarantee them anything either. The only help he could give them was a title. The title of those brought by him to the upper realm. As for other things, he didn't have the energy to manage them. Taking them away was merely to fulfill his promise to those meritorious officials. The road ahead, they would still have to forge themselves. After all, he had already given them a chance back then. Life itself is a series of choices. If an opportunity is missed, it is missed, with no room for regret. 529. Gifts from the two elder brothers. After everyone entered the small world, Li Yichen retrieved the small orb. Follow me into the hall, Li Xuanyi said softly. Li Yichen nodded and followed, as did Jiang Xie. After entering the hall, Li Xuanyi did not speak. His phantom image suddenly disintegrated at this moment, turning into a myriad of twinkling lights. These lights floated in the air, dreamlike and illusory. This is, Jiang Xie began to speak, but his words died on his lips. He saw the twinkling lights beginning to converge again. Finally, they transformed into a starry sky gate. Jiang Xie felt a supreme aura emanating from it. It was merely a gate, yet he could feel spiritual chi escaping from it. Li Yichen's expression was solemn. He raised his hand, and a vast emperor realm might surge forth like a spring. The pressure made Jiang Xie almost unable to breathe. His face flushed, but despite the constant pressure, he did not bend his spine, nor did he ask for mercy. A glint of light flashed in Li Yichen's eyes. He thought, as expected of the person he values, this heart nature and strength are indeed unparalleled among the younger generation. Even those geniuses in the upper realm probably can't compare to him. After achieving the desired probing effect, he was about to remove the pressure on Jiang Xie. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xie spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment. Li Yichen's expression instantly changed drastically. He thought Jiang Xie had developed some problem due to his pressure. If something really went wrong, he couldn't bear the responsibility. He immediately went to Jiang Xie's side, about to ask. Jiang Xie waved his hand and said, "Senior, don't worry. I've had a problem of spitting blood off and on since childhood. It's nothing serious." A problem of spitting blood off and on. Li Yichen was stunned for a moment, then his expression became somewhat strange. He remembered someone. If he recalled correctly, that person used to spit blood every day because he cultivated the cultivation technique given by Li Xuanyi, right? This was somewhat similar. Even though Jiang Xie said he was fine, he still examined him. This examination shocked him even more. Not only was Jiang Xie's body fine, but it was surprisingly good. He actually felt a terrifying power within him. This child is extraordinary. Perhaps he can rival the night god in the future. This was his evaluation of Jiang Xie. This starry sky gate is the passage to the upper realm constructed by the night god. Li Yichen began to explain to Jiang Xie. When it opens, the power of a great emperor realm expert must be used to maintain the stability of this space. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. So that's how it is. Jiang Xie nodded secretly. So, the role of a great emperor realm expert was here. They're here. Li Yichen's gaze suddenly turned towards the starry sky gate. Jiang Xie's gaze followed. Under their gazes, the starry sky gate actually began to tremble. Terrifying auras emanated from within it, one after another. Boom! A loud noise came. The gate began to open slowly. In an instant, Jiang Xie only felt a huge impact of spiritual qi. The spiritual qi's density was countless times stronger than that of the current Holy Spirit continent. Just the aura that emanated from it made him tremble all over, feeling his cultivation had improved by a trace. Is the upper realm really that terrifying? He couldn't help but ask. The upper realm is beyond what you and I can imagine. There, while great Emperor realm experts are not numerous, they are certainly not few either. As he spoke, Li Yichen did not forget his mission. His hands began to move, and waves of Emperor Realm Dao power emanated from his hands, sinking into the starry sky gate. The originally unstable space instantly calmed down. Yichen moved quickly. Inside the gate, Li Xuanyi's voice came again. In that great world, above the bamboo pavilion, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed, emitting waves of awe-inspiring aura. The huge commotion attracted countless gazes. Why did such a powerful heavenly tribulation cloud suddenly appear? That direction, isn't that hidden cloud peak where those two seniors reside? This is opening a void realm passage. Is it the work of those two seniors? Then it's fine. Those two from the God Monarch Pavilion and the Divine Clear Palace are truly freaks. Not only are they incredibly strong, but they also teamed up. And it seems there has never been any conflict between the two major forces. How strange, how strange. Above hidden cloud peak, outside the bamboo pavilion, Li Xuanyi continuously unleashed divine power with both hands, forcibly opening a void realm passage. His brows were tightly furrowed. It was clear that this was not an easy task for him either. In fact, at his cultivation level, opening a void realm passage was not difficult. The difficulty lay in the Holy Spirit continent being too far from this realm, and he also had to prevent the space where the Holy Spirit continent was located from collapsing. This required extremely high concentration and control. Above, lightning flashed, and the terrifying, oppressive aura grew stronger and stronger. Li Qingchen, who had been sitting beside him, finally stood up. Looking at the heavenly tribulation cloud above, he smiled and said, "Xuanyi, you'll have to buy me a drink next time." "No problem," Li Xuanyi laughed heartily. Without Li Qingchen, he could also resolve this heavenly tribulation, but it would require more effort. Li Qingchen merely pointed a finger, and a streak of divine power shot out, transforming into a golden giant finger in the air. The giant finger pointed at the heavenly tribulation cloud in the sky, and the heavenly tribulation cloud was dispersed. "Thanks," Li Xuanyi gave him a look. Li Qingchen spread his hands and said, "It was just a simple move, no bother. Besides, I got a drink out of it." Li. Holy Spirit Continent, inside the Bronze Grand Hall. After Li Yichen used a large amount of Emperor Realm Dao power to stabilize the space, he made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Xie was startled, then smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, I'm not going to the upper realm." Not going to the upper realm, Li Yichen was also stunned. He thought Jiang Xie was joking. "Fellow Taoist, don't joke. My power won't last long. If we don't hurry, I'm afraid there won't be another chance." Jiang Xie shook his head again, saying very seriously, "Senior, I'm really not going." After a brief silence, seemingly realizing that Jiang Xie truly didn't want to go to the upper realm, Li Yichen could only give up. But his gaze towards Jiang Xie was somewhat strange. Not taking such a good opportunity, he truly is a freak. One must know, the resources in the upper realm are much better than in this lower realm. This was the first time he had seen a young person who could endure at this stage. After taking a deep look at Jiang Xie, Li Yichen turned and walked towards the starry sky gate. Before leaving, he said one last thing. "Fellow Taoist, though I don't know why you're not going to the upper realm, but such an opportunity will likely be very difficult to come by again, perhaps even never in a lifetime. My power can still be maintained for a while. If you change your mind, there's still time. If you truly don't want to go to the upper realm, then you need to be more careful. On the other side of the Holy Spirit Continent, there are still strange entities that have not been eliminated. I've protected the Holy Spirit Continent for so many years and have killed many strange entities, but I feel that there are still surviving strange entities that have not been eliminated. Fellow Taoist, take care." For someone valued by Li Xuanyi, he dared not be negligent, telling Jiang Xie everything he could. Hearing these words, Jiang Xie was also very grateful and cupped his hands, saying, "Many thanks, Senior." But in front, there was already no sound. He witnessed the curtain fall on an era of the Holy Spirit Continent. Inside the starry sky gate, Li Xuanyi's voice came again. "Little brother Jiang, are you really not coming to the upper realm?" This time, there was no hint of probing. Jiang Xie's eyes were firm. "No, I will go up by my own ability." "Good, then take those statues." Instantly, Jiang Xie saw the two giant statues disappear from the hall. When he looked again, he realized they were already in the divine palace within his sea of consciousness. Many thanks, big brother. He wasn't pretentious, he called him big brother first. Ha 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 ha, I'll give you one more thing. At the right time he can give you a hand. Subsequently, Jiang Xie saw a ray of light coming from within the starry sky gate. The light directly entered his forehead, forming a barely perceptible mark on his forehead. He didn't know what it was, feeling that his body seemed completely normal. The starry sky gate also began to close slowly. Just as he thought the matter was concluded, another voice came. Brother, I'll also give you something. It can save your life at a crucial moment. This voice was very unfamiliar, neither Li Yichen's nor Li Xuanyi's. And from within the starry sky gate, another ray of light came, entering his forehead, also forming a barely perceptible mark. While he was wondering, Li Xuanyi's voice continued. Little brother, don't panic. That's your big brother, also a transmigration. Cultivate well and strive to come to the upper realm early. Your big brother and I will wait for you in the upper realm to drink together. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xie was both shocked and moved. He didn't expect. There was actually another transmigration, the path of cultivation, wouldn't be lonely after all. He said from the bottom of his heart with immense gratitude, many thanks, two big brothers, just wait for me in the upper realm, big brothers. 537 statues. After everything returned to normal, Jiang Xie stood there for a while, then found a place to sit down. His first priority was to check the divine palace in his sea of consciousness. His consciousness immersed within it, entering the divine palace. 14 statues were arranged in a circular arc. 7 of them glowed, while the other 6 statues were dim. Originally he had only lit up 5 statues. Now, with the addition of 2 new statues, the total increased to 7. These 2 new statues were of 1 male and 1 female. The male was handsome with a hint of demonic aura, while the female was also extremely beautiful. Jiang Xie immediately took out the photo and quickly found the 2 figures on it. Are they a couple? I wonder what they will provide. Putting away the photo, Jiang Xie approached the male statue, extended his hand, and gently touched it. A huge wave of fluctuations instantly surged from the statue, and amidst endless flashing light, it condensed into a palm-sized light spot that directly entered his forehead. After a brief silence, Jiang Xie couldn't help but exclaim, demonic technique. He seemed surprised that the handsome and imposing man would leave behind a demonic technique. It was just that, this demonic technique seemed somewhat powerful. This was a demonic technique called the soul-shifting great art. The soul-shifting great art had a literal meaning, as well as a deeper one. As long as a trace of divine soul remained, one could use the soul-shifting great art to transfer it into another physical body, and at the same time, it could heal fragmented souls. Why was it called a demonic technique? As the saying goes, in all things there is a give and take. While saving a fragmented soul, what is needed is a large amount of other people's divine souls. It was precisely because of this characteristic that the soul-shifting great art was called a demonic technique. But no matter what, it was an extremely rare cultivation technique. Although he didn't need it now and hoped he wouldn't need it, it was always good to be prepared. After briefly sensing his body, a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Xie's mouth. As expected, his cultivation had risen again, from Law Realm 3rd stage to 6th stage. If an ordinary person were to advance so quickly, it would definitely lead to an unstable foundation and a mismatch between strength and realm. But he was different, not to mention the potential of this body. Even the cultivation technique he cultivated was a top-tier cultivation technique. After each breakthrough, he would use the cultivation technique and his body to refine his realm from beginning to end again. Through such repetition, his foundation was incredibly solid, and his strength at the same realm far surpassed that of his peer prodigies. This was also why his cultivation usually increased slowly. In the past there was no other way. No matter how he cultivated, it was always that slow. Now it was faster, but he did not seek rapid breakthrough, but rather continuously consolidated and compressed the spiritual chi within his body. Of course, to achieve all this, the contribution of this physical body was indispensable. The physical body constructed by the heaven-mending divine lotus allowed him to withstand immense energy. If it were his previous body, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even a few refinements. Now it's time to look at the next statue. Approaching another statue, Jiang Xie also gently placed his hand on it. Of course, he touched the foot of the statue, not daring to place it anywhere strange. Heavenly God knew if the true owner of these statues would sense it. If he did something he shouldn't and incurred the wrath of a powerful being, he would be finished. The reaction was almost identical to the previous statue. Similarly, a ball of light entered his forehead. However, this time it was a great emperor law, but it was not suitable for him. It was a movement martial skill called light dance flowing cloud, suitable for female cultivators. Of course, his cultivation had risen again, directly reaching Law Realm 9th stage. It could be said that his cultivation was now among the top tier on Shengyuan Continent. Further up, that would be the Heavenly King realm. Experts of this realm were old, ancestor-level figures within major powers. After completing these tasks, Jiang Xie left the Bronze Great Hall. Now he was contemplating a new idea, which was how to take this Bronze Great Hall. This thing was clearly no ordinary item. I wonder if it can be bound. Jiang Xie carefully examined the Bronze Great Hall, and the more he looked, the more extraordinary it seemed. With a try-it-out mentality, he flew above the Bronze Great Hall, cut his finger with spiritual chi, and dripped a few drops of blood onto it. He waited for a while, but saw no movement from the Bronze Great Hall, feeling somewhat disappointed. He shook his head and prepared to leave. However, he didn't expect that, after only a few steps, there was movement from the Bronze Great Hall behind him. It worked. Jiang Xie's expression brightened, and he quickly turned to look. Indeed, the Bronze Great Hall began to shrink. In just a short moment, it had shrunk to the size of a palm. Jiang Xie simply reached out and gently beckoned, and the bronze hall flew into his hand. This time's harvest is good. He smiled, put away the bronze hall and looked towards the city. Master, just now, I sensed a familiar aura within that passage. At this moment, the celestial master brush hanging at his waist, after a long period of silence, suddenly spoke. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into a human form. Oh, Jiang Xie let out a soft exclamation, asking curiously, Zio Tian, why did you come out? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the heavenly Dao sword behind him tremble for a moment, and Jiang Xie quickly added, I wasn't calling you. Only then did the heavenly Dao sword quiet down. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen the celestial master brush move for a long time. I just fell into a slumber for a period of time. Zio Tian scratched his head, a little embarrassed. You mean, you just sensed a familiar aura within that starry sky gate? Yes, master, Zio Tian nodded, a rare serious expression appearing on his small face. I didn't sense it wrong, there was indeed an extremely familiar aura inside. It should be the aura of the Tiandao sect. So, the Tiandao sect is in the upper realm. Jiang Xie's eyes flickered, feeling a bit tricky. Since the celestial master brush could sense the aura of the Tiandao sect, then the Tiandao sect would surely be able to sense the aura of the celestial master brush. As the Tiandao sect's most treasured item, would the people of the Tiandao sect come to retrieve it? The reality was exactly as he had guessed. At the same time, the celestial master brush sensed the existence of the Tiandao sect. In a certain great world, within a mountain range shrouded in clouds and mist, there was a vast complex of buildings. Inside one of the largest great halls, a figure rushed in anxiously, and then an excited voice rang out in the hall. Report, we just sensed the aura of the celestial master brush. Then several shocked voices came out. What, are you telling the truth? Our sect's most treasured item has been missing for nearly 10,000 years. Is there finally news of it now? Where did its aura appear? Quickly send people to retrieve it. That voice continued. The aura was just a fleeting glimpse. It is speculated to be in a certain lower realm. Immediately investigate. We absolutely cannot let our sect's most treasured item fall into the hands of others. 531. Breaking news. The barrier is broken. Recalling his thoughts, Jiang Xie felt that this was not something he needed to consider right now. From Li Xuanyi, he knew that if the upper realm wanted to send people down, they definitely wouldn't send anyone too strong. Moreover, it might not even happen that quickly. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, can the people from Tiandao sect find this place? Zio Tian thought for a while before tilting his head and saying, they probably won't be able to find it in a short time. They only detected a trace of my chi, and since I'm not responding to them, it won't be that easy for them to find me. That's good then. Jiang Xie completely relaxed. Master, who were those two adults just now? Their strength was simply too formidable. Thinking of the aura from earlier, Zio Tian couldn't help but shiver. The auras of Li Xuanyi and Li Qingchen were truly terrifying. Wah-woo wah-woo. Zio Ling also appeared from somewhere at this moment, waving his hands, a hint of fear on his small face. Why did Zio Ling come out too? This was good. With the auras of the two big brothers, both little fellows had come out. Do you know their strength? Jiang Xie asked Zio Tian. He was actually very curious about what realm his two big brothers had reached. Zio Tian nodded, then shook his head, pondering deeply as he said, I seem to remember. Above the great emperor realm is the supreme realm, and above the supreme realm is the god realm. And then the divine lord. Divine lord, huh? Jiang Xie was somewhat shocked. This realm, He didn't know how long it would take him to reach it. But from the perspective of the Holy Spirit Continent, the highest realm it can withstand is the Great Emperor realm, right? At least, he hadn't heard of anyone breaking through to the Supreme Realm. It seemed the Holy Spirit Continent's limit was here. However, these were not things he needed to consider right now. What he needed to consider now was to go to the other side of the Holy Spirit Continent, which was known as the Ancient Forbidden Ground, the place where many great Emperor Realm experts were trapped and died. Looking at Xiao Ling and Xiao Tian, Jiang Xie waved his hand again. He also released the Black Killen. The Black Killen was originally dozing off, but its nose twitched, seemingly sensing something unusual, and it suddenly opened its eyes. Looking at the surrounding scenery, it was extremely happy. It was clear that it had been cooped up. There should be no one here now. You can go explore. If you find anything good for yourselves, just eat it. I'll wait for you here for a few days. Jiang Xie decided to give them some free time. Upon hearing this, the three little fellows' eyes immediately widened. The next moment they all disappeared. Jiang Xie smiled helplessly and sat down cross-legged on the spot. While the Holy Spirit Continent was tending towards peace, the Shengyuan Continent gradually became restless. As news of several ruins appearing spread, cultivators throughout the Shengyuan Continent who met the requirements to enter the ruins flocked in one after another. The originally peaceful Shengyuan Continent began to become restless. To compete for treasures, conflicts often occurred between forces. In the face of opportunity, no one could remain calm. Even forces that once had good relations could turn into enemies for some opportunities. Day 1 of Jiang Xie, entering the Qianyuan secret realm. The news of the ruins completely spread, and various forces and loose cultivators all headed towards the respective ruins. Day 2 of Jiang Xie, entering the Qianyuan secret realm. Conflicts began to occur between various forces, and battles were seen everywhere. On the third day of Jiang Xie entering the Qianyuan secret realm, major forces entered the fray, and domain realm experts began to fall. On the fourth day, the Saint Province barrier changed, causing widespread panic. On the fifth day, the Saint Province barrier completely shattered. After thousands of years, the forces of Saint Province once again appeared before everyone, a scene that no one had anticipated. After the barrier shattered, the major forces of Saint Province began to cheer loudly, their voices like booming bells, spreading far and wide. Forces and cultivators closer to Saint Province began to flee. Half an hour after the Saint Province barrier was unsealed, the people of Saint Province began to vent their dissatisfaction from being trapped for thousands of years, plundering everywhere. Countless cultivators died or were injured. Upon receiving the news, the major forces began to unite to counter the threat from Saint Province. All sect protection arrays of the various forces were fully activated, not daring to slack off in the slightest. As the most hated targets of the Saint Province forces, the Qianyuan Empire and East Tower bore the brunt. They had already harbored resentment when the barrier was reinforced that day. One was Jiang Xie, and the other was Li Buku. After the barrier shattered, they further learned that Jiang Xie was related to the Qianyuan Empire and the Jiang family, while Li Buku was related to the East Tower. In an instant, several major forces of Saint Province almost simultaneously headed towards the Eastern Continent, their target directly being the Qianyuan Empire, East Tower, and the Jiang family. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Qianyuan Empire, figures flickered. All the ministers of the Qianyuan Empire, the Jiang family head and elders, and a group of high-ranking officials from East Tower were gathered here. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat somber. After a long silence, Su Wu finally spoke. "Everyone, this time I fear we face a great calamity." His tone was heavy. No one had expected the Saint Province barrier to shatter at this moment. This caught them off guard. There is definite news that 7 of the 10 strongest forces in Saint Province are heading towards the Qianyuan Empire. Su Xuan, who was responsible for gathering information, spoke in a hoarse voice. If one looked closely, they would notice his left sleeve hanging limply, as if it had lost its support. The people of Saint Province have been trapped for thousands of years. Their resentment is immense, and their grudge against us is deep. Now that they are unsealed, this time I fear it will be difficult to escape. Zhang Fingliu's expression was solemn. He had already secretly sent the younger generation of the Jiang family out of the Qianyuan Empire's territory, and the elders and old ancestors of the clan had all arrived at the imperial palace. Similarly, East Tower had also secretly sent its disciples away, and all high-ranking officials had come to the Qianyuan Empire. Gu Shengxing's brows were tightly furrowed, his fingers constantly moving behind his back. He calculated that there was still a glimmer of hope in this calamity, but he didn't know where this glimmer of hope lay. "Report, The sect master of Shengyuan Sect along with his elders has come to assist. The sect master of Haoran Sect, along with the elders and other experts from his sect, has come to assist. Two voices rang out consecutively outside the hall, causing everyone inside to be stunned. Then smiles appeared on their faces. Shengyuan Sect and Haoran Sect, like them, had secretly hidden the disciples within their sects. After activating their sect protection arrays, they brought the high-end combat power from their sects to the Shengyuan Empire. At this moment, it was a time for unity. If they didn't come to help, once the Shengyuan Empire was destroyed, they too would not escape the fate of being annihilated. Moreover, there were intricate connections between them and the Shengyuan Empire. The master of Brewing Villa has brought elders and other experts to assist. Suddenly, another voice came. The arrival of Brewing Villa, however, made everyone in the hall extremely surprised. Apart from these three forces, there were no other voices from other forces. Other forces had already colluded with the people of Saint Province during the Saint Yuan secret realm, and had already formed enmities with the Shengyuan Empire, so they naturally wouldn't come to help them. As for the two empires of Great Yan and Hongyun, until now, the imperial capitals of both empires were still enveloped by a special power, and no one knew what was happening inside. The arrival of the people from the three major forces greatly boosted their confidence. In addition, various forces also dispatched experts to several ruins, with the purpose of preventing experts from Saint Province from intercepting and killing them. Of course, they had no idea whether things would go smoothly. They could only pray silently in their hearts. 532. A bad feeling. Have you heard? 7 of the 10 strongest forces in Saint Province have all headed towards the Shengyuan Empire. Is that true or false? Can the Shengyuan Empire withstand them? It is said that quite a few forces have also gone to assist, including the Jiang family, Haoran Sect, Shengyuan Sect, and so on. But even so, they probably can't stop them, right? We are not far from the Shengyuan Empire. It's better to escape as soon as possible, otherwise, if we are caught in the crossfire, you and I might not survive. On the border of the Shengyuan Empire, news of the major Saint Province forces uniting and heading towards the Shengyuan Empire continued to spread, causing widespread panic. Within the Shengyuan Empire, large groups of people could be seen leaving everywhere. It wasn't that they had no confidence in the Shengyuan Empire, but rather, their opponents were too strong, and they didn't want to be buried here with the Shengyuan Empire. Is the news confirmed? The Shengyuan Empire is finished this time. I originally thought that after several millennia, the overall strength of Saint Province would not be as good as ours, but I never expected that we were thinking too simply. Fortunately, we had foresight and built good relations with them in advance. Then should we make a move? No, the major forces of Saint Province are powerful. We must not overstep our bounds, lest they think we are underestimating them. That makes sense, then let's wait and see. Inside a grand hall of the 10,000 Sword Sect. The sect masters of several major forces, including the Beast Taming Sect and the Sacred Pill Sect, gathered here to discuss dealing with the Shengyuan Empire. Jiang Xie's previous actions had completely created enmity between them. They wished that the Saint Province forces would quickly destroy the Shengyuan Empire. Meanwhile, inside the imperial palace of the Shengyuan Empire, the atmosphere grew heavier. As time slowly passed, the forces sent out to meet their respective geniuses at the ruins had not yet returned with any news. This made them feel a little worried. Guluzhu, can you ascertain their situation? After a while, Jai Wushwang couldn't hold back and looked anxiously at Gu Shengxing. Everyone's gaze followed suit. Gu Shengxing slowly closed his eyes, his fingers moving constantly. After a long while, he gently shook his head. No, the heavenly secrets are blocked. It must be someone from the Tianji Tower who made a move. Since a few days ago, he had discovered that most of his divine calculation abilities had been lost. Otherwise, the Saint Province barrier would not have been broken without him sensing it beforehand, nor would he have failed to prepare in advance. He guessed that a major figure within the Tianji Tower had made a move. Although they could block the heavenly secrets, similarly, the other party would also not be able to use heavenly secret techniques. Hearing Gu Shengxing's words, everyone could not hide their disappointment, and the bad premonition in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. I hope nothing is wrong. Jai Wushwang sighed slightly, his tone filled with unconcealed worry. However, as time passed bit by bit, their unease grew increasingly. At the same time, they also realized a problem. That is, given the strength of those powerhouses from the Eastern Continent, they should have already arrived at the Shengyuan Empire, but why have they not been seen until now? What they didn't know was that 1,000 li west of the Shengyuan Empire, dozens of powerhouses were gathered, seemingly waiting for something. Perhaps having waited a little impatiently, a hawk-nosed old man couldn't help but curse. How can these fellows be so slow in their work? Another middle-aged man with a scar on his face spat on the grass, his tone somewhat displeased. I said we should send stronger ones, but they insisted on saying why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, making us wait here for so long. If it weren't for this, we would have already vented our anger. That brat from the Shengyuan Empire, he made us be sealed for a few more days, it's simply hateful. Everyone, don't be impatient. Simply killing them won't appease our hatred. Only by letting them watch their most outstanding geniuses and descendants die before their eyes will it be somewhat interesting. That's right, they trapped us for over 1,000 years. Simply killing them would be too easy. We might as well wait for 2 more days. At this moment they are already trapped. Mental torture is the real torture. One powerhouse after another spoke up. Among the crowd some were impatient, some were calm and composed, some were uninterested, and some were eager to take action. But without exception, when they looked towards the Shengyuan Empire, a cruel expression would flash across their faces. They did not choose to attack the Shengyuan Empire at this moment. Their purpose was to first send people into the various ruins to round up the genius disciples of the various forces gathered in the Shengyuan Empire. One must know that genius disciples are the foundation of a force. They might not fear death, but they absolutely feared the demise of their sect's genius disciples or their own descendants. Not only were they to kill the powerhouses of the Shengyuan Empire and the various forces gathered within it, but they also wanted them to watch their sect's genius disciples die with their own eyes. Only then could they vent their hatred for being trapped for thousands of years. At this moment, the powerhouses they had sent out had already gone to the various ruins, just waiting for news to come, and then they would conquer the Shengyuan Empire in one fell swoop. The Shengyuan secret realm, outside Tianyuan City. Jiang Xie had been sitting here for several days. Those 2 guys hadn't returned yet, and he didn't know what they were doing. It made him quite speechless. Aside from being idle on the first day, he had been cultivating for the subsequent days. This was also the first time in a long while that he had seriously cultivated. What surprised him was that this body's talent was indeed extraordinary. It was a world apart from his previous one. After the baptism of the statue, he had reached the 9th level of the law realm, and unexpectedly broke through to the heavenly king realm. However, he faintly felt that something bad was about to happen. This made him a little anxious, but the 2 little ones didn't know where they had gone, and he couldn't contact them at all. I hope this is just my illusion. He decided to wait 1 more day. If they still didn't return, he would go back to the Shengyuan Continent first. 533, 2 in 1. I have no regrets in this life. On the way to the northern land, a figure was rushing at an extremely fast speed. It was a middle-aged man whose cultivation was not very high, only at the domain realm. In the past, he would certainly have been considered a strong cultivator, but now, with the great changes in the world, there were many more domain realm cultivators than before. Only those above the law realm could be called strong cultivators. The continuous journey made him look a bit haggard, and the anxious expression on his face revealed his current mood. He was heard repeating a single sentence with his slightly parted lips. Zio Yue, you must not have any accidents, otherwise, young lord will blame me. He wasn't really afraid of Jiang Xie blaming him, but rather, he didn't want to see Jiang Xie sad. From the moment he received news of the Saint Province barrier's collapse, Uncle Wu began to worry about Li Buku, Su Yu, Lin Maioyan, and Jai Waiyu. Among them, Jai Waiyu was the most important. For this, he, who was originally handling affairs within the East Tower, rushed to the northern land without stopping. He continued to move forward quickly, and after an unknown amount of time, the area ahead was filled with ice and snow. A world covered in white, with biting cold winds constantly assailing him. As Uncle Wu shivered, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Finally arrived. At this moment, his restless heart, instead of relaxing, became even more anxious. He was afraid that he had come too late and would not see Jai Waiyu, but her corpse. If that were truly the case, he would have no face to meet Jiang Xie. He continued on his way. He didn't know which direction the relic was in, he only knew to keep heading north. After walking for a while longer, he began to see scattered figures of cultivators. Uncle Wu's expression brightened, and he quickly stepped forward, grabbing a young man and eagerly asking, "Little brother, may I ask if you have just come out of the relic?" The young man, suddenly grabbed by the hand, frowned, about to scold, but then suddenly realized that the man in front of him was a strong cultivator at the domain realm. His heart trembled and he immediately showed a smile. "Sir, I did just come out from inside." "Is that so? Where is the relic?" Uncle Wu pressed. "Has the struggle within the relic ended?" Although the young man didn't know why he asked these questions, he didn't dare to be negligent and quickly replied, "It's about 100 li ahead, and the relic struggle has just ended." He pointed in a direction, and Uncle Wu immediately soared away, leaving only one sentence, "Little brother, thank you." The young man rubbed his head, leaving in confusion. Uncle Wu walked for a long time, seeing many cultivators coming and going, but he never saw Jiang. This made him increasingly anxious, and a bad premonition even began to form in his heart. He frantically searched the surroundings, constantly circling within 100 li radius, even gradually expanding the search area, but still did not find her. In the vast white snow, his figure appeared somewhat lonely and desolate. Perhaps Xiao Yue has already returned early. Uncle Wu looked up at the sky, only able to comfort himself in this way. "Uncle Wu, why are you here?" Just as he thought he couldn't find her, a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. Uncle Wu's body stiffened, and he immediately turned around, and sure enough, he saw the beautiful girl, like a painting. He didn't know what she had gained within the relic, but Uncle Wu just felt that Jiang was a bit different. She had a more aloof temperament about her. Although she had it before, it was even more pronounced now. But he couldn't discern Jiang's cultivation. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, he excitedly ran over, joyfully saying, "You scared me, I thought I wouldn't find you." "What's wrong, what happened?" Jiang frowned, a little confused. Just now she had seen a side profile from afar and thought it looked a bit like Uncle Wu, so she wanted to get closer to see. When she did, it really was him, so she called out, "The Saint Province barrier has broken. I was worried about your safety, so I came to pick you up and take you back." Uncle Wu's expression was solemn, and he added, "It's not advisable to stay here long, let's talk as we go." "What? The Saint Province barrier has broken?" Jiang's voice and tone rose slightly, and she also understood the urgency of the situation. She immediately nodded and left with Uncle Wu. Along the way, Uncle Wu couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Yue, where are the guards who came with you?" "I sent them back to report first." Several hours ago, she had already sent those people back. Within that relic, she had not only obtained a great emperor law, but her sword intent had also advanced significantly, and even her cultivation had broken through to the domain realm. Her strength was greater than those who came to protect her, so she naturally sent them back to report first. The two moved extremely fast, deliberately changing direction as they left. In less than half an hour, they had already reached the edge of the ice and snow world. However, a subtle sense of oppression quietly descended. Both of them stopped at the same time, their expressions extremely solemn. "Uncle Wu, do you feel the aura around us has changed?" Jiang looked around vigilantly, already sensing a hint of danger. "I'm afraid they have already arrived." Uncle Wu's expression was grave, his heart having sunk to rock bottom. Feeling the increasingly strong aura, he decisively said, "Go back." The path ahead was already blocked. The only hope now was for Jiang to enter that relic again. Jiang nodded, and the two quickly retreated. But even so, the sense of oppression showed no sign of diminishing. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. Their faces grew increasingly grim. After rushing at top speed for a while, under that uncomfortable aura, the two finally saw the Crystal Palace. But just then, a voice came from above them. "Trying to run, where do you think you're going?" As soon as the words fell, a figure descended from the sky, carrying a massive aura, landing directly in front of the two. This was an old man, dressed in a black robe, gaunt and thin, now looking at the two with a playful expression. But after he fixed his gaze on Jiang, a touch of amazement appeared in his playful expression, making HIM Chinese letter lick his lips. "I didn't expect her to be such a peerless beauty. This trip was not in vain." Law Realm Peak, seeing the man in front of him, Uncle Wu's expression was startled. Judging from his aura and the power of law emanating from him, he was probably not far from the Heavenly King realm. "Xiao Yue, I'll hold him back. You take the opportunity to escape into that grand hall later." Uncle Wu drew his saber and stood in front of Jiang, secretly transmitting his voice. Entering the relic had cultivation restrictions. To be honest, Uncle Wu wasn't sure if Jiang could still enter, but no matter what, they had to try. Jiang's expression changed, and she also transmitted her voice back. "No, Uncle Wu, if we go together. There's no time, don't let me sacrifice myself for nothing." Uncle Wu grew more anxious. They were no match for the man in front of them. "What? You don't think you can escape right under my nose, do you?" The man saw through their thoughts at a glance, and there was a hint of disdain in his voice. If he let two domain realm cultivators escape, he might as well give up. "Little girl, I advise you to be obedient, otherwise, you'll suffer quite a bit of physical pain." The man's aggressive gaze constantly appraised Jiang. As for Uncle Wu, he just glanced at him lightly, then dismissively said, "As for you, you're useless anyway." Jiang was very conflicted and anxious. Although her cultivation had reached the domain realm, it was only at the first level of the domain realm. If the opponent had just entered the law realm, perhaps the two of them could have fought, but unfortunately, the opponent was at the peak of the law realm and not far from the heavenly king realm. Such a powerful cultivator, even if both of them attacked together, they would not be his match. Looking at Uncle Wu, who was blocking in front of her, her eyes were slightly moist. Jiang understood that if she left now, she and Uncle Wu would likely be separated forever. But if she didn't leave, both of them would be left behind, completely wasting Uncle Wu's painstaking efforts. What should she do? She didn't know. Tears were on the verge of overflowing, but she held them back, choking out, "Uncle Wu, take care." She fled, but this was only to minimize losses, to not let Uncle Wu's painstaking efforts go to waste, to let him rest assured, and even more so to better avenge him. Uncle Wu smiled and transmitted his voice. "It's good that you listen. Young Lord often told me, where there's life there's hope. So you shouldn't stay. When you become strong in the future, just avenge me. My life was originally given by the family head, and young Lord has treated me well. I am not only young Lord's guard but also watched him grow up. To me, young Lord and I are family, friends, and also master and servant. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. I have lived so many extra years, and that's enough. I have seen so many things and experienced so much. To me, it's already a great fortune. Young Lord has grown strong and no longer needs my protection. I often wonder how I can repay him, repay the Jiang family's kindness. Now is the perfect time. I am not completely useless. Today, even if I lose my life, I will protect you as you leave. This is my decision, and it's the only way I can repay young Lord. If you see young Lord in the future, please tell him that being his guard was Uncle Wu's fortune. In this life, I have no regrets. It's just a pity that I can't continue to roam the world with young Lord." As he spoke, tears began to well up in Uncle Wu's eyes. He tremblingly took out a spatial ring and placed it in Jiang hand. He said, "Inside this ring is my will, which I prepared long ago. Zio Yue, please give it to young Lord." Jiang hands trembled. The spatial ring in her hand felt as heavy as 10,000 jin, and finally, she couldn't hold back her tears. Not far away, the man naturally saw Uncle Wu's actions, but he disdained them. What he liked most was watching people die in despair, which was why he didn't act immediately. He was waiting for the two to make the first move. Only then could it excite him. "Young madam, Uncle Wu is going." Uncle Wu roared, raising his saber and slashing towards the man. "Come and taste your Uncle Wu's saber Dao." At the same moment, Jiang wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, gripped the ring tightly in her hand, and rushed towards the palace not far away. The man, who had been mockingly watching Uncle Wu charge, realized Jiang was trying to escape. He immediately put away his playful thoughts and reached out, preparing to use the power of law to stop her. However, just as he raised his hand, he heard an angry roar. "If you want to attack, you'll have to ask if my saber agrees." In an instant, a flash of saber chi appeared. Sharp and fierce saber chi shot directly towards the man, and that special power actually made the man's movements suddenly halt. He quickly drew his other hand to block. In just this short moment, Jiang had already entered the palace. The man's expression immediately became extremely ugly. He looked at his left hand, where there were faint traces of blood. Yes, he was injured. Although it was a minor injury, he was indeed injured. Looking at Uncle Wu, his tone was somewhat sinister, peak saber intent. "I never thought that I, Jiang Xie, would stumble over a mere domain realm ant." Jiang escape made him incredibly furious, and Uncle Wu injuring him made him even more enraged. "I had intended to deal with you cleanly, but now, I've changed my mind. I will make your life worse than death." Jiang had fled, making him focus his target on Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu spat, laughing freely. "Ha ha ha, old man, if you want to kill your grandpa Wu, it depends on whether you have the ability." Jiang's successful escape left him with no worries. At this moment, he had completely disregarded life and death, or rather, he had never intended to leave alive. 534, I'm just tired. At this point, Uncle Wu no longer feared anything. His gaze was cold, and a smile played on his lips as he looked at the old man before him, not a trace of fear visible on his face. Only a sense of detachment remained. His path had reached its end. His duty was also complete. He had watched Jiang Xie grow up since childhood, spending countless hours with him, and those days were happy and unique. Jiang Xie's occasional words always astonished him. Sometimes he even wondered, is this truly just a child? Sometimes he would regret that such an intelligent child had no cultivation talent, feeling that heaven was unfair. At that time, he constantly pondered what Jiang Xie would do in the future. It would be fine if he had to protect him his entire life, but he feared that his own strength would not be enough to protect him. Fortunately, the current Jiang Xie was already capable of standing on his own, having become a great figure admired by countless people. His heart was filled with relief, happiness and excitement. The young lord had grown up. Tears once again welled in Uncle Wu's eyes, which were red-rimmed as he looked at the man before him and resolutely raised the saber in his hand. Old fellow, what if my cultivation is not as good as yours? Your Uncle Wu is not to be trifled with. The vast saber intent, as his domain expanded, enveloped an area of 100 li. With an indomitable aura, it cut through the air with bursts of explosive sounds. This saber strike descended from the sky like a streak of light, even causing the void realm to tremble. Remember, this saber strike is called Sky-Shattering Strike. This was a move he had comprehended under Jiang Xie's guidance and his own understanding. It was a saber strike that gathered all his will and fused a trace of spatial power. This strike originally had no name. At this moment, he recalled the scene when Jiang Xie drew his sword that day. This sword is called Instant. This scene was deeply imprinted in Uncle Wu's mind. It was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Xie's impressive demeanor. This time he had also achieved it. Not far from where the two were fighting, scattered cultivators gathered. They hid, watching the two's battle. Uncle Wu's loyalty and bravery astonished them all. Their gazes towards Uncle Wu were filled with admiration, but unfortunately, most still shook their heads and sighed. He is very strong, already surpassing an ordinary domain realm, but this battle. Yes, even if Uncle Wu's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary domain realm expert, it was still somewhat insufficient against a peak law realm expert. In an instant, Uncle Wu's saber had already reached Jiang Xie's proximity. Looking at his figure, Jiang Xie sneered with disdain, a mocking expression on his face. I have to admit your courage, but your courage is misplaced. With that, he extended his right hand and clenched it in the air. Law power instantly spread out. Instantly, Uncle Wu's domain shattered, and the surrounding space also emitted bursts of roaring sounds, like thunder exploding in his ears. Uncle Wu discovered that his speed had slowed down. But he did not panic. He gripped the saber in his hand even tighter. With the mindset that he would make the opponent suffer even if he died, he fiercely swung down. As if seeing his determination to die, Jiang Xie sneered. Want to die? I said I will make your life worse than death. As his words fell, he moved. Vast law power gathered behind him, transforming into a giant blood lion. The blood lion was covered in blood-colored patterns, its aura terrifying, and its bloodthirsty eyes stared directly at Uncle Wu. Not good. Uncle Wu's heart sank, feeling as if all his blood was about to freeze, making his face flush involuntarily. The blood lion roared, and a huge impact struck Uncle Wu, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his entire chi instantly becoming chaotic. The saber in his hand also loosened. Uncle Wu's mind trembled. Relying on his willpower, he gripped the saber in his hand again and charged straight at Jiang Xie, striking down. Jiang Xie did not dodge or evade, watching him with a playful expression, and the blood lion behind him also pounced forward at the same time. With just a single swipe, Uncle Wu felt as if he had been locked onto. The slowness of his body prevented him from making any resistance, and he could only be sent flying. Accompanied by a loud boom, a huge deep pit appeared in the ice plain. The cultivators who witnessed this scene from afar all shook their heads. It's over, let's leave quickly, otherwise if we are targeted, it will be troublesome. Yep. Uncle Wu. Inside the ice crystal palace, Jai Yu saw this scene through the barrier, and tears gushed out. At this moment she was sitting on the ground, appearing incredibly fragile. Scenes from the past echoed in her mind. Young Lord, young Miss originally is a pampered young Miss, isn't punishing her like this too harsh? Young Lord, I think young Miss has performed well during this period, should we let her rest for 2 days? Young Lord. She still remembered that whenever she made mistakes or was lazy during her cultivation under Jiang Xie's supervision, Uncle Wu would always intercede for her. Sometimes, even when she was punished, he would comfort her. In her eyes, Uncle Wu was an elder who seemed a bit unconventional on the surface, but was actually patient and responsible. Years of companionship had long made her consider Uncle Wu as family. But at this moment, she could only watch him die before her eyes. In the deep pit, Uncle Wu once again spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. Cough cough, whether you kill me or flay me, I, Uncle Wu, am not afraid. He lay on the ground, opening one eye, looking at the figure that appeared beside him and said so. Want to die? It's not that easy. Jiang Xie squatted down looking at him, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He grabbed Uncle Wu's hair and lifted him from the ground, then violently flung him far away. Another fall, another mouthful of fresh blood. Uncle Wu gritted his teeth and did not cry out. He could not disgrace Jiang Xie. I want to see how long you can last. Jiang Xie came before him and fiercely stomped on his right leg. A crisp sound instantly rang out. Uncle Wu's expression changed. His face filled with pain, already contorted, but he still did not utter a sound. Crack! Another crisp sound. His left leg also shriveled down. Hedohasa, hedohasa. He laughed, trembling, slowly reaching into his bosom with his right hand and pulling out a book. He opened it and began to read. Young Lord's Sayings. First rule. For things that cannot be changed, try to accept them at least. You have done what you should have done. Interesting. Jiang Xie showed a hint of surprise on his face, reaching out and snatching the notebook from Uncle Wu's hand. Uncle Wu's expression changed drastically. He disregarded his current state and called out with some urgency in his breathing. Give it back to me. Jiang Xie naturally ignored him. He opened it, initially thinking it was some hidden technique. Upon looking, he realized it was just an ordinary notebook, with some words written on it that he could not understand. He frowned, fearing there was a trick, and a fire appeared out of thin air in his hand, burning it to ashes. Seeing this, Uncle Wu's hand clawed at the air but only grasped a gray wisp. His hand fell limply. His eyes were dim and lifeless. Jiang Xie initially thought he had given up all hope, but unexpectedly, a faint voice began to emanate from him again. Young Lord's Sayings, second rule, always believe that miracles happen. Miracles, what are miracles? Jiang Xie was very annoyed by his state, and with another kick, a crisp sound rang out again. Young Lord's Sayings, third rule, don't play with fire lest you get burned. Get burned, then let him try to burn. Behind Jiang Xie, he directly dislocated Uncle Wu's right arm, and blood instantly gushed out. Uncle Wu's face also gradually lost its color. Young Lord's Sayings, fourth rule. Shut up. Young Lord Sayings, fifth rule. I told you to shut up. Young Lord Sayings. Shut up. Jiang Xie became even more ruthless, smashing his fist into Uncle Wu's face. His face was smashed into a bloody mess. But that voice continued, Young Lord Sayings. He could no longer bear it, and directly punched Uncle Wu's heart and dantian. Finally, the voice disappeared. The world seemed to become quiet. Jiang Xie only felt refreshed, and the anger of Jai Yu escaping had also lessened a lot. Excellent. He stood up, licked the blood on his fist, and then looked at the nearby crystal palace with a playful expression. This time I'll let you go, but you will eventually not escape our grasp. Before leaving, he did not forget to kick Uncle Wu on the ground. The sky, at some point, began to snow heavily. In that expanse of white ice and snow, a splash of blood bloomed. Within the blood there was a figure, lying quietly there. His legs shriveled, below his right shoulder was empty. His face was a bloody mess. On his body, 2 bloody holes. It could be said that there was not a single intact place on his entire body. He just lay quietly in the pool of blood. At some unknown moment, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. A faint voice once again emerged, Young Lord Sayings, 40th rule. Young Lord. Uncle Wu can only accompany you this far. I protected young Miss. In this way, I can be considered a meritorious servant. I know that losing young Miss, you will definitely be sad, so I protected her, so you don't have to be sad. Uncle Wu is just tired and wants to sleep for a while. If there is a next life, I will still recognize you as my young lord. He completely closed his eyes. He only knew that Jiang Xie would be sad without Jai Yu. But he did not know that Jiang Xie would be just as sad without him. In Jiang Xie's heart, he was no longer just a guard, but family. The snow fell heavier and heavier. The blood-red color was gradually buried. In a short while, the surroundings were once again covered by heavy snow. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. 535, 2 in 1 let them go. In the southern border, within the 10,000 mountains, countless cultivators gathered here, some standing quietly, some sitting on the ground somewhere, and some closing their eyes to rest. But without exception, their attention was all on the giant portal in the middle of the mountains. You all say the disciples have been in there for so long, why is there still no movement? Could something unexpected have happened? Perhaps bored from waiting, or perhaps worried about his own disciples, the head of a small sect asked the person next to him. Voices quickly came from around. Whether there is danger, we do not know. The ruins are mysterious and unpredictable, and it is normal for there to be danger inside. However, it is indeed a bit strangely calm. What is the use of fellow Taoists worrying? We cannot enter this portal. Now, we can only wait here quietly. That is true. Instead of worrying here, it is better to wait quietly. If there is truly danger inside, we cannot help much. Everything depends on them. I just do not know what is inside. The secrets of the Saint Province are far more than we imagine. To this day, no one knows what the scenery outside the Saint Province looks like. Those ancient great emperors either disappeared or entered the void realm, vanishing without a trace. The more they chatted, the more excited everyone became, and the surroundings appeared peaceful. In a corner of the forest, Yan Wufeng leaned casually against a large tree, listening to the various words of the people around him with a relaxed expression. Compared to others, he was relatively relaxed. He was not too worried about the disciples of East Tower encountering any problems. After all, Li Buku was among those who entered. Since these ruins restricted the cultivation of those who entered, there would certainly not be too great a danger inside. Even if there was danger far exceeding the disciples' level, with Li Buku present, the situation of East Tower disciples would be much better than others. Beside him were the leaders who brought disciples from the Shengyuan Empire, the Jiang family, and the Haoran Sect. Their expressions were not that tense either. After all, the major forces had good relations. All four of them were powerful cultivators at the late stage of the domain realm, considered to have higher cultivation among the leaders of so many forces around. Fellow Taoist Yan, do you think these little fellows' strength will improve? The third elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Xie, suddenly asked with a smile. Yan Wufeng replied without thinking, if there are opportunities, improvement is inevitable. Ha, I think they will have quite a harvest. The Shengyuan Empire's leader laughed heartily, full of confidence. Yan Wufeng grinned, just about to praise his disciple Li Buku, when he suddenly felt an extremely strong aura assault him from a distance. This instantly stopped his smile, and his gaze turned solemn as he looked into the distance. Almost simultaneously, people from other sects also felt this pressure, and their gazes also turned towards the distance. In their sight, a figure gradually appeared in the distance. And the aura on this figure was extremely unfamiliar. This left everyone puzzled. What powerful cultivator has come here? It looks like the cultivation of the newcomer has already reached the law realm. Which force is willing to send such a powerful cultivator? Are they planning to seize the opportunities of our disciples? Sending such a powerful cultivator has already broken the rules. Moreover, our forces are not without law realm powerhouses. If this person truly has ill intentions, what he faces will not just be one force. Amidst their confusion, everyone spoke out. If the other party intended to forcefully seize things, their forces were not to be trifled with. Currently, no one dared to act. How many opportunities they could gain depended entirely on their disciples' performance. Looking at the approaching figure, for some reason, Yan Wufeng always had a bad premonition. His gaze swept around, meeting the eyes of the other few people. From their gazes, Yan Wufeng felt the same sentiment as himself. The newcomer was not benevolent. This was his first feeling. Oh, so you are all still here, very good, it saves me the trouble of searching for you. The voice arrived before the person. Before everyone could react, the figure stopped above them, looking down at them coldly. Which of you are the leaders of East Tower, Shengyuan Empire, and also the Jiang family and Haoran Sect? As soon as the words fell, everyone's gaze habitually turned towards Yan Wufeng and the others. Yan Wufeng and the others trembled, and a bad feeling began to spread in their hearts. The man's gaze also swept over the four of them, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Is it you four? Very good. Feeling the strong hostility, Yan Wufeng braced himself and stepped forward to ask, may I ask Senior if there is anything important? After looking at him for a while, the man smiled, a chilling smile. That is right, you here do not know what has happened outside. Not long ago, the Saint Province barrier shattered, and I am from the Zhen family of Saint Province. Now, you should know why I have come here. As soon as his words fell, gasps of cold air rang out all around. Everyone present felt a shock in their hearts, their pupils instantly constricted, and they felt a chill. The Saint Province barrier actually shattered at this time. Then, within their respective forces. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions changed. They knew well the consequences of the Saint Province barrier shattering. At that time, the major forces of Saint Province would surely strike at their forces. Yan Wufeng and the other three also trembled, all seeing worry in each other's eyes. What they worried about was not themselves, but whether their forces had encountered problems. Although there were countless words they wanted to say, everyone around was sensible enough to hold them back, not daring to speak. Who knew if the man would target them? Currently, no one present was a match for that man. Zhen Qian was a little disappointed. He had expected some fun, but unexpectedly, they were all mere ants, which made him lose interest. He only wanted to quickly capture the people and return. His gaze turned to the huge portal in front, a hint of interest appearing on his face. A bit interesting. It seems this ruin has not ended yet. then I shall wait here. Those four stay, the others can scram. Zhen Qian was impolite, telling everyone to scram as soon as he spoke. Yet no one dared to refute. Their expressions were hesitant, wanting to leave but not wanting to. They wanted to leave because they were afraid he would suddenly change his mind, and then they would not be able to leave. They did not want to leave because they were afraid he would attack their own disciples. What? Do you want me to personally send you off? Seeing that everyone was unmoved, Zhen Qian sternly shouted. A pair of eyes with no emotional fluctuations swept over everyone, like a venomous beast staring, making many people shiver. Today, I only want the disciples of these four forces. As for the others, I currently have no interest. If you still do not leave, then stay here forever. As the words fell, the previously hesitant crowd no longer hesitated, and began to leave one after another. At present, not only were they no match for Zhen Qian, but they were also worried about the situation of their respective forces. After learning that he would not attack their own disciples, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Many people, as they left, gave Yan Wufeng and the other three a look of pity. As for why Zhen Qian only wanted the disciples of these four forces, they more or less knew some of the reasons. That day, when reinforcing the Saint Province barrier, many people from various forces saw that the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword had a close relationship with the Qianyuan Empire, and the current Lord of Bitter Depth Sword was within East Tower. The Saintess of Haoran Sect and Su Zai of the Qianyuan Empire, no Jiang Xie, had a close relationship. From this, it could be seen that the Saint Province forces were likely to make a move against the Qianyuan Empire and the others. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. It was not that they did not want to help the Qianyuan Empire. But even if they joined in, they would probably not be a match for those forces from Saint Province, and it would instead accelerate the demise of their own forces. People are selfish. Before danger truly falls upon them, no one wants to get involved in this muddy water. Although there were some grudges between them and the Saint Province forces, it had not reached an irreversible point. In the face of life and death, compromising might not be impossible. Yan Wufeng's expression was solemn. He knew that this time they were in trouble. If it were just him alone, there might be no way. But now there were four of them. Even if they could not defeat the man in front of them, they could at least delay him for a while. In short, they could not let the disciples fall into his hands. The four exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They did not act rashly. Instead, they were waiting for an opportunity. Although the man's gaze was on the portal, in reality, his divine sense was always locked onto the four of them. I advise you to harbor fewer crooked thoughts. Even if all four of you come together, you are no match for me. Do not seek trouble. Seemingly seeing through their thoughts, Zhen Qian issued a warning without turning his head. The four did not speak, just waited quietly. This wait lasted for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the golden gate suddenly emitted a dull sound. Immediately after, the surroundings began to shake. The earth trembled, huge rocks rolled down the mountains and cracks appeared. Trees rustled, startled birds and beasts scattered in all directions, and dust from the rolling rocks filled the air. The great gate also slowly opened with a huge rumbling sound, and the gate, which was originally enveloped in golden light, began to dim. The few people who had been waiting could clearly see the figures behind the great gate. They are here. Yan Wufeng's heart trembled. Next, it would likely be a bitter battle. Zhen Qian's lips curved into an arc. Before the disciples of the various forces had even emerged, he let out a loud voice. Disciples of East Tower, Qianyuan Empire, Haoran Sect, and the Jiang family, step out obediently, otherwise I do not mind using special methods. Inside the gate, everyone who was about to step out was stunned upon hearing this voice. Among the crowd, the disciples of the four major forces who were called out all showed puzzled expressions. This voice did not seem to be from the seniors who came with them. And this tone also seemed a bit off. They did not act rashly, but instead looked towards a SMALL Chinese letter carrying a sword in the crowd. The four major forces had close relations, and the disciples also got along well. At this moment, as the strongest among the disciples, Li Buku naturally became the backbone of all the disciples. "Brother Li, we do not know what happened outside, what should we do?" a disciple asked him. Li Buku was silent for a while, then shouted towards the outside, "May I ask your excellency, who are you?" "A bit interesting. This lord is from Saint Province. If you know what is good for you, come out yourself to avoid physical suffering." Zhen Qian generously admitted his identity. He was not afraid that they would not come out. After all, Yan Wufeng and the others were still in his hands. "From Saint Province." The disciples inside the gate gasped. Only Li Buku, upon hearing this, flashed a cold light in his eyes. "Children, whatever you do, do not come out." Just then, Yan Wufeng could not hold back and shouted out, reminding Li Buku and the others. Zhen Qian's expression turned cold, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yan Wufeng. He grabbed out with one hand, actually bringing with it traces of law power. Yan Wufeng did not even have time to react before he was grabbed by the neck. Let go of fellow Taoist Yan. How dare you? Do not think we are afraid of your Zhen family. The other three stared at him with unfriendly gazes, as if they would attack at any moment. Zhen Qian smiled faintly, unafraid of their threats, and spoke to himself. Little brats inside, you better decide carefully whether or not to come out. If you do not come out, your seniors will die. Being choked by the neck made Yan Wufeng's face flush intensely. Even so, he mustered all his strength and shouted again, whatever you do, do not come out. If I die, I die. My life is not worth mentioning. Do you really want to die? Zhen Qian was completely enraged. With another grab of his other hand, he crippled one of Yan Wufeng's arms. The immense pain almost made Yan Wufeng faint. He endured it, managing not to cry out. He did not want Li Buku and the others to worry, and he was even more afraid that they would truly be unable to resist rushing out. Jiang Xie and the other two also changed their expressions drastically. Spiritual qi surged around them, and they were about to attack immediately. But Zhen Qian merely took a light step, and vast law power raged around, instantly spreading over the three of them, making them unable to move at all. Zhen Qian looked at Yan Wufeng and sneered, I did not expect you to be so tolerant. I want to see how long you can endure. With that he grabbed again, and Yan Wufeng's other arm also fell limply. This time he finally could not help but let out a faint sound. Zhen Qian, however, was not satisfied. He lightly swiped his right hand, and Yan Wufeng's left arm was directly severed. This time, Yan Wufeng finally could not hold back. Upon hearing this, the disciples of East Tower inside the gate immediately changed their expressions drastically. Li Buku's heart trembled, his whole body shaking. He gritted his silver teeth, his right hand suddenly clenching, almost drawing blood. His eyes were filled with coldness. He remembered his master, who had also died before his eyes that day. He did not want to experience such a scene again. Facing the worried gazes of those around him, he took a deep breath, stepped forward and said, I am the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword. I can come out, but you must first let them go. Stating his identity was to increase his bargaining chip. Sure enough, upon hearing Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, Zhen Qian's eyes emitted a terrifying light. A bit interesting. He licked his lips. If he truly was the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, what was the harm in letting these people go? But what if he did not come out? But to be honest, with the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, the others truly had little use left. 536. I've made up my mind. It could also be said that, after learning that the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword was here, he lost interest in everyone else. This is truly a windfall. Zhen Qian licked his lips excitedly. For the people of Saint Province, nothing was more exciting than meeting the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword. Thousands of years of resentment made them hate the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword to the core. It was a pity that the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, who personally sealed them for thousands of years, had already died, preventing them from taking revenge themselves. But other Lords of Bitter Depth Sword were also targets of their hatred. Not to mention that the current Lord of Bitter Depth Sword was the disciple of the previous one. The master's grudges would be repaid by the disciple. Zhen Qian casually tossed Yan Wufeng aside and said indifferently, get lost. As he spoke, he also lifted the law power on the other few people, allowing their bodies to move. He no longer wanted to waste time on these people. At this moment, his eyes were only on Li Buku. The moment he released his grip, Yan Wufeng immediately collapsed onto the ground, and the others quickly stepped forward to help him up. Just then Yan Wufeng, with an anxious expression, loudly shouted towards the door, Buku, don't come out. My life is not worth mentioning. He was genuinely anxious, afraid that Li Buku would really come out for his sake. In comparison, he would rather exchange his life for Li Buku's. Over the past few years, he had truly come to see the East Tower as his home, and the disciples within the East Tower as his own children. Before joining the East Tower, he wandered alone outside, traveling all over, never having felt what friendship was, or what a home felt like. He was already alone, and his talent was not strong. His cultivation in this life would probably end here, and even if there was progress, it would not be much. But Li Buku was different. He had high talent and was the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword. If he could grow, the role he could play would be much greater than his own. With this mindset, Yan Wufeng felt that if he could exchange his life for his, it would be a very worthwhile thing. How dare you? A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhen Qian's eyes. He was truly intent on killing. This fellow had tried to ruin things repeatedly, pushing his patience to its limit. Inside the door, Li Buku's heart tightened, and he quickly spoke up. If you lay a hand on him, not only will I not come out, but I will stay here and cultivate until I reach a realm where I can kill you. Then I will come out to seek revenge. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhen Qian's gaze instantly sharpened. His original intention to kill Yan Wufeng gradually cooled down. If it truly was as he said, it would indeed be no small trouble. Given the talent and strength of the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, it probably wouldn't be long before they couldn't deal with him. Such a result was definitely not what he wanted to see. After weighing the pros and cons, he still held back. Inside the main door, disciples from other forces looked at Li Buku with admiration. They hadn't expected him to make such a decision to save someone. If it were them, they probably wouldn't be able to make up their minds so easily. Of course, they also didn't dare to leave easily. Admiration was admiration, but it was only temporary. If not for Li Buku, they might not have been trapped here, but of course, now they also had to rely on Li Buku to get out safely. So, their feelings were complicated. All they could do was stand aside and observe the development of the situation. In contrast, the disciples of the Qianyuan Empire and several other forces looked at Li Buku with worried expressions, and at the same time felt ashamed for their own low strength and inability to help. Li Buku saw everyone's expressions clearly. His face showed no emotion, but in his heart, he was already calculating something. HMPH, kid, I can spare your life, but you must make a heavenly Tao oath, otherwise, how can I believe that you will come out after I let them go? Zhen Qian sneered. He wanted to see if Li Buku's words were true or false. Buku no. Yan Wufeng grew even more anxious, his eyes filled with worry. Zhen Qian merely gave him a cold glance and said nothing. From that side, Li Buku's voice came again. Yes, but you also have to make a heavenly Tao oath. Zhen Qian immediately said, I, Zhen Qian, swear to the heavenly Tao that after the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword comes out, I will no longer harm the surrounding people. Otherwise, may I die by heavenly punishment. From that side, a voice also came. I, Li Buku, swear to the heavenly Tao that after Zhen Qian releases the others, I will walk out of this main door with the restriction and will not enter this main door with the restriction again. Otherwise, may I die by heavenly punishment. After their voices fell, divine thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. That was the heavenly Tao acknowledging their oaths. Now no one dared to violate them easily, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus Zhen Qian spoke, everyone else leave lest you get in the way here. At this moment, the disciples from other forces inside the main door dared to step out. As soon as they exited the main door, they quickly ran into the distance, afraid that Zhen Qian would go back on his word. In a flash, only the disciples of the Qianyuan Empire, East Tower, Haoran Sect, and Jiang family remained inside the door. They stood around Li Buku, reluctant to leave. The four powerhouses outside the door also did not leave. To this, Li Buku could only comfort everyone. All of you leave. With the Eastern Continent barrier shattered, I'm afraid things aren't easy within your forces either. Returning now might be ill-advised. After you leave, remember to have the four seniors find a place to hide first, gather information secretly, and only return to your forces when you are sure there is no danger. What about you, senior brother Li? Someone asked worriedly. Me? Li Buku smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid I can't leave, but I won't sit idly by either. You don't have to worry about me, I have my own way. But Li Buku waved his hand, stopping their words and said, there are no buts. This is the only way to ensure your safe departure. He had already lost his master, and did not want to lose anyone else connected to him. The disciples were reluctant, but also knew that this was the only way. If they didn't leave, Li Buku's efforts would be in vain. All they could do was not cause him trouble, and at the same time, silently pray for him in their hearts. Senior brother Li, we understand. They spoke these words with heavy hearts. They felt as if sand had gotten into their eyes slightly red, and they couldn't help but choke up. Don't be sad, perhaps, we can still meet again, Li Buku smiled, and at this moment his body reverted to its former appearance. The kind and approachable little fatty had disappeared. He wanted to face the battle in his best state. Let's go, he said softly. The disciples suddenly all knelt down and bowed solemnly to him. Senior brother Li, if you are not dead, we will definitely find you. If you have died, then we will surely avenge you. After this bow, they then walked out of the main door, heading to where the four elders were. Along the way, every disciple looked at Zhen Qian with a sharp gaze. Zhen Qian was unconcerned. 537, deep inside the gate. Four seniors, please leave quickly, don't worry about me. This is Buku's last request. Fearing that the four wouldn't leave, Li Buku sent another message. The four's expressions were moved, and their eyes were filled with reluctance. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something. But they found that at this moment, they couldn't say anything at all. Yan Wufeng's old tears streamed down his face. He hated that his strength was insufficient and he couldn't protect them. From the moment Li Buku entered the East Tower, Yan Wufeng had been observing him. He just felt that Li Buku was very similar to him, so he took great care of him within the East Tower. He even treated him like his own child. Child, take care. As he said this, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Yan Wufeng did not try to persuade him further. At this point, anything more would be meaningless. Only by leaving could Li Buku be completely free of worries. The other three supported him, leading a group of disciples, and slowly walked away into the distance. After walking for a while, Yan Wufeng gestured for the three to stop and for himself to turn around. Looking at Zhen Qian, his gaze paused slightly and he slowly spoke. What a Saint Province power, what a Zhen family. When my Donglu Luju comes out of seclusion one day, the hatred from today will surely be repaid. Enjoy this time well because you don't have much time left. Everyone present was moved. Even Zhen Qian turned his head. This caused everyone's expressions to immediately tighten. Zhen Qian, however, smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, since I made a heavenly Dao oath, I won't attack you. I'm just curious, the so-called Donglu Luju. Isn't it that Jiang family brat? Do you think a teenager in his teens could have any strength? Law realm, Fanchen sword, not enough, far from enough. Your expectations are just futile. With the existence of the Tianji Tower, the Central Province powers already knew who the Donglu Luju was, and precisely because they knew, they didn't think he posed any threat. Although, the Donglu Luju being Jiang Xie did shock them for a moment. Yan Wufeng was expressionless. The three people beside him, however, were extremely shocked. The disciples behind them also widened their eyes. One must know that only Jai Waiyu Li Buku, the high-ranking members of East Tower, Su Wu, Jiang Fingliu, Su Yuan, and a few others knew about Jiang Zai's identity as the Donglu Luju. If there are omissions, everyone is welcome to supplement them. As for everyone else, they didn't know. The identity of the Donglu Luju was also a subject of much discussion in the outside world. Yet no one could have imagined it was Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie, Su Zai, Donglu Luju. These various identities were all the same person. And each identity was an extraordinary existence. The Donglu Luju is actually Zier, third elder of the Jiang family. Jiang He's heart was incomparably shocked, and his old face was full of disbelief. I really didn't expect this East Tower to belong to Jiang, young friend. The expert from Haoran Sect also gasped. No wonder East Tower has such a close relationship with our empire, so that's how it is. The expert from Kaiyuan Empire also understood. He had always thought that East Tower had a close relationship with Kaiyuan Empire because it was located in the imperial capital, and that the two were allies. But he never expected that they were actually one family. Thinking that East Tower, a major power that had become indispensable in the Eastern continent, and even the entire Saint Yuan continent in just a few short years, was actually founded by Jiang Xie. They could only sigh in their hearts. Geniuses are geniuses, always able to do what others cannot. But some geniuses are unique, because they can do what other geniuses cannot. The disciples were even more filled with admiration. Whether it was the Jiang family, East Tower, or the disciples of Kaiyuan Empire, they only had endless admiration for Jiang Xie. He had created too many legends. The disciples of Haoran Sect were equally shocked, feeling that only such a genius could be worthy of their saintess. Yan Wufeng did not respond to Zhen Qian's words. He had absolute confidence in Jiang Xie. Everyone in East Tower was like that. They firmly believed that Jiang Xie could turn the tide and save everyone from dire straits because he had always been like that. After taking another deep look at the giant gate in the distance, the crowd left. They didn't walk fast, but they gradually disappeared from Li Buku's sight. At this moment, the burden on his heart finally lifted. In fact, if the delay had been any longer, even he wouldn't have been able to save everyone. Because the restriction around this giant gate was slowly disappearing. At first it might not be obvious, but over time clues would emerge. Now, it was the moment when the restriction was about to disappear. Kid, you should come out. Not far away, Zhen Qian stood with his arms crossed, looking at Li Buku with a playful expression. Li Buku calculated the time, took a deep breath and slowly stepped out. Upon seeing him emerge, Zhen Qian's excitement was completely uncontainable. Ha 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 ha, Lord of Bitter Depth sword, good, excellent. How could he not be excited when the resentment of being sealed for thousands of years was about to be vented? However, before he could react, Li Buku stepped back in again. This made his expression freeze, and he then realized that the restriction around the giant gate had already disappeared. Connecting this to the wordplay in Li Buku's heavenly Tao oath just now, he became somewhat enraged out of embarrassment. I didn't expect to be played today, as expected of the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, but even if you go back in, what can you do? Now that the restriction is broken, I see where you can run to. After calming down, he instead felt that things had become more interesting. Li Buku, however, didn't say much to him, and his figure swiftly darted towards the other side of the large door. Zhen Qian didn't idle either, and immediately gave chase. Compared to the familiar Li Buku, his speed was clearly much slower. Inside the door, the surroundings were shattered, with various Yao beasts and demonic beasts appearing endlessly. Huge Yao beast skeletons were everywhere, and these skeletons could revive when someone approached them, possessing considerable strength. And from time to time, there were also various formations that hindered progress. Although they didn't pose a major threat to Zhen Qian, they could slow him down a bit. In contrast, Li Buku always managed to skillfully avoid dangers and find the most suitable Dao. A quarter of an hour later, Li Buku arrived in a giant pit. Within the giant pit, there was only a cluster of flames emitting a purplish-black light. Looking at this cluster of flames, Li Buku's gaze was extremely solemn. Hellfire. At this point, he could only rely on this cluster of hellfire to deal with Zhen Qian. With the trace of hellfire power he had obtained before, he was confident he could activate this cluster of hellfire to harm Zhen Qian. Only, he himself would probably also. It's just a pity, my strength and talent are insufficient, otherwise I would directly subdue this cluster of hellfire. If that were the case, why would I fear him? Forget it, let fate decide. 538, 2-in-1 Hellfire Dilemma. After making up his mind, Li Buku took a deep breath, turned around, and shielded the hellfire behind him. Then, he stared intently in the direction he had come from. Before long, he could feel a powerful aura approaching his location. A few breaths later, Zhen Qian's figure appeared in Li Buku's line of sight. He focused, not daring to be careless in the slightest. You brat, you made me waste a lot of effort. Zhen Qian spat, looking at him with gloomy eyes, and sneered. Run, why aren't you running? If I let you escape, there's no point in me, Zhen Qian, continuing to exist. As he spoke, he frowned again. He clearly sensed a special power fluctuation behind Li Buku. But soon his brows relaxed. He thought it was just some trick Li Buku was hiding. It was a pity that aura seemed unusual, but it wouldn't have much impact on him. Moreover, this was under the circumstance that he had already discovered it. Brat, did you come here just to stall for time so you could set up something against me in advance? I have to admit, your idea is good, but unfortunately with your strength you can't cause much impact on me. Is that so? Li Buku smiled faintly, his face completely composed. Looking at his expression, Zhen Qian suddenly became uncertain. Could it be, this brat really has some special trick? If he really did, why would he run here? Thinking of this, Zhen Qian subtly surveyed the surrounding environment. Unfortunately, after looking for a while, he couldn't make sense of anything. And the strange aura behind Li Buku didn't feel like it could pose a threat to him. Could it be, this brat is pretending to be calm, to make me wary and leave? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was possible, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Zhen Qian had been around for so many years. How could he be so easily scared by a young brat? After guessing Li Buku's intention, he became even less flustered. Brat, do you think this can bluff me? You'd better think about what your last words are. Zhen Qian walked step by step towards Li Buku, a hint of disdain on his face. Li Buku looked at him with a strange expression. He had expected to have to talk his way out, but he hadn't expected the other party to be completely unprepared. Was this too much confidence in his own strength? At this moment, he was secretly activating the hellfire. Li Buku placed his hands behind his back, and threads of hellfire power mixed with a bit of spiritual energy continuously flowed towards the hellfire. The fire clearly began to become restless, with countless tiny flames starting to flicker, seemingly about to erupt at any moment. And Zhen Qian had also arrived within 100 meters of Li Buku. Brat, time's up, come with me. At this moment, Zhen Qian was even more certain that Li Buku was putting on an act. Li Buku took a step forward and smiled. Time is indeed up, but it's your time. As his words fell, the hellfire behind him instantly erupted, and flames emitting purplish-black light began to spread around. An extremely terrifying aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Zhen Qian felt the sensation of death for the first time. His footsteps halted, his pupils instantly constricted, and his face was filled with extreme horror. Hellfire. Clearly, he also recognized what this thing was. Hellfire, it was no exaggeration to say, was one of the most terrifying heaven and earth fires on the Shengyuan Continent. Let alone him, a peak law realm cultivator, Even a peak Heavenly King Realm cultivator probably couldn't withstand it. Damn it, how could such a thing be here? Now, Zhen Qian no longer had any intention of dealing with Li Buku. All he could think about was escaping. The faster he escaped, the farther he escaped, the better. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. But how could Li Buku let him have his way? He had already made preparations. He took out the Shenku sword, pointed it at the sky, and a barrier enveloped the surroundings. A barrier? Brat, if you want to die, I won't stop you, but this barrier can't stop me. Zhen Qian coldly snorted, not delaying further. He leaped up, his fist enveloped in the power of law, and punched towards the barrier Li Buku had set up. Now, the hellfire was still in its initial stage of eruption. There was still a chance to escape. If he delayed any longer, he might die without a burial place. Boom! A loud bang came, and Zhen Qian's punch landed squarely on the barrier. Large cracks immediately appeared on the barrier, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. Li Buku's expression hardened, and he continued to increase his output. He was doing this at the cost of his life force. Threads of white hair began to appear in his dark hair. The cracks on the barrier were instantly repaired and strengthened considerably. Zhen Qian's face changed drastically, filled with anger. This brat was seeking death himself, but he insisted on dragging him down with him. Another punch went through, and this time, only a few cracks appeared on the barrier. Compared to the previous time, it was much more stable. And these faint cracks were also repaired instantly. After several consecutive attempts, Zhen Qian had no choice but to focus his gaze on Li Buku. But when he looked at Li Buku, he was slightly stunned. Because in just a short moment, his hair had already turned completely white. Although his appearance was still the same, he could feel that his body was much weaker than before. Brat, to trap me, you actually don't hesitate to sacrifice your life force. You truly have the demeanor of your master back then, but unfortunately, you are too much weaker than him. As he spoke, his body instantly rushed out, and he struck a palm towards Li Buku. If Li Buku were hit by this palm, he would undoubtedly die. At this critical juncture, Li Buku smiled again. Watching the palm gradually approach, he only lightly uttered 4 words, "Time is up." The purplish-black flames instantly erupted, and the entire barrier was illuminated by a dark purple firelight. No! Zhen Qian's palm was within an inch of Li Buku, but it was just this tiny distance that he would never have the chance to cross. The dark purple flames brushed over his body, and his body disappeared piece by piece. Li Buku's eyes lost focus, and he fell backward with a smile. In this fleeting moment, many scenes flashed before his eyes. Being humiliated and bullied in his youth, then being taken in and taught by Li Buki, then Li Buki's death, joining the East Tower. Scene after scene, they constantly flickered before his eyes. In a daze, he seemed to see a vast white world, where his master was smiling and waving to him. Master, this disciple is incompetent, unable to avenge you. Senior brother Jiang, your little brother is too weak. I can't continue adventuring with you. Senior Yan, it is truly my honor to have you protect me with your life. It's just a pity I've disappointed you. Everyone, what I can do, I have already done, the rest is up to you. Yeah. He still closed his eyes and fell straight down. On the Shenku sword, a flash of white light passed, and an ethereal figure appeared on the sword, looking at him and sighing softly. Foolish boy, you have extremely high talent, a great future, you shouldn't die here. He waved his hand, and a barrier enveloped Li Buku. Whether you can wake up depends on your own fortune. The figure disappeared, the white light receded, and the Shenku sword returned to its usual appearance. The hellfire continued to rage. On this day, in the 10,000 mountains of the southern border, within a radius of several hundred miles of the giant gate, dazzling purplish-black light enveloped the entire sky. Countless Yao beasts were buried in the fire, forests were destroyed, rivers dried up, and everything was desolate. The hellfire still surged, and no one dared to enter it. At the foot of a mountain, a group of figures looked at the desolate land, silent for a long time. Senior brother Li, can he still survive? A disciple couldn't help but ask. But what answered him was only a silence. Under such circumstances, even Zhen Qian couldn't resist, so how could Li Buku resist? Everyone in their hearts already had the answer, but they were unwilling to believe this fact. The people of Central Province are truly hateful. I will definitely avenge senior brother Li in the future. Hateful, relying on their powerful strength, they wantonly bully and kill people from other forces. The forces of Central Province are simply disgusting. Senior brother Li saved us. All the disciples looked mournful, their words filled with anger. Now, they could only vent their dissatisfaction through words. They hated themselves for having no talent, no strength, unable to fight alongside Li Buku. They hated the arrogance of the Central Province forces, hated their bloodthirsty cruelty. I didn't expect. We were saved by the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword again. The person in charge of Haoran Sect sighed slightly, his expression indescribably despondent. Even if he was in the domain realm, what of it? In front of the law realm he was still just as helpless. Perhaps, that child had the idea of dying together from the very beginning. The person in charge of the Shengyuan Empire looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. The third elder of the Jiang family sighed and said, "Such a young man should be an example for everyone. The masters of the 6 famous weapons truly live up to their reputation." Yan Wufeng leaned against a large tree, his eyes also looking into the distance, saying nothing. "Fellow Taoist Yan, let's set up camp here, and you can recover from your injuries." The disciples sent out to gather information had not yet returned, and they dared not return easily, lest they encounter people from the Central Province forces on the way. The Eastern Continent, far Eastern Sea region, on an island covered by a barrier, 200 miles from the coast. Su Yu looked at a figure floating outside the island with a frosty face, and lightly uttered 4 words. "Who are you?" Behind him were dozens of disciples of the Shengyuan Empire. Apart from them, there were no other people on the entire island. Half an hour ago, just as they were about to leave, all the strong cultivators who escorted them here perished at the hands of the man in front of them. What was even stranger to them was that the man in front of them seemed to be specifically targeting them. People from other forces left without anything happening. But once people from the Shengyuan Empire left, this person would strike with deadly intent. All the disciples behind Su Yu looked at the other party with fiery eyes. "Who am I?" The man ruffled his hair and chuckled strangely. "I am from the Zhan family of Saint Province. Do you understand now?" Zhan family of Saint Province. Su Yu and the disciples felt a shock in their hearts. A bad guess appeared in their minds. Many disciples had already begun to panic. However, Su Yu calmed down after a moment, comforting everyone. "Don't worry, everyone. If something happened to the Shengyuan Empire, he wouldn't be the only one here. Clearly, he wants to capture us as hostages." At his words, the disciples' emotions stabilized, but how to leave became a problem. "I see that this barrier won't last much longer. Even if you don't come out once the barrier disappears, you will still fall into my hands. Why suffer more? If you surrender obediently now, perhaps you can suffer less physical pain." The man was not in a hurry either. The power of this barrier had been weakening, and he just needed to keep an eye on it. There was no need for a major confrontation. At this moment, it was the disciples of the Shengyuan Empire who were anxious. "Lord Sun, what should we do? Cousin Su Yu, can we really still leave? That person is always watching here. We have nowhere to go." The disciples started to panic again. Su Yu's eyes were deep, and he was also somewhat in a dilemma. If he were to directly attack now, he was not this person's opponent. If he didn't attack, he would still have to eventually once the barrier disappeared. Could it be that he really had no choice but to take a gamble? Thinking of this, he looked back at the depths of the island. 539, the only way. After a moment of thought, Su Yu made up his mind. Because besides this, there was no other way. He turned around, looked at the Shengyuan Empire's disciples and said in a deep voice, "You all wait for me here. I'll be back shortly." Everyone exchanged glances, a bit confused. It was Su Peng in the crowd whose pupils constricted, as if he had thought of something, and he exclaimed, "Brother Su Yu, could it be that you are going to kill that blood serpent?" As soon as these words came out, the others quickly reacted, their hearts all shaken, and they spoke one after another. "Lord Seeker, although that blood serpent isn't as powerful as the person outside, it has also broken through to the law realm, even if it's only early stage law realm, that's still. It is rumored that the blood serpent inner core has the ability to temporarily increase cultivation. Is Lord Seeker planning to?" "Lord Seeker, you must not. Even if the blood serpent inner core can temporarily increase cultivation, you are already in the domain realm. The blood serpent inner core of a law realm Yao beast won't boost you much, and after the effect wears off, there's a risk of your cultivation dropping. On the contrary, you'd have to take a risk. Lord Seeker, why don't we just wait? Perhaps reinforcements might come. If you absolutely must go, we can all help too." But the disciples all began to worry. Not only did that blood serpent possess law realm cultivation, but it was also hidden within the blood pool in the center of the island. Within the blood pool, the blood serpent's strength would increase significantly. If Su Yu went alone, even if he could kill it using the power of the wrathful soul spear, it would likely consume a lot of his energy. They couldn't just stand by and watch Su Yu go alone. If they went, they would go together. Su Yu, however, shook his head and said, "Even if it can only improve me a little, for me, it is a huge leap. I'm not confident against the person outside, but dealing with that blood serpent is no problem. Everyone, please wait here to avoid any unexpected incidents. He was confident in dealing with the blood serpent. The reason he didn't let everyone go together was to avoid accidents. If he was alone, even if he couldn't win, he could still run. If there were too many people, accidentally injuring others and causing unnecessary casualties would be inappropriate. But Su Peng still wanted to say something. Su Yu, however, reached out and stopped him from continuing. Only in this way can we have a glimmer of hope. With that, he walked towards the depths of the island without looking back, his figure appearing grand yet solitary. In the center of the island, red mist enveloped the area. Within the forest there was a massive blood pool. The blood pool appeared calm, but in reality undercurrents surged within it. The blood-red surface of the lake gave off an eerie and unpredictable feeling. Above the lake, bones lay piled up, countless cultivators having met their end there. Most of these people died in their struggle to obtain the blood yang flower in the center of the blood pool. The blood yang flower is an extremely rare spirit medicine, capable of being nurtured only in lakes with extremely rich blood qi and spiritual energy, taking 100 years to mature. Consuming it can greatly enhance one's physique and increase cultivation speed, making it something many would not pass up if they saw it. Previously, a struggle had taken place here. The blood yang flowers were scarce. Only 9 had been nurtured in this massive blood pool. To pluck the blood yang flowers from within the blood pool, one not only needed the means to cross the blood pool, but also had to evade the attacks of the Yao beasts within the blood pool. The blood serpent was the strongest Yao beast in this blood pool. Su Yu had also competed for these blood yang flowers before, ultimately obtaining 4, and had also encountered the blood serpent. The blood serpent seemed to have recognized his extraordinary nature and didn't directly target him much, but it secretly caused Su Yu a lot of trouble, even nearly causing him to perish in the blood pool. If it weren't for the huge commotion caused by the man outside, which diverted its attention, he would probably have already fought with that blood serpent. At this moment, Su Yu not only wanted to borrow its inner core, but also to exact revenge for the blood serpent's previous sneak attacks. He arrived at the edge of the blood pool, looking at the calm surface of the lake. Su Yu took a deep breath, leaped, and then sped across the blood pool. Earlier, during the struggle for the 9 blood yang flowers, he had obtained 4. 2 were taken by disciples from other forces, 2 fell into the blood serpent's mouth, and 1 was not yet mature. To lure the blood serpent out, he had to start with this blood yang flower. Su Yu sped across the blood pool, while simultaneously observing the movements below. Before long, a flower emitting a blood-red light appeared in the distance. Seeing the blood yang flower, Su Yu unhesitatingly reached for it. But just as he was about to succeed, a huge wave suddenly struck from a distance. Su Yu's gaze sharpened, and he had no choice but to abandon his action. With a step, his figure flickered slightly, and he dodged the red giant wave. Boy, taking my 4 blood yang flowers wasn't enough, and now you're even eyeing the immature one. Being too greedy isn't a good thing. The giant wave disappeared, replaced by a massive blood serpent. The blood serpent's vertical pupils stared at him with a chilling intensity. In front of it, Su Yu was like a moth. Since the target had appeared, Su Yu didn't want to waste any more words. The power of the barrier was constantly dissipating, and he couldn't delay any longer. In an instant, the spear in his hand changed color, and his hair also took on a crimson hue. And that blood serpent's body seemed to be frozen. But the power fluctuations on its body grew stronger and stronger. Clearly, it was breaking through the suppression of Su Yu's wrathful soul spear. Su Yu could also clearly feel it. It seems, I can't kill it without paying some price. His heart tensed, and a voice seemed to emerge in his mind. The voice was dreamlike, seemingly unreal, yet also seemingly right beside his ear. Have you decided which memories to lose? This sentence kept surfacing in his mind repeatedly. Su Yu didn't want to, but he had no other choice. This was the price of using the wrathful soul spear. The more power used, the more was paid. Except for my memories with family and friends, and memories of cultivation techniques and martial skills, take them all. He could only try to choose some irrelevant memories. But he also understood. Sooner or later, important memories would also be lost. Unless, he stopped using the power of the wrathful soul spear. But at this moment, was it really possible not to use it? There was an even more powerful enemy outside. If he didn't rely on the power of the wrathful soul spear, how could he fight against him? If he didn't rely on the power of the wrathful soul spear, how could he protect others? Like Li Buku, he didn't want to lose any more friends or family. When he felt as if he had lost many things, many blank fragments appeared in his memory. Some memories also began to become incomplete. When the coherence of his memories was greatly compromised, and a sense of emptiness arose out of nowhere, He knew that the exchange had been completed. A huge power emanated from the spear in his hand. Suyu gripped the spear tightly, and the red light flickering in his eyes became deeper. The blood serpent, which had originally felt it was about to break free from its restraints, suddenly felt a tremendous sense of oppression surge over it. It wasn't physical but mental. This oppressive feeling made it unable to move, and it couldn't help but tremble. It began to panic. It secretly regretted that it shouldn't have come out to provoke him. But it was too late. It could only watch as Suyu thrust his spear towards its head, while it remained unable to move, unable to even utter a single word. As the spear struck, a line of blood spurted from the blood serpent's head, followed by a gush of blood. Before the blood serpent fell, Suyu quickly extracted its inner core. The blood serpent inner core was not large, only about the size of a fist, emitting a blood-red light throughout. Just by looking at it, a trace of malevolence arose in Suyu's heart. After putting it back into his spatial ring, he felt as if all his strength was gone. Relying on his willpower, he returned to the shore, then collapsed onto the ground. Just one blood serpent made me like this. Indeed, the higher the realm, the greater the disparity. This time, I'm afraid I'll have to pay a huge price. I hope that after this battle, I can still remember everyone. Looking at the azure sky, Suyu revealed a bitter smile. 540, Blood Dragon Inner Pill. After resting for a while and recovering his strength, Suyu slowly got up from the ground. Orienting himself, he hurried towards where the others were located. At a certain spot on the edge of the island, a group of Shengyuan Empire disciples watched the distant forest with worried expressions. Although they had faith in Suyu, worry was still inevitable. That blood serpent was incredibly powerful. Even if they teamed up, they wouldn't be its match, yet Suyu intended to go alone. They once again felt that deep sense of powerlessness. The last time they felt this way was when Jiang Xie acted to save them. Why hasn't Crown Prince Suyu come out yet? Could something have happened? Impossible. Crown Prince Suyu is powerful and has the wrathful soul spear. That blood serpent shouldn't be his opponent. We should have followed him earlier. I hope nothing happens. This time, we've truly had a narrow escape from death. With a formidable enemy lurking outside and no other way out, they feared they might all perish here. If only Crown Prince Suzai were here. In their low spirits, someone sighed. Yes, if only Jiang Xie were here. With his strength, even a law realm peak expert would be like a chicken or dog, right? At this moment, they desperately wished Jiang Xie could appear. But they also knew this hope was very slim. Since the Saint Yuan secret realm, they had not seen Jiang Xie's figure again and had no idea where he was. They only knew that rumors in the palace said Jiang Xie had gone into cultivation. After waiting anxiously for about half an hour, the crowd finally saw that figure slowly approaching. Instantly, joy filled everyone's faces. They immediately gathered around him, beginning to ask for the result. Suyu smiled slightly at them, reaching out and taking out the blood serpent inner core, a piece of cake. Although he had killed the blood serpent, the disciples found that they were not as happy as they had imagined. Instead, they became even more worried. Crown Prince Suyu, are you really going to fight that person? Looking at the blood serpent inner core in Suyu's hand, a disciple finally couldn't help but ask. Suyu slowly nodded, a faint smile still on his lips, as if the opponent he was about to face was not a law realm peak enemy. But, cousin Suyu, that person's strength is far beyond what we can defeat right now. The arrogant and conceited Su Peng of the past was gone. Now he would never look down on anyone again. He only wanted to cultivate diligently, hoping to catch up to Jiang Xie and Suyu's pace. He didn't want to always be saved by others. He also wanted to be the one who saved others. Of course, he also didn't want Suyu to sacrifice himself for them. This time, Suyu didn't speak. He stepped out of the crowd's encirclement and slowly walked to the edge of the island, looking at the gradually weakening barrier in front of him, and then at the menacing enemy in the sky outside. He smiled again. The barrier's power is gradually disappearing. Even if we don't fight now, by then, we probably won't have a choice but to fight. I'm indeed not as formidable as cousin Jiang Xie, but I also consider myself a genius. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. My goal in this life is to catch up to cousin Jiang Xie's pace. If he were here now, he would certainly make the same choice as me. When the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. For us now, our current predicament is no less than the sky falling. Among us, my cultivation is the highest, so I am that tall one. Sometimes, someone must step forward first to save the majority. This was his most serious moment, and the most he had ever spoken at once. Actually, he wasn't afraid of death. What he was afraid of was losing another home. He had already lost one home and his dearest relatives. The Shengyuan Empire and the East Tower were his final refuge. These disciples behind him were all his kin. In other words, they were all his family. Su Yu now somewhat understood why people would always think of sacrificing themselves. If sacrificing one's own life could save many, then the sacrifice would no longer be meaningless. The disciples stood in place, silent for a long time. They couldn't bear it and hated their own incompetence. They also knew that Su Yu had made up his mind. This was the example they should follow. Jiang Xie and Su Yu reshaped their values. They made them understand what it meant to value loyalty and righteousness, and what it meant to love each other. Thinking of their past selves, showing no mercy to fellow clan disciples, constantly fighting, they felt ashamed. Su Peng's heart nature was greatly shaken, and his face was filled with even more shame. Compared to Jiang Xie and Su Yu, his past self not only had a gap in talent and strength but also a vast difference in heart nature. He understood why both of them could become masters of famous artifacts. His eyes at this moment also became firm. He took a step forward, cupped his fists and said, "Cousin Su Yu, if that's the case, if someone is to go, it should be me, the elder one who fights. Crown Prince Su Yu, your talent is high. Your life is much more valuable than ours. Why don't you let us buy you time to leave? Crown Prince Su Yu, don't underestimate us. Although the opponent is a law realm expert, even if we die, we will hold him back for a while. My talent is insufficient. Whether I can cultivate to the law realm in this life is questionable. Crown Prince Su Yu saving me would be a pity." In a short moment all the disciples stepped forward, their faces resolute, showing no sign of fear. Su Yu's words made them realize themselves, and made them forget about life and death. In their opinion, exchanging their lives for Su Yu's life was worth it. Conversely, if Su Yu's life were exchanged for theirs, it would be too great a loss. Su Yu's gaze was moved. He opened his mouth but made no sound. Having this sentiment was enough. That person's cultivation was at the law realm peak. Even if they all went together, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the opponent. At that time, none of them would survive. Therefore, Su Yu could not possibly let them go. He waved his hand, and a small domain enveloped them. This was a precaution to prevent them from rushing out. "Cousin, why are you doing this? Crown Prince Su Yu, quickly retract this domain. Crown Prince Su Yu, you can't go. Crown Prince Su Yu, our lives are worthless. This is not a good strategy. Crown Prince Su Yu." They were extremely anxious, and couldn't help but use their respective strengths to try and break through this domain. But with their cultivation, it wasn't simple. Perhaps, by the time they painstakingly broke through the domain, the battle would have already ended. 541. Someone has to stand up. You all wait here, I will go meet him. Su Yu turned his back to the crowd, and swallowed all the blood serpent inner core in his hand. Instantly, a warm current spread from his dantian throughout his entire body. A strong blood chi continuously emanated from his body, and he felt his whole body immediately filled with power. His realm also began to climb steadily. Domain realm 2nd level, domain realm 3rd level, domain realm 4th level, until it stopped at domain realm 6th level. Only then did he have the confidence to defeat his opponent. Although this blood serpent pill could temporarily increase his realm, it would not last long, and there would be side effects after the effect wore off. At worst, he would drop 1 or 2 minor realms. At worst, he would be affected by the evil chi within the blood serpent pill, leading to chi deviation. Neither of these outcomes was beneficial to him. Therefore, he had to finish this battle quickly. Su Yu did not intend to get too entangled with his opponent. From the beginning, he would use his full strength. The longer it dragged on, the greater the danger. "Young master, you can't go." The disciples trapped within the domain continued to shout, but Su Yu seemed not to hear them. He looked upwards, holding the wrathful soul's spear in his hand, and slowly walked out of the barrier. Only one sentence floated into everyone's ears. "Everyone, if I am still here after the storm has passed, I hope I can still remember you." This sentence left them a bit bewildered. At least at this moment, they did not fully understand its meaning. And Su Yu had already walked out of the barrier. Zhen Yan, who had been waiting outside, was slightly surprised to see Li Buku come out alone. After carefully sensing his realm, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I thought you had some trick up your sleeve to dare to come out alone. It's just a temporary increase in realm by external means. Even so, you are only at the domain realm 6th level. To rush out with such a low realm, I really don't know if you are confident, arrogant, or just foolish." Zhen Yan really wanted to laugh, and also felt very strange. Had the seal on Saint Province for so many years caused his thinking to fall behind? Are young people nowadays also overconfident? However, despite his doubts, he didn't pay much attention. Even if the young man in front of him was a genius, it was impossible for a domain realm 6th level cultivator to pose much of a threat to him, a law realm 9th level cultivator. Su Yu disdained his mockery. At this moment, he was already conversing with the wrathful soul spear in his mind. If I want to kill the person in front of me, how much will it cost? Your memories. How much? All of them. All. Su Yu was slightly stunned. Although he had long anticipated this, he was still somewhat at a loss at this moment. All memories. This meant, after this battle, he would no longer be himself. Everything would have to start over. He would no longer remember anyone. After only a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. Even if he didn't remember anyone, there would always be others who remembered him. This was enough. Perhaps this way, he could also become happier. Because he would no longer remember that his parents had died. Su Yu closed his eyes and sighed softly in his heart. I agree, take it all. Transaction complete. Like silk being peeled from a cocoon, Su Yu clearly felt his memories in his mind diminishing little by little. Certain things he remembered a second ago became blank the next second. There was nothing he could do about it. He could only take advantage of this time to recall those things he still remembered in his mind one last time. Like a revolving lantern, scene after scene flashed by. After a few breaths, his memories had almost completely disappeared. Only one thing he did not forget, and that was to kill the man in front of him. Opening his eyes, they had already turned blood red, and his hair also instantly turned completely red. Jiang Xie, who had not taken it seriously before, suddenly shivered, as if being stared at by some venomous beast. A fine sweat broke out on his forehead. Looking at Su Yu not far away, a storm surged in his heart. He couldn't imagine that he actually felt a threat from a domain realm 6th level young man. He even felt the taste of death. This kid is strange. Jiang Xie retreated for the first time. Even if the opponent was just a boy at the domain realm, he was truly a little scared now. The current Su Yu was too strange. Temporarily avoiding HIS Chinese letter should be the best choice. Unfortunately, he wanted to leave, but Su Yu would not let him run. The moment Jiang Xie turned around, Su Yu moved. In his eyes, there was a captivating red light flickering. What is this? Jiang Xie was horrified to discover that his body was unable to move at that very moment. He had actually fallen for the trick of a domain realm 6th level boy. Strange, strange, strange. He screamed frantically in his heart. As a peak law realm expert, Jiang Xie quickly calmed down. Although he couldn't move, his body was covered with a layer of law power to deal with the incoming attack. He was confident that even if he couldn't move, with his entire body enveloped in law power, Su Yu would not be able to kill him. And this inability to move would certainly not last too long. He didn't believe that a domain realm 6th level boy could keep him from moving indefinitely. Once this strange situation passed, he would definitely study the secrets of Su Yu's body properly. However, just as he thought this, the next moment, his chest was pierced by a blood-colored long spear. Ufda! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Jiang Xie's face was filled with disbelief, and his body seemed to have recovered a little bit of its ability to move. He trembled his lips and uttered 3 words, "Why?" Su Yu did not answer his question, but continued to thrust his spear, piercing through Jiang Xie's body again. Jiang Xie's pupils constricted, and his gaze fixed on the long spear in Su Yu's hand. So, that's it, it's this spear. With an expression of unwillingness, regret, and a bit of frustration, Jiang Xie's body slowly fell from the air. He never expected that a situation he thought was a sure win would be messed up. Not only was it messed up, but he also lost his life. On the island, all the disciples widened their eyes and opened their mouths, watching the scene before them in disbelief. The battle ended faster than they had imagined. Jiang Xie died faster than they had imagined. They even thought that Su Yu might not be the opponent's match, but, as expected of young master. At this moment, a sense of weakness spread throughout Su Yu's body. He no longer had any strength, and he, too, fell downwards. The last bit of memory in his mind also disappeared. In a corner of the sea, Su Yun was speeding across the sea at an extremely fast pace. Because he had not received any news from the person escorting the Kaiyuan Empire disciples for a long time, he had a premonition that something was wrong and immediately rushed here from the Jiang family. Of course, what he was mainly worried about was Su Yu's safety. You must not be in any trouble. He prayed continuously in his heart, and the feeling of unease grew stronger. Not long after, he saw the island in the distance, and he also saw the figure falling from the sky. When he saw the person's face clearly, Su Yun's pupils constricted. His speed suddenly increased, and he instantly swept to Su Yu's side, catching his falling body. After a worried examination, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then Su Yu and his arms moved, and Su Yun immediately called out, Suyu vaguely opened his eyes, first looking around for a while, then at the middle-aged man, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but could only utter some strange words. Su Yun's expression changed. How could he not know that he was already too late? 542. Bad news. Still a step too slow, looking at Suyu in his arms, who was like a child just learning to speak. Su Yun's face was full of self-reproach. Although I knew you would reach this point as your father, I still find it hard to accept you have suffered. Not being able to see Suyu again, before he lost all his memories, was a regret in Su Yun's heart. He gently stroked Suyu's forehead and softly said, "It's good that you're alive from now on, your father will always be here. At worst, we'll start over." Su Yun didn't know if Suyu's memories could be recovered in the future, but he would do his best to help Suyu remember. If it really didn't work, then he would re-educate him. Not dying was a blessing in disguise. The disciples on the island, seeing that the person had been executed, also left the island one after another. They came before the two, and when they saw Su Yun's appearance, the disciples' expressions suddenly changed, their eyes filled with disbelief. And Su Peng was even more shocked. He took a small step forward and tentatively asked, "Junior dares to ask, are you 7th Imperial Uncle?" Su Yun looked over. Although he had not seen Su Peng before, looking at his face, he already had some guesses in his heart, so he smiled and said, "It is I." "It really is you, 7th Imperial Uncle." Su Peng was overjoyed. He had heard that 7th Imperial Uncle had gone on a journey long ago and had not returned, but he never expected to see him here. The other disciples were also shocked and bowed to Su Yun one after another. However, what they were more concerned about at the moment was Suyu's condition. 7th Imperial Uncle Suyu, cousin. Looking at Suyu, whose words and actions were completely different from just now, Su Peng suddenly had a bad premonition. "It's fine, he just lost his memories." Although he spoke very freely, everyone still felt the sadness on Su Yun's body. Hearing this, they all lowered their heads and secretly wiped away tears. "Cousin," Su Peng's heart ached, and he still didn't want to accept this fact. 7th Imperial Uncle Suyu, cousin, is there still a chance for him to recover? Su Yun did not speak. He also could not give a definite answer. After a moment of silence, he handed Suyu into Su Peng's arms and said, "Now, the various forces of Saint Province are eyeing us like tigers, and the empire is full of crises. You should not go back for now. Find a more secluded place to hide. Take good care of your cousin, Suyu. The empire is in trouble and I have no choice but to go back. 7th Imperial Uncle, we also want to go back and fight." Su Peng's eyes blazed with anger, hating the people of Saint Province to the bone. "Yes, we also want to go back and fight." The rest of the disciples also spoke up. From their expressions, it could be seen that they had indeed made up their minds. "Nonsense." Su Yun's expression became stern and he scolded, "With your cultivation, what can you do if you go back? Be cannon fodder. You will only be a hindrance if you go back. Hiding is the most correct choice for the empire. But don't mention it again, or I'll break your legs one by one." Su Yun waved his hand, dismissing their thoughts. Then he turned and left. "Remember, find a hidden place to hide and do not go back. This is the most correct choice." 2 days later, outside the Shengyuan Empire, the powerhouses of the various Saint Province forces, who still hadn't obtained any hostages, finally couldn't sit still. Especially after learning that 2 of the 3 powerhouses sent out had died, the atmosphere became extremely tense. "I said it would have been better to directly send a Heavenly King Realm powerhouse. Now, we've tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice." The scar-faced man's tone was irritable, and his words immediately left everyone speechless. "I really didn't expect that 2 peak law realm powerhouses would be lost just like that. Have the young geniuses in these lands already become so formidable?" The eagle-nosed old man's expression was solemn, and he continued. "They are already so heaven-defying now. If they are allowed to grow, I am afraid our Saint Province will never have peace. That's right, we can no longer give them a chance. We should fight quickly. Since that's the case, then let's fight. Now, only by killing them all can we appease our hatred." The fall of the 2 peak law realm powerhouses made them feel a crisis. They no longer wanted to delay, as that would undoubtedly give the other side a chance. The enmity had been formed. It was either you die or I perish. Inside the Shengyuan Empire Imperial Palace, the atmosphere was as low as ever. No news had come from the various ruins, making them restless. Inside the main hall, there were figures pacing back and forth. Everyone's face was filled with worry. 2 or 3 days have passed, and there's still no news from the several ruins. Even the people sent there haven't sent any news. Could it be that something unexpected really happened in the ruins? The Saint Province forces are lingering not far outside the empire. I wonder what they are planning. I'm afraid they have already sent people into the various ruins. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had no news about the ruins for so long. If the disciples fall into their hands, then it will be troublesome. Inside the main hall, a gloomy cloud hung heavy. The unknown whereabouts of the disciples in the ruins made them agitated and unable to calm down. Report, news from a ruin has arrived. Just then, a man who looked like an eunuch slowly walked in from outside the main hall, bowing and kneeling respectfully in the main hall. In his hand, he held a thick jade slip. Su Wu stood up from his seat with a bang, and everyone else's eyes instantly focused on the jade slip in the man's hand. Su Wu waved his hand, and the jade slip flew into his grasp. After injecting his spiritual power, he extended his divine sense into it, and soon his expression changed. His face had turned ashen. At this moment he trembled all over, fiercely smashing the jade slip to the ground and said with hatred, "Too much bullying, too much bullying." The mood of everyone in the main hall instantly became incredibly heavy. Sovereign Su, what exactly happened? Jai Wushwang looked anxious. Everyone present, like him, watched Su Wu with heavy hearts and anxious expressions. News has come from the northern land. The peak law realm powerhouse of the Jian family from Saint Province made a move. Fellow Taoist Wu, in order to save Yuer, was tortured by him, until he perished. Su Wu's tone was heavy. He could hardly imagine how heartbroken Jiang Xie would be if he heard this news after coming out. Hearing the name Fellow Taoist Wu, some people frowned, trying to recall who this person was in their minds. Jiang Fingliu, however, stepped forward and asked, "Fellow Taoist Wu, is it old Wu?" Su Wu slowly nodded. Jiang Fingliu's expression froze and he opened his mouth in the end. He could only shake his head and sigh, "Old Wu, you have suffered. I just don't know about Zier." 543, too much bullying. Brother Wu, Gu Shengxing's expression changed and he clenched his fists tightly. He felt a bit guilty, thinking, if his divine calculation technique could have been used, would the outcome have been different? With old Wu dead, what would become of Jiang Xie? He didn't dare to imagine. He only knew that he had failed Jiang Xie's trust and hadn't protected the people of the East Tower. Damn it! Gu Shengxing slammed a fist on the ground, his expression somewhat dejected. Fellow Taoist Gu, this isn't your fault, there's no need to blame yourself. Jiang Fingliu stepped forward and helped him up. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. Then what about Yuer? Jai Wushwang's tone was anxious, fearing that Jai Yu had also suffered a tragic fate. Su Wu sighed lightly, "Yuer is fine, but..." At this point, he glanced at everyone, hesitating whether he should reveal everything. His pause once again made everyone's hearts clench. Emperor, is there something else? The ministers couldn't sit still. One must know that their descendants were also training in the relic. Emperor, please tell us quickly. Yes, you're killing us with suspense. What exactly happened? Su Wu sighed slightly, a hint of pain in his eyes, and slowly said, "In the northern land, besides the guards and disciples who returned early, fellow Taoist Wu has perished, and Yuer cannot return for now. Besides the northern land, in the southern border relic, fellow Taoist Yan Wufeng of the East Tower was severely wounded, and senior Li Buqi's disciple, that boy Buku, seems to have perished with a strong cultivator from the central province. In the eastern sea, Yuer swallowed a blood serpent inner core to save other disciples and overused the power of the wrathful soul spear. Although he killed the opponent, he himself lost all his memories like a babbling infant. In the western forest, besides the two disciples from the East Tower, Qin Feng and Yi Ling, who escaped disaster in the relic, all other disciples were annihilated." Each sentence was like a giant hammer, striking everyone's hearts. The entire hall fell silent. Some ministers, upon hearing the bad news, felt a dizzy spell and almost couldn't stand steady. The expressions of the strong cultivators from the East Tower changed dramatically. Gu Shengxing clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Although extremely angry, this blood was not due to anger, but rather from his frantic attempts to deduce, trying to break through the Tianji Tower strong cultivators' blockade of heavenly secrets. He failed. Damn it! Gu Shengxing's eyes were bloodshot. Whether it was old Wu, Yan Wufeng, Li Buku, or Su Yu, they were all people from the East Tower. The East Tower suffered heavy losses this time. I am ashamed to face the Tower Master. Gu Shengxing's eyes were blank. For the first time he felt utterly useless. It's all my fault. He hated it. If his divine calculation technique could have been used, if only. At this moment, he even considered atoning with his death. Disturbed by his voice, and seemingly sensing something amiss, the stunned crowd snapped back to attention. They saw Gu Shengxing had already raised his right hand, about to strike his own head. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Jiang Fingliu was quick, swiftly coming to his side and grabbing the hand he was about to bring down, roaring, "Fellow Taoist Gu, what are you trying to do?" He was truly angry. In the current situation, truthfully, it wasn't Gu Shengxing's fault. If they had detected the opponent's intentions earlier and sent strong cultivators to assist sooner, it wouldn't have come to this. "I am guilty," Gu Shengxing murmured, his eyes lifeless. He valued the East Tower too much. With Jiang Xie absent, he had taken on the responsibility of protecting everyone in the East Tower. "This isn't your fault." Jiang Fingliu's expression wasn't good either, thinking of so many disciples dying and even Li Buku and Su Yu. His emotions were hard to calm, which was why his tone had been a bit harsh just now. "Yes, fellow Taoist Gu, you are not wrong. Lord Gu, you don't need to blame yourself. Damn the Central Province forces. Absolutely hateful." Su Wu closed his eyes, his expression pained. When he first saw this news, he almost blacked out. Now he couldn't speak, feeling only a burning fire in his chest, making him incredibly angry. Su Jiru's expression was blank, thinking of her ill-fated nephew, who, until the very end, never saw his father again. The atmosphere in the entire hall, once again, dropped to its lowest point. Everyone's hearts were filled with surging anger. The Saint Province forces had gone too far. At this moment, a fluctuation suddenly emanated from Gu Shengxing, who had been lifeless and dispirited, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Fingliu said in surprise, "Fellow Taoist Gu, you've broken through." Gu Shengxing was also startled. After a careful sensing, he discovered that his cultivation had indeed broken through. One must know that his cultivation was now closely related to Jiang Xie. It was a matter of shared prosperity and shared loss. Previously, his cultivation was at the domain realm, and now he had actually broken through to the law realm. What this implied, how could Gu Shengxing not know? His eyes instantly lit up and the previous dejected expression vanished. He murmured, "A glimmer of life chi, is it here?" The shattering of the Saint Province barrier plunged the entire Shengyuan Continent into chaotic warfare. Countless forces joined the battle. Various large and small forces in the Saint Province plundered resources everywhere. However, the external conflicts were ultimately just minor skirmishes. Everyone's gaze was still fixed on the distant east, on the Kaiyuan Empire. The strong cultivators of those few Saint Province forces did not conceal their actions, so everyone knew that a great battle was about to take place within the Kaiyuan Empire. And today those Saint Province forces, which had been silent for a long time, finally moved again. Their movement stirred the hearts of countless people. Immediately activate the city protection formation. Within the Kaiyuan Empire, with Su Wu's command, the entire Kaiyuan city was enveloped by a massive formation. Citizens and cultivators who feared death had long since left, and the city's population plummeted. But those who remained were people who would live and die with the nation. They were not unable to leave, but rather, unwilling to leave. The atmosphere across the entire eastern continent also began to become unusual. Above the imperial palace of Kaiyuan City, countless strong cultivators gathered, their eyes filled with resentment, staring fixedly into the distance. A chilling aura of killing permeated the air. In the distance, yellow sand filled the sky, and a large expanse of dark figures was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Within nearly 1,000 li radius around Kaiyuan City, no other forces dared to step foot. Everyone knew that the battle was about to officially begin. To go there now would be to seek death. 544. Return with a full load. This battle, I wonder if the Kaiyuan Empire can withstand it. I think the Kaiyuan Empire might be repeating the same mistakes from thousands of years ago. Not necessarily. This time, the Kaiyuan Empire has the help of several major forces. Even if the people of Saint Province want to annihilate the Kaiyuan Empire, it might not be that easy. The protective formation of the Kaiyuan Empire's imperial capital is an ancient formation. It is said that during the catastrophe thousands of years ago, the various forces of Saint Province also spent several days to break it. This time, it will probably be the same. This formation can only delay for some time. Once the formation is broken, that's when the real battle begins. Currently, the specific combat strength of both sides is unclear. The time before the formation is destroyed is an excellent opportunity to observe the opponent. I'm afraid the Kaiyuan Empire also has this in mind. In a small city 1,000 li away from Kaiyuan City, countless loose cultivators and spies from various major forces gathered, discussing their predictions for the outcome and process of this battle. This place had already become the primary battleground for people to gather information. They all wanted to know the final outcome of this battle, because it concerned the fate of other forces. If the Saint Continent forces won, then the forces of the entire Shengyuan Continent would likely be suppressed by them. If the Kaiyuan Empire won, then the prestige of the Saint Continent forces would plummet, and they would no longer be regarded as vipers by other forces. Inside the Shengyuan secret realm, Jiang Xie, who was still cultivating cross-legged in his original spot, frowned, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. It made him unable to calm down any longer. Why haven't these three guys returned yet? That ominous premonition told him that he couldn't continue waiting here. Jiang Xie looked around, but there was still no sign of the three little guys. He didn't know where they had gone off to wander. They had been wandering for so long and still hadn't returned. He decided not to wait any longer. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Xie directly shouted loudly, "You three, if you don't come back now, I'm leaving." His words, empowered by spiritual energy, instantly spread far away. In less than half an hour, three figures appeared in the distance. Looking at the three returning fellows, Jiang Xie felt a bit of regret, regretting not having shouted like that earlier. "Where did you three run off to?" he asked grumpily. "Master, we went on a little scavenging spree, hee. Celestial Master Brush licked its lips with a mischievous grin, looking like it hadn't had enough. Jiang Xie looked and found that the D-A-O Chinese letter on its body was even more solidified, and it even faintly carried Emperor might. It seemed that it was about to transform from a sacred artifact to an Emperor weapon. Given its aptitude as a transformed spiritual artifact, it wasn't impossible for it to surpass Emperor weapons in the future. "Big brother, look at me, look at me." Another tender male voice came from beside him. Jiang Xie looked over in surprise and found that it was Black Killen who had spoken. Upon closer inspection, he immediately gasped. Black Killen had actually skipped the infant stage and reached the growth stage, and its strength had already reached the law realm level. One must know that the strength of Yao beasts is generally stronger than that of humans of the same rank. A law realm first level Yao beast could at least contend with a law realm 9th level human race expert. Not to mention, this was no ordinary Yao beast. It could be said that Black Killen's current combat strength could at least contend with a human race Heavenly King realm expert. Looking at little Ling on the other side, although it didn't seem to have changed much, it wasn't the case. Jiang Xie could feel that the yin power on its body had greatly increased. Wah woo, I've awakened a legacy divine ability. Little Ling, seeing Jiang Xie look over, quickly waved its tiny hands. "You mean you've awakened a legacy divine ability?" Jiang Xie asked. Little Ling nodded and then shouted a few more times. Wah woo, master, I can teach you." "Can I learn it?" Jiang Xie was a bit stunned. He didn't even know what race Little Ling was. This divine ability, could he learn it? Little Ling nodded affirmatively, then pointed to the yin power on its own body, and then pointed to Jiang Xie's body. "You mean one can learn it if they have yin-yang power?" Jiang Xie mused. If that were the case, he could indeed give it a try. "Big brother, I have one too." Little Black was not to be outdone, taking a few steps forward, his face full of excitement. Only Celestial Master Brush, Little Tian, stood stiffly in place. It felt a bit awkward. Although it was the Tiandao sect's most treasured artifact, it didn't know much about talismans and could only teach Jiang Xie some simple ones, which it had already taught before. At this moment, it really had nothing presentable. It couldn't help but secretly curse in its heart, "These two sycophants, they're infuriating me." All right, one by one. Jiang Xie smiled. It wasn't a bad thing to learn more ways to deal with enemies. Besides, with his current talent, it wouldn't take long to learn a divine ability. Afterward, Little Ling began to explain to Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie also listened attentively, practicing it in his mind as he listened. Only then did he realize that Little Ling's divine ability was a method of summoning yin soldiers. And this divine ability required the use of the yin power within the yin-yang power to succeed. He happened to meet this requirement. After a short half an hour, he had completely comprehended it. This body, with the fusion of the enlightenment tree, probably had no one who could compare to him in terms of comprehension. How about calling it spirit summoning art? Even Little Ling didn't know what this technique was called, so Jiang Xie simply gave it a name himself. Subsequently, Black Killen also brought out its newly comprehended legacy, divine ability. This move was called Kirin's Step. It also took Jiang Xie a short half an hour to comprehend it. He originally thought it was a movement technique, but he never expected it to be a killing art, and its power was no less than a great emperor law. Looking at the mighty and imposing Little Black, Jiang Xie couldn't help but guess that, after absorbing so much black dragon blood, perhaps Little Black might even comprehend Dragon Clan divine abilities in the future. All right, with this matter concluded, we should head back. These past few days I've had an ominous premonition. I hope nothing bad happens. Looking towards another direction of the continent, Jiang Xie ultimately gave up the idea of going to explore. For now, it was better to go back and see. This place could only be visited next time. Little Tian transformed back into its brush form and hung on Jiang Xie's waist. Little Ling transformed into an ornament, coiling on Jiang Xie's hair. As for Black Killen, Jiang Xie told him to return to the spatial ring. Although spatial rings couldn't hold living creatures, it was fine to put them in temporarily. With Black Killen's strength, he wouldn't die so easily. It seems I need to find a spirit beast bag. Previously, Black Killen was an egg, and later Black Killen fell into a deep sleep, so it had always been kept in the spatial ring, which wasn't a big problem. Suddenly, Jiang Xie seemed to remember that Su Wu had once given him a Cayenne Yuan bracelet. That item was made of Cayenne Yuan stone, and had the function of storing living creatures. He had never used it before, but now it could come in handy. After putting it on and letting Black Killen enter it, Jiang Xie summoned Fanchen's sword. Little Fan, take me back. Fanchen's sword happily swayed up and down, then flew to Jiang Xie's feet. Heavenly Dao sword just hummed twice, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. Jiang Xie smiled helplessly, his gaze fixed on the distance. The Fanchen sword beneath his feet instantly broke through the void realm with him. Nearly half a month has passed, and I'm back again. 545, first hearing the bad news. Although he was returning, Jiang Xie's heart wasn't filled with much joy. Instead, he grew increasingly anxious. He didn't know why he was anxious, but the feeling was somewhat inexplicable, causing his heart to sink a little. Little Fan, can you go faster? The Fanchen sword was incredibly fast, moving through the void realm as if it were an uninhabited land, accurately avoiding various void realm turbulences and dangers. Yet Jiang Xie still felt it was too slow. Under his urging, the Fanchen sword's speed increased further. Even so, Jiang Xie waited for a long time in the void realm before the Fanchen sword broke through the void realm again. By a lake in the southern border, a rift suddenly opened in the void realm, and a long sword carrying a man flew out of the void realm, landing directly by the lake. Jiang Xie retrieved the Fanchen sword and looked around, realizing this place was unfamiliar to him. Is this off track again? I don't know where I've ended up. He was helpless about this. The drawback of breaking through the void realm to return, compared to exiting directly from the Cayenne Yuan secret technique entrance, was that the danger in the void realm increased greatly, and the return location was not fixed. The dangers in the void realm were fine. The Fanchen sword would avoid them. The main issue was the erratic coordinates, which were truly annoying. What Jiang Xie feared most was emerging into a forbidden land or similar place, but currently, looking at the surrounding environment, it didn't seem like a forbidden land. He wasn't sure exactly where he was. Did you hear about what happened in the 10,000 mountains 2 days ago? Of course, it said that there was hellfire in that ruin. When the hellfire erupted that day, hundreds of miles around turned into a desolate wasteland, and who knows how many cultivators perished there. Alas, it said that 2 powerhouses fought inside, but I don't know if it's true or not. Just as he was about to ask someone for directions, Jiang Xie heard a whispering sound. His expression shifted, and his figure flickered, appearing where the sound originated. They were 2 middle-aged men, dressed simply, holding bows looking like local hunters. Fellow Taoists, is this the southern border? And in which direction are the 10,000 mountains? Who? The 2 men were casually sitting on the ground chatting when a voice suddenly appeared, scaring them badly. Both of them jumped up from the ground. Their eyes shifted, and they then discovered the young man who had appeared beside them. Although Jiang Xie looked young, both knew he was certainly not a simple person, so they dared not conceal anything. They quickly bowed their heads and explained, "Sir, this is indeed the southern border. The 10,000 mountains are 1,000 miles to the east of here." After speaking, they heard no more sound. Looking up, Jiang Xie's figure had already vanished. The 2 men wiped away another bead of sweat. Just this method of appearing and disappearing without a trace was enough to make them tremble with fear. After this incident, the 2 lost their desire to continue chatting, picked up their bows and hurried away. As for Jiang Xie, the moment he got the answer, he used his movement technique to rush eastward. I didn't expect such a big event to happen in the 10,000 mountains. Hellfire. That's no ordinary thing. I wonder if Li Buku and the others are all right. A battle between powerhouses. Could it be that they fought over something in the ruin? Jiang Xie's brows furrowed tightly, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. A distance of 1,000 miles, with his current strength and using his movement technique, would take about half an hour to cover. Half an hour later, at the periphery of the 10,000 mountains, Jiang Xie stood atop a large mountain, spirit chi gathered in his eyes. From afar, he could see that desolate area. Purple-black flames still raged within it, scattered like stars, in extremely large numbers, and cultivators dared not easily step inside. Just then his ears twitched, and he heard another sound. Alas, I didn't expect the Saint Province barrier to shatter at this time. It really caught us off guard. It's said that a powerhouse from Saint Province arrived at that ruin 2 days ago, claiming he would capture the Shenku sword successor. What a pity. The Saint Province forces are too shameless. They actually sent a peak law realm powerhouse. The Lord of Bitter Depth sword is only at the domain realm. How could he be his opponent? In the end, it seems they perished together. Yes, that hellfire generally doesn't erupt without reason. It must have been caused by the Lord of Bitter Depth sword. Is the Lord of Bitter Depth sword a disciple of East Tower now? It's said that the powerhouses of East Tower had their limbs crippled by that Saint Province powerhouse, a truly horrific sight. You mean them? I think I just saw them about 100 miles to the north. Saint Province, barrier shattered. Peak Law Realm, powerhouse. East Tower powerhouses, limbs crippled. Li Buku perished together. Jiang Xie stood stunned on the mountain peak. At this moment his mind was blank, and a trace of panic appeared in his usually calm eyes. His hands even trembled slightly. The words he had just heard echoed constantly in his ears. He suddenly felt a little flustered. His heart couldn't help but quicken. He had only been out for less than half a month, and the situation on the entire Shengyuan Continent had undergone such drastic changes. With the Saint Province barrier broken, Jiang Xie almost didn't need to think to know what they would do. No. He shook his head violently and hurried northward. He needed confirmation. The rumors outside were a mix of truth and falsehood. He only trusted what his own people said. As long as he found the people from East Tower, he would know the answer. He didn't know who East Tower had sent. He just hoped nothing major had happened. Following what the person had just said, Jiang Xie continuously observed his surroundings while on the move. Finally, in a canyon, he discovered the figures of Yan Wufeng and others. However, Yan Wufeng was being carried by someone, his limbs hanging limply at his sides. With just one glance, Jiang Xie knew that what those people had said earlier was true. His feet felt as if they were filled with lead, making it difficult to move, and he couldn't describe the taste in his heart, only an immense heaviness. Who tilde? After taking a deep breath, he walked down. Third elder of the Jiang family, Senior Yan Wufeng, and everyone. His voice was a little hoarse as he softly called out. Everyone was stunned, for a moment wondering if they had misheard. Until Jiang Xie truly appeared before them. Only then did they realize it was real. Leader, Yan Wufeng's eyes immediately welled up with old tears. Xie, is it really you? The third elder of the Jiang family looked excited, circling Jiang Xie and examining him. Young lord, the powerhouse from the Shengyuan Empire also looked emotional. The powerhouse from Haoran Sect also respectfully called out. As for the disciples, they were first excited, then began to cry and complain. Leader, you must avenge senior brother Li Buku. Young lord, senior brother Li Buku, he protected us. Young lord, senior brother Li Buku, he. All the disciples began to sob, their eyes filled with tears. Jiang Xie's heart also trembled. Leader, it's my fault. It's all my fault for not protecting the disciples of the tower well. I am guilty. Yan Wufeng wept bitterly, as if he had suffered immense grievances. The others were not in much better condition. For the past 2 days, they had no idea what to do. With the various Saint Province forces besieging the Shengyuan Empire, even if they wanted to return, they couldn't. With so many disciples here, if they went back, they were very likely to be captured alive by the enemy. They dare not take this risk. It wasn't until Jiang Xie's appearance that they finally had a backbone. All the hardships of the past 2 days erupted. Seeing everyone's appearance, how could Jiang Xie's heart feel good? It's not your fault. Jiang Xie clenched his fists, his heart filled with both anger and sorrow. Third elder of the Jiang family, please take good care of senior Yan Wufeng. Find a place to settle down first. I'm going to look for Li Buku. If he's alive, I must see him. If he's dead, I must see his corpse. If Li Buku is truly dead, then I will make the Saint Province forces perish with him. His gaze was cold, and a surge of killing intent erupted from his body. This time he was truly enraged. If Li Buku truly died, then the entire Saint Province would know no peace. Leader, I'm worried about the madam and the others. Yan Wufeng stopped at this point. This had been his constant worry. Since the other party had made such a move, would the other ruins also suffer the same fate? Jiang Xie didn't speak. He had actually been worried about this matter all along, even to the point of not holding much hope. He just temporarily didn't want to face it. Now that Yan Wufeng brought it up, his heart sank even further to the bottom. He couldn't imagine what if. If others had also encountered such a situation, what would their fate be? Just thinking about it made his heart ache faintly. Jiang Xie took a deep breath and said, word by word, If anything happens to anyone else, then everyone in the entire Saint Continent must atone. In his words, a huge aura erupted from his body. That was the aura of the Heavenly King realm. This aura pressed down so hard that Yan Wufeng and the others could barely breathe. The disciples were even pressed down onto the ground in unison. Their faces were filled with horror, looking at Jiang Xie as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Heavenly King realm. A Heavenly King realm cultivator at 18 or 19 years old. At this moment, no one doubted that Jiang Xie's words just now were false. They couldn't even imagine how terrifying the Fanchen sword master's strength could reach at the Heavenly King realm. They only knew revenge was within reach. The Saint Province forces were about to tremble. A moment later, Jiang Xie withdrew the aura he had released. After giving a final instruction to everyone, he departed. He was going to search for Li Buku's corpse. The people left behind remained silent for a while. After a long time, the third elder of the Jiang family looked in the direction Jiang Xie had left and sighed with emotion. After just a few days, Xie's cultivation has reached such a terrifying level. My Jiang family has hope for the emergence of a great emperor. Yan Wufeng's eyes moved slightly and he murmured, I hope leader can find that boy Li Buku, and I also hope that boy Li Buku isn't dead. With the young lord here, the Kaiyuan Empire is safe. It's time for those Saint Province forces to suffer a bit. 546. Young Master's quotes. Within the mist-shrouded mountain peak, inside a bamboo pavilion, two men of extraordinary temperament were casually lying down, sprawled in a haphazard manner, completely lacking the demeanor of powerful experts. Before them, a plate of melon seeds was placed. These melon seeds were surrounded by spiritual energy, making them different from ordinary ones. The two men's movements were continuous, as they skillfully cracked melon seeds into their mouths, leaving behind only a pile of shells on the ground. Their actions were vastly different from the aura they exuded. If anyone were to see them in this state now, their jaws would surely drop. These two top experts were conversing with such frivolous and casual actions, and were so fond of these seemingly useless melon seeds. It could be said that their actions were enough to shatter the outside world's usual impression of them. If you ask me, this is much more comfortable. Maintaining an image in front of those people every day is truly a torment. The white-haired man, who was lying down with his legs crossed, said casually as he tossed a melon seed shell from his hand. The man on the other side also chuckled. Indeed, this is much more comfortable. Sometimes, you really need to be with a fellow countryman to have common language. Exactly. The living habits and experiences here are too different from those on Blue Star. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't know who to talk to about these things, the white-haired man said with emotion. Immediately, he seemed to recall something and asked, Oh, by the way, how is that fellow countryman in the lower realm doing? Him, huh? Li Xuanyi shook his head and said, I know very little, only that he should not be dead. As for whether he can come up and reunite with us, I do not know. Alas, he refused to come up back then, but then again, that was the correct choice. Speaking of which, although I do not know his situation, the few weapons I left in the lower realm have been quite active. Li Xuanyi's mouth curved into a smile, as if he had thought of something. Are you talking about those few acquired chaos artifacts? Li Qingchen also became interested and sat up with a whoosh, saying, Didn't you say those weapons had flaws? No, those are not flaws, but it is not wrong to call them flaws. If one overcomes them, it is an opportunity. If not, then it is a flaw. Li Xuanyi said with a hint of meaning. So that's how it is, then it depends on their fortune. Li Qingchen nodded slightly. Big brother, let's not talk about these things anymore. Come on, let's continue cracking melon seeds. When those two wives come, we will not be so leisurely. You are right. When the public grain is paid, it truly makes one's eyes blurry. The southern frontier. After leaving the others, Jiang Xie immediately rushed towards the ruins without stopping. Outside the ruins, hellfire spread for hundreds of miles in all directions, but it could not harm him. After bypassing the outer perimeter, he finally saw the massive gate. At this moment, the giant gate had lost all its luster, and no longer had the ability to restrict cultivation, so Jiang Xie easily walked inside. Upon entering through the gate, the scene was one of desolation, far more severe than the outside. Under the spread of hellfire, the surroundings were barren, and as far as the eye could see, there was only yellow earth, nothing else. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xie's heart continuously sank. This hellfire is quite powerful. That central province expert is probably not even a speck of dust left. As for Li Buku, he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. The 6 famous weapons were not ordinary items. They might be able to save his life in a critical moment. Therefore, he did not give up and began searching the vicinity. It was a carpet-style search. The more he searched, the more anxious his heart became. In his eyes, there was an unshakable worry. Where exactly is he? Buku buku. He could not help but shout, but there was no other sound around. Only his own voice echoed in the surroundings. In such a vast place, he was the only one present. Until he saw that enormous deep pit. He felt the even more surging aura of hellfire from within it than outside. He walked to the edge of the large pit and looked down. The dense purplish-black flames almost obscured his vision. But in the middle of the flames, there was a small light spot. That is. Jiang Xie's expression brightened. Although he could not see very clearly, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of a person inside. He could almost confirm that it was definitely Li Buku. Because he saw that sword, that Shenku sword. The great emperor law moving the universe was instantly unleashed, and including Li Buku's body, the two figures instantly disappeared from this place. Outside the ruins, 200 miles to the west, Jiang Xie and Li Buku's figures appeared from the void realm. He immediately caught Li Buku's body and after a careful examination, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Life aura is stable. For now, there is nothing serious, but I do not know when he will wake up. From Li Buku's state, it could be seen that he must have used too much of the Shenku sword's power, which led him into a coma. In this situation, Jiang Xie could not determine how long he would take to wake up. Not dying was already a great fortune. He felt a slight sense of relief. However, the thought that other ruins might also suffer attacks from Central Province experts made his heart unable to calm down. Just then the sound of battle reached him. Jiang Xie's gaze shifted, and he noticed a city not far away. The entire city was dilapidated, as if a major battle had just occurred. Outside the city, countless cultivator corpses were piled up, and the entire city seemed to have become a ghost town. Just as he frowned, looking at this scene, a series of footsteps suddenly came from the side, along with a disdainful voice. Oh, two ran away from here. If we really let you escape, wouldn't our Mo family of Central Province lose face? Saint Province, Mo family. Jiang Xie's expression turned cold, and he turned to look to the side. Two middle-aged men, one tall and one short, stood not far away. Each carrying a blade on their shoulders, they were now looking at him with a mocking expression. Jiang Xie closed his eyes and with increased intensity in his voice, asked again, "You are from Central Province. Big brother, I think this kid has been scared silly by us, right? We just made it so clear, and he is still asking blindly." The slightly shorter man on the left chuckled, and asked the man beside him. The taller man immediately shook his head and said, "Perhaps he saw this scene and was scared silly, but this kid does not seem strong, so it is truly meaningless. It is said that Senior Zhan family killed a domain realm expert from some east tower in the northern land the day before yesterday. Killing such an expert is somewhat interesting." Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, an extremely powerful aura erupted from in front of the two men. In an instant, the world changed color, and an air of slaughter permeated the atmosphere. The two men's faces instantly changed dramatically, staring at Jiang Xie with horror, their eyes filled with disbelief. You, who are you?" They could not imagine that such a young-looking man could unleash such terrifying pressure. That aura made it difficult for both of them to move, as if a single movement would lead to a gruesome death. One must know that, although they were not top experts, they also possessed the cultivation of domain realm peak. "You, what did you just say? Say it again." Jiang Xie tried his best to suppress his anger, but the killing intent could not be concealed. Under the threat of death, the two did not dare to hide anything. The shorter one blurted everything out. "Mercy, Senior, we only heard about it. Yesterday, news came from within the clan that a law realm peak expert from the Zhan family killed an expert from an Eastern Continent force, the East Tower in the northern land and such." The taller man also quickly said, "Apparently, that man was protecting a woman, and it is said that the man was very stubborn, saying something about young lord's quotes until he died." Young lord, quotes. Jiang Xie's eyes went dark, his steps became unsteady, and he could not help but take a few steps back, almost falling. 547, borrowing the array. He was all too familiar with the four characters, young lord sayings. In his life over the past decade or so, it was practically the phrase he had heard the most. However, he never expected to hear those four characters again under such circumstances. Holding Li Buku, he turned and walked step by step towards the forest, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, this is impossible." The two men kneeling on the ground saw Jiang Xie walk away without looking back and thought they had escaped, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, a sword light flashed, and before they could even react, their heads were separated from their bodies. In the forest, Jiang Xie's eyes were vacant. With a single step he crossed dozens of miles, and in a short while he arrived before Yan Wufeng and the others. Lord of the Pavilion, that's Buku. Yan Wufeng's expression was joyful, but soon, his smile vanished. Jiang Xie's state wasn't right. It wasn't just him, everyone else noticed it too. Xie, what happened? The third elder couldn't help but step forward and ask with concern. Jiang Xie didn't speak. He just silently handed Li Buku to them and then turned and left. Such a state was unexpected by everyone. Could it be something happened elsewhere? Yan Wufeng's eyes were filled with worry. Only a few people could make Jiang Xie fall into such a state. The third elder's expression also grew solemn. Xie's state, it's as if he's lost his soul. In such a state, I'm afraid something unpredictable might happen. I don't know if it's good or bad. We can't help much right now. The young lord should have his own plans. Jiang Xie indeed had his own plans. He had to rush to the northern land without delay. Only he could determine old Wu's life or death. The southern border and the northern land were an unknown distance apart. Merely traveling by foot would take an eternity. He didn't intend to do that either. What Jiang Xie intended to do was to borrow the teleportation formation from a major force in the southern border. Corpse Refining Sect. While small and medium-sized forces suffered from the ravages of some forces from Saint Province, the major forces in the southern border remained relatively peaceful. The major forces of Saint Province had almost all gone to the eastern continent, which gave them a chance to breathe. Today, outside the somewhat deserted gates of the Corpse Refining Sect, a young man arrived. The young man was incredibly fast. One moment he was outside the Corpse Refining Sect's gates, the next, he was inside the Corpse Refining Sect. Even the disciples on duty outside didn't react in time. As one of the major forces in the southern border, the Corpse Refining Sect also possessed an ancient formation left behind. Jiang Xie came here, firstly because the Corpse Refining Sect was the closest, and secondly, because the Corpse Refining Sect had a teleportation formation. With a slight probe of his divine sense, he immediately knew the location of the Corpse Refining Sect's formation. His figure flickered, and he appeared beside the formation. It was at this moment that a sharp shout suddenly came from the sky. "Bold outsider, how dare you trespass into my sect's important ground?" Immediately following were several powerful auras appearing in the sky, their gazes cold as they stared at Jiang Xie. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Corpse Refining Sect?" The old man leading them spoke with a chilling tone, questioning him sternly. Jiang Xie did not reply, only raising his head to glance at them. At this moment everyone finally saw his face. On his handsome face were bloodshot eyes, appearing extremely terrifying. "Jiang family, Jiang Xie, I wish to borrow your teleportation formation." "So it's you. You have a long-standing dispute with my Corpse Refining Sect. How dare you ask to borrow my sect's teleportation formation?" The old man sneered. He had, of course, heard of Jiang Xie's name. Normally, they wouldn't antagonize him, but now. Not to mention his past conflict with their own family, even the Shengyuan Empire itself was struggling to survive. There was no need for them to speak kindly to Jiang Xie. In short, they wouldn't lend it. Jiang Family Chinese letter, given your strength and talent are not weak. If you join my Corpse Refining Sect and make a heavenly Dao vow, it wouldn't hurt to lend you my Corpse Refining Sect's teleportation formation. That's right, if you don't agree, then this teleportation formation, my Corpse Refining Sect will not lend it out. What if I say no? Jiang Xie's voice was slightly hoarse. No, the old man smiled slightly, hinting. Currently, the Shengyuan Empire is under siege by several major forces from Saint Province. Although the city protection formation hasn't broken, I'm afraid it won't last for many days. And forces like the Jiang family and Haoran Sect are all within Shengyuan City. What gives you the confidence to say no? Let's be frank. Today, you either make a heavenly Dao vow and become a disciple of my Corpse Refining Sect, or you stay here and become a corpse needed for my Corpse Refining Sect disciples' cultivation. Young man, if you know what's good for you, agree. That way it's good for both you and us. If you want to use my sect's teleportation formation, how can there be no price to pay? Oh, they didn't really want to kill a genius like Jiang Xie. If they could subdue him, it would naturally be a joyous outcome for all. In Jiang Xie's lifeless eyes, upon hearing the words Shengyuan Empire, a rare change occurred. But very quickly, he reverted to his lifeless appearance. He did not continue to argue with these people, but instead walked to the formation on his own accord and began to fill it with spirit stones. The various powerhouses of the Corpse Refining Sect, upon seeing this, all had cold glints in their eyes. This Jiang Xie, he treated them like mere decorations. Not only was his tone arrogant and disdainful, but he also acted as if they didn't exist. Such an arrogant demeanor greatly displeased them. A young man who doesn't know what's good for him. Since you seek death, then don't blame this old ancestor. The leading old man's face was grim. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a golden corpse. On the golden corpse, the aura of the law realm was clearly revealed. Under his control, it instantly attacked Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie didn't even turn his head, merely uttering softly, noisy. His voice carried the might of a king, directly causing the few people's scalps to tingle, feeling as if all the blood in their bodies had stopped flowing. Their expressions all changed drastically, and the golden corpse under this impact heavily landed on the ground. The might of a king, heavenly king realm. The old man's face was aghast, his eyes nearly popping out. The expressions of the others were not much better at this moment, all gasping in cold air. At such a young age, he already possesses heavenly king realm cultivation. That aura just now, it couldn't be faked. We were short-sighted. At this moment, they completely changed their previous tough attitude, and their tone became friendly. Little friend Jiang, if you wish to use this teleportation formation, please feel free to use it. There's no need to ask for our opinion. Exactly, we won't bother you here. In an instant, the powerhouses of the corpse refining sect vanished without a trace. Jiang Xie's talent was too terrifying, they dared not offend him again. Who knew if his strength would significantly increase again the next time they saw him? Although the corpse refining sect also had a heavenly king realm old ancestor. But if they really fought, they might not necessarily be Jiang Xie's opponent. After all, Jiang Xie still possessed the Fanchen sword, a great killing weapon. Weighing the pros and cons, they could only turn a blind eye. Anyway, using the teleportation formation wouldn't cost them anything, and they didn't need to provide the spirit stones to activate it. Activating the teleportation formation required many spirit stones, but for Jiang Xie, it was merely a drop in the ocean. After filling the teleportation formation, he injected his spiritual power into the formation's core. Instantly, the formation glowed brightly, and the placed spirit stones were rapidly consumed. Jiang Xie's figure also became increasingly ethereal, until it completely disappeared within the teleportation formation. 548. Would you like to kill people with me? Northern land. Snow and wind filled the sky. It was a world of white. This place was rarely visited by humans, and vegetation was sparse. Almost everything in sight was pure white. The sky was also somewhat dim, with heavy dark clouds swirling overhead, just like Jiang Xie's mood, dim and heavy. On the pristine white snow, a long line of footprints was instantly covered by the freshly fallen snow. Jiang Xie walked forward step by step, his pace and mood incredibly heavy. Each step was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Each step was extremely difficult. His body was quickly covered with layers of snowflakes, making him look like a white figure. Not far away, a passing cultivator saw him and couldn't help but warn him, "Little brother, don't go any further that way. A big battle happened there 2 days ago, and those cultivators from Central Continent have been there twice more." Previously, a curious cultivator went to take a look and lost his life. Although that person has already left, who knows when he'll come back. Little brother, you should run quickly. Don't go look, lest you lose your life. There's nothing left in that ruin anyway, it's not worth it. Jiang Xie's dazed gaze swept over the cultivator, and he uttered 2 hoarse words. Thank you. After speaking, he continued to walk forward. His steps were so firm. He still walked very slowly. Because he didn't want to see old Wu's cold corpse. It was as if by walking slower, old Wu would live forever. In truth, he just wasn't ready to accept this scene yet. Jiang Xie's heart was filled with dread, fear, and a strong desire to escape. Seeing that Jiang Xie had no intention of turning back, the cultivator sighed and left with a hint of regret. Alas, another one who won't listen to advice. Oh well, what do other people's lives or deaths have to do with me? I should run quickly. Gazing ahead, Jiang Xie's thoughts gradually drifted far away. He still remembered. That year when he was born into this world, he saw that somewhat simple-looking uncle. He still remembered that when he was young, his parents were busy with work, and a bodyguard who also served as a butler began to accompany him when he was just a few years old. He still remembered. Many of his confusions about this world were explained to him by that scruffy-bearded uncle. He still remembered. He accompanied him through one crazy adventure after another, doing many seemingly absurd things. At that time, no matter where he went, an uncle always followed behind him. The uncle would always meticulously carry out his instructions. Even if her instructions were a bit strange, he wouldn't question them immediately, but would only ask for clarification after completing them. He was always like that, always following behind him, recording his words and actions, saying that these were all things he needed to learn. Although he didn't learn many good things, he mostly learned some strange phrases. Young Lord Sayings Part. Young lord, what do you mean by this? Young lord, what did those few words you just said mean? Why have I never heard them before? The young lord is truly a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Every word he speaks is profoundly deep. Young lord, run. Someone is here to assassinate you again. I'll cover your retreat. Young lord, I clearly saw an assassin enter your room just now. Why did he suddenly disappear? Young lord. Each of those scenes was like a bayonet, fiercely stabbing into his heart, causing him immense pain. As soon as he thought that the uncle who had always followed him and called him young lord would never appear again, he felt a suffocating sensation. After more than 10 years of companionship, old Wu was no longer just an ordinary bodyguard in his heart. He was a friend he had grown up with. He was an elder as close as family. He was an indispensable close companion on his growth journey. He thought a great deal, and he walked a great distance. Jiang Xie didn't know how long he had been thinking, nor how long he had been walking. He only knew that a crystal-like palace had appeared before his eyes. It was at this moment that his eyes changed for the first time. In his line of sight, not far outside the palace, a young girl knelt in the snow, tears on her face, constantly clearing the snow from the ground in front of her with her hands. And in front of the young girl, a figure lay quietly. Snow fell continuously, and the biting wind howled incessantly. Jiang Xie's heart was icy cold, as if it had fallen into an abyss. Looking at the familiar figure lying on the ground, pale and lifeless, he felt his mind constantly buzzing. In this instant, all thoughts vanished, leaving only a blank void. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his legs went soft, as if he had lost all his strength. With a thud, he knelt in the snow, supporting himself with both hands. Hearing the sound, Jiang suddenly turned around and saw the figure she had longed for day and night. Her tears could no longer be held back and instantly burst forth. Jiang Xie, old Wu he is gone. She choked out these words, unable to express the heartache. Old Wu, it was to save her just now. I'm sorry, I'm useless. Old Wu died protecting me. Why don't you scold me? At this moment, Jiang was like a child who had done something wrong, shrinking her body and lowering her head, not daring to speak loudly. She felt very guilty and helpless. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Xie said these 4 words in a hoarse voice, and then he couldn't help but choke up. I know this was all his own decision, and I also know that his decision was correct. A peak law realm expert. You were no match for him, I know all this. This happening was unavoidable, I know it all. But I just hate it, it's all my fault. If only I had come back sooner. If only I had gone to the Shengyuan secret realm later. If only my strength were greater, strong enough that no one would dare to lay a hand on those around me. If only I hadn't let you come to this ruin. If only, I know it all. Old Wu, I understand your thoughts, but why did you leave so early? Didn't you say you would always stay by my side to protect me? Didn't you say you would always call me young lord? Why didn't you keep your promise? Why? I know I'm not a competent young lord. Scold me. Get up and scold me. Jiang Xie stood up and ran to old Wu's corpse, crying and shouting his name. He called out his name again and again. Unfortunately, there was no response. Looking at old Wu, who had been tortured beyond recognition, a great surge of malevolence rose in Jiang Xie's heart. His eyes turned completely blood red, and his gaze was incredibly cold, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Xie, don't be like this. Don't. Jiang stepped forward and hugged him, fearing that he would suffer chi deviation because of this. I just checked. Old Wu still has a trace of his divine soul intact. Perhaps there will be a way to revive him in the future. Jiang Xie's eyes finally showed a slight change, but not much. He gently brushed Jiang hair aside and softly said, you wouldn't want old Wu to suffer such humiliation, would you? Are you willing to come with me, to kill people? Jiang trembled all over. She knew that Jiang Xie's state was not normal right now, but she couldn't refuse. Revenge was also what she wanted to do. With Jiang Xie by her side, what did death matter? She gently nodded. Jiang Xie smiled, turned, and picked up old Wu's corpse from the ground. At the same time, the bracelet on his wrist flashed. A majestic black killin appeared in the snow. He leaped onto the killin and looked at Jiang. Come let's, with little black, go kill people. At this moment, Jiang Xie's calmness was frightening. Although there was a slight curve to his lips, it sent shivers down Jiang spine. Old Wu was one of Jiang Xie's reverse scales. She only hoped that Jiang Xie wouldn't suffer chi deviation. 549. The strong ones gather together. The sky is changing. In Shengyuan City, within the imperial palace. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Su Wu's expression was somewhat heavy. It had been the 2nd day since the Saint Province forces began their attack, and Kainyuan City's city-protecting formation had also held for almost 2 days. Yet they still hadn't figured out how many top-tier combatants the Saint Province had sent this time. All they knew was that strong individuals were attacking the city-protecting formation from various points outside the city. Under such intense assault, the resources required to maintain the city-protecting formation were also enormous. If not for the presence of other forces here, the formation might not have lasted until now. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to mirror everyone's mood at the moment. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, and spirits were heavy. If it really comes down to it, we can only fight. Listening to the continuous roars from outside the city, Jiang Xie clenched his fists. We'll have to fight sooner or later, so why not have a good, straightforward battle with them? I've been itching for this for a long time. Waiting for death is not our style. It's just death, what's there to fear? There's no room for reconciliation between us and them. Either we become their vassals at their mercy, or they tuck their tails and become homeless dogs. Already furious from the heavy casualties among their disciples in the various ruins, they had been truly stifled these past 2 days. The disdain and contempt on the faces of those from the Saint Province outside the barrier, as well as their mocking, sarcastic, and abusive words, had long filled them with pent-up rage. Activating the formation was not because they were afraid of them. It was to gain more useful information to increase their chances of victory. However, at this moment, they could no longer afford to consider so much. Rather than continuing to be suppressed, it was better to go all out. Outside the barrier, the various forces from the Saint Province were quite relaxed. They were encamped outside the city, not in the least bit anxious. They had long understood the Kainyuan Empire's intentions. Therefore, they only sent some law realm and a small number of heavenly king realm strong individuals to break the formation. As for how long it would take to break this formation, they hadn't considered it. It wasn't them who were anxious, but the many forces within Kainyuan City. In their eyes, the forces within Kainyuan City were like trapped beasts, and there would always be a day when their ammunition and food ran out. At that time, the formation would break without an attack. We in Saint Province were trapped by the barrier for thousands of years. Now, let them also taste what it's like to be trapped. I even hope they can hold out for a bit longer now. The Zhan family patriarch Zhan Wuhan was a burly man whose clothes couldn't conceal his robust muscles. At this moment, he stood outside the grand formation, looking at the formation before him, and slowly smiled. Indeed, it's not even 2 days, and I see that the Kainyuan Emperor is already a bit restless. If we really trap him for 10 days or half a month, he'd probably go mad, wouldn't he? The Zhen family patriarch nodded, quite in agreement with his words. The leaders of other forces also expressed their approval. Compared to their thousands of years of confinement, this was still too easy. On the other side of the Grand Formation, the Beast Taming Sect and 10,000 Swords Sect, several major Eastern Continent forces, gathered together and also spoke up. It looks like Kainyuan City's Grand Formation won't last much longer. To last this long, the formation is already powerful. Once this formation breaks, I wonder how they will withstand the attacks of those from the Saint Province. The great battle should be about to begin. This time, the Kainyuan Empire should be beyond salvation. After today, the layout of the Shengyuan Continent will undergo a huge change again. The Kainyuan City, within the Imperial Palace. Facing everyone's calls for battle, Su Wu remained silent for a while. Then a flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, then summon the old ancestors." As his voice fell, the various major forces sent messages to their respective old ancestors. When they first entered Kainyuan City, old ancestor-level strong individuals, from forces such as the Jiang family and Haoran Sect, also entered the city. However, they were not among the crowd. Instead, they were in a special palace, behind the Imperial Palace. This palace was a place for honored guests of the Kainyuan Empire to rest. Inside the hall, dozens of figures sat cross-legged. They were all meditating with their eyes closed, adjusting their state. And they were also well aware of the strength of the Central Province forces and the danger they posed to regions outside the Central Province. Among the dozens of old ancestors present, there were 9 old ancestors from the Kainyuan Empire. The strongest, Su Yuan, was already a venerable emperor realm cultivator. The remaining 2, Su Xian and Su Hong, were heavenly king realm, at the 3rd and 5th stages respectively, and the other 6 were strong individuals from the Su family ancestral hall. All were half-step heavenly king realm. There were also 2 venerable emperor realm old ancestors still in the underground crystal coffin. It could be said that over these thousands of years, the Kainyuan Empire's foundation was also a terrifying existence among the various major forces. So many years of hidden strength were for this moment, for the revenge of almost being annihilated by the Jiang family back then. From the Jiang family, the library pavilion manager Jiang Xie was Heavenly King Realm. Jiang Lichun was half-step Venerable Emperor Realm. And there was another old ancestor who had been in deep slumber for a long time, Jiang Xie, who was Venerable Emperor Realm. From Haoran Sect, Grand Elder Yang Haiyuan was Venerable Emperor Realm. Grand Elder Ziyu was half-step Venerable Emperor Realm. And Grand Elder Yao Zhenqian was Heavenly King Realm, 9th stage. From Brewing Villa, Grand Elder Zhou Yu was Venerable Emperor Realm. Grand Elder Shikun was Heavenly King Realm, 9th stage. And Grand Elder Malin was Heavenly King Realm, 9th stage. From Xuanchen Sect, the library pavilion manager Jiang Daiyuan was half-step Heavenly King Realm. The great changes in heaven and earth, a while ago, where the spiritual chi density in heaven and earth greatly increased, allowed many people's cultivation to soar. The old ancestors of the major forces were no exception. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Venerable Emperor and Heavenly King Realm strong individuals. Previously, Law Realm Peak was the frontline strong individual in the major forces. Now, they had to retreat to the second line. The leaders of the major forces and a few elders in Kainyuan Hall were all Law Realm cultivators, and some were Domain Realm cultivators. The combat strength on the Kainyuan Empire's side also became very clear. There were 6 Venerable Emperor Realm strong individuals, 2 half-step Venerable Emperor Realm individuals, 3 Heavenly King Realm 9th stage individuals, and 7 half-step Heavenly King Realm individuals. There were 8 or 9 Law Realm individuals, and over a dozen Domain Realm individuals. Such a lineup would be formidable in other regions, but against the Central Province forces, it was still uncertain. Only those from the Central Province forces knew how strong their current foundation truly was. Inside the hall, Su Yuan was the first to open his eyes and said to the crowd, "Everyone, it's time to move." Everyone opened their eyes one after another. "This old bone of mine hasn't moved in a long time. I wonder if it can be of any help today." Jiang family old ancestor Jiang Huiyuan smiled, his gaze towards Jiang Ligun filled with satisfaction. "Ligun, you are still young, yet you are already half-step Venerable Emperor Realm. In battle, I'm afraid you'll be much more formidable than us old men. It's not impossible for you to break through to Saint Realm in the future." "Old ancestor, you flatter me," Jiang Ligun said humbly. "There are many seniors here, all of whom I can learn from. In terms of cultivation strength, I'm still not ranked." "Oh, fellow Taoist Jiang, what you said. Look at us, old bones, still lingering in the Heavenly King Realm. I'm afraid we've lost face." Yao Zhenqian, a Heavenly King Realm strong individual from Haoran Sect, immediately mocked himself. Several old ancestors from the Kainyuan Empire also sighed. "Yes, look at us, at such an age we haven't even broken through to Heavenly King Realm. We're ashamed to be here. Compared to all of you, we feel truly inferior." After a round of mutual flattery, everyone stood up and walked out of the main hall. Before long, they were all gathered in Kainyuan Hall. The moment these strong individuals entered Kainyuan Hall, the entire hall became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Although they did not release their aura, there was still an extremely strong sense of pressure that made everyone breathless. "Greetings, old ancestors." The strong individuals from various forces bowed and saluted, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. 550, did you know? "What's the situation?" Su Yuan asked in a deep voice. Su Wu shook his head, saying helplessly, "The Saint Province forces are cunning. They don't seem to be in a hurry to break the formation, nor do they use their top-tier experts. Until now, we still haven't figured out their true strength." "It seems the situation isn't optimistic then." Jiang Liun glanced outside the formation and said, "It looks like they want us to experience what it's like to be trapped in one place. If we can't figure it out, then so be it. We'll know who's stronger after a battle. Anyway, this battle is unavoidable." Haoran Sect's Grand Elder, Yang Haiyuan, stroked his beard, his expression calm. "HMPH, after this battle, if we win, we must uproot those sects from the beast-taming sect." Brewing Villa's Grand Elder Zhou Yu had a more fiery temper. Perhaps because he kept gulping down wine, his tone was also quite aggressive. Back then, the Saint Province forces plundered and massacred wantonly in various regions. All the treasures of the various sects were seized, countless disciples died or were injured, and many forces were even completely annihilated in that battle. Even our forces almost suffered the fate of having our legacy cut off. After so many years, we have only just recovered some origin chi. Those scoundrels, due to their fear of death, actually colluded with the Saint Province forces. If their deceased old ancestors knew, they would probably die of anger on the spot. A bunch of fence-sitters, they won't amount to anything. These words were widely agreed upon, causing everyone to nod in approval. Setting aside the Saint Province forces, just in their eastern continent, there were quite a few disgusting things. Those few sects were the first to bear the brunt. I wonder how many of us old bones will still be standing here after this battle. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Let alone these old ancestors. It was unknown how many of everyone present would survive this battle. But even so, they still had to fight. Ali, damn it, where did this law realm Black Killen come from? This Black Killen's strength is actually so powerful. Even my peak law realm cultivation is being beaten back repeatedly. If I don't find a way, I'm afraid I'll be killed by this beast today. Somewhere in the northern land, a disheveled figure was running wildly across the ice plain. His hair was messy, his clothes were tattered, and he even had many large and small wounds on his body. Blood was constantly dripping from his body, staining the white snow beneath his feet red. Jiang Xie's expression was incredibly grim at this moment, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He never expected that when he came back to see if he could catch Jiang Xie again, he would encounter a Black Killen. The key was that he didn't know where this Black Killen came from, as if it appeared out of thin air. And its strength was also formidable, at least capable of contending with a heavenly king realm expert. He had never heard of a Black Killen in this northern land before. I didn't expect that this attempt to capture someone would fail and instead lead to such a crisis, even a life-threatening one. If I had known this, I shouldn't have come in the first place. Looking at the Black Killen relentlessly pursuing him and seemingly toying with him, Jiang Xie's face grew darker and darker. Moreover, this place was extremely far from the eastern continent, and the teleportation formation only teleported randomly. The northern land was so vast that even if he contacted the experts within his family, they probably wouldn't be teleported to this exact location. By then, it would likely be too late. For now, he could only save himself. What he didn't know was that in the air, two figures were watching him coldly. Jiang Xie's eyes were filled with hatred, while Jiang Xie was expressionless, but his gaze was bone-chillingly cold. Was it him who attacked that day? Jiang Xie asked in a chilling tone. Jiang Xie nodded angrily, saying coldly, "It was him. He forced Uncle Wu and me into a desperate situation that day and brutally murdered Uncle Wu." That face she would never forget. Jiang Xie lowered his head and looked at Uncle Wu's corpse in his arms. A trace of sorrow flashed in his bloodshot eyes, which were red from congestion. He had sealed Uncle Wu's last trace of divine soul, so that he could find a way to revive Uncle Wu in the future. Overwhelmed by anger, he had completely forgotten the soul-shifting great art he had recently acquired. Perhaps he would only remember it after seeking revenge. "Uncle Wu, I'll be able to avenge you soon. You rest for a bit." Below, Jiang Xie was still fleeing. At this point, he had started to panic and lose his way, and he had even made up his mind that if he still couldn't shake off the Black Killen behind him, he would fight to the death to gain a glimmer of hope. But just then, he noticed that the oppressive feeling behind him had disappeared. He looked back and indeed, the Black Killen had disappeared behind him at some point. Seeing this, Jiang Xie's expression was joyful, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. I didn't expect that at this critical moment that beast actually stopped chasing. Heaven is truly helping me. How could I, Jiang Xie, die in a place like this? But I can't go that way. It would be troublesome if I encounter that Black Killen again. After adjusting his state, Jiang Xie decided to leave. Risking his life to catch a Jiang Xie was not a worthwhile deal. As soon as Jiang Xie lifted his foot, the surrounding aura suddenly changed. The snow stopped falling, suspended in midair. The world before his eyes also suddenly became a bit dimmer. In the sky, a sudden loud noise erupted, making Jiang Xie's heart tremble. In the quiet world, a sound of breaking through the air came. The void realm was torn apart, and sword shadows raged around. An ordinary-looking sword fell from the air, plunging directly into the snow in front of Jiang Xie. Immediately, snowflakes scattered, and in the center of the thick snow, a snow-free area appeared. The sword quietly slanted into it. The biting cold still couldn't stop the sweat from Jiang Xie's forehead. It was just a sword, but the oppressive feeling it gave him was incredibly strong. How could he not know that he was being targeted? Jiang Xie reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead, asking with some uncertainty, "May I ask which fellow Taoist is here? I am from the Saint Province Jian family. Please give me some face, and let me leave." The world seemed to fall silent for a few seconds. Just as Jiang Xie's heart gradually sank to the bottom, an extremely cold voice completely plunged him into the abyss. "Saint Province, Jian family, what a Saint Province, what a Jian family. Do you still remember the man you personally killed 2 days ago? Do you remember how you tortured him? Do you know that he was from the East Tower? And do you know he has a young lord? And that young lord is named Jiang Xie." Jiang Xie. Jiang Xi's pupils constricted violently, and his mind buzzed. Looking at the sword in front of him, he was even more terrified to the point of disbelief. Fanchen sword. He uttered these 3 words, his voice trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with fear. It wasn't that he didn't know Jiang Xie, nor was it that he didn't know the name of Fanchen sword master. But when did the other party gain such powerful strength? That extremely strong oppressive feeling, even he, a peak law realm expert, found it difficult to resist. This was enough to show that the other party's cultivation was, at least above the heavenly king realm. Yet all information and signs indicated that Jiang Xie was not yet 20 years old. What he feared was not that the other party had heavenly king realm cultivation, but rather that the other party was not only the Fanchen sword master, but also a heavenly king realm expert under 20 years old. Such talent, if an enemy, truly was terrifying to the extreme. 551. Unfortunately, you are not him. Under immense shock, Jiang Xie couldn't help but retreat several steps. He wanted to run, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. His trembling legs left him without any strength to escape. But a glimmer of hope remained in his heart. Perhaps this oppressive feeling wasn't coming from Jiang Xie, but from another powerful individual. If so, it would be a good thing for the Zhan family, and for all the powers in Central Province. However, he was disappointed. Watching the figure descend step by step from the sky, the fear in Jiang Xie's heart reached its peak at this moment. It was him. The pressure was indeed emanating from him. Heavens, why is this happening? Is there truly such a prodigy in this world? He simply couldn't imagine it, and all thoughts of opposing him vanished. With a thud, he knelt in the snow, his face filled with terror as he began to beg for mercy. Lord Jiang, it's my fault. I indeed went too far that day. As long as you agree to spare me, I will willingly sever my limbs and pledge allegiance to you. It wasn't that he was a coward. It was simply that, in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, he could only beg for mercy. He wasn't an unyielding individual to begin with. As long as he could survive, what did a little humiliation matter? He couldn't defeat a heavenly king realm expert, and he had no chance against a heavenly king realm Fanchen sword master. At this moment, he cursed everyone who had suggested that idea back then. If not for that, he wouldn't have killed old Wu, nor would he have ended up in this situation. Jiang Xie's gaze was indifferent, completely ignoring his pleas. He walked directly past Jiang Xie, extended his right hand, and pulled the Fanchen sword from the snow, speaking calmly, without joy or sorrow. Since that's the case, then as you wish. With that, his right hand moved, and sword light flashed. Before Jiang Xie could react, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. His right arm was instantly severed at the shoulder, flying off and landing in the snow, the gushing blood turning the pristine white snow red. Before he could even wail, 3 more sword lights struck. His left arm, left leg, and right leg without exception all flew off. Jiang Xi's body also collapsed into a pool of blood. At this point, he had been reduced to a human torso. Painful wails echoed through the snow, tears and blood mixing on Jiang Xi's face. Even now, he hadn't forgotten to beg for mercy. Lord, spare me. Once, someone told me this. He said he would be my most loyal guard. Lord, I can be your most loyal guard. Jiang Xie clutched at this lifeline, ignoring the pain in his body, crying out. Once, someone told me this. He said he would follow me wherever I went, even if it meant a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. Lord, I can follow you to a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. I only beg you to spare me. Once, I can. After a long while, Jiang Xie's expression finally changed. He looked at Jiang Xie, slowly walked up to him and squatted down. Jiang Xie forced a smile through his pain, thinking Jiang Xie had been moved by him, and his mouth opened and closed. Lord, everything I said just now is true. If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, and I can even help you deal with the Zhan family. Alas, Jiang Xie sighed, looked at him and slowly shook his head. Of course I believe you can do it. After all, someone like you, who is greedy for life and afraid of death, who bullies the weak and fears the strong. As long as there's a glimmer of hope for survival, you'll do anything. It's just a pity. A pity what? Jiang Xie began to panic. A look of terror reappeared on his face. Jiang Xie stood up and walked away without looking back. It wasn't until his figure gradually disappeared into the heavy snow that a voice drifted back. It's a pity. You are not him. As the words fell, a sword light struck, piercing directly into Jiang Xi's chest. He widened his eyes, his face filled with unwillingness. Jiang Xie perished. In the distance, Jiang Xie came to Jai Huayu's side and said, let's go. Jai Huayu nodded, a sigh of relief escaping her heart. She was truly afraid that Jiang Xie would fall into the abyss. But now, it seemed it hadn't reached that point yet. Of course, she also didn't know if Jiang Xie was just pretending. After a few steps, Jiang Xie stopped again and said without looking back, "Xie oh hai, bring that person's corpse. It will be useful later." 552. Martial arts skills are used together. Outside the formation of Shengyuan City, the powerhouses from various forces in Saint Province could clearly sense that many powerful auras had suddenly appeared within the city. Such obvious signals made them dare not be negligent. Everyone, prepare to summon the old ancestors of your respective forces. It seems those people inside Shengyuan City can no longer hold back. It's only been 2 days and they can't sit still already. Since they're rushing to their deaths, there's nothing we can do. Hehaha, I've long wanted to have a big fight. Although our Saint Province has been sealed for thousands of years, it's not a place any force can touch. Let this battle show the world our strength. It's time for Chinese letter of the Holy Spirit continent to change. The leaders of the various forces in Saint Province all burst into laughter. After making their bold statements, they each returned to the areas where their forces were stationed to gather their powerhouses. The entire Shengyuan City felt as if a storm was brewing. Inside Shengyuan City, the powerhouses from various forces gathered in the Shengyuan Imperial Palace Square, waiting only for command to sally forth and kill the enemy. Their gazes were resolute, their auras magnificent, and a thick battle intent permeated their bodies. It looks like the battle is about to begin. There's a good show to watch. Let's see how long the Shengyuan Empire can last before collapsing. In a corner outside Shengyuan City, the leaders of the Beast Taming Sect, 10,000 Swords Sect, and other forces watched the city with cold eyes, a hint of mockery on their lips. As time passed, many scouts from other forces and loose cultivators also poured into the area within 500 miles of Shengyuan City. They all hid in various locations, waiting for the battle to erupt. The entire Holy Spirit continent was paying attention to this battle. Zhan Fm Ilys Chinese letter. At Zhan Wuhan, the Zhan family patriarch's command, the powerhouses of the Zhan family who had come this time instantly gathered. Among them were 4 Zhan family old ancestors, all of whom exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression, a pressure far exceeding the heavenly king realm. Esteemed old ancestors, if there are too many enemy powerhouses, I'll have to trouble you to make a move. Zhan Wuhan respectfully bowed to the 4 elders. The 4 men merely nodded faintly, not replying. Just then, a man walked out from the crowd and went directly to Zhan Wuhan, whispering a few words into his ear. Zhan Wuhan's brows instantly furrowed, and he turned to ask him, "Has that fellow Jiang Xie not returned yet?" The man shook his head. This Jiang Xie, it was one thing that he didn't catch anyone before, but at such a critical moment, he went to the northern land again and still hasn't returned. When he comes back, tell him to see me first. Zhan Wuhan snorted coldly. With a battle imminent, he was still wandering outside, completely disregarding clan rules. Once he returned, he would definitely be punished. Are you talking about him? As soon as Zhan Wuhan finished speaking, a calm voice came from the air. Immediately after, a limbless corpse fell from the sky, landing directly beside Zhan Wuhan's legs. Looking at Jiang Xie's miserable state, his pupils instantly constricted. The faces of the Zhan family powerhouses in front all changed. Who is so bold? How dare you kill a powerhouse of my Zhan family? Are you really tired of living? Such a great humiliation, my Zhan family will not let it go. Despicable wretch, you have chosen the path of death. For a time, the Zhan family powerhouses all began to threaten, unable to accept such a great humiliation. Even the auras of the 4 venerable emperor realm elders instantly erupted. Junior, you've gone too far. My Zhan family actually has such a day of being insulted. It seems that if we don't make a move, the world will truly think my Zhan family has no one. Kid, quickly come down and confess your crime, and I will leave you a complete corpse. Gone too far. What about the things your Zhan family members have done? When your Zhan family members killed others, did you ever say they went too far? I'm just doing to you what you did to others. As his words fell, the sky rippled. Jiang Xie stepped down, one step at a time, his footsteps carrying a special power. Each step down brought a huge spatial fluctuation, accompanied by an extremely strong suppressive force, making the Zhan family members below feel as if something was pressing on them. Even their entire bodies trembled, and the immense pressure made many people's knees gradually bend, their faces also filled with blood. Not good, it's a heavenly king realm powerhouse in this, at least it's a great emperor law. Zhan Wuhan's face changed drastically. With every step Jiang Xie took, his entire body's blood trembled and the pressure on him increased exponentially. His heavenly king realm cultivation was already struggling to bear it, let alone those below the heavenly king realm. How dare you? The expressions of the four Jiang family old ancestors also changed. They weren't in much trouble, but if this continued, the Jiang family would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. But just as they were about to make a move, a special power instantly enveloped the entire Jiang family. Immediately after, a special light flickered in Jiang Xie's eyes, and at the same time, he punched downwards with his right hand. The void realm instantly shattered, countless fist shadows converged, falling like meteors, then gathering in midair to form a golden giant fist that smashed down. Those Jiang family powerhouses who met Jiang Xie's gaze all fell into an illusion. Their bodies were hot and unbearable, as if evil fire was rising, their blood chi surged, seemingly about to burst out, immense pressure weighed on them. Their bones felt like they were breaking, trapped in a bizarre illusion, temporarily unable to extricate themselves, and the power of the fist shadows pressed down, as if death was imminent. This was the feeling of the Jiang family members at this moment. Their fear reached its peak at this moment. Great Emperor Law, it was all Great Emperor Law. They found it hard to believe, and even harder to accept. Someone could actually use so many Great Emperor Laws at the same time. Coupled with his heavenly king realm cultivation, almost no one present could withstand it. The threat and oppressive feeling, Jiang Xie alone brought them far exceeded an entire force. Jiang Xie this time truly gave the other side no chance to breathe. Extreme Yang domain, fierce flow crushing fist, Kirin step, and red dust myriad forms were all used simultaneously. Domain, fist technique, footwork, pupil technique. Such a fighting style was rare in the world. And Jiang Xie's moves flowed like water, giving no one a chance to react. The faces of the four venerable Emperor realm old ancestors of the Jiang family were now terrifyingly dark. They hadn't expected that, ultimately, their inability to react was due to being too shocked. A teenager who looked only a dozen years old, making such astonishing moves as soon as he acted. Even if they were venerable Emperor realm powerhouses with vast experience, they couldn't help but be shocked. Not good, stop him quickly. Otherwise, the elite of my Jiang family will surely suffer heavy casualties this time. Let's attack together and kill this brat. The four immediately flew into midair, all beginning to unleash their martial skills. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, lightning flashed and thunder roared, immense pressure radiated out and booming sounds were incessant. Several powerful attacks struck towards Jiang Xie. In their eyes, Jiang Xie was certainly doomed this time. 553, Murderer, Jiang Xie. The attacks of four venerable Emperor realm powerhouses were not something a heavenly king realm cultivator could withstand. However, a scene that no one in the Jiang family had anticipated occurred. Jiang Xie's voice in the air suddenly became illusory. The attacks of the four old ancestors of the Jiang family passed through him, without causing him any harm. This sight made everyone gasp. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Xie's lips curled slightly. This was his first time using his divine ability, Phantom, related introduction in chapter 422. Seizing this opportunity, he took another step, and at the same time, the great Emperor Law he had just used began to descend upon the Jiang family members. The pressure of the Kirin step continued to increase, and more domain law realm powerhouses lay prostrate on the ground. They only felt their blood and chi surging throughout their bodies, as if they were about to explode, and something beneath them also changed under the effect of the extreme Yang domain. Giant fists smashed down, and countless people were unable to divided soul to resist, being crushed into meat paste. Countless people had all their bones shattered. Even if they didn't perish, they were half dead. For a time screams echoed all around, like hell on earth. Junior, how dare you? This old man can't take you down. Boy, you injured people of my Jiang family, your death is nigh. Upon hearing the screams of their clansmen, the four men finally recovered from the shock of Jiang Xie being unharmed. Looking at the tragic scene below, their eyes were splitting with rage. They all raised their hands again, unleashing their most powerful attacks. The terrifying attacks tore through the air, directly locking onto Jiang Xie. That power was difficult for even a heavenly king realm powerhouse to withstand. It was a pity. Just like before, all their attacks were useless. This made the four men's hair stand on end. Having lived for so many years and witnessed all sorts of bizarre scenes, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Monster! 2 ineffective attacks bought Jiang Xie enough time. Under the effect of several great emperor laws, countless Jiang family powerhouses were killed or wounded. The scene was spectacular, like hell. Countless domain realm powerhouses were killed or wounded, law realm powerhouses could not avoid it, and a few heavenly king realm powerhouses, even if they didn't die, were severely injured. Jiang Xie's attacks were not only sudden, but also numerous and powerful. Every martial skill was not just for show, and with the interference of the domain, they simply didn't know how to defend. If they defended against the domain power, there was still the pressure and attacks from the Kirin step. If they defended against the Kirin step's attacks, there was the illusion of red dust myriad forms. If they defended against the illusion, there were also the fist techniques of the great emperor law level. Under such circumstances, those who could resist either had formidable strength, at least a cultivation above Heavenly King Realm 9th layer. Or they were like Jiang Xie, knowing several great emperor laws. Or they possessed an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Otherwise, they could only wait for death. The Zhan family's stronghold, which had just been bustling with people and numerous powerhouses, was now covered in corpses in just a moment, with only a few people still standing. Such a sight left the 4 old ancestors of the Zhan family stunned, and also left Zhan Wuhan, who was lying on the ground, motionless. The great battle had not even begun, yet 80 to 90% of the clan's elites were already dead or wounded. Any person in their shoes would likely not recover in a short period of time. The commotion of the battle was immense and spread instantly. The immense might, powerful aura, and terrifying fluctuations immediately attracted the attention of countless people. It was just that, when other forces in Saint Province perceived it and rushed from their respective strongholds, the Zhan family had already fallen from its pedestal. Any powerhouse from a Saint Province force who witnessed this tragic scene couldn't help but shrink their pupils and tremble all over. In an instant, countless people from the Zhan family were killed or wounded. Who exactly is that young man? Just now, I seem to see several great emperor laws arriving simultaneously. Monster, that kid is a monster. I didn't expect that even though we rushed over immediately after perceiving it, we were still a step late. Yet, in reality, they had perceived it from the moment Jiang Xie spoke. However, no one thought Jiang Xie could pose too great a threat, and besides, the Zhan family had 4 venerable emperor realm powerhouses. Dealing with a junior would surely be easy, and if they rashly went to help, the Zhan family might think they were looking down on them. That's why they didn't rush to help at the first instant. Later, Jiang Xie made his move, which made them feel solemn. Just as they were about to help, the 4 old ancestors of the Zhan family had already acted. Therefore, they once again restrained their urge to help. It was this time that they witnessed Jiang Xie being unharmed under the hands of the 4 venerable emperor realm powerhouses. That moment of stunned silence, coupled with their previous hesitation, made it too late for them to help. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. For this, they felt aggrieved, along with a bit of anger and fear. Such a scene was simply too absurd. They all looked at the young man suspended in the air with grave expressions. Remember, the one who killed you is named Jiang Xie. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone within several hundred miles. Jiang Xie held a sword in his right hand, his gaze cold, his black robe fluttering in the wind, and a black kiln descended from the sky, floating beneath Jiang Xie's feet. As for Jai Yu and Old Wu, they were not here. The 2 were in other cities, and Jiang Xie did not let them come here. At this moment, he stood on the head of the black kiln, with a heavy sword on his back, and a light sword in his hand flashing with sharp sword chi. Roar! The black kiln let out a timely roar, shocking everyone. Under this commotion, countless people saw that figure in the sky. The young man holding a long sword and standing on the black kiln with a pair of cold eyes looked down upon the world. With one sword strike, powerhouses perished. The young man with his sword amazed the world. It was said, the young man travels with his sword looking down upon heaven and earth, sword chi rises to the clouds, his heroic posture enters dreams. Below, murmurs began to rise. Jiang Xie. This person is actually the former Qianyuan prince, now young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family. Impossible, a junior, how can he have such strength? Can the Fanchen sword master truly cultivate to such a realm? Monster, this is a monster. The attacks of 4 venerable emperor realm powerhouses had no effect on him. How exactly did he do that? This child is truly heaven-defying. If he is not eliminated, he will surely be a great disaster for my central province. 500 miles away from this place, spies and cultivators hidden in various locations were awakened by the immense commotion. Some cultivators who only knew a little hurriedly began to send messages back to their sects. Quick, send a message back to the sect. An unknown great battle has occurred in Qianyuan City, suspected to be caused by young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family alone. Urgent report. Young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family, with his own strength, intruded into the strongholds of various major forces in Saint Province, causing huge fluctuations. Another change has occurred in the Shengyuan Empire. Young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family is suspected to have appeared alone outside Shengyuan City. 554. Everyone please understand the truth. There were also cultivators, drawn by the sudden battle and unable to resist their curiosity, who disregarded the danger and ventured within 100 miles of Shengyuan City to gather information. They ultimately uncovered a shocking truth. Young Master Jiang, Fanchen Sword Master Jiang Xie, had appeared alone at the Jian family's stronghold and by himself annihilated countless Jian family powerhouses. This was another grand feat accomplished by Jiang Xie, following his previous magnificent achievements. As soon as this news spread, numerous cultivators were in an uproar. They gasped in shock, utterly astonished, and some even fainted from the sheer surprise of the news. This was simply too unbelievable. Many began to spread the word, while others chose to remain, seeking new information. In a corner outside Shengyuan City, the powerhouses from sects like the beast-taming sect, upon learning the news, were all trembling in their hearts, looking at Jiang Xie in the sky with fear in their eyes. They swallowed hard. This child is too terrifying. He alone caused the Central Continent Jian family to lose 80 to 90% of their elites. What kind of monster is this? This child from the Jiang family is a bit too heaven-defying. I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen anyone more abnormal than him. The Central Continent this time won't lose, will it? At this moment, they couldn't help but start worrying for the Central Continent forces. Just because of the addition of Jiang Xie, the situation had undergone a massive change. A change so significant that they found it hard to believe. How about we also make a move? The new sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect said with some hesitation. However, no one answered this question. The two great empires, Great Yan and Hongyun, had undergone anomalies, making it impossible for outsiders to enter or establish contact. Among the major forces from the Eastern Continent that were originally assisting the Saint Continent forces, only the beast-taming sect and the 10,000 Swords sect remained. The rest were all small to medium-sized forces. Moreover, both the beast-taming sect and the 10,000 Swords sect had previously suffered losses at Jiang Xie's hands, depleting their origin chi. If they rashly joined the battle, it was hard to say whether it would be good or bad. Inside Shengyuan City, in the Imperial Palace Plaza, the group of people who had planned to activate the formation to meet the enemy naturally also sensed the battle outside. The might emanating from the great Emperor Law made it difficult for them not to notice. They gradually transitioned from initial surprise and confusion to shock and excitement. Especially after Jiang Xie uttered that sentence, their emotions reached their peak. Xie is back. Su Wu's expression was moved, mixed with a hint of worry. Jiang Xie was currently alone outside the formation, and there were many Saint Continent powerhouses there. Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru's expressions both brightened, but quickly turned to worry. It really is Xie's voice. Did he just clash with the Saint Continent forces? No, we must go out quickly, lest Xie be in danger. Yanner is right. Xie is the future of our Shengyuan Empire and the Jiang family. He cannot be lost. Su Yuan's expression was grave. In the entire Shengyuan Empire, no matter who died, Jiang Xie could not die. Don't worry, that kid Xie is cunning. Since he dares to act like this, it means he has confidence. Zhang Liyan was not too worried about Jiang Xie's safety. In his opinion, Jiang Xie's talent was extremely heaven-defying, and he was intelligent and possessed many methods. Others always suffered losses at his hands. Nonsense. However, his head received a solid blow. Old ancestor, you are. It was Jiang family old ancestor Jiang Hueyuan, glaring at him with his gray beard, scolding. No matter how powerful Xie is, he is still just a child. If anything goes wrong, you cannot bear the responsibility. Zhang Liyan gave an awkward smile and remained silent. So the commotion outside was caused by young friend Jiang, truly worthy of being the Saint Yuan Continent's #1 genius. The Haoran Sect's Grand Elder couldn't help but praise. I just don't know what exactly happened outside. It sounds very serious. Perhaps young friend Jiang has done something astounding again. If only our sect had a young genius like young friend Jiang, our disciples are truly disappointing. Upon learning that the commotion outside was caused by Jiang Xie, the powerhouses from various sects praised him, and at the same time, they were eager to know what exactly had happened outside. Due to the formation, they were not very clear about the situation outside. They also hadn't imagined that Jiang Xie alone had almost annihilated the entire Jian family elite. Among the crowd, only Gu Shengxing felt a mix of hope and anxiety. His face alternated between excitement, melancholy, and self-reproach. He still felt that it was his own failure to protect them that led to so many people from the East Tower. As soon as he thought of this, he felt unable to face Jiang Xie. Outside Shengyuan City, after a brief moment of shock, the gazes of the powerhouses from the various Saint Continent forces all converged on Jiang Xie. Those gazes were filled with greed and undisguised killing intent. A rare Yao beast like the Black Kilin, they hadn't seen one in who knows how many years. The ultimate potential of such a Yao beast was still unknown. But now it already possessed the strength to contend with the Heavenly King realm. If they could subdue it and cultivate it well, in the future it might even reach the Saint realm. That was the Saint realm, the strongest below the Great Emperor. Which force wouldn't desire such a rare item? As for Jiang Xie, they had to admit, he was indeed a prodigy, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the greatest prodigy of all time. But no matter how much of a prodigy he was today, he would not escape death. Currently, there were at least a dozen venerable Emperor realm powerhouses present. Under such a lineup, how many could Jiang Xie, a mere Heavenly King realm cultivator, kill, even with the Fanchen sword in hand? Moreover, they had already realized that Jiang Xie was able to evade the attacks of the 4 venerable Emperor realm powerhouses just now, because he had entered a special state. Now that state had disappeared. It's a rare Black Kilin. If I'm not mistaken, this Black Kilin must be a mutated form of some kind of Kilin. Kid, today you have incurred the wrath of the masses and are destined to die. I advise you not to resist, and you'll suffer less physical pain. My Zhan family will surely kill you today, and the Shengyuan Empire behind you will also be annihilated by us. Genius? What about a genius? A dead genius has no value whatsoever. Ali. Jiang Xie looked at the people below with cold eyes. In response to their words, he proved himself with action. With a wave of his left hand, a dense yin power spread out, extending towards the ground. The crowd below was first confused, then realized what it was. This is yin power. Not good, he's summoning something. By the time they realized what was happening, a dense array of figures had already emerged in front of them. They were bathed in black qi, emitting a chilling, eerie aura. They were a group of skeletal figures with no physical bodies, only bone structures. Their eyes flickered with green flames, and they were tainted with hellfire. Countless yin soldiers appeared before them. Their pupils trembled, and their bodies couldn't help but retreat several steps. Even the venerable Emperor realm powerhouses had grave expressions and dared not be negligent in the slightest. Yin soldiers, he can even summon yin soldiers. Damn it, this child is truly not human. The Eastern Continent has produced such a young man, it's simply unreasonable. Go! With Jiang Xie's command, countless yin soldiers charged towards the various Saint Continent forces. Be careful, that's hellfire, don't touch it. Do not engage in close combat with your physical body. Defend immediately, otherwise we will suffer heavy losses. Damn kid, once these yin soldiers are dealt with, I'll tear you to shreds. What is this ghost thing? The scene instantly descended into chaos, and Jiang Xie, of course, had no time to watch their battle. Instead, he quickly rode the Black Kilin towards Shengyuan City. These yin soldiers could at most delay them for a moment or two. To cause a significant impact on them was still a bit difficult, and he couldn't waste time here. Just then, the Shengyuan City formation disappeared. He also successfully entered the city, and headed towards the Imperial Palace at an extremely fast speed. Before reaching the Imperial Palace, his voice had already spread throughout Shengyuan City. Seniors, please comprehend the Tao as quickly as possible. Comprehend the Tao. Despite recognizing Jiang Xie's voice, everyone was still confused. How to comprehend the Tao? If comprehending the Tao was that simple, they would have done it long ago. Even Su Wu frowned, saying, comprehend the Tao, what does this mean? They were utterly bewildered at this moment, neither knowing the situation outside nor understanding Jiang Xie's words. Only the Jiang family members' expressions drastically changed, and they quickly sat down on the ground. Everyone, don't ask anything, just meditate. Zhang Lian reminded them, then closed his eyes. Everyone still wanted to ask something. A special aura had already enveloped the entire Shengyuan city. Instantly, they understood why Zhang Lian had said that. With their expressions greatly changed, they dared not be negligent and all sat down to meditate. Jiang Xie's other domain, the enlightenment domain, unfolded at this moment. 555, Hope of the People. After reaching the Heavenly King realm, Jiang Xie's enlightenment domain not only covered a much larger area, but also significantly enhanced its effects. Even venerable Emperor realm experts could enter an enlightenment state. Although those yin soldiers were a bit troublesome, they were still no match for venerable Emperor realm experts. They could only delay them for a while, although Jiang Xie was very confident in his current strength. He could kill venerable Emperor realm experts using the Fanchen sword. However, there were not just one or two venerable Emperor realm experts here, but more than a dozen. Relying solely on his own strength was still quite difficult. Furthermore, after all these actions, he was already starting to feel somewhat drained. Killing one or two was fine, but any more would be unmanageable. He had used several great emperor laws in a short amount of time, as well as divine abilities, in addition to the power of 2 domains. It had almost completely depleted his body. If it were any other heavenly king realm cultivator, they would have probably already run out of spiritual power and been unable to move. At this moment, not only the people in the Shengyuan imperial palace had entered an enlightenment state, but also those cultivators who had sworn to coexist and perish with the Shengyuan empire and voluntarily remained in the city. In addition, 2 other venerable emperor realm old ancestors of the Su family, who had just awakened from their slumber deep beneath the imperial palace, also entered an enlightenment state. As for Jiang Xie, he rode the black Kilin, standing above Shengyuan city, coldly watching the battle in the distance. At the same time, his divine sense had already enveloped the entire Shengyuan city, preventing outsiders from entering. The city was silent, but outside the city, the battle raged fiercely. More and more cultivators began to arrive from hundreds of miles away to observe the battle. They never expected that the various major forces of the central continent would not fight the Shengyuan Empire and other forces, but instead fight a group of Yin soldiers. Surprise, confusion, and shock were their common expressions now. Good heavens, what happened? How can there be so many Yin soldiers? Most of these Yin soldiers actually have the strength of the law realm and domain realm. How can there be Yin soldiers outside Shengyuan city, and they're fighting those central continent forces? Are these also part of the Shengyuan Empire's hidden strength? That Yin soldier actually has hellfire on its body. No wonder venerable Emperor realm experts are needed to deal with it. Yet, most people had risked danger and just arrived from hundreds of miles away, so they were not familiar with the scene before them. Of course, there were also some bolder people who had arrived earlier. These people had shocked expressions and had not yet recovered their senses. They had witnessed everything from Jiang Xie's Chinese letter actions, his safety under venerable Emperor realm attacks, his suppression and killing of a large number of law and domain realm experts, to his summoning of countless Yin soldiers. The shock of witnessing all of this was something others could not comprehend or imagine. Listening to the chattering questions of the people around them, someone who had recovered their senses couldn't help but say directly, "Don't ask anymore. Everything happening before your eyes is the work of young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family." No way. Really? Was it really young Master Jiang who killed those people, and these Yin soldiers? These methods are too terrifying, aren't they? Judging by the commotion just now, what is young Master Jiang's strength now? I saw it just now, it seems to be Heavenly King Realm. Heavenly King Realm. If I'm not mistaken, young Master Jiang is only 18 or 19 years old, right? His law realm cultivation before was already astonishing, and how many days have passed since then? He's already in the Heavenly King Realm. Is there truly such a heaven-defying genius in the world? Young Master Jiang also seems to be the Fanchen sword master, right? At this point, everyone seemed to suddenly understand why Jiang Xie was so formidable. He alone was able to block so many Saint Continent experts outside Shengyuan city. News from this place spread very quickly. The various major forces in the Eastern Continent were the first to know. Some small and medium-sized forces, although not targets of the Saint Continent's major forces, were also suffering from the torment of those small and medium-sized forces from the Saint Continent. They either gave up resisting or they fought to the death. Despair spread among all the people of the small and medium-sized forces in the Eastern Continent. They were helpless and desperately hoped for capable people to save them. As one of the strongest forces in the Eastern Continent, the Shengyuan Empire naturally became their focus. If the Shengyuan Empire fell, those small and medium-sized sects that were still struggling and unwilling to compromise with the Saint Continent forces would instantly lose their will to fight. Those small and medium-sized sects that had already compromised would secretly rejoice, celebrating their foresight. And if the Shengyuan Empire won, those struggling sects would gain the motivation to continue fighting. As for those who had already compromised, they could only beat their chests and stomp their feet, regretting not holding on a little longer. At this moment, the latest news about the Shengyuan Empire arrived. It ignited a raging fire in the hearts of those forces that had not yet given up. They either shouted loudly or charged forward, bathed in blood. To prevent their sects from being conquered by other forces, to avoid being controlled by others, to uphold the dignity of their forces. 4. The news continued to spread rapidly. Western forest, northern desert, southern border. One force after another received news from the disciples they had sent out to gather information. But after reading it carefully, all of them showed expressions of shock. The situation of the entire Shengyuan Continent began to undergo subtle changes. Jiang Xie's heroic feat gave many people the courage to fight. Inside the corpse refining sect, Sect Master Bafin looked at the sound transmission stone in his hand, remaining silent. Inside the sound transmission stone was news about the Qianyuan Empire, recounted personally by a disciple of the corpse refining sect. It spoke of the calm within Qianyuan City and the chaos outside Qianyuan City. It also heavily emphasized the protagonist of this incident, Jiang Xie. Sect Master, what exactly is the situation? That Jiang Xie is too arrogant, daring to treat our corpse refining sect as nothing, forcing his way into our sect's important grounds. He truly infuriates me. Second Elder, calm down. That Jiang Xie must have had some extraordinary encounter to be a heavenly king realm expert at such a young age, and his strength is even greater than ours. It's normal for him to be a bit arrogant. HMPH, he's just a young brat, if it weren't for our sect needing to preserve its strength. Sect Master, although that brat has heavenly king realm cultivation and the Fanchen sword, there are many experts among the Central Continent forces. He's probably in a lot of trouble now, isn't he? Yet, the elders of the corpse refining sect were indignant, as if they wanted to vent all the grievances they had suffered because of Jiang Xie. Bafin looked at the disdainful expressions of the people below, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. Ultimately, he could only slowly shake his head. Don't provoke Jiang Xie again in the future. Why? The elders looked at him in confusion. Jiang Xie alone caused 80% casualties to the entire Zhan family's elite, and alone resisted the attacks of several major forces from the Central Continent. This is impossible. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Bafin did not explain further. When he first heard this news, he also thought it was impossible. However, once he remembered that the young man had killed a half-step venerable Emperor realm monster in the St. Yuan secret realm when he was in the domain realm, he was no longer surprised. 556. Horror monster. In a certain part of the 10,000 mountains in the southern border, Yan Wufeng and others also received news from the disciples they had sent out. The moment they learned the news, their hearts surged with excitement. They wished they could immediately return to Qianyuan City and fight, alongside everyone. Young Lord, he did it. Crown Prince Suzai is amazing. He truly lives up to being our Lord. Yet, the disciples cheered and danced with joy. The third elder of the Jiang family stroked his beard and chuckled. Zier, that kid, has never disappointed anyone since he was little. Yes, that's the Lord, Yan Wufeng said with a face full of emotion. He recalled how he had wandered everywhere, and when Gu Shengxing found him, he chose to trust Gu Shengxing. But when he met Jiang Xie, he still had a hint of doubt. He doubted, could such a young boy truly bear the heavy responsibility of being the leader of a major force? He worried if Jiang Xie's cultivation could lead East Tower to its peak. He worried if following Jiang Xie was truly the correct decision. Later, Jiang Xie's various grand achievements gradually showed them hope. They also gradually realized that Jiang Xie was not an ordinary person, and certainly not an ordinary prodigy. From that moment on, they began to have confidence. And they trusted Jiang Xie more and more. Because Jiang Xie always managed to save them from dire situations at critical moments. By this point, Jiang Xie had clearly become the person with the highest cultivation within East Tower. He remembered that a few years ago, their cultivation was far higher than Jiang Xie's, but now, it had reversed. Presumably, Li Buku will also be happy when he finds out. Yan Wufeng glanced at Li Buku, who was lying nearby, and sighed slightly. Li Buku's life force was still present, but he had fallen into a mysterious state. No matter how outsiders called out or tried to heal him, there was no reaction at all. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Similarly, in a certain place in the Eastern Continent, a group of disciples from the Qianyuan Empire were also incredibly excited after hearing the news. They had an urge to return and fight. But then they thought of their own strength and dismissed the idea. Going would only be a hindrance. Have you heard? It's said that young master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family has achieved another great feat. Inside an inn, in a city not far from the Qianyuan Empire. Because it was close to the Qianyuan Empire, there was a continuous stream of people coming and going. Of course, most of these people were cultivators and commoners from the Qianyuan Empire, and they gathered here with the intention of returning someday. Naturally, they paid close attention to news from the Qianyuan Empire. They certainly knew who young Master Jiang was. He was Crown Prince Suzai, whom they admired most in their hearts. Because of this, upon hearing these words, the cultivators in the inn all pricked up their ears. Fellow Taoist, if you know something, why not tell us? Exactly, being so secretive just whets our appetite. What exactly did Crown Prince Suzai do? Facing the impatient inquiries of the crowd, the man who spoke took a sip of wine and then waved his hand, saying, "That young Master Jiang, outside Shengyuan City." It took a full 15 minutes for the man to slowly finish his story. The entire inn was already silent. The inn inside and out was packed with people, crowded to the point of being impenetrable. The main door was blocked. Everyone had come in midway. Their mouths were wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. At some point, someone started running wildly in the street and shouting, "Crown Prince Suzai won. He killed all but a few of the Jian family powerhouses from Saint Continent." A moment later, countless people poured out of the city and began to head towards the Shengyuan Empire. For them, as long as there was any hope, they did not want to leave their homeland. At this moment they saw the dawn. And the people from the Beast Taming Sect and 10,000 Sword Sect who were watching the battle outside Shengyuan City had disappeared at some point. Above Shengyuan City, Jiang Xie frowned. As time passed, the number of those Yin soldiers had greatly diminished. With the presence of more than a dozen sovereign emperor realm powerhouses, the time the Yin soldiers could stall was not very long. No, now is a critical period for them to comprehend the Tao, and they cannot be disturbed. Thinking of this, Jiang Xie's expression hardened. He used the divine ability he had obtained in the Saint Yuan secret realm when he touched that strange door. It was named Hell's Gate. As the divine ability activated, his eyes instantly turned purplish-black, giving him an eerie and sinister feeling. Behind him, a pitch-black gate covered with strange patterns slowly emerged. The pitch-black gate was identical to the one in Jiang Xie's sea of consciousness, except that it lacked a sense of physicality. Even so, Jiang Xie still felt a tremendous oppressive force emanating from within the gate. But at this moment, he could no longer afford to worry about such things. The pitch-black gate began to slowly open. A sinister, terrifying aura emanated from within the gate, as if some seal had been broken, and the heavens and earth suddenly changed. The powerhouses from the various major forces in the central continent, who were still clearing out the Yin soldiers, all felt this unusual aura. What is that? Their gazes involuntarily turned towards Jiang Xie's direction. With one look, they saw the giant black gate. The giant black gate, emitting a terrifying aura, made their breathing slow by half a beat. What is that thing? This old man has an ominous premonition. What kind of prodigy is this child? His strange methods are endless, and this time, even we feel a huge threat. It seems something is about to come out of that gate. Not good, disciples inside the gate quickly retreat, get away from this place. Something that even sovereign emperor realm powerhouses felt threatened by was not something that those below the sovereign emperor realm could resist. Even heavenly king realm powerhouses had to quickly retreat at this time. They felt very aggrieved in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. They originally thought that heavenly king realm powerhouses were the first echelon, but they never expected that Jiang Xie's appearance would directly force even these heavenly king realm powerhouses to temporarily avoid his sharp edge. They could only watch from a distance. The cultivators from various places who were hiding in the dark to watch the battle were also shocked by this sight, and then they all began to flee. Just looking at that gate gave them a sense of suffocation. As time passed, the giant black gate finally opened. A pair of gigantic black hands stretched out from within the pitch-black gate, directly grasping both sides of the giant gate. A massive figure also slowly appeared in everyone's sight. It was a monster with a green body, a ferocious face, and a mouth full of fangs. Its body was enormous, emitting a cold, terrifying aura. It seemed to have come from hell itself, although this body was not particularly solid. Humans in its eyes were like ants. Its giant eyes immediately focused on Jiang Xie. Perceiving this intimidating gaze, Jiang Xie's heart sank. Not good. This guy actually wants to attack him. The central continent powerhouses in the distance, seeing this, laughed. It seems we don't need to act. That kid will have his hands full. This is called lifting a rock to drop it on one's own foot. Who would have thought being bitten back by himself? It saves us a lot of trouble. It scared this old man. If we really had to fight this monster, it wouldn't be a good thing. However, just as the fanged monster's hand was about to strike down on Jiang Xie's head, the little spirit on his hair flickered. Then, as if the monster had seen something incredible, it quickly withdrew its hand, and its gaze shifted from Jiang Xie to the dozen or so sovereign emperor realm powerhouses in the distance. At this moment, the expressions of the dozen people all changed drastically. 557. The end of enlightenment. Oh no, that monster is coming. The Jiang family old ancestor exclaimed, immediately becoming fully alert. The others also had solemn expressions. This green-faced, fanged monster didn't seem to belong to this world. Its exact realm was unclear, but they could sense a huge threat from it. If they didn't handle it well, they might have to pay a huge price just to deal with this monster. At that point, fighting the Shengyuan Empire would be out of the question. And all of this was thanks to Jiang Xie. They stared intently at Jiang Xie, wishing they could tear him to pieces. If looks could kill, their gazes would have killed Jiang Xie tens of thousands of times over. The killing intent in their hearts towards Jiang Xie had climbed to its peak. It's just a pity. No opportunity. Previously, Jiang Xie had dodged 2 attacks from the Jiang family old ancestor. Subsequently, the Yin soldiers ran rampant. They could attack Jiang Xie, but they couldn't. Because once they went to deal with Jiang Xie, the massive Yin soldiers would inevitably cause huge damage to their respective forces. To kill one Jiang Xie and throw in all the family elites, they couldn't do it. Now, with that monster present, killing Jiang Xie was even more difficult. Unless they could kill that monster. What worried them even more was the silence within Shengyuan City. They had no idea what the people of the Shengyuan Empire were doing. A perfectly good situation had been turned around simply because of a junior. Their central province forces might truly stumble here this time. Damn it, this monster isn't corporeal and its strength is limited. Everyone, let's work together to deal with it. We can't give that kid any more time. I have a bad feeling. The Jiang family old ancestor felt his eyelids twitching and a sense of unease in his heart. The longer it dragged on, the more he felt it. The others felt the same way. You're right, I feel that way too. Since that's the case, let's go together. Yet, while they were discussing, the monster had already approached. They didn't dare to be negligent and rushed forward together. The other strong cultivators from these forces were still dealing with the Yin soldiers that had not yet been eliminated. Shengyuan City once again returned to safety. This scene left the cultivators who were gathering information in the distance dumbfounded. They trembled, took out their sound stones, and recorded their words. Before the great battle began, young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family, with his own power, summoned countless Yin soldiers, blocking the advance of the Saint Province force's strong cultivators, gaining some time for the Shengyuan Empire. As the Yin soldiers were gradually being eliminated, young Master Jiang Xie of the Jiang family summoned a giant, Chinese letter black gate. From within the gate, a monster, entirely green, covered in fangs, and with a ferocious expression, crawled out. The monster's strength is unknown, but it made more than a dozen sovereign emperor realm strong cultivators from Saint Province look solemn and forced them to fight together. Furthermore, Shengyuan City is silent, and no one has appeared. The situation inside is still unclear, but it is likely not that simple. Some even used image stone to record this shocking scene before them. Yet, inside Shengyuan City, figures sitting cross-legged on the ground could be seen everywhere. Their eyes were tightly closed, sometimes frowning, sometimes revealing silly smiles as if immersed in something. As time passed, people within the city began to break through their realms. Some also gained a deeper understanding of martial skills. In short, most people in Shengyuan City gained something from this enlightenment. On the Shengyuan Imperial Palace Square, waves of huge fluctuations continuously emanated. That was strong cultivators breaking through, or gaining a deeper understanding of martial skills and cultivation techniques. Above Shengyuan City, Jiang Xie took in all their reactions. To be honest, releasing so many methods in a short period of time, even he felt a bit overwhelmed. Moreover, the enlightenment domain, while a domain, required far more essence, qi, and spirit than other domains. To put it in Blue Star terms, it was an extremely bugged domain, and throughout history, he was the only one who possessed it. If his cultivation had not reached the Heavenly King realm, and there was almost no one in the Shengyuan Continent who could threaten him, he would never have openly released the enlightenment domain. This domain's effect was too heaven-defying. Anyone who saw it would be envious. If a minor cultivator possessed this domain and exposed it, they would probably be captured and imprisoned by a sect elder within an incense stick's time, becoming a tool for others to cultivate. Seeing that almost everyone in the square had gained something, Jiang Xie also smiled, but then a wave of dizziness swept over him. The enlightenment domain disappeared, and he collapsed onto Little Black's back. Little Black immediately carried him to the square. As soon as the people in the square opened their eyes, they saw Jiang Xie lying on the Black Killin's back. They were all startled, and a crowd rushed over, surrounding Jiang Xie so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Xie, Sujiro exclaimed, rushing forward, her face filled with worry. Xie, is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Xie, quickly, here's a medicinal pill for healing. Xie, you've worked hard. The group of elders also looked at him with tense expressions. Some took out healing medicinal pills, while others began to check his body, fearing that something had happened to him. Jiang Xie smiled slightly and said softly, "Everyone, don't worry, I'm just a little disoriented. I'll be fine after some rest." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did they turn their attention to the black kiln beneath Jiang Xie. Their eyes gleamed. This, a black kiln. This old man has never seen one before. Su Yuan's expression was somewhat surprised. He examined it carefully for a while, as if he had discovered something extraordinary, and his expression immediately became solemn. To verify his guess, he moved closer to observe it. This black kiln has already passed its infancy. Its current strength is probably enough to contend with a heavenly king realm strong cultivator. The Haoran Sect old ancestor also marveled. Could this black kiln be from the western forest? I don't think eastern continent, southern border, or northern desert have them, do they? Someone expressed doubt. Someone else lamented. Such a Yao beast, ordinary people wouldn't even see it, let alone tame it. Young friend Jiang truly has great skill. This black kiln doesn't seem that simple. Su Yuan, who had been observing for a while, suddenly said in a deep voice, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Old ancestor, what do you mean by that? Su Wu quickly asked. If I'm not mistaken, this black kiln became like this acquired right. Su Yuan stroked his beard, looking at Jiang Xie with a meaningful gaze. Before Jiang Xie could reply, a voice came from a distance. Third brother is right, this black kiln is indeed not naturally born. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see two old men slowly approaching from a corner of the square. One had white hair and a youthful complexion, with smiling eyes giving off a detached feeling. The other was a woman with white hair and some wrinkles on her face. Although she wasn't as beautiful as a young person, one could still see some of her beauty from her youth. They were clearly exuding the unique chi of the sovereign emperor realm. 558. What is a moment? Old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. Upon seeing the two, the people of the Shengyuan Empire showed surprise, then immediately bowed. For the Su family members, seeing all their old ancestors appear could not help but stir some excitement in their hearts. As for people from other forces, they truly realized at this moment just how strong the Su families, and even the Shengyuan Empire's, foundation truly was. 3 venerable emperor realm old ancestors, plus many heavenly king realm powerhouses. The 2 who just appeared were even at, or above the venerable emperor realm 3rd level. Such a configuration was enough to dominate the entire eastern continent. No force in the eastern continent could rival it. Looking at the entire Saint continent, it could be considered a first-rate major force. Everyone also bowed in succession. After exchanging greetings and a few compliments, their gazes returned to Little Black. Just now, a few fellow Taoists said that this black kiln was not innate like this, and only then did this old ancestor discover a clue. This black kiln seems to carry a trace of dragon chi. Jiang family old ancestor Jiang Huiyuan was somewhat surprised and uncertain. For a moment, he even thought he had misperceived it. But upon closer thought, it seemed he had not made a mistake. There was indeed a trace of dragon chi on this black kiln. Although it was not particularly strong, it could not be faked. Hearing this, the old ancestors of the other major forces also began to meticulously investigate. After several breaths, their expressions were all solemn. This black kiln indeed seems to have dragon chi. Could it be that this black kiln encountered a true dragon? How strange, how strange. Seniors, you haven't guessed wrong. This black kiln was originally a snow kiln, but it absorbed some black dragon blood, which is why it became like this. Jiang Xie, seeing them guessing back and forth, finally couldn't help but explain after recovering quite a bit. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. So that's how it is, black dragon blood, that's no ordinary item. This little fellow has truly good luck to encounter black dragon blood. That's a rare and wondrous item. Whether it's for refining the physical body or breakthrough in realm, it has miraculous effects. This black kiln will likely have the strength to rival a Saint Realm mighty expert in the future. A group of people clicked their tongues in wonder, as if they had forgotten their current situation, completely lacking any sense of urgency for a major battle. Jiang Xie felt secretly anxious in his heart as he watched them. Such a huge commotion outside the city, yet it couldn't make them feel a sense of crisis. Do you really think I'm omnipotent? Jiang Xie was on the verge of tears. Seeing them get more and more engrossed in their conversation, he finally couldn't hold back and weakly said, "Seniors, if you don't go out to fight, others will break in." The scene instantly fell silent. A moment later, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they rushed out as if facing a formidable enemy. But when they arrived outside the city and saw the devastated landscape, they were stunned. Mountains had toppled, the earth had cracked, and corpses lay scattered everywhere. They wore different attire. Among them, those wearing clothes with the character wore were the most numerous, and they were all law and domain realm powerhouses. Not far away, a dozen figures were confronting a gigantic tusked monster. Various martial skills and divine abilities emerged endlessly, and the battle scene was extremely fierce. Such a sight made them wonder if they had come to the wrong place. Recalling the commotion from outside the city just now, an absurd thought arose in their minds. It couldn't all be Jiang Xie's doing, could it? They had initially thought Jiang Xie had merely used some method to temporarily hinder the advance of the Saint Province forces. But it seemed to have far exceeded their expectations. How did the outside become like this? Who can tell me what Xie just did? Are these really the major forces of Saint Province? This scene is too different from what we imagined. Incredible, simply incredible. Due to the temporary weakness of his body, and with the heavenly Dao sword and Fanchen sword still on him. So everyone did not perceive his true realm at this moment. This led to their feeling somewhat incredulous about the current situation. Of course, if they knew that Jiang Xie's current realm had already reached the Heavenly King realm, they would probably be even more shocked. Boom! A loud bang came, interrupting their various thoughts at this moment. Looking over, a massive creature collapsed before them with a crash. Then it dissipated into a green light. That giant monster had finally fallen, at the cost of killing one and severely injuring two venerable Emperor realm powerhouses. Of the 7 major forces of Saint Province, a total of 18 venerable Emperor realm powerhouses, one had already fallen before even entering Shengyuan City. 2 more had lost their combat effectiveness, leaving only 15 who could fight. In contrast, although everyone in the Shengyuan Empire had made progress within Jiang Xie's enlightenment domain, only Jiang Lian and Grand Elder Ziyu of the Haoran Sect, 2 half-step venerable Emperor realm powerhouses, successfully broke through to the venerable Emperor realm. Adding them up, there were only 8 venerable Emperor realm powerhouses. However, although Saint Province had many venerable Emperor realm powerhouses, most of them were at the venerable Emperor realm 3rd level or below. There was only 1 venerable Emperor realm 5th level powerhouse, and 2 venerable Emperor realm 4th level powerhouses. The 3 old ancestors of the Shengyuan Empire were respectively at the venerable Emperor realm 6th level, venerable Emperor realm 5th level, and venerable Emperor realm 3rd level. It could be said that long ago, the Shengyuan Empire had already begun preparing for this crisis. Even so, in terms of the number of high-end combatants, they were still inferior to the opponent, and if they fought, they would not gain the upper hand. This made everyone's expression solemn. Although Jiang Xie had given them a very good start, victory and defeat still did not lean towards their side. It seems this will be a fierce battle. Su Tan, who had just awakened from beneath the Shengyuan Empire, had a solemn expression. Even if he could hold back 2 or 3 people, it still couldn't change the disadvantage. I didn't expect that after so long, the foundation of Saint Continent is still so powerful, truly not to be underestimated. This is already a significant weakening. During the disaster thousands of years ago, there were still Saint Realm mighty experts present. Now, this world can no longer sense the aura of Saint Realm mighty experts. It's just a pity. The forces of the Eastern Continent are not united. There are only a few major forces like us. Sects in other regions are either preoccupied or watching from the sidelines, unaware that once we fall, their fate won't be much better. This was the sorrow in their hearts now. People are always like this. When danger has not yet befallen them, they often choose to stand by, unwilling to get involved and take risks. Little do they know, only by doing so is there a way out. Otherwise, it will be a case of, the fox mourns the death of the rabbit. On the other side, the old ancestors of the various Saint Province forces, who had dealt with the unknown monster, had eyes spitting fire. They had not felt so frustrated in a long time. The dignity of the Saint Province forces had been repeatedly trampled by a junior. Now they could finally start a massacre. Looking at the people of the Shengyuan Empire, their eyes glowed with bloodlust. On the Shengyuan Imperial Palace Plaza, Jiang Xie sat on Little Black's back, staring at Gu Shengxing and the East Tower powerhouses kneeling before him, and frowned, saying, "Gu Shengxing and everyone, what is the meaning of this?" Gu Shengxing lowered his head, cupped his hands, his voice somewhat sorrowful. This subordinate has failed the Tower Lord's trust, unable to detect the intentions of the various Saint Province forces at the first moment, which led to, which led to my East Tower disciples suffering heavy casualties. As he spoke, his voice was already choked. I beg the Tower Lord to punish me. Saying that, he knelt down. I beg the Tower Lord to punish me. Behind him, a group of East Tower high-ranking officials also knelt down one after another, their voices like a booming bell. To be honest, although Jiang Xie was angry and enraged, it wasn't directed at them. It was anger towards those people from Saint Province. He knew Gu Shengxing's capabilities. If even he was helpless, only two forces could achieve that. Firstly, Stargazing Pavilion, secondly, Tianji Tower. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Tianji Tower, I wonder if they can calculate that their days are numbered. All of you rise. The fault is not yours, the fault is theirs. If you wish to atone for the fallen disciples, then kill more enemies, not beg for punishment here. His words were resonant and powerful, like a bright lamp, illuminating the hearts of the East Tower people. They raised their heads, their gazes firm, their voices like thunder. We respectfully obey the Tower Lord's command. With that, they all stood up and flew towards the outside of the city. Gu Shengxing still wanted to say something, but Jiang Xie directly waved his hand, not giving him a chance. Seeing this, Gu Shengxing understood. He slightly cupped his hands and left with the others. Standing on Little Black's back, he glanced at the battlefield in the distance. Jiang Xie made a decision in his heart. The Fanchen sword reappeared in his hand. He gently stroked the sword body and murmured to himself, "Let me be weak for a while then, this battle. It's better to end it quickly." The Fanchen sword trembled slightly, seemingly very excited. Little Black watched carefully. This sword strike is called instant. Big brother, what is instant? Little Black's big eyes widened, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Xie chuckled and said, instant means in the blink of an eye the sword light has arrived, a single sword strike severing the galaxy. As his words fell, he raised his right hand, and a sharp sword light shot forth from his sword. The sword gleam raged, initially as thin as a hair, then continuously expanded. In an instant, it became as if connecting heaven and earth. At this moment, that sword gleam, spanning countless distances, appeared in the eyes of every person on the Shengyuan Continent. 559, 2-in-1 Deja Vu Big Win. That sword light seemed to cleave the heavens and earth, like a brilliant rainbow, shining with dazzling radiance. In the northern desert, amidst the boundless yellow sands, cultivators who had lost their way stared blankly at the endless desert before them, their eyes filled with despair. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone's eyes lit up, discovering that brilliant light in the distant sky. Their faces all showed joy. This light became their only guiding beacon and their only hope in the yellow sands. Yet, within the western forest, birds and beasts flew together, and countless people saw that dazzling light through the gaps in the trees. Within the Blood Demon Sect, Zhu Tian seemed to sense something, his gaze sweeping outwards, and when he saw that chilling sword light for some reason, he inexplicably shivered. Young Master Jiang, with the forces of Saint Continent gathered, you probably won't be able to cause trouble this time. It's just a pity that I can't personally avenge my son, which is somewhat regrettable. This sword light, I wonder which powerful figure from Saint Continent unleashed it. It's simply too formidable. If I were to go up against it, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Thinking of this, Zhu Tian shivered again, then withdrew his gaze and continued to cultivate. In the southern border, within the 10,000 mountains, countless people looked up at the sky. The powerful figures within the various sect forces also had solemn expressions. In their view, this must be a display of power from the people of Saint Province, meant to awe these sects. It seems, the Shengyuan Empire will still not escape this calamity. Even if young Master Jiang killed many powerful figures from Saint Continent in advance, the disparity in strength is still not enough to compensate. It seems we will have a hard time in the future. Prepare to close the sect. Yet, many powerful figures from various forces secretly shook their heads, believing that the Shengyuan Empire's destiny was at an end. It wasn't that they hadn't considered this sword strike to be Jiang Xie's doing. It's just that, when they thought of the news they had heard, Jiang Xie had made so many moves in a short period of time, and the consumption must have been enormous. The possibility of him unleashing a sword light of such power was simply too small. Furthermore, in the previous news, no one mentioned Jiang Xie's specific cultivation level. As a result, their understanding of Jiang Xie was only superficial. And on a certain hidden mountain, within a magnificent mysterious sect, two old men sat opposite each other. One wore a Taoist robe with star patterns, while the other held a whisk, also in a Taoist robe but without the 7-star pattern. Yuan Su, the pavilion master of Star-Gazing Pavilion, looked at the old man opposite him with profound eyes and slowly said, "Yuan brother, Saint Continent has just broken its seal and is already so eager to come to me. Do you want to see how my star-gazing pavilion is doing now? Ha 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 ha, Yuan brother, your words make one sad. I just haven't seen an old friend for a long time and miss him a bit. Gu Chen, the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master, laughed heartily, his expression calm. Yuan brother certainly has good methods. At the cost of so many Tianji Tower disciples, you set up this covering sky formation, rendering our techniques useless. It seems you are determined to conquer Eastern Continent, and even other regions. Yuan Su smiled without warmth, a hint of sharpness already in his words. Gu Chen unhurriedly stroked his beard and said calmly, Yuan brother, this covering sky formation doesn't cover the star-gazing pavilion, but all those who can deduce the heavenly Tao, including me of course. Aren't you afraid of any unforeseen circumstances? Yuan Su hinted. I just fear that your painstaking arrangements will ultimately be in vain. The Kaiyuan Empire indeed has a 7 stars cave successor, but he can't pose much of a threat. Moreover, I deduced the heavenly Tao before the formation was activated, and there were no surprises. Gu Chen's face was flushed, appearing full of confidence. Yuan Su pondered for a while then said, what if someone could obscure the heavenly Tao? What then? Hearing this, Gu Chen looked at him meaningfully and slowly said, Yuan brother, do you know how many things in this world can obscure the heavenly Tao? Even those few famous artifacts can't do it. You and I both know that those famous artifacts are merely acquired chaos artifacts. Although their power is extremely strong, they are still a bit lacking if they wish to obscure the heavenly Tao. Unless. Speaking of this, he seemed to remember something, then gently shook his head and laughed. Unless. The legendary first famous artifact, the true innate chaos artifact, the heavenly Tao sword is present. But, how could that be? Don't you agree, fellow Taoist Yuan? Yuan Su was silent for a while. Although he also felt it was impossible still. For some reason, there was always an inexplicable feeling. He couldn't describe this feeling, and it didn't have much impact, but he just felt like a thorn. Finally he sighed and said, I hope so, otherwise the foundation of our sects might be shaken. Look, what is that? That's a sword light. This sword seems familiar. That's Crown Prince Suzai's sword. I remember, back in the Kaiyuan secret realm, Crown Prince Suzai also saved us like this. Somewhere in Eastern Continent, a group of young disciples looked at the sword light in the distant sky, all showing excited expressions. Among them, a young man with a bewildered gaze, upon seeing that sword light, inexplicably flashed a hint of light in his eyes. Yet, he still used the Fanchen sword, didn't he? In a certain city of the Kaiyuan Empire, a peerless young woman looked at the distant scene, her face filled with worry, and her heart was tightly clenched. Yet, within the 10,000 mountains, a group of people looked into the distance, as if they sensed something, and all muttered Jiang Xie's name. A young man with closed eyes, his right hand trembled almost imperceptibly. Yet, somewhere in Kaiyuan City, another young woman looked at the scene before her, and couldn't help but recall Jiang Xie's graceful swordplay years ago at the Shengyuan Sect. The sword strike unleashed by Jiang Xie astonished the world, and once again pushed the great war in the Kaiyuan Empire of Eastern Continent to a climax. Inside and outside Kaiyuan City, figures stood frozen in place, one after another. Spies from all over were so shocked that they forgot to send out messages. They only felt that their vision was completely filled with that dazzling light. The sword light illuminated the world, its divine might boundless. At this moment, in the sky outside Kaiyuan City, countless people turned to look at that sword light. They were utterly shaken, beyond words. And those powerful figures from Saint Continent, amidst their shock, gradually became terrified. They discovered that the sword light was actually coming towards them, and at an extremely fast speed. The sword light seemed to have eyes, arriving in an instant. Not good, quick go. The Zhan family old ancestor's expression changed drastically as he roared at his surroundings. Some reacted quickly, making a move in an instant. Others, older though they possessed venerable emperor realm cultivation, had limited lifespans and declining bodily functions, reacting too slowly. They were swept by the sword light, becoming lost souls. Even the people on the Kaiyuan Empire's side wore solemn expressions, releasing their spiritual power to protect themselves. Even if it was just the aftermath, if they didn't protect themselves, they would likely suffer no small injuries. Within the battlefield, changes were constant. No one could predict what would happen next. Just like at this moment, the Saint Continent forces, who had originally held the upper hand, instantly fell into a disadvantage. Jiang Xie's sword strike directly cut down half of the powerful figures at or above the venerable emperor realm from the Saint Continent forces, and of course, many powerful figures below the venerable emperor realm as well. Most of the venerable emperor realm powerful figures from Saint Continent, who had escaped the calamity, also sustained injuries. Looking at the scene before them, they were both shocked and furious. Just a second ago, they were full of vigor and confident of victory, but the next second they were in such a tragic state. Under the effect of divine sense, their gazes pierced through the layers of people from the Shengyuan Empire, and locked onto the figure lying on the black kiln in the Shengyuan Empire's imperial palace. Roars erupted from their mouths. "Young Master Jiang, it's you again. We will surely kill you to vent our hatred." Jiang Xie, it was all because of Jiang Xie. A battle that should have been a complete victory collapsed like this. Not only did it collapse, but it also damaged the very foundation of their forces. This hatred, this enmity, made their killing intent towards Jiang Xie reach its peak. What Shengyuan Empire, what Eastern Continent, none were as hateful as Jiang Xie alone. At this point, you still dare to boast. You can speak after you escape from my Shengyuan Empire. On that side, Su Tan snorted coldly, his robes fluttering without wind, as he struck at the few surviving individuals from Saint Continent. The others also didn't delay, all making their moves. What they had to do now was to keep all these people. Thus, no one would be able to shake the Shengyuan Empire again. The other forces would also have no more worries. Jiang Xie, lying on Little Black's back, felt completely powerless and extremely weak, yet a wide smile was on his face. Cough cough. Perhaps due to extreme weakness, his long-absent coughing blood after effect reappeared. He didn't understand why, even after changing his physical body, this coughing blood problem persisted, though its frequency had significantly decreased. "Big brother, are you all right?" Little Black tilted its head, a little worried. Jiang Xie waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." With that, he leaped off Little Black's back. The moment he landed, his legs went soft, and he almost fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he steadied himself, walked a few steps pretending to be calm, then patted Little Black and said, "All right, you go get some practice too." "All right, big brother." Little Black bounced a few times, appearing extremely happy. It had long wanted to go out and kill in all directions, just watching was truly boring. With Jiang Xie's command, it darted off in a flash, specifically targeting powerful figures below the venerable emperor realm on the battlefield. Seeing this, Jiang Xie smiled helplessly. After sensing his own condition, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the Fanchen sword had absorbed a huge amount of life force this time, fortunately, the heaven-mending divine lotus continuously replenished his life force, causing him to only be weak for a while at this moment. Other than that, there were no other major problems. Taking out the Fanchen sword and looking at it, Jiang Xie was a little helpless. "My goodness, how much life force do you need to be full? When will you stop absorbing life force? If this continues, I'm afraid you'll suck me dry." He always felt that the Fanchen sword's absorption of life force wasn't limitless. It seemed that, after reaching a certain critical value, it would stop absorbing life force. The sounds of battle echoed in his ears. Looking into the distance, the battle was almost one-sided. The various forces of Saint Continent had absolutely no ability to resist under the attacks of the few major forces of Eastern Continent. Seeing this situation, Jiang Xie's mind, previously clouded by anger, cleared up a bit. Much of the anger in his heart also disappeared. This was because he had just remembered that he seemed to also know a soul-shifting great art, which meant that old Wu still had a chance of being resurrected. Previously, he had always believed this method was inhumane, requiring the divine souls of many people as a sacrifice. Now that he thought about it, he was still too shallow. If it's the enemies, why not? At present, so many people from Saint Continent have died. Their lingering divine souls should be enough, right? If not, then he would target the Zhan family. This was the cruelty of reality. If the Shengyuan Empire had lost this time, countless people would have died at their hands. As the saying goes, if you don't cut the grass by the roots, it will grow back with the spring breeze. The feud between them and the Saint Continent forces had already been forged, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. Between the two sides, it was either your death or mine. Since they would die sooner or later, using them to revive old Wu was perfectly suitable. Thinking of this, Jiang Xie called back Little Black, who was having a blast. "Big brother, what's wrong? I haven't had enough fun yet." Little Black was very excited, returning with a heavenly king realm powerful figure clutched in its paws. That powerful figure was spitting blood, a large gash torn open on his chest, and he was already on his last breath. Jiang Xie frowned and said, "Quickly get him out of here, he looks unlucky." "All right, big brother," Little Black responded, and with one gulp, it swallowed the man beneath it. Jiang Xie was stunned by the sight. But on closer thought, it seemed quite normal for Yao beasts to eat people. Shaking his head and casting aside those chaotic thoughts, he leaped onto Little Black's back and said, "Let's go find your sister-in-law." "All right." Little Black let out a strange laugh and zipped away from Kainyuan City. After Jiang Xie left, the great battle gradually subsided. The Saint Continent forces were beaten back repeatedly, and countless powerful figures fell outside Kainyuan City. In this battle, the Kainyuan Empire achieved a great victory. Someone recorded the beginning and end of this event and compiled it into a long article, which read as follows. The Saint Continent seal broke, and its forces came fiercely, sweeping across various regions, burning, killing, looting, and plundering. The Shengyuan Continent was in chaos, and countless sect forces cried out in misery. From time to time, forces were annihilated, disappearing forever into the river of history. The day after the Saint Continent's barrier broke, the 7 major forces all headed towards Eastern Continent, coming fiercely. Their target was the great nation of Eastern Continent, the Kainyuan Empire. For a time, the various forces in Eastern Continent were shaken, and cultivators scattered like startled birds. Haoran Sect, Jiang family, Brewing Villa, Xuanchen Sect, and other sects gathered in Kainyuan City to jointly resist the enemy. Young Master Jiang Xie appeared during the war, his cultivation having reached the heavenly king realm. As soon as he made a move, it was several great emperor laws and divine ability domains were unleashed with ease. After destroying many powerful figures, he summoned a giant black gate. Inside the giant gate, there was a monster with a green face and fangs. The monster was huge and powerful, fighting 10 venerable emperor powerful figures from Saint Continent alone. At the cost of killing one and severely injuring 2, it was defeated by the Saint Continent powerful figures. Subsequently, the powerful figures from Kainyuan City all came out, but the gap in combat power was still huge. It was at this moment that a sword light shot out from within the city, directly piercing the sky. It was Jiang Xie who unleashed it using the Fanchen sword. With one sword strike, the heavens and earth dimmed. Many venerable emperor powerful figures from Saint Continent fell, and the situation instantly reversed. Ultimately, countless Saint Continent powerful figures were killed or wounded, with only 3 of the 18 venerable emperor powerful figures escaping. In this battle, the Kainyuan Empire achieved a great victory. After the war, this article also inadvertently began to spread across the continent. Today, Boulder City was a bit lively. While everyone was still waiting for the outcome of the great battle outside Kainyuan City, the arrival of Jiang Xie and Little Black made this small city boil with excitement. When countless people saw the young man riding the black Kilin, they all showed solemn respect. Someone bravely asked Jiang Xie, "May I ask Crown Prince Suzai, what is the situation on the front lines?" The questioner was a man whose cultivation was only at the Yukong realm. He was originally a man from the Kainyuan Empire, extremely concerned about this battle, and naturally did not wish for the Kainyuan Empire to be annihilated. This question attracted the attention of countless people. Jiang Xie, riding on Little Black's back, merely smiled faintly at the question. In this battle the Empire will surely win, and it will be a great victory. Really, that's great. The Kainyuan Empire will win this battle, we don't have to flee. Ha, good. Thank you, Crown Prince. For a time, countless people were overjoyed, some even weeping with joy. Their homeland would not be occupied by the enemy, and they would not have to leave their homes. This was the best possible outcome. 560, maybe, there is a way. Jiang Xie's words undoubtedly gave them a shot in the arm. It swept away the worries in many people's hearts. While they were surprised that the Kainyuan Empire could win, their happiness was genuine. "May I ask, young master, when can we return to Kainyuan City?" Another person asked expectantly. Jiang Xie smiled faintly, "Half an hour." When he arrived, he had already seen the situation. It was completely one-sided. The Kainyuan Empire's victory would definitely not take more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Half an hour was already a conservative estimate. Half an hour, we can go back so quickly, that's great. Really, then can we start preparing to go back now? Did it really end so fast? What the young master said is naturally true. Everyone, hurry and pack your things. Instantly, many people left, presumably preparing to return to the Kainyuan Empire. Amidst the crowd's clamor, Jiang Xie also quietly left everyone's sight. After sending Little Hai back into the Kainyuan bracelet, he went alone to a secluded small courtyard. The courtyard was exquisite, and not in the bustling area of the city. He pushed open the door, and what greeted him was Jai Yu's gaze, which held both anger and worry. "You're back." "I'm back." "Are you injured?" "No." "Really? Really?" "Oh." Their conversation was brief, followed by a period of silence. After a few breaths, Jiang Xie's eyes darted around and he feigned weakness, falling forward while still mumbling, "My head. Why is it suddenly a bit dizzy?" Of course, his clumsy acting couldn't fool Jai Yu's eyes. But she was willing to play along. A fragrant breeze brushed past, and Jiang Xie only felt himself falling into a warm and soft embrace. His hands, as if guided by navigation, skillfully moved towards a certain spot. Upon contact, there were two soft mounds. Jai Yu trembled all over as if she had been electrocuted. Her face instantly turned bright red. Although she had sensed Jiang Xie was up to no good, she hadn't expected him to be so decisive. She slapped his salty pig hand away with her right hand, looking at him with a hint of anger. You're still not honest even like this. Is now the time for fooling around? Old Wu is still. At this point, her enthusiasm vanished, and her face became clouded with worry. Jiang Xie reined in his playful thoughts but still lay in Jai Yu's embrace, his voice somewhat muffled. Actually, old Wu might still be able to revive. Revive? Jai Yu's beautiful eyes flickered, looking doubtful. I know old Wu might be able to revive, after all, a trace of his divine soul hasn't perished, but even if he can revive, who knows how many years it will take. At this she sighed. How could she not understand that old Wu had hope of revival? It's just, to achieve that, one would probably need at least great emperor realm cultivation. That realm was too distant for them. Who knows how many years it would take to reach it. What if I told you, it wouldn't take that long? Jiang Xie stood up, smiling mysteriously. Is there really a way? Jai Yu's expression brightened, and she lightly tugged on Jiang Xie's sleeve, her heart somewhat agitated. Jiang Xie was silent for a moment before saying, there is, but whether it will work I'm not sure. Even so, we still have to try. If he didn't try, he wouldn't be reconciled. Bring old Wu, we will go and bring him back to life. Jai Yu nodded. If others said this, she might not believe it, but if it was what Jiang Xie said, she would choose to believe him unconditionally. Taking old Wu's body, the two returned to the battlefield. On the battlefield, the fighting had already ended. As articles detailing the entire battle's beginning and end gradually spread throughout various regions, there were many gasps of cold air everywhere. No one had expected that the ultimate victor of this battle would actually be the Shengyuan Empire. Even more unexpectedly, the one who caused the entire battle's direction to change was actually Jiang Xie. Heavenly King Realm Expert, numerous great Emperor Laws, a mysterious door, a single sword strike annihilating several venerable Emperor Realm experts. One title after another was added to him. Coupled with Jiang Xie's past achievements, it left the cultivators of the Saint Continent at a loss for words to express their feelings. It was as if they had witnessed an unprecedented genius rise. This genius completely overshadowed all geniuses in the entire Saint Continent's history, making the geniuses of this era, and even many other eras, dim in comparison to him. Young geniuses of his age dared not utter his name, for he was a towering mountain, an endless mountain pressing down on them. Whenever Jiang Xie's name was mentioned, a sense of powerlessness would rise in their hearts. They felt that with Jiang Xie present, all other geniuses seemed mediocre. This invisibly increased the pressure on the young people. When the major forces received the news, the strong individuals within them all had complex expressions. Some sighed, with this child the Shengyuan Empire is as solid as a rock. Others were full of envy. If our forces had a genius like Jiang Xie, why would we worry about not flourishing? Still others said, I originally thought the Shengyuan Empire would surely lose this battle, but I never expected the situation to change because of Jiang Xie. This victory of the Shengyuan Empire undoubtedly increased the confidence of forces in other regions. The Saint Continent is no longer to be feared. With just this one battle, the Shengyuan Empire also became an existence that other forces on the Saint Continent dared not provoke. It even subtly gained the reputation of being the Saint Continent's foremost power. Its prestige also soared, and throughout the continent, young geniuses began to embark on the path eastward. They wanted to enter the Shengyuan Empire's territory to seek new opportunities and new development. Within the Saint Continent, there was also a silence, completely without sound. Some noticed that the major forces of the Saint Continent had actually united again, setting up a grand formation around St. Yuan City, the most central and prosperous city in the Saint Continent. Such a scene led everyone to speculate that it was because they had been frightened by the Shengyuan Empire, to the extent that they had to set up a grand formation to prevent a large-scale invasion by the Shengyuan Empire. In the southern border, within the star-gazing pavilion. Upon receiving the news, Heavenly Secrets Tower Master Gu Chen's expression immediately changed drastically. He instantly stood up, stumbled a few steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, this is impossible. Looking into the distance, his eyes were unfocused, as if he had aged several decades. The pavilion master of the star-gazing pavilion who was with him also had a drastic change in expression. He hadn't expected that his words would actually come true, and something unexpected had indeed happened. Gu Chen's schemes had all turned into bubbles at this moment. Moreover, their star-gazing pavilion might also be implicated. As his expression constantly changed, Yuan Su's gaze became sharp. Fellow Taoist Gu, since things have come to this, there's nothing more for us to say. Please leave my star-gazing pavilion quickly. My star-gazing pavilion does not wish to be entangled in any karma with your Tianji Tower. Gu Chen's unfocused eyes regained some color. Hearing the harsh words of dismissal, he actually laughed. Ha ha, ha ha ha. 561. I can't keep calm anymore. Yuan brother, do you think you can stay out of this? Gu Chen sneered. Do you really think this covering sky formation can be set up by my Tianji Tower alone? What did you say? Yuan Su was shocked, a possibility suddenly dawning on him, and he blurted out, could it be? Someone in my star-gazing pavilion helped you. Ha ha ha, precisely. Gu Chen cackled, looking at Yuan Su with a taunting expression. This time, your star-gazing pavilion is also involved, so, are you still going to drive this old man away? Yuan Su was filled with rage, wishing he could eliminate the traitor, but unfortunately he didn't know who the traitor was. His fists clenched and unclenched, repeating this several times before he finally compromised. Since he could no longer remain aloof, he could only go along with it. Joining forces, perhaps there was still a chance. What do you want to do? Yuan Su asked in a deep voice. Gu Chen sat down again, smiling. Although the plan failed, you and I don't need to worry. The reason our two great sects have been able to stand in the Shengyuan Continent for so many years is not by military might, but by. As he said this, he looked up at the sky. Yuan Su, of course, understood his meaning. The two sects were originally from the same origin in ancient times, and the foundation of their existence was not their powerful strength. It was their ability to discern heavenly secrets. Although our strength might be lower than the Kaiyuan Empire in terms of foresight, no other force or person can compare. As long as we use it properly, our forces will not only be safe and sound, but we can even completely resolve future troubles. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Gu Chen's face. Being able to foresee things meant that their actions would be seen through in advance. For their two sects to be annihilated was a pipe dream. Over the years, they had encountered many crises, and there were stronger ones than this. Yet their legacy had still safely continued to this day. As long as their two sects didn't fight amongst themselves, the other party would be helpless. The Seven Stars Cave, previously, was also unstoppable in the Shengyuan Continent. Only by their combined efforts, with their similar ability to discern heavenly secrets, could they annihilate it. But now, besides their two sects, there was no other force in the Shengyuan Continent that could discern heavenly secrets. The Seven Stars Cave had long become history. Yuan Su also had to admit that what he said made a lot of sense. As long as their two sects united, the crisis could be resolved easily. But when he thought of some key points, he still frowned. I still don't understand how this situation exceeded expectations. Is there something fishy about that young Master Jiang? HMPH, he has a Seven Stars Cave legacy holder by his side. It's normal for him to know some techniques to shield heavenly secrets. He must have done something to that Jiang family brat, which is why we encountered an unforeseen situation. Gu Chen's expression was grim as he continued. Back then, in order to obtain the cultivation technique of the Seven Stars Cave, the predecessors of our two great sects did not hesitate to join forces to annihilate it. However, we never expected that the people of the Seven Stars Cave had already prepared, even if the sect was annihilated. The whereabouts of that cultivation technique could never be deduced. It must have had some technique to obscure heavenly secrets placed upon it. For so many years, no Seven Stars Cave legacy holder has appeared. We thought obtaining the Seven Stars Cave cultivation technique was hopeless, but now a Seven Stars Cave legacy holder has appeared. It's just a pity that he's in the Kaiyuan Empire. As he spoke, a look of disappointment couldn't help but appear on his face. If it were anywhere else, he would have already captured him and forced him to reveal the whereabouts of the Seven Stars Cave cultivation technique. This targeting of the Kaiyuan Empire was not only to vent the resentment of being sealed for thousands of years, but the greater purpose was actually the Seven Stars Cave cultivation technique on Gu Shengxing. Through his words, Yuan Su also understood the reason for his arrangements. If it was for the Seven Stars Cave cultivation technique, it made sense. He too desired that cultivation technique. Even his hatred for the traitor lessened a bit, if it had succeeded. It was just a pity it ultimately failed. In that case, we must quickly lift this covering sky formation, otherwise, it will still restrict us. Without the ability to discern heavenly secrets, we are definitely no match for the Kaiyuan Empire. That's right, we must lift it as soon as possible. Yet, just as the two were discussing lifting the covering sky formation as soon as possible. In the Yuan Empire, after the battle ended, a figure quietly left. In a massive river, Gu Shengxing's figure was like a nimble fish, swimming freely in the turbulent currents and surging undercurrents of the river. His gaze was resolute, as if he had made some determination. After swimming in the river for a while, a cave finally appeared before him. Without hesitation, he plunged into it. A moment later, he surfaced in a pool within a cave. After evaporating the water from his body with spiritual power, he stepped towards the depths of the cave. After bypassing some secret passages and walking for a quarter of an hour on winding paths, Gu Shengxing entered an immortal cave. Inside the immortal cave, countless stars twinkled. There was a stone platform, and upon it were projections of countless stars, converging into a phantom of a sheepskin scroll. This was the core cultivation technique of the Seven Stars Cave, the Seven Stars Observing Yuan cultivation technique. And this was not the original, but a projection of the original. As for where the true Seven Stars Observing Yuan cultivation technique was, Gu Shengxing also didn't know. He only knew that this place was just one of the many legacy grounds of the Seven Stars Cave. It was precisely because of this that he concluded that, given time, other Seven Stars Cave legacy holders would surely appear, and then he would have to compete with them. The victor would continue forward, the loser would be utterly defeated. Below the stone platform, there was also a formation eye, but it was in an unactivated state. Looking at the stone platform, Gu Shengxing first bowed 3 times solemnly, then muttered to himself. Seven Stars Cave Sect rules. All Seven Stars Cave disciples shall not associate with people from Tianji Tower or Star-Gazing Pavilion. If there is an opportunity, they shall annihilate the 2 sects, rebuild the Seven Stars Cave, to avenge the destruction of the sect, and allow the Seven Stars Cave to continue its legacy. Now, the Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion have set up the covering sky formation to disturb the continental order and cause widespread suffering. This crime deserves punishment. A cold glint flashed in Gu Shengxing's eyes as he said coldly, "If it weren't for you, how could my East Tower disciples have suffered such heavy casualties? The Tower Lord will surely act against you, since you have set up the covering sky formation. Then let this formation be the catalyst for your demise." Saying this, he bit his right middle finger, forcing out a drop of essence blood, which he dripped into the unactivated formation. In an instant, the formation eye glowed brightly, and an inexplicable chi began to manifest, as if something had merged into the heavens and earth. And Gu Shengxing's face rapidly paled. His cultivation also continuously dropped. From the Heavenly King realm, he returned to the Law realm. He had no worries about this. The cultivation technique of the Seven Stars Cave was like this. Each use would consume a certain amount of cultivation. As long as Jiang Xie could successfully break through to the Great Emperor realm, then his cultivation would also rise to the Great Emperor realm. Not only that, but in the future, even if he consumed cultivation by using the cultivation technique, he would no longer fall below the Great Emperor realm. Tianji Tower, Star-Gazing Pavilion, are you ready? Oh. At the same time, within the Star-Gazing Pavilion, Yuan Su and Gu Chen, who were jointly casting spells to cancel the covering sky formation, suddenly changed their expressions drastically. In their vision, something indescribable and unclear seemed to have appeared in the void realm. This thing actually made them lose control over the covering sky formation. In other words, they couldn't cancel this formation anymore. This is impossible. How can this be possible? This isn't real. Both of them had expressions of disbelief. It's the Seven Stars Cave, damn it. The Seven Stars Cave actually still had such a trick up its sleeve. Did they foresee this day for us? Gu Chen was no longer calm. His eyes were filled with fear. Impossible. If they could truly foresee this moment, then they wouldn't have been annihilated back then. Yuan Su frantically shook his head, his face ashen. The inability to cancel the covering sky formation meant that their ability to discern heavenly secrets was completely ineffective. In other words, they had no means to evade the Yuan Empire's attack. If the Yuan Empire really attacked them, then they would undoubtedly suffer a devastating disaster. At this moment, Yuan Su no longer cared about his face and immediately pointed at Gu Chen's head, cursing, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could my star-gazing pavilion have come to such a state? Tell me, what should we do now?" Even if he was usually calm, he couldn't stay calm now. Gu Chen's face also wasn't looking good. He felt that the crisis they were facing this time was unprecedented. At this point, he could only brace himself and say, "Right now, if we continue to fight amongst ourselves, we will only be annihilated faster." 562. New ideas. The Saint Continent is definitely not a place to stay now. The Qianyuan Empire will surely gather forces to attack. Yuan brother, I must move my disciples to your sect as soon as possible. Then, we will fight the enemy together. Gu Chen's expression was solemn. After speaking, he turned and left. Yuan Su's eyes flashed, and he had an impulse to attack while Gu Chen was unprepared. After much hesitation, he still gave up. No matter how unwilling he was, now was not the time to act. If he attacked, he would lose an ally. He had thought about killing Gu Chen, to pledge allegiance to the Qianyuan Empire. But that was impossible. Not to mention that some of his own disciples participated in this great battle. Even if the Qianyuan Empire had the Seven Stars Cave successor, the other party probably wouldn't let it go. One must know that there was an unerasable feud between the Seven Stars Cave and them. I hope we can safely get through this calamity. Outside Qianyuan City, the battle had long ended. Corpses lay everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. Jiang Xie and Jai Huayu took Uncle Wu's body and found a secluded place. After laying Uncle Wu's body on the ground, Jai Huayu turned and asked Jiang Xie, "Is it enough to just leave him like this?" Jiang Xie nodded. He looked at the sky. There was no sunlight, making it appear somewhat gloomy. Taking a deep breath, and carefully reviewing the key points of the soul-shifting great art in his mind, his eyes became firm. Success or failure depends on this one move. The soul-shifting great art consumes a great deal of mental power, but the cultivation requirement is not high. Although he was somewhat weak now, he could still complete it without a problem. Jiang Xie leaped lightly into the air. Looking at the countless corpses below, a special black qi began to surge from his hands. Slowly, black qi also began to appear on his body. At this moment, he was like an emissary from hell. With a grasp of his hands, countless remnant souls flew out from the corpses below and gathered in his hands. Those remnant souls gradually formed a huge black spherical substance in his hands, constantly rotating. This sight left Jai Huayu below stunned. Her mouth was slightly open, her eyes blank, looking very adorable. Looking at the scene before her, she was speechless. This was her first time seeing such a strange method, being able to extract remnant souls from the bodies of the dead. Could it be? Was he going to use these remnant souls to nourish that trace of Uncle Wu's remnant soul? Is this possible? So many mixed souls mixed together, would there really be no problems? She inexplicably became worried. She had seen people use heaven and earth treasure to nourish souls, heard of people using great formations of heaven and earth to nourish remnant souls, and even heard legends of people using great divine ability to nourish souls. But she had never seen such a method. This method was truly too cruel. If it were seen by some people who claimed to be righteous, it might cause another wave of trouble. However, because it was Jiang Xie, even if someone saw it, they probably wouldn't dare to do anything. And precisely because it was Jiang Xie, although Jai Huayu had some worries in her heart, she still chose to trust him. The entire battlefield, countless corpses and remnant souls gathered together, were only the size of a human head. Jiang Xie was unsure whether these remnant souls could revive Uncle Wu. Since things had come to this, he could only try. Carrying the ball formed by the gathered remnant souls, Jiang Xie flew down beside Uncle Wu. He lightly touched Uncle Wu's forehead with his left hand, and a faint light emerged from Uncle Wu's forehead, looking as if it could extinguish at any moment. Jiang Xie's gaze was solemn, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Jai Huayu also watched quietly from the side, not daring to speak, fearing that she would disturb Jiang Xie's thoughts. Subsequently, a black qi enveloped that wisp of light, forming a barrier. The remnant souls in Jiang Xie's other hand began to continuously move towards the black barrier, and then merged into that point of light. Under the continuous infusion of remnant souls, that point of light visibly became brighter and began to slowly grow stronger. Before long, that light began to change. It gradually took on a somewhat human-like shape. But the remnant souls in Jiang Xie's hand were also almost depleted. Even after the remnant souls completely disappeared, it only had some human outline. To fully restore it, it was still far from enough. Seeing this scene, Jai Huayu's face showed both excitement and worry. The excitement was that Jiang Xie's method indeed worked. The worry was that the remnant souls were gone, and would stopping midway cause any problems. Her gaze turned towards Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie understood the thoughts in her eyes and smiled slightly. Don't worry, stopping is fine, but we must find new divine souls as soon as possible. If it cannot be completed within 7 days, not only will it be a complete failure, but even. He didn't need to say the rest of the sentence. Jai Huayu already understood. She asked anxiously, then what should we do? Of course, kill. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes. Since the Jian family caused Uncle Wu to become like this, they naturally had to pay the corresponding price. You mean attack the Saint Continent? Jiang understood and said thoughtfully. Jiang Xie nodded and continued. That's right, but before that, we must first deal with several other forces. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Heavenly Sword Sect and the Beast Taming Sect definitely couldn't be left alone, and in the Eastern Continent, they would be eradicated first. Tianji Tower and Star Gazing Pavilion also had a hand in this great battle. If he didn't deal with the Tianji Tower and Star Gazing Pavilion first, with their abilities, they might cause some major disturbances. Of course, another reason was that, since the soul-shifting great art was called a demonic technique, it would certainly not be that simple. This indicated that the divine souls it required would be a massive number. Just one Jian family would definitely not be enough. The Heavenly Sword Sect and the Beast Taming Sect had long leaned towards the Saint Continent forces, and in the previous great battle, they stood by and watched. Leaving them in the Eastern Continent would also be a disaster. As for those forces in the Saint Continent, since they could wantonly kill and plunder in other places, they naturally had to be prepared to be treated the same way by others. With this physical body, while thinking about how to place Uncle Wu's divine soul, Jiang Xie encountered another difficulty. Uncle Wu's physical body had already been shattered beyond recognition by the Jian family members, with gaps everywhere. Even if it recovered, it would inevitably leave some hidden dangers. This would likely be extremely detrimental to Uncle Wu's future cultivation. Since he wanted to revive Uncle Wu, what he was thinking about was how to make Uncle Wu undergo a complete transformation. Uncle Wu's physical body can't be used right. Jiang also frowned, unsure what to do. After pondering for a while, Jiang Xie's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to remember. When he first entered the Shengyuan secret realm, he obtained a physical body there that was said to belong to a great devil head. Since he could be called a great devil head and was pursued by so many strong individuals, it was enough to show that his strength was extraordinary, and his talent was certainly not comparable to Uncle Wu's physical body. Could it be? Let Uncle Wu's divine soul enter that body, similar to possession. After all, that body seemed to have no divine soul. P.S. I wonder how many people still remember this foreshadowing. 563. Demon's Body. Thinking of this, Jiang Xie immediately summoned the physical body from his storage ring. Despite being just a body, the moment it appeared, both of them felt an extremely strong pressure emanating from it. When his cultivation was lower, he couldn't perceive as much. Now, Jiang Xie could clearly feel that this body contained extremely powerful energy. The feeling it gave him was no less than that of a great Emperor Realm expert. Could it be that this devil head was truly a great Emperor Realm expert in his lifetime? Jiang Xie frowned, lost in thought. It made sense. If he didn't possess great Emperor Realm strength, it would have been impossible for him to survive so long under the pursuit of so many experts. Jiang Xie, this is. Jiang was momentarily stunned, looking at the man with sudden white hair, skin as purplish-black as if poisoned, and 2 bloodstains extending from the corners of his eyes. She only felt a tremor in her heart. He was merely sitting cross-legged, devoid of any life aura, yet he exuded the most formidable aura Jiang had ever witnessed in her life. A devil head's corpse, obtained in the Shengyuan secret realm back then. It seemed extraordinary, so I brought it out. Did the devil head have great Emperor Realm cultivation in his lifetime? Probably so. Jiang Xie nodded with a solemn expression, then instructed, I need to check if his divine soul is still present. You step back first to avoid any accidents. Then be careful. Jiang nodded with a worried expression, then obediently retreated to the side, quietly observing. Jiang Xie strode forward, reaching the man in 2 or 3 steps. During this time, his expression was solemn, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. This was the physical body of a suspected great Emperor Realm expert. If he wasn't dead, a moment of carelessness might lead to his demise. Although he had already checked it once when he brought it out of the Shengyuan secret realm, it was inevitable that this devil head might have some hidden trump cards. Therefore, it was better to check again. Fortunately, during the process, the corpse remained unresponsive. Only then did Jiang Xie dare to place his finger on its forehead and examine it carefully. Jiang, who was watching closely from the side, felt her heart clench, her expression incredibly tense. After a while, Jiang Xie released his hand, a look of relief on his face. He turned to Jiang and smiled. It's fine. This body has long lost its divine soul and has become an empty shell. It can be used as old Wu's new physical body. Really? Jiang excitedly took a few steps forward, a sigh of relief also escaping her heart. Jiang Xie was also very happy. If old Wu recovered, not only would his strength advance by an unknown number of steps, but his future potential would also increase significantly. After confirming there were no major issues, he began to activate the soul-shifting great art. The soul-shifting, in soul-shifting great art has two meanings. First, it is to shift another person's divine soul, to supplement another's divine soul. Second, it is to shift a divine soul into another's body. The former requires a large expenditure of divine soul, while the latter requires a great expenditure of mental energy. For this, Jiang Xie also joined in to help. Under their combined efforts, Old Wu's remnant soul successfully entered the devil head's physical body. The moment it entered, a powerful aura erupted from the devil head, sending Jiang Xie and Jiang Xie flying dozens of meters back. The purplish-black skin on the devil head also faded considerably, with most of it returning to a normal skin tone. However, there was still some purplish-black color lingering on his body. Jiang Xie could feel that there was some life aura in that body. But that was all. Old Wu's divine soul had not yet fully recovered. At this moment, he could not wake up. It's finally done, the rest will require more divine soul to proceed. Jiang Xie was very happy to have achieved this much. The soul-shifting great art could indeed save people, and it was Old Wu's good fortune that a trace of his divine soul remained intact. Perhaps it was his persistent obsession that allowed it to be so. After placing the new Old Wu into the Yuan bracelet and sealing Old Wu's original body into a storage ring, the two began to rush towards Yuan City. Outside Yuan City at this moment, there was a large crowd. Dense throngs of cultivators continuously poured into Yuan City, either returning home, coming for its reputation, seeking information, or looking for an opportunity. In short, after this single battle, Yuan City had already become one of the most longed-for places for cultivators. Inside the city, the usual hustle and bustle had returned. Inside the imperial palace in Yuan Hall, there were many people. Everyone was tallying the gains from this battle, while discussing Jiang Xie, the greatest contributor to this battle. People from Haoran Sect, Brewing Villa, Shengyuan Sect, and the Jiang family had not yet left. Instead, they were quietly waiting here. As for whom they were waiting for, it was obvious. Where on earth has Xie gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Su Wu seemed a bit impatient. Previously, due to the war, there were many things they hadn't thought about in detail. Now that the war was over, as they thought about it carefully, they realized how terrifying Jiang Xie was now. Now they no longer dared to treat Jiang Xie as a junior. Of course, they also had immense curiosity about Jiang Xie. It wasn't just Su Wu who was impatient. Everyone present was the same. Their gazes frequently darted towards the outside of the main hall, appearing eager. Thump, thump, thump. Before long, footsteps sounded from outside the main hall. Everyone looked, and their expressions immediately lit up with joy. For a time, the entire main hall was filled with various sounds. The experts of the Jiang family either called him Xie or Young Lord. Most of the experts from Haoran Sect called him Little Friend Jiang. Shengyuan Sect mostly called him Lord Jiang Xie. Brewing Villa also called him Little Friend Jiang. In the Yuan Empire, most still called him Imperial Son, with only a few calling him Xie. As for East Tower, they all called him Lord of the Tower. This was also the first time the various factions had witnessed such a scene. Their faces were all filled with shock. East Tower calling him Lord of the Tower shocked them, and Shengyuan Sect calling him Lord Jiang Xie equally shocked them. It was then that they realized that among the surrounding factions, aside from Brewing Villa, which had no significant connection with Jiang Xie, all other factions were connected. Young Master Jiang, Dao companion of the Saintess of Haoran Sect, the de facto master of Shengyuan Sect, the Lord of the Tower of East Tower, and the Imperial Son of the Yuan Empire. The people from Brewing Villa also realized that actually, the strongest in the Eastern Continent was not a certain faction, but Jiang Xie himself. Jiang Xie currently had little desire for small talk. He only wanted to launch an attack as soon as possible to revive Old Wu. He also knew what everyone wanted to ask, so as soon as he entered the main hall, he spoke directly. Esteemed seniors and elders, this junior knows what everyone wants to ask. I will explain them one by one for everyone. With that, before anyone could ask anything, he began to speak as he walked through the center of the hall. First, regarding my cultivation, it is indeed Heavenly King realm without a doubt. His tilde. As soon as his words fell, there was a chorus of gasps. 564, attack Holy Island. Secondly, the Black Kiln was originally a snow kiln, but due to absorbing black dragon blood, it mutated and transformed into a black kiln. Currently, it is in its growth stage and possesses the strength to contend with Heavenly King realm cultivators. His tilde. Another gasp of cold air. Thirdly, Shengyuan Sect has been following me for several years now. Jiang Senior and sect leader Lin can attest to this. Jiang Daeyuan and Lin Yuankui, who were in Shengyuan Sect's designated area, slowly nodded. Fourthly, East Tower was indeed founded by my own hands. Fifthly, what allowed everyone to comprehend the Tao is my domain, named Enlightenment Domain. Cultivators within this domain will have their comprehension ability multiply. Of course, as the number of times one enters this domain increases, its effect will also greatly diminish. With each sentence Jiang Xie spoke, the expressions of the crowd changed. After he finished speaking, the entire hall was silent. Everyone was trying to digest the news they had just heard. Heavenly King Realm. A 19-year-old Heavenly King Realm expert. Even the great emperors of ancient times couldn't achieve that in their youth, could they? Shengyuan Sect had actually been following Jiang Xie for so long. East Tower was also founded by Jiang Xie. Each piece of news shocked them immensely. Of course, the most shocking among them was the Enlightenment Domain. This domain, they hadn't just never seen it, they had never even heard of it before. They couldn't even dare to imagine it. Because it was simply too heaven-defying. It could be said that if a force had someone with such a domain, it would undoubtedly be priceless. It would be an existence to protect with their lives. Because with him, the strength of the entire force would greatly improve. One session of enlightenment could save a cultivator years, even decades or hundreds of years of cultivation. How could it not drive people mad? Even Jai Waiyu, who was next to Jiang Xie, had her mouth wide open at this moment, her heart trembling violently. Even Jiang Fingliu and the others, who already knew, couldn't help but feel their emotions surge when they heard it again. Just as everyone was stunned, Gu Shengxing stepped into the hall from outside. Upon seeing Jiang Xie, his expression brightened, and he immediately went forward and whispered a few words into his ear. Jiang Xie's eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't help but smile. He patted Gu Shengxing's shoulder, giving him a look of gratitude. What Gu Shengxing told him was about the covering sky formation. Jiang Xie had already wanted to deal with Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion. Previously, he was still thinking about how to catch them all in one fell swoop. After all, their ability to perceive heavenly secrets was indeed a bit troublesome. But now, it was like a pillow delivered when one was sleepy. Gu Shengxing had completely solved this problem for him. The covering sky formation could not be lifted in a short time, which gave him precious time. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and cupped his hands again, saying, "All elders and seniors, now that the major forces of Saint Continent have been defeated, we should seize this opportunity to completely eradicate them. We cannot give the other side a chance to breathe. Heavenly Sword Sect and Beast Taming Sect are ill-intentioned and have colluded with the Saint Continent forces. Leaving them in Eastern Continent would also be a disaster. Furthermore, Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion, these two major forces, have strange methods. If we do not eradicate them, they will also be a huge threat to us." Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and the next second he was talking about continuing the fight. As a result, the people in the hall didn't react at all. To be honest, if it were anyone else, constantly speaking before the old ancestors of the major forces, they would have probably been accused of disrespecting their elders long ago. But Jiang Xie was different, not to mention that his strength was already no less than that of the old ancestors of the various forces. Just his talent, his actions, and his identity meant that no one dared to say anything. For such a genius, every force would cherish him as if he were a precious treasure. A genius, what's wrong with being a bit strong and having one's own opinions? They would even praise Jiang Xie's character as being perfectly to their liking. After a few breaths, Su Tan, the old ancestor of Kaiyuan Empire, finally spoke. "According to Zier, how should we attack?" Su Yuan also spoke. "Within Saint Continent there are many forces, not just the 7 major forces from before. If we enter Saint Continent now, it might be inappropriate. That Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion are probably not easy to deal with. Both sects have the ability to perceive heavenly secrets, and no one can compare to them in terms of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. From ancient times until now, they have overcome countless crises safely, if these two sects are helping." Zhang Lian's expression was solemn, stopping short. Everyone could still hear the danger within his words. Indeed, although they could defeat the 7 major forces, facing all the forces in Saint Continent was still somewhat difficult. Although not all forces in Saint Continent would necessarily be their enemies. And Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion were even more troublesome. With them there, attacking Saint Continent might not be so easy. To this, Jiang Xie smiled slightly and began pacing around the hall. "Actually, it's not difficult. Heavenly Sword Sect and Beast Taming Sect are merely at the end of their rope. Dealing with them doesn't require many experts. As for Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion. Speaking of this, he smiled mysteriously and turned to call out to Gu Shengxing. Gu Shengxing immediately stepped forward and said, "Everyone, Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion set up the covering sky formation during the previous great battle, which prevented me from perceiving their intentions in time. Now I have reversed the covering sky formation, making it temporarily difficult to lift. As a result, the people of the two sects can no longer perceive heavenly secrets and are no different from ordinary cultivators." "Is that true?" The Grand Elder of Haoran Sect quickly stepped forward and asked with a solemn expression. Gu Shengxing nodded heavily. Thus, everyone fell silent once again. If the cultivators of these two sects were truly no different from ordinary cultivators, that would be good news. And Jiang Xie at this moment continued, "The Saint Continent forces are arrogant and tyrannical, burning, killing, looting and plundering in various regions, having long since incurred public wrath. Who knows how many forces and cultivators in various regions hate them to the bone. Coupled with our Yuan Empire's great victory this time, our prestige has soared, undoubtedly providing great confidence to the forces in other regions. If we raise our arms now, who knows how many forces will join us in attacking Saint Continent. Furthermore, even though Saint Continent has been sealed for many years, it is still the place with the richest spiritual qi in Shengyuan Continent, and it is also a cultivation holy land of Shengyuan Continent. No one should refuse this temptation, right?" At this, everyone was truly moved. Many even showed greedy expressions in their eyes. They suddenly realized that the method Jiang Xie spoke of seemed truly feasible. If so, then attacking Saint Continent and gaining territory in Saint Continent no longer seemed like a distant goal. If successful, it would greatly benefit the future development of their sects. Saint Continent, since ancient times, has been a coveted land for forces from other regions, but because there was no opportunity, most of the time, they could only dream about it. Now, however, it was a huge opportunity. At this moment, they were truly tempted. 565, responding to the call. "In that case, this matter is highly feasible," Sutan smiled, feeling suddenly enlightened. It wasn't that they hadn't considered this problem. It was because of the Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion that they didn't think deeply about it at all. They only knew that with these two sects, it was almost impossible to wipe out the forces in the Saint Continent. It was precisely because this first step was blocked that their thinking became restricted. Now, after Gu Shengxing's explanation, combined with Jiang Xie's suggestion, they suddenly felt like the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Su Yuan also smiled. His emotions were hard to calm. If this venture succeeded, their Yuan Empire would have avenged their ancestors. This held immense significance for them. In the turbid eyes of Jiang family old ancestor Jiang Xie, a glint of light flashed. Although one of the Jiang family's ancestral precepts was for Jiang family members not to attempt to return to or seek out the main Jiang family in the Saint Continent. As a Jiang family disciple, it was inevitable that he would want to see what the main Jiang family in the Saint Continent looked like. It wasn't about returning, but about wanting to see which was stronger now, the current Jiang family or the Saint Continent Jiang family. Every Jiang family member in the Eastern Continent knew that their old ancestor had been driven out. They also had their own pride. Xie's strategy is excellent. With this, the Tianji and Star-Gazing sects will cripple themselves, and with many sects arriving together, the Saint Continent is sure to collapse. Zhang Fingliu couldn't help but praise him. He admired his son more and more. Although he had hidden his brilliance, this was only temporary. Because when Jiang Xie becomes a great Emperor realm expert or breakthroughs to a higher realm in the future, everyone will know that he is an emperor's father. Thinking of this, Zhang Fingliu was incomparably excited. He was already impatient to see the scene where the father gains prestige through the son. If that's the case, then issue the call to arms immediately. Rally the major forces from all regions to join us in conquering the Saint Continent. Su Wu said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, someone immediately withdrew to issue the call to arms. During this time, the group discussed some details. Finally, it was decided that Brewing Villa and Chuanshan Sect would go to Heavenly Sword Sect and Beast Taming Sect. Jiang Xie would lead the East Tower and the Jiang family experts to the southern border, first dealing with the Star-Gazing Pavilion and Tianji Tower, and then proceeding to the Saint Continent to rendezvous with the main force. As for the Yuan Empire and Haoran Sect, they would join other regional forces that answered the call and launch an initial attack on the Saint Continent. The Saint Continent's top experts had suffered heavy losses this time, making it an excellent opportunity. However, what made Jiang Xie a little regretful was that he couldn't wipe out the Great Yan and Red Cloud empires together. Just now, during the discussion, He suddenly remembered these two major forces and proposed eliminating them together. But he learned that the two empires had been very unusual recently. Previously, the main cities of the two empires were shrouded by a barrier. Now, the entire territory of both empires was covered by a layer of purple barrier, and outsiders had no idea what was happening inside. Even venerable Emperor Realm experts couldn't break that barrier. This news made Jiang Xie feel a little worried. He couldn't help but recall the instructions given to him by that great Emperor Realm expert in the Qianyuan secret realm. That strangeness had not been completely eliminated. Could it be that this was the strangeness at work? If that were truly the case, another major battle would be inevitable in the future. Thinking of these things, he got a headache. These matters kept coming one after another, with endless conflicts and simply too many hidden dangers to resolve. However, just thinking that this was a Xuanhuan world made it much easier to bear. It seems I am destined to a life of toil. Jiang Xie shook his head and gave a bitter smile. No matter what, as long as they target his family and friends, even if it's the strangeness, he will fight without hesitation. He just hoped the opponent wouldn't be too strong and wouldn't come too early. Currently, his strength was still weak. Because of using the Fanchen sword, he couldn't even exert his full strength at this moment. If it really came down to it, he could only use the Heavenly Dao sword. The consequences of using the Heavenly Dao sword, he didn't know what they were. But if it truly reached that point, when it was time to use it, he would use it without hesitation. That night, the Qianyuan Empire's call to arms was officially issued. By noon the next day, it had already reached the hands of various forces in different regions. After carefully understanding the details, one force after another issued the slogan of attack. Countless forces began to answer the Qianyuan Empire's call. Throughout the Shengyuan Continent, different slogans were spread. Join the alliance, conquer the Saint Continent together, it's time for us to enter the Saint Continent's land. The Saint Continent forces have been tyrannical for tens of thousands of years. Now, it's time for a change of ownership. Since they covet our possessions, why can't we covet theirs? We should also let those people from the Saint Continent taste the feeling of being humiliated. The Qianyuan Empire has achieved a great victory. The Saint Continent's major forces have suffered heavy losses, countless experts have fallen, and their strength is no longer what it once was. We should answer the Qianyuan Empire's call and take control of the Saint Continent. If the Saint Continent forces are not destroyed, my heart will not be at peace. Fight! This battle is a battle to wash away shame. It is also a battle to avenge an ancient grudge. We are in. The crowd was impassioned, and a single call was met with 100 responses. The great defeat of several major forces in the Saint Continent gave them hope. Disciples of the various sects in the Eastern Continent who had secretly relocated, heard the news and gradually returned to their sects. After all, the crisis had been lifted, and there was no need to continue hiding outside. Yan Wufeng and his group, as well as the disciples of the Qianyuan Empire, all returned. As for Li Buku and Su Yu, their current situations were naturally not mentioned by anyone. Li Buku was secretly sent back to the East Tower, while Su Yu secretly returned to the Qianyuan Empire. Despite having received the news earlier, the high-ranking officials of the East Tower and the Qianyuan Empire couldn't help but feel angry when they saw the current state of the two. This further stimulated the determination of the two major forces to crusade against the Saint Continent. In the afternoon, the disciples and experts of Brewing Villa and Xuanchen Sect jointly attacked the 10,000 Sword Sect and Beast Taming Sect. Jiang Xie also returned to the East Tower with Jai Waiyu. At this moment, on the plaza next to the East Tower, figures flickered. Countless disciples dressed in East Tower attire, along with elders and protectors, stood respectfully to the side, their eyes burning with fervor as they looked at the young figure in front. Jiang Xie's talent and strength made everyone in the East Tower idolize him. They waited quietly like this, waiting for the young man to speak. Looking at the figures below, Jiang Xie's expression was serious, and his deep voice resounded from his mouth. Everyone, since the founding of our East Tower, we have never experienced a major battle. Now is the time to show our strength. After this battle, our East Tower will definitely be a top force in the Shengyuan Continent. The Saint Continent battle is also an opportunity to test the results of your cultivation over the past few years. Our East Tower disciples will sweep away everything. 566. Let's start our journey. Since the establishment of the East Tower, it has undergone several expansions. The current East Tower boasts 3,000 disciples, hundreds of protectors, and dozens of elders. Most disciples are in the Soul Forging realm, with a few in the Control Yuan and Yukong realm. Most protectors are in the Divine Power realm. As for the elders, most are in the Domain and Law realm. Of course, this also benefited from the drastic changes in the world, and the surge of spiritual qi after the last Saint Yuan secret realm ended. To be honest, the East Tower's development to its current state has little to do with Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie himself understood this point. Gu Shengxing is the greatest contributor. Without him, the East Tower could never have reached this level. When Gu Shengxing first told him about the East Tower's current situation, he also couldn't believe it. How long had it been since he inquired about the East Tower's affairs, and such great changes had already occurred? Jiang Xie realized that the tasks issued by the East Tower were actually calculated by Gu Shengxing, which ensured that every disciple wouldn't be idle, only cultivating without contributing. Nor would it allow the East Tower to live off its past gains. The location of the East Tower has already become a small city, and with Jiang Xie's identity, as the Dongzhou Luzhu revealed, more and more people flocked into it. The East Tower also became a dream cultivation place for countless loose cultivators and young masters from small families. Jiang Xie's reputation also brought a lot of traffic to this city. After he finished speaking, roars erupted from below. Swear to follow the Luzhu to the death. 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 Seeing everyone full of fighting spirit, Jiang Xie smiled and nodded at them, then ordered, "All elders and disciples, listen up, prepare to board." With that, he waved his right hand, and a huge warship appeared in the sky, instantly casting a shadow over the entire city. Cultivators in the city who were not East Tower disciples looked on with envy, regretting their insufficient talent that prevented them from joining the East Tower. The warship was massive, entirely silver-white, exuding a captivating aura. On its face, a large character East was engraved. It was incredibly domineering. Some disciples seeing it for the first time stared wide-eyed. The shock in their hearts was imaginable. All elders and disciples, board the ship. As Jiang Xie gave the order, he also stepped onto the warship, standing at the bow. The East Tower elders guided the East Tower disciples to board in an orderly fashion. After all the disciples and elders who could participate in the battle had boarded, the warship instantly tore through the air and departed. At the same time, the Jiang family also held a mobilization meeting. Although they could see the old ancestor of the family and many strong individuals, but not seeing Jiang Xie, they were inevitably a little disappointed. Midway, people would occasionally ask where the young lord was, or if the young lord would come. This made the elders quite helpless. It was Jiang Fingliu who promised that Jiang Xie would arrive soon, which finally calmed them down. Regarding this, they could only sigh. The current Jiang Xie is not only a god-like existence in the hearts of the younger clansmen, but also among the older clansmen. On the Jiang family square, it was packed with people, disciples with expectant expressions, waiting excitedly and eagerly. The elders were also somewhat impatient. In Jiang City, there were people everywhere in the streets and alleys. There were cultivators from other cities, cultivators from other sects, and also local cultivators from Jiang City. Of course, there were also ordinary people. Today's Jiang City was noisy yet orderly. All cultivators in Jiang City were quietly waiting. Currently, countless people wish to see Jiang Xie. And Jiang Xie doesn't often move around outside, so seeing him is as difficult as ascending to heaven. He can only be seen in the Shengyuan Empire, the East Tower, and the Jiang family. As soon as the news of the expedition to Saint Continent came out, intelligent cultivators arrived in Jiang City in advance to wait. In Jiang Xie's words, this was like chasing a star. Will Lord Jiang Xie really return to Jiang City? On the street, people who had waited for a long time occasionally asked this question. They would also receive this answer. Don't worry, the Shengyuan Empire is about to attack Saint Continent. Lord Jiang Xie will definitely go, and so will the Jiang family. Haven't you noticed that the Jiang family has started to move since this morning? Not only have many elders and disciples who were outside been recalled, but even the city lord's mansion has its gates tightly shut. At this moment, the Jiang family must be waiting for Lord Jiang Xie. Ali. Boom! Just as the people in the city were whispering, a roar came from the sky. The light in the city also suddenly dimmed. Such a disturbance immediately caused countless people to look up, and what they saw was the majestic warship. Is that the East Tower's warship? Someone who knew exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, many people showed excitement. Rumor has it that the Dongzhou Luzhu is Lord Jiang Xie. Since this East Tower warship has appeared here, doesn't that mean Lord Jiang Xie is also on it? Has Lord Jiang Xie really arrived? Where is Lord Jiang Xie? Let me see him. From the moment the warship appeared, the entire city began to stir. Inside the Jiang family, there was also a commotion. You're a big shot now. At the edge of the warship, Jiang Xie pouted, looking at the dense crowd below, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. Of course she was happy that Jiang Xie became a big shot, but did this not mean that there were more women coveting Jiang Xie's body? Even men. Jiang Xie heard the faint hint of jealousy in her tone, and couldn't help but find it amusing. So beautiful and from such a good background, yet still insecure. It seems he needs to make her more confident. Thinking of this, he said, "Don't worry, my heart only has you. Besides, in this world is there any woman who can compare to you?" As he spoke, he lifted a strand of Jiang Xi's beautiful hair with both hands and gently sniffed it at his nose. On the warship, Gu Shengxing, who had just come out to check the situation, realizing they had arrived, happened to see this scene and immediately froze in place. Then he stiffly turned around and walked back, muttering softly as he walked, "It seems, the Luzhu really likes excitement. At this place, see no evil. I'd better go inside and wait." Jiang Xi's face flushed even more from his words and actions. Feeling a little sweet in her heart, she asked shyly, "Really?" "Of course it's true," Jiang Xie nodded without thinking. Jiang Xi was very happy, quickly kissed him on the cheek and then ran off, only softly uttering, "Idiot." It was also Jiang Xi's fault. When Jiang Xi was his maid, he rarely spoke words of praise. He would either call her a silly girl or a stupid girl. Even though she wasn't stupid. Of course she was worried, but she wasn't worried that Jiang Xi would abandon her or hook up with other women. She just wanted an attitude from Jiang Xi. Watching her happy, Jiang Xi shook his head and smiled. "It seems, no matter where, I can't avoid being whipped for wanting an attitude." 567. The Unparalleled Brother. With these minor interruptions gone, Jiang Xi's gaze also turned to the Jiang family. He leaped down from the warship, landing directly on the Jiang family plaza. Old ancestor, grandfather, father, mother, all elders. Jiang Xi bowed to each of them, and then looked at the assembled clansmen. After a thorough examination, seeing the excited and expectant looks in everyone's eyes, he spoke loudly. "It's been a long time since we last met, and I'm sure everyone knows what we're going to do this time. Here, as the young master Jiang, I have one request for you. If you can't win, run, don't try to be brave." Although Tianji Tower and Star-Gazing Pavilion cannot discern the secrets of heaven, it's hard to guarantee that the other side won't have some special methods. No one can predict what will happen before the battle even begins. He didn't want too many casualties on his side. Running away if they couldn't win wasn't something to be ashamed of. Because Jiang Xi was present, the Jiang family disciples all carried a sense of arrogance and did not want to tarnish the Jiang family's prestige. But if this was a request from Jiang Xi, then they would certainly obey. Their hearts were also slightly touched. Jiang Xi's words were enough to show that he cared for his clansmen at all times. "We will remember the young lord's command." They shouted in unison, their expressions serious and their tones firm. Jiang Xi nodded slightly in response, then turned and nodded to Jiang Fingliu and the others before waving his hand. "Jiang family disciples, heed my command. Board the ship." At his command, all the Jiang family disciples flew towards the warship. Soon the plaza became empty. Zier's warship is quite extraordinary. The Jiang family old ancestor looked at the dazzling warship, his eyes practically gleaming. He had a mind to ask Jiang Xi to leave the warship with the Jiang family, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Thinking that it was effectively with the Jiang family as long as it was in Jiang Xi's hands, he dismissed the idea. Jiang Liyan was also seeing this warship for the first time, and he too clicked his tongue in wonder. "Zier's luck truly makes me, your grandfather, envious." Sujiru's face was full of pride as she stated directly, "Zier's luck has always been good." Jiang Fingliu stood by, staring blankly, unsure of what to say. He only felt his status getting lower and lower, with the old ancestor above him, and his still relatively young father. In the middle, he had a wife whose strength surpassed his, and below, a son whose talent and strength were both greater than his. He always felt that he, as the head of the family, had completely lost his say. "Old ancestor grandfather, please don't tease me anymore. Let's board the ship," Jiang Xi said humbly, and with that he prepared to go up together. But just then, a clear voice came from not far away. "Big brother, wait for me, I want to go too." This sentence made Jiang Xi and the others who had not yet moved stop in their tracks. Jiang Xi frowned, feeling the voice was somewhat familiar. Jiang Fingliu and Sujiru also looked puzzled, seemingly unsure. A hint of curiosity appeared in Jiang Liyun's eyes, and he looked over with interest. Under the gaze of several people, a tall, thin young man ran out of a certain house. The young man looked about 15 or 16 years old, with a delicate and handsome appearance, his eyes shining brightly. Although his hair was disheveled, it could not hide his temperament. Although he looked dashing, the clothes on the young man at this moment were a bit ill-fitting, far too small, so much so that large areas of his skin were exposed. Jiang Xie looked at him and called out, somewhat uncertainly, Zio Yi. Big brother, it's me, I'm Zio Yi. Jiang Yi was also excited. He had been awake for a while, and had just been hearing people mention Jiang Xie. In his memory, his big brother should have died. Until just now, when he saw Jiang Xie's figure, he was still a bit uncertain. Big brother, you're alive. Sob, 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 it must be thanks to my daily offerings. Big brother, you have to get me something delicious. Jiang Yi ran towards Jiang Xie, both crying and laughing. Jiang Xie's eyes were also a little moist, but his mood was greatly improved. He rubbed his head dotingly. Big brother will take you to eat lots of good food then. On the other side, Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru also reacted, their faces filled with shock. Father, mother, Jiang Yi called out crisply twice. The two immediately walked over excitedly. Su Jiru looked him up and down for a long time before smiling in pleasant surprise. It truly is my Jiang Yi. How long has he been unconscious? How did he grow so big? Jiang Fingliu was also very surprised. Perhaps it's the effect of that fruit that caused such a big change in Jiang Yi. With so many things happening recently, the two hadn't been constantly watching Jiang Yi, and only now realized he had woken up. My little grandson has grown up. Jiang Ligun reached out and pushed Jiang Ligun aside, his eyes gleaming as he came before Jiang Yi to scrutinize him, occasionally showing a look of satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. He's a handsome young man, quite like me in my prime. Your realm. At this moment, Jiang Ligun's gaze sharpened, and he immediately grasped Jiang Yi's hand to carefully examine him. A moment later, his expression was extremely solemn. Father, how is the situation? Jiang Fingliu asked. Due to that fruit, Jiang Yi's realm felt somewhat indistinct to them. Jiang Ligun simply uttered two words, divine power. His divine power realm. Jiang Fingliu gasped. This was too shocking. Before Jiang Yi had even awakened, he was only at controlling Yuan realm 9th stage. How long had it been? And he was already in the divine power realm. This talent is too heaven-defying, isn't it? A strong sense of urgency suddenly rose in Jiang Fingliu's heart. It probably wouldn't be long before Jiang Yi's realm surpassed his own. In that case, his status within the family would drop another notch. Jiang Yi actually has the divine power realm. Su Jiru was also shocked, and then a look of worry appeared on her face. With such rapid progress in his realm, would there be any problems? As if seeing his thoughts, Jiang Ligun added, his bone age is 15. 15. The two were stunned again. As they stood in a daze, the Jiang family old ancestor, Jiang Hueyuan, who was standing nearby, instantly opened his slightly narrowed eyes upon hearing the words 15 and divine power realm. He swiftly arrived in front of Jiang Yi, smiling gently and speaking kindly. You are Jiang Yi. I am the old ancestor. This is incredible, incredible, this talent. With Zier and Jiang Yi in my Jiang family, why would we not prosper? His old face broke into a wide smile. Although he had never met Jiang Ligun and Jiang Hueyuan before, Jiang Yi was not afraid. He politely bowed to the two and called out, Jiang Yi greets old ancestor and grandfather. This greeting made the two overjoyed, and they immediately prepared to take out gifts for him. As for Jiang Xie, he was currently in a state of self-doubt. This world is truly uneven. He couldn't help but lament that there truly were genuine geniuses in this world. He wasn't one, his younger brother was. He had cultivated painstakingly for so many years, enduring hardships, and only by relying on the things left by that fellow countryman could he achieve his current realm. And Jiang Yi, he just slept. His realm soared by several major realms. Anyone who saw it would have their Dao heart collapse. Fortunately, this genius wasn't an enemy, but one of their own, which made Jiang Xie feel a little better. If it were an enemy, then he would have another headache. 568. 2-in-1. Jiang Yi's motivation for cultivation, Yuan Su's fear. Of course, Jiang Yi was also happy that his cultivation had improved so much. After all, they were brothers. Speaking of which, Jiang Xie had once planned to rely on his younger brother to roam this world. If he truly couldn't cultivate, he might have had to cling to his younger brother's leg and live a carefree life. However, things change constantly. Now, he no longer needed his younger brother's protection but could protect him instead. He smiled and rubbed Jiang Yi's head, saying, Do you really want to go? Jiang Yi nodded frantically. Yes, I want to go. Everyone else is going, so I naturally want to go kill enemies too. I'm not a child anymore. Big brother, look. Saying that, he displayed his body. Compared to his previous chubby appearance, he was less naive and cute but more confident. All right, I'll let you go. You're old enough and it's time for you to go out and experience the world, but you can't run around. Jiang Xie nodded helplessly. A young man shouldn't always stay at home. That would be detrimental to his growth. In the past he could use the excuse of being young, but now, it was truly different. Zier is right. A man should go out and experience things, only then can he grow. Jiang Ligan nodded with a face full of admiration. Indeed, since he has grown a bit, it's good for him to go out and experience things. Zhang Fingliu rarely got a chance to speak. Young people should go out and explore. However, Jiang Yi, you can't run too far during battle lest we can't look after you. Jiang Yi nodded and said, I will remember that. He wasn't stupid now. He naturally knew it would be dangerous to run too far. His main goal was to see his big brother's heroic posture. As for killing enemies, killing a few was enough. Anyway, with big brother around, he was only responsible for eating. Thinking of food, Jiang Yi even started drooling. At this moment, no one could have imagined that Jiang Yi's motivation for going along was not to kill enemies or gain experience, nor was it to see the world. It was for food. Since attending the coming-of-age ceremony in Kaiyuan Empire last time, he hadn't had good food in a long time. Even Jiang Xie probably hadn't expected it. His actions back then had directly turned Jiang Yi into a foodie. So much so that he didn't care much about cultivating, only thinking about food. After everyone boarded the ship, Jiang Xie immediately ordered the East Tower disciples to serve a luxurious feast to everyone on the royal grade warship. Even Jiang family old ancestor praised this meal endlessly. Jiang Ligan and Jiang Yi devoured their food, even competing with each other. Jiang Fingliu couldn't bear to watch, only feeling that his father was still so frivolous in his actions. A man several hundred years old, a dignified venerable emperor realm expert acting so undignified in public. He didn't dare to say anything, for fear of being reprimanded in public and losing face as the family head. Jiang Yi, not bad, you can even compare to your grandfather and me. Jiang Ligan held an unknown Yao beast leg in one hand and chewed heartily. Jiang Yi meanwhile stuffed unknown meatballs into his mouth, his little mouth full, mumbling indistinctly, Grandfather, you're not bad either. The actions of the two stunned everyone. They hadn't expected their old ancestor to be so amiable. What shocked them even more was that the young man eating heartily was actually Jiang Yi. All Jiang family disciples and even the elders widened their eyes, somewhat disbelieving. It wasn't until they received an accurate answer from Jiang Fingliu's gesture that they had to accept this reality. It was just, looking at Jiang Yi, who was like a different person compared to a few months ago, they couldn't help but feel a bit absurd. After the grand meal, Jiang Ligan and Jiang Yi both lay contentedly on the deck, feeling the whistling wind. Grandfather, what realm has big brother's cultivation reached now? Why can't I tell? Jiang Yi asked with his eyes closed. You. Your big brother's cultivation is higher than yours, so of course you can't tell. Jiang Ligan said with a smile, hands clasped behind his head, quite contentedly. Then what exactly is big brother's cultivation? Your big brother is already a heavenly king realm expert, several major realms higher than you. Grandfather, do you think big brother could become that legendary great emperor realm expert? Speaking of this, Jiang Yi opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Ligan with shining eyes. Jiang Ligan also opened his eyes and his tone became serious. Throughout history, there have only been dozens of great emperor realm experts. How difficult it is to reach that step. Not to mention great emperor realm, even saint realm, it has been difficult for one to appear for many years. However now, the world is undergoing great changes, and perhaps there is an opportunity to become an emperor realm expert. Furthermore, your big brother's talent is outstanding, and his comprehension ability is extremely high. Great emperor realm is not impossible. Jiang Yi pondered, seemingly understanding something, but he still had a question. Grandfather, why don't we see any great emperor realm experts? How can great emperor realm experts be fathomed by the likes of us? Perhaps they have already gone to another world beyond this one, Jiang Lian said thoughtfully. In fact, the higher one's cultivation, the more one can perceive different things. Beyond this world, there must be an even larger world. Then if big brother becomes a great emperor realm expert, will he leave this place? Probably. At this, Jiang Yi panicked. He had thought he would just follow Jiang Xie, eating well and living comfortably, not caring about cultivating. But now it seemed that wouldn't work. If he didn't work hard to cultivate, and big brother achieved the great emperor realm and left this world in the future, wouldn't he be unable to eat the delicious food big brother made? A sudden sense of urgency arose in his heart. No one expected that what made Jiang Yi determined to cultivate was not some grand ambition, but merely the desire to follow Jiang Xie and enjoy great meals. Although Eastern Continent was far from the southern border, under the speed of the royal grade warship, they entered the southern border territory in less than a day. At this time, in the southern border star-gazing pavilion, Gu Chen and Yuan Su were pacing anxiously. Although they had received news from the outside world, having lost their ability to perceive heavenly secrets, they were now like headless flies. What do we do? What do we do? Tell me how to overcome this crisis. Yuan Su roared at Gu Chen, his eyes bloodshot. Although Gu Chen was very unwilling, he had to admit that he was helpless now. He sighed and said, currently, the Shengyuan Empire's power is incomparable. They have also issued a call to arms to conquer Saint Continent. Now, various sect forces have sided with them. Even if we wanted to run now, I'm afraid we couldn't. Perhaps our whereabouts have already been watched by some forces, and any movement will be reported to the East Tower. These people, when my star-gazing pavilion was not yet in decline, they all begged me to do things. When my star-gazing pavilion, said one, who dared to say two. Now, just because of a covering sky formation and a Shengyuan Empire's Jiang Xie, they all stand by coldly. When asked for help, they all bec a me Chinese letter. It's simply hateful. If my star-gazing pavilion safely overcomes this crisis, I will definitely settle accounts with them one by one. Hearing this, Gu Chen felt some disdain in his heart. Settle accounts. It was questionable whether they would survive this time. Of course, he only said this in his heart. Outwardly he still said, Yuan brother, according to the news we've received, it's not the Shengyuan Empire coming this time, but the Jiang family and that East Tower. The strength of these two forces is far less than that of the Shengyuan Empire. There might still be a turning point in this matter. I hope so. At this point they could only hope for fate. Lord Pavilion Master, the Stone Forest Zhou family head has arrived with his clan's experts. Suddenly, a voice rang in their ears. Gu Chen's expression froze, but Yuan Su was overjoyed and immediately said, quickly follow me to the mountain gate to pay respects. If there was one force that was most persistent towards the star-gazing pavilion, it was undoubtedly the Stone Forest Zhou family. For thousands of years, they had been extremely respectful to the star-gazing pavilion. Previously, he had sent out requests for help, but not a single force responded. While disappointed, he still held a glimmer of hope for the Stone Forest Zhou family, and indeed, that was the case. When no other forces dared to come, the Stone Forest Zhou family came. How could this not make him rejoice? Gu Chen, however, felt something was amiss. Was there really a force now that dared to risk annihilation to help them? It wasn't that he didn't trust the other party, nor that he didn't want reinforcements. It was just this was truly abnormal. For this, he felt it was necessary to remind him. Yuan brother, what kind of force is this Stone Forest Zhou family? Yuan Su's lips curved into a smile, and his mood improved greatly. This Stone Forest Zhou family is a force not far from my star-gazing pavilion. Their ancestors received a favor from my star-gazing pavilion and have always looked up to us. I knew the Stone Forest Zhou family would come to help. At this very moment, Yuan brother, don't you think the Stone Forest Zhou family's arrival is a bit too strange? Why does Gu brother think so? As the saying goes, adversity reveals true character. The fact that they can come to help us at this moment is enough to show that they are friends worth befriending. Yuan brother, I think you're a bit flustered. Even if you've lost the ability to perceive heavenly secrets, you shouldn't lose your reason like this. I advise Yuan brother to be careful otherwise. The consequences, I don't need to say more. Being told this, Yuan Su suddenly sobered up a lot. Although he believed the other party was here to help, it was always good to be careful. Subsequently, he and the elders in the pavilion went to the outside of the mountain gate together. Upon arrival, Yuan Su saw a dense crowd of figures in the distance. Years of experience made him feel that something was wrong. Recalling Gu Chen's words just now, he silently retreated back into the sect and activated the sect protection formation. Not long after, the Zhou family's experts arrived outside the star-gazing pavilion. The Zhou family head looked at the activated sect protection formation before him, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Pavilion Master Yuan, my Zhou family risked annihilation to come here to help you, yet you treat us like this. It seems we've come to the wrong place. Fellow Taoist Zhou, it's been a long time. Alas, you also know that these are extraordinary times and this is a helpless measure. I hope fellow Taoist Zhou will forgive us. Yuan Su smiled slightly. Zhou Hongshan shook his head, sighing. I didn't expect our good intentions to be met with distrust from Pavilion Master Yuan. It makes us feel disheartened. Never mind. We also understand Pavilion Master Yuan. Caution is always good, but what? Yuan Su clearly heard a different meaning. Zhou Hongshan feigned regret and said, it's a pity. We couldn't destroy you all and seize your cultivation technique before the Eastern Continent experts arrived. What a pity. Pavilion Master Yuan truly is an expert proficient in the Tao of heavenly secrets. Even having lost this ability, he is still so perceptive. At this, Yuan Su's heart turned icy cold. his body trembling, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Thinking that he had actually gone out to greet them just now, a chill shot up to his head. This Jiang Xie indeed had ill intentions. If not for Gu Chen's reminder, the star-gazing pavilion might have suffered heavy losses even before the Jiang family arrived. 569. The destruction of the stargazing pavilion and the Tianji Tower. Ha ha ha, so that's it. I almost let you succeed. Jiang Xie, do you remember when my star-gazing pavilion hadn't fallen to this state? You knelt before me begging me. Why didn't you have this much confidence then? Yuan Su was so angry he laughed. So-called loyalty was nothing but a joke. When a wall falls, everyone pushes. His star-gazing pavilion hadn't even fallen yet, and everyone was already pushing. Indeed, there are no eternal friends in the immortal realm, only eternal interests. Jiang Xie's face outside the formation was grim, veins throbbing on his forehead, as if something had struck a nerve. He spoke in a somber tone. Pavilion Master Yuan, you must understand, my respect for you is not because of your strength, but merely because of the cultivation technique you possess. If it weren't for that cultivation technique that allows you to discern heavenly secrets, you would have no value whatsoever. While it's true that many forces in the southern border respect your star-gazing pavilion, why is it that no one dares to come now? Do you truly believe your star-gazing pavilion is revered by all? It's nothing more than fear of your star-gazing pavilion's ability to discern heavenly secrets. In reality, they wish your star-gazing pavilion would be annihilated. More talk is useless today. I will see how you make my star-gazing pavilion fall. Yuan Su's face turned ashen with rage. He waved his hand and his figure vanished. Everyone, time to get to work. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes. He clapped his hands, and outside the star-gazing pavilion, dozens of figures instantly appeared. Jiang Xie, I thought you could make that old man lower his guard, but I didn't expect him to still activate the formation. It seems we can only resort to a forceful attack. In the clouds to the right of Jiang Xie and the others, a middle-aged man with a sinister expression chuckled evilly. Behind him were countless figures. That old man's greatest reliance is his star-gazing art. I thought without this ability, he would fall into disarray. It must be that old man from Tianji Tower causing trouble. Jiang Xie's eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. Heh, Jiang Xie, no need to blame yourself. What if the formation is activated? Could a star-gazing pavilion that can't use the star-gazing art withstand the combined forces of more than a dozen southern border powers? Exactly. And that old man from Tianji Tower is here too. Isn't that even better? We can take both the star-gazing pavilion's cultivation technique and Tianji Tower's cultivation technique in one fell swoop. Enough talk, let's begin. Perhaps no one would have thought that, while the Jiang family and the East Tower's powerhouses were rushing to the star-gazing pavilion in the southern border, numerous forces in the southern border had already united to launch an attack on the star-gazing pavilion. The battle began after Yuan Su left the outer gate of the star-gazing pavilion. The star-gazing pavilion's formation was instantly subjected to attacks from numerous powerhouses, and the entire star-gazing pavilion began to shake. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Inside the star-gazing pavilion, chaos immediately erupted. Countless disciples fled in all directions within the sect, their faces filled with fear. The elders were in a panic, without a leader. Yuan Su staggered, utterly horrified. Even Gu Chen, the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master, who was in the inner pavilion of the star-gazing pavilion, showed a look of shock, appearing somewhat flustered. Have the Jiang family powerhouses arrived? His tone was a little flustered. Seeing Yuan Su rush in, he immediately stepped forward and asked, Yuan brother, what's going on? Has the Jiang family arrived? Yuan Su's face was grim. He enunciated each word, not the Jiang family, it's the Zhou family. Damn it, I knew this guy had ill intentions. Gu Chen's face wasn't looking good either. He asked with a worried tone, Yuan brother, this formation. Don't worry, Gu brother. Although my star-gazing pavilion's formation cannot draw in the power of the stars right now, it's not something a small Zhou family can break. That's good, that's good. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he still had to leave here and not sit idly by, otherwise, this formation would eventually be broken. It was just that without his heavenly secrets art, he didn't know where there would be a glimmer of hope. At that point, he would probably only be able to rely on fate. Just then, the entire star-gazing pavilion vibrated once more, like an earthquake, erupting in roars and tremendous commotion. At the same time, a panicked voice came. Pavilion Master, more than a dozen sect forces are attacking our sect's formation. What did you say? Yuan Su immediately let out a roar of fury, seemingly disbelieving the news. On the other side, Gu Chen's heart sank, his face ashen. If he had known this, he would have just stayed in Saint Continent. It's over, everything is over. Damn the Kaiyuan Empire, damn Jiang Xie, damn the Seven Stars Cave. Gu Chen's expression was twisted as he gritted his teeth and spat out these words. Yuan Su's eyes were already bloodshot. His gaze locked onto Gu Chen and he lunged at him like a madman, then grabbed his neck tightly, his voice filled with hatred. It's all you. It's all your fault. Ha ha ha, Yuan Su. Don't struggle with that Seven Stars Cave successor here your star-gazing pavilion would have, had this day eventually. This can't be blamed on me. Even so, you are still to blame. Old man, do you really think I wouldn't dare to make a move? The calm and composed demeanor that these two usually displayed was now completely gone. Half an hour later, on a certain mountain peak in the southern border, a huge warship was docked. On the warship, powerhouses from the East Tower and the Jiang family were gathered. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of a certain southern border sect was respectfully reporting news about the star-gazing pavilion. You said the star-gazing pavilion and Tianji Tower have been destroyed. Among the crowd, Jiang Zai's eyes widened, finding it somewhat absurd. His army hadn't even arrived, and those two sects were already gone. The various sect forces in the southern border united to destroy the star-gazing pavilion and Tianji Tower. This is just two. Jiang Fingliu also found it somewhat dramatic. Of course, not just him, but most of the others also looked at each other in disbelief. The man continued, the star-gazing pavilion and Tianji Tower have indeed been destroyed under the combined efforts of our sects. Their disciples, including the sect masters of both major forces, have all perished, with no one escaping. Is that true? Gu Shengxing was a little excited. He hadn't expected the sect's revenge to be resolved so easily, giving him a sense of unreality. Just then his expression shifted. The effect of the covering sky formation seemed to have diminished at this moment. He immediately began calculating with his fingers. After a while, he clasped his hands behind his back. How is it? Jiang Xie asked him. Gu Shengxing smiled slightly and said, according to my calculations, the two sects have indeed been destroyed. This saves us some effort. Jiang Zai's expression was strange. He always felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Thinking carefully, there was indeed a sect like that before. He hadn't even made a move himself, just revealed some news and it fell apart. Our forces are already waiting for you all ahead, willing to go to Saint Continent together and plan a great endeavor. The man spoke again. Everyone felt a little dazed. They came all this way, solved a major problem without expending any effort, and gained many reinforcements. Alas, how boring, how boring. Too boring, why are these guys so weak? Jiang Lian shook his head, expressing his disappointment, then turned and walked into the ship. You all play, let me know when we arrive. The destruction of the two sects put Jiang Zai's mind at ease. Without the support of these two sects, Saint Continent would likely not be able to stir up any more trouble. Since that's the case, let's set off for Saint Continent. 570, Dead City. At the same moment, in Eastern Continent, Brewing Villa and Xuanchen Sect also successfully annihilated 10,000 Sword Sect and Beast Taming Sect, and set off for Saint Continent. Thus a great battle, anticipated by everyone on Shengyuan Continent, was about to begin. Whether it would be the downfall of the Saint Continent forces, or the defeat of the forces from other regions, would depend on this battle. The next day, the Kaiyuan Empire and the powerhouses from numerous other forces were already approaching Saint Continent. On the third day, Jiang Xie, leading the Jiang family and East Tower, along with various southern border forces, successfully converged with the Kaiyuan Empire's forces and began waiting for Brewing Villa and Xuanchen Sect. On the fourth day, the two sects completed their rendezvous, and the main army entered Saint Continent, heading directly for Saint Yuan City. Everywhere they passed, it was like a converging wave, immense, and filled with a terrifying aura. The surrounding Saint Continent forces and Saint Continent cultivators did not dare to breathe loudly, feeling as if their hearts were about to leap out. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? Since the beginning of Saint Yuan Continent's history, no one had ever been able to gather forces from various regions and attack Saint Continent together. A Saint Continent powerhouse, seeing the vast sea of people from afar, remained silent for a long time before softly uttering, "The sky is about to change." Yes, the sky was about to change. This was not only the sentiment of the Saint Continent powerhouses, but also the feeling of the ordinary Saint Continent cultivators. In the past, those fleeing outwards would absolutely not be people from Saint Continent. Now, however, it was the opposite. Countless Saint Continent cultivators began to flee Saint Continent. Within Saint Yuan City, due to the formation, even though the cultivators inside were burning with anxiety, they could not leave. At this moment, they utterly hated the 10 major forces of Saint Continent. Saint Continent, Saint Yuan City. Inside the largest palace in the city, 10 powerhouses were seated in a circle. The atmosphere seemed somewhat silent. After a long while, someone finally spoke. "Everyone, I believe you all already know the current situation. We are probably going to fight a difficult battle. If we continue to hesitate, I fear our legacies will all be severed here." With the first person speaking, the others also became active. "Brother Jiang is right. Now is not the time for us to hesitate. Tens of thousands of years, and we've only now deciphered the secret within. Besides the blood sacrifice method, there's no other way. Since that's the case, everyone, quickly decide on the candidates." An hour later, the few people gathered again. However, compared to last time, this time they each had some young disciples behind them. And the location had also changed from inside the palace to outside St. Yuan City, around an ancient formation within a valley, where an illusion formation had been laid. Around the ancient formation, there were only obscure characters and symbols, densely packed, covering the entire valley. This ancient formation had always been controlled by the 10 major forces and kept strictly secret. After hundreds of thousands of years of deciphering, it was finally learned that this was a passage leading to the upper realm. However, the method of activation was somewhat stringent, and it could not transport cultivators who were too powerful. When you reach the upper realm, find an opportunity to hide yourselves. After you have achieved success in cultivation, then seek a way back to the lower realm to avenge your family. Remember, that is a world we do not yet understand, and its danger level is incomparable to this lower realm. Do not act ostentatiously. The masters of each force all gave instructions to the disciples behind them. Those young disciples also nodded repeatedly. "Disciple understands. Hurry and prepare, there's no time." After the discussion, the 10 powerhouses sat in a circle around the formation, and behind them was a group of venerable Emperor Realm powerhouses. They not only had to protect those disciples, but also serve as the source of power to activate the formation. "Begin." With a command, everyone simultaneously injected their spiritual power into it. Immediately, everyone's expressions changed. A massive suction force seemed to want to pull their souls in. That feeling was very uncomfortable and painful. As time passed, streaks of bloody light emanated from within the formation, gradually permeating the entire St. Yuan city. Countless cultivators in the city only felt their blood surging, as if it was about to burst out of their bodies. "What's going on? What's happening to me? Why is my blood bursting out of my body? Not good, there's something wrong in the city. It must be the doing of the 10 major forces. How hateful." Wailing filled the city. One cultivator after another had their blood burst out of their bodies, converging in one direction. As time passed, the number of corpses in the city also increased. Everywhere were desiccated corpses, their faces mostly filled with fear and unwillingness. After all the blood in the city, including that of their own family members, had converged into the formation, the 10 powerhouses sitting around the formation also spat out a mouthful of blood. Their life force, including their blood chi, was also rapidly draining away. This was not the correct way to activate the formation. It could be said to be a shortcut that required a huge price. But they had no other choice, and could only use this method. Success or failure depended on this one action. The influx of blood chi caused the formation, which had been dormant for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, to begin to stir. In the center of the formation, dazzling light began to flash. A massive pillar of light shot straight into the sky, forming a supreme passage. "Hurry in!" They all roared in unison, and those disciples, suppressing the tears in their eyes, rushed towards the pillar of light one by one. At the moment the pillar of light appeared, the powerhouses of the Qianyuan Empire, not far from St. Yuan City, all looked towards it. "What is that thing? Some kind of teleportation passage? Could it be some kind of method the Saint Continent forces are using against us?" They felt very strange, vaguely sensing that things were not that simple. Unfortunately, they did not understand this kind of never-before-seen teleportation passage. Therefore, although everyone was puzzled, they never guessed what kind of method it was. Only Jiang Xie, who knew some outside information, looked at the heaven-reaching pillar of light at this moment, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be, that is the passage to the upper realm? Jiang Xie's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but guess so. Unfortunately, the pillar of light only appeared for a moment before disappearing, leaving him unable to investigate. And by St. Yuan City, as the pillar of light disappeared, the dozens of figures around the formation all turned into white bones and vanished from the world. Within the entire St. Yuan City, there were no more living people, only a city full of desiccated corpses. 571. refreshing the world view. That pillar of light just now, I'm afraid it's not good for us. I wonder what methods the 10 great powers of Saint Continent have set up. I hope nothing else goes wrong. Within the team, whispers inevitably arose. Even though most people didn't know it was a void realm passage, they could sense that something was wrong. Amidst this commotion, everyone quickened their pace. The cultivators already in Saint Continent also frowned. They had never seen such a pillar of light, and were quite curious about what was happening inside Shengyuan City. It's just, with the sects from various regions gathered, even if they were curious, they dared not approach Shengyuan City at this moment. They didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. A quarter of an hour later, all major powers gathered outside Shengyuan City. Looking at the large formation before them, the powerhouses from various sects began their attacks. Within the Kaiyuan Empire's camp, Jiang Xie watched this scene with a solemn expression. The more he saw at this moment, the more he felt that his inner conjecture was true. Gu Shengxing, who was beside him, had also been frowning. Seeing this, Jiang Xie asked, "Have you sensed anything?" "A narrow escape from death," Gu Shengxing uttered this sentence with a heavy tone. At this, Jiang Xie completely confirmed his conjecture. It must be the void realm passage leading to the upper realm, without a doubt. Even the celestial master brush had pulsed just now. Boom! Under the continuous attacks of many powerhouses, the huge formation covering the entire Shengyuan City shattered with a thunderous roar. The scene inside Shengyuan City was completely revealed before everyone's eyes. What is this? What's going on? How could this happen? This is simply too terrifying. Hell on earth, hell on earth. Is this really Shengyuan City? When the formation outside Shengyuan City shattered, what greeted everyone was not the multitude of cultivators, nor the waiting of their opponents. There were only corpses scattered everywhere. The dense array of corpses reflected in their pupils, making everyone incredibly disbelieving. Jiang Xie's pupils also constricted. He had originally thought it was just the opening of a void realm passage. At most some enemies had escaped. But he hadn't expected the scene before him. Who on earth did this? Su Wu's expression was grave. Even as a monarch seeing such a scene, he was somewhat moved. Inside, there were not only low-level cultivators, many higher cultivation cultivators also lay among the corpses. It was as if they had been drained of their essence by something. Could it be related to that pillar of light just now? Jai Wushwang knelt on the ground and gently touched a corpse. The corpse turned into ash and dissipated with the wind. What exactly happened inside Shengyuan City? Why? It's probably those few powers at work, but why isn't there a single cultivator in sight? This act goes against heavenly principles. So many cultivators, all trapped to die within this formation, it's even more cruel than demonic cultivators. Everyone, in my opinion, the most urgent task is to find the people from those few powers, and force them to reveal the reason for this situation. The powerhouses from various sects voiced their opinions. Faced with such an unknown situation, even they felt a chill in their hearts. No need to search, I estimate they have already left this realm. Just as everyone was about to act, Jiang Xie stepped forward. His words were firm and powerful though not loud, yet no one could ignore them. A 19-year-old Heavenly King realm powerhouse, coupled with the identity of Fanchen sword master, saying he was on par with them was already giving them too much credit. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. The master of Brewing Villa asked curiously, "I wonder what insights fellow Taoist Jiang has." "Has Zier discovered anything?" Su Yuan also asked. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Xie decided to reveal some things. Otherwise, they might remain in the dark forever. He took a step forward, stood before everyone and slowly said, "Have you all ever known the origin of this Holy Spirit continent?" This question, indeed, stumped everyone. It wasn't that they couldn't answer, but rather, this was almost a universally known question. Could it be that there was another hidden truth within? Jiang Xie looked at their confused expressions and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Forget it, I'll tell you. Do you know how big this continent was in ancient times?" Of course, the ancient times I'm referring to are not the ancient times of the Holy Spirit continent. Everyone was about to answer, but upon hearing Jiang Xie say he wasn't referring to the ancient times of the Holy Spirit continent, they were all stunned, not understanding the meaning at all. Knowing that no one could answer, Jiang Xie didn't drag it out and continued. "Actually, in the Shengyuan secret realm, I obtained some information. The Holy Spirit continent is merely a fragment." "What did you say? Just a fragment?" Su Tan's tone immediately became serious, his expression filled with shock. "Fellow Taoist Jiang, if you know anything, please tell us everything. There is indeed a large blank in the history of the Holy Spirit continent, and there are even many illogical places, but The reasons behind them have truly remained unknown. Yes, fellow Taoist Jiang, please enlighten us. Zier, don't keep us in suspense. Your grandfather here is itching to hear it. Ali. Seeing that everyone's interest was clearly piqued, Jiang Xie smiled slightly and continued. If I say that the Holy Spirit continent was merely a portion of a continent, casually created into its current appearance by a great divine ability, would everyone believe it? This sentence completely silenced everyone. They couldn't help but ask themselves, would I believe it? But Jiang Xie didn't give them a chance to think and continued. I presume everyone is not unfamiliar with the St. Yuan secret realm. It is a part of that old continent, and that ancient continent was named the Holy Spirit continent. That continent was incredibly vast, far larger than the Holy Spirit continent, and its heaven and earth origin chi was extremely dense. The physiques of its beings were also very powerful, with numerous powerhouses, incredibly prosperous. But in ancient times, the Holy Spirit continent suffered a bizarre invasion. For a time, the world was shrouded in darkness, and living beings were plunged into misery. At this time, the powerhouse revered by countless people on that continent, the pavilion master of God Monarch Pavilion, known as Night God, eliminated the bizarre with his own strength, but this also caused the continent to break apart, turning into countless fragments. As Jiang Xie narrated, everyone gradually became engrossed. They seemed to have forgotten their purpose for coming to St. Yuan City. The surroundings were silent, and everyone listened intently. Shock occasionally flashed across their faces, and sometimes a look of doubt, but even so, they listened spellbound, no one interrupting Jiang Xie. Ali. Since then, living beings were plunged into misery, and there was no longer any vitality on the land. Before Night God left the Holy Spirit continent, he took away a portion of the human race, and then, with a great divine ability, transformed a fragment into the current Holy Spirit continent. As for those who did not follow him, some of them came to this Holy Spirit continent, which means they are our ancestors. At this point, Jiang Xie paused. The entire scene was utterly silent, and everyone remained speechless for a long time. They understood, finally understood. Many past doubts were resolved at this moment. They were not excited, nor jubilant. They only felt a sense of their own insignificance. They even felt like beasts trapped at the bottom of a well, able to see only the small sky above throughout their lives. There is a heaven beyond heaven and people beyond people, that upper realm. What kind of scenery must it hold? 572. Aligned goals. So that's how it is. This world, indeed, has a history we don't know about. It turns out, we were just frogs at the bottom of a well. No wonder those ancient great emperors would go out on journeys and then never be found again. So it turns out, they went to search for the upper realm. Everyone began to sigh with emotion. Jiang Xie, however, raised an eyebrow. The phrase search for the upper realm might be a bit problematic. The real reason is probably, they all died within the Shengyuan secret realm, right? After a long time, everyone recovered from their emotional state. At this moment, they returned to the matter at hand, looking at the ground full of corpses, and combining it with Jiang Xie's words just now, they seemed to have guessed something. Judging by this, that pillar of light just now was very likely a void realm passage. Su Tan's eyes flickered. Not just him, other experts also thought of this point. Their expressions varied, and they were all pondering something in their hearts. Could it be that there's a void realm passage to the upper realm here? Then what about all these corpses in the city? Jiang Fingliu spoke halfway, then suddenly realized something. Changing his tone, he said, could it be that activating this void realm passage requires the blood sacrifice of so many cultivators? This sentence truly hit the nail on the head. For a moment, silence once again fell over the surroundings. Jiang Xie had no idea what they were thinking in their hearts, but he knew that someone had definitely started harboring ill intentions. This was also human nature. After all, who wouldn't want to pursue powerful strength? Who wouldn't want to go to a more vast world? But whatever they wanted to do, Jiang Xie didn't want to get involved, as long as they didn't provoke him. Since Saint Continent had already become like this, there was no need to cause any more trouble. What he was more concerned about were the hidden dangers around the Shengyuan Empire. The strange creatures within the Great Yan and Red Cloud empires were currently the most dangerous things. So he once again interrupted everyone's thoughts in silence. Everyone, now that the 10 strongest factions of Saint Continent have been annihilated, and their elite disciples have already gone to the upper realm, there's no need for us to launch an attack. Let's directly start clearing the corpses in the city and discuss how to divide the territories of each faction. One of the most important reasons for their attack on Saint Continent was their covetousness of Saint Continent's land, especially St. Yuan City. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn back. Indeed, thinking about matters of the upper realm was ultimately a bit too ambitious. The most important thing now was the distribution issue. Everyone immediately agreed. They then began to clear the corpses in the city. A quarter of an hour later, within the largest city in Shengyuan City, the leaders of the major factions gathered to discuss the division of land. Jiang Xie never liked participating in such matters. The older generation was enough. They had ventured for many years and were clearly more professional than him in such interest-related distributions. Taking this opportunity, he began to wander around Shengyuan City. Accompanying him was his father, Jiang Fingliu. "Father, are you also here to look for the Jiang family?" Jiang Xie teased. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a smack on the head. "You brat, you came out without taking me. I almost got left behind by those old farts," Jiang Fingliu said exasperatedly. If he hadn't been quick-witted and slipped away ahead of time during the negotiation just now, he would probably be arguing with those people at this moment. There was nothing wrong with arguing, but his father and old ancestor were both there. If he said something wrong or diminished the Jiang family's prestige, he would inevitably be scolded severely. "Father, you are the family head, isn't this something you should be doing?" Jiang Xie rubbed his head and slowly said. Perhaps the term family head stimulated Jiang Fingliu, who said dejectedly, family head, what family head? My family head title is probably just a name now. Your mother's cultivation is higher than mine, your grandfather's talent is extraordinary, as for you, a complete monster. Zhao Yi, at 15 years old, he's already in the divine power realm. Your father is troubled. At this moment, Jiang Xie truly felt a bit of sympathy for his father. A dignified family head, whose cultivation was not the strongest besides the old ancestor, and who was also being crushed by the younger generation, it was indeed a bit heartbreaking. Anyway, their cultivation is strong, so I just came out to wander around. It's more effective to let them discuss with those sects than for me to do it. Jiang Fingliu instantly regained his spirits. Although it was quite heartbreaking, when he thought that in many years, he might be the father of 2 great Emperor realm experts, his mood brightened again. So why is grandfather also out? Jiang Xie just opened his mouth when he saw a figure appear behind Jiang Fingliu and quickly called out. Jiang Fingliu was stunned. "Where is your grandfather?" As soon as he finished speaking, he received a smack on the head, and a slightly annoyed voice came out. "Good, you brat, I've always disliked these trivial matters, and you, as the family head, ran off. What kind of conduct is that?" Jiang Fingliu rubbed his head, turned around and smiled awkwardly. "Isn't father here?" "HMPH. Jiang Ligun snorted coldly, then said, "I'll let you off this time, but next time you want to sneak away, remember to inform me in advance. With old ancestor here, just let old ancestor handle such matters." "Okay, old ancestor, why are you also out?" Jiang Fingliu was about to agree when he noticed an aged figure behind his father, and his expression couldn't help but become strange. Old ancestor is out. Jiang Ligun just opened his mouth when he received a smack on the head. "You brat, this old man is already so old, and you still want me to do these things. Do you really think I came out here for nothing?" Jiang Hueyuan stroked his beard and glared, feigning anger. Jiang Ligun gave an awkward laugh, then said, "Old ancestor, isn't this just to let you stretch your muscles and bones?" Jiang Xie, who had been watching this hilarious scene the entire time, found his expression growing increasingly strange. He came out, his father came out, his grandfather also came out, and even the old ancestor came out. So who was in charge of the Jiang family at the moment? Could it be his mother? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But he didn't ask. As long as there was someone inside, it was fine. He was afraid he'd be thrown in. "Father, grandfather, old ancestor, where are you going?" Jiang Xie still couldn't resist asking. It was obvious that all of them were distracted. "Nowhere, just looking around." Jiang Fingliu felt a bit guilty and said casually. Although he wanted to visit the Jiang family in this Saint Continent, the family's ancestral teachings clearly forbade it. If the others found out, it would be troublesome. Being new to Shengyuan City, I just wanted to experience the local customs and traditions, Jiang Ligun also said, feigning calmness. "This old man is old, just came out for some fresh air," Jiang Hueyuan said without thinking. Jiang Xie, Japanese symbol. Goodness, not a single one of them is telling the truth. Looking around, probably with ulterior motives. Customs and traditions, everyone's dead, where are the traditions? Out for some fresh air, at such an old age still wanting fresh air. At this moment, Jiang Xie noticed that their 3 gazes were focused on him. What's wrong? "You brat, where are you trying to go?" All right, now it was their turn to ask Jiang Xie. I came out to see if there were any stragglers," Jiang Xie said righteously. But what he faced were 3 sharp pairs of eyes. "All right, I admit it, I want to go see the Jiang family here." Jiang Xie laid his cards on the table. Only then did the 3 of them show satisfied expressions. "That's more like it. Wait, what did you say?" Go to the Jiang family. Jiang Fingliu was the first to react, his tiger-like eyes fixed on Jiang Xie. Zier, have you forgotten the ancestral teachings? Jiang Liyun's gaze was sharp. Zier, although your talent is extraordinary, and we can tolerate you in many things this time. Jiang Huiyuan walked up to Jiang Xie, his tone somewhat heavy. This time we can still tolerate you. Since you want to see, then this old man will go with you. It doesn't matter if you forgot the ancestral teachings, I forgot them too anyway. Jiang Liyun also smiled. Jiang Fingliu, oh. All right, so this is how you want to play. Cough cough, as the family head, I have the right to supervise your actions, so, let's go together. There. 573, New Discoveries. The four quickly reached an agreement, and headed together towards the Jiang family in St. Yuan City. A quarter of an hour later. The four of them stood together in a dilapidated manner, their minds filled with confusion. This is the Jiang family of St. Yuan City. Jiang Xie could hardly believe it. The other three also wore expressions of disbelief. They had searched the entire St. Yuan City, and only the manor before them matched the family's records. And the large, Jiang character above this manor was so dazzling. They found it difficult to accept this fact for a while. The Jiang family in St. Yuan City had already vanished. To verify, Jiang Liyun instantly disappeared from his spot, directly capturing a cultivator from the Saint Continent outside St. Yuan City and bringing him back. After a round of questioning, the four finally understood the whole story. It turned out, as early as several thousand years ago, the Jiang family of St. Yuan City had already been annihilated by the combined forces of several other major powers in the Saint Continent. The old ancestor of the Eastern Continent Jiang family was the only surviving clansman from the Jiang family in St. Yuan City. At that time, the Jiang family of St. Yuan City had already anticipated an impending disaster, and thus devised a plan to expel the Eastern Continent Jiang family old ancestor from the family, thereby preserving the last trace of the Jiang family's bloodline. So, we have always misunderstood the old ancestor's intentions. A rare sigh of emotion appeared on Jiang Huiyuan's aged face. They had always believed that the three ancestral precepts within the family, especially the one that instructed them not to seek out the Saint Continent Jiang family, and even more so not to think about returning to the Saint Continent Jiang family, were due to the old ancestor having suffered unfair treatment. They thought it was caused by resentment towards the Saint Continent Jiang family. Only now did they realize that those three ancestral precepts were meant to protect them. Not allowing them to seek out or return to the Saint Continent Jiang family was merely out of fear of being found by their enemies. And the extermination of the Jiang family in St. Yuan City was simply because those major powers coveted the treasures within the Jiang family. So that's the truth. Jiang Fingliu looked regretful, unsure of what to feel. Jiang Liyun, however, showed a thoughtful expression. I wonder what this treasure is, and whether it was taken by those people. As they spoke, they had already stepped into the courtyard. The moment Jiang Xie stepped into the courtyard, his expression changed, and his forehead began to feel hot again. He knew this feeling all too well. The statue in the divine hall was reacting. This discovery filled him with both surprise and joy. This was the first time the divine hall in his mind had reacted since he came out of the Qianyuan secret realm. And it was within the Jiang family. He didn't know if the Jiang family's treasure had been taken by those powers, but he only knew that something useful to him had not been taken yet. As for what it was, he would have to investigate to find out. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and various objects lay scattered on the ground, making it appear messy. It seemed no one had entered for a long time. The houses in the courtyard were also dilapidated and had suffered severe damage, some even lay in ruins. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing intact, nor any special items. Even if there had been anything valuable, it had probably already been taken away. It seems there's nothing useful left here. Jiang Fingliu shook his head slightly. This place now was so desolate that even beggars would shake their heads at it. There was absolutely nothing. Even the slightly rarer materials from the houses had been moved away. Rather than calling it the former Jiang family residence, it was more accurate to call it a ruin. The three suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Having fulfilled a wish and learned about the Jiang family's past, they no longer had much interest in this place. At this moment, they were more concerned about the negotiations. The Jiang family, no matter what, needed to occupy a good spot in St. Yuan City. They couldn't let others seize it. Thinking of this, the three of them had the intention to leave. Jiang Fingliu was about to call Jiang Xie to go back with him, but he felt a pat on his shoulder. Don't disturb him, it's fine to let Zier search a bit more if he wants to. We can just go back. Jiang Liyun gently shook his head. Jiang Fingliu was silent for a moment, looking at Jiang Xie, who was observing his surroundings not far away, seemingly searching for something, and still did not speak. With Jiang Xie's current cultivation, being here alone was not a big deal, so he let him be. Subsequently, the three left the former Jiang family residence, leaving only Jiang Xie behind. Jiang Xie had actually noticed their departure earlier, but his mind was completely focused on finding the object that could resonate with the statue, so he did not follow them. Where is it exactly? He frowned, searching carefully. Guided by the varying degrees of heat from his forehead, he slowly entered a dilapidated building. Inside the building, weeds were also overgrown, and rocks were scattered. Almost everything visible was made of stone or wood. Jiang Xie frowned. This place didn't look like it would contain anything good. Yet the feeling inside this particular house was the strongest. Strange. After frowning and scanning the area, he began to use his divine sense to sweep through it. After expending some effort, he finally felt an extremely strong heat from a certain spot beneath his feet. Then, after his diligent excavation, he dug out a used talisman paper. This talisman paper was entirely gray, completely devoid of any power. Yet it did not dissipate. Moreover, Jiang Xie could clearly feel that the object resonating with the statue was this talisman paper. Just as he intended to observe it closely, the talisman paper suddenly transformed into specks of starlight and vanished from his hand. His expression shifted, and he immediately immersed his consciousness into the divine hall in his mind. 574. The Art of Talismans. As soon as he entered the temple, Jiang Xie saw a golden light merge into a statue. The statue was bald and looked like a Taoist. After the golden light merged into the statue, the entire statue instantly glowed. Then it turned from gray to gold. Another statue was completely lit, and at this point, only 6 unlit statues remained. Jiang Xie's heart was filled with excitement. The day he would light all the statues was getting closer and closer. I wonder what it will be this time. Every time a statue was lit, it brought a sense of anticipation. Without exception, after this statue was lit, a special power also surged into Jiang Xie's body. This power was similar to those from the other statues in the past. However, his realm was far different from before. Therefore, even with the influx of this power, Jiang Xie's realm did not increase much now. It only increased from Heavenly King Realm 1st level to Heavenly King Realm 3rd level. It seems, as my realm increases, the power from the statues contributes less and less to my strength. This time, it could only increase 2 levels of realm. What about next time? Will it only be 1 level? Will it eventually be unable to increase even 1 level of realm? Rip! A sudden sound caught Jiang Xie's attention. He looked over and saw a glowing book-like object flying out of the statue. This book flew directly in front of him. Jiang Xie reached out and took it, and a few shining large characters on it made him slightly stunned. Talisman Arts Compendium. This was actually a book recording talisman arts. He opened it and looked. It was full of talisman arts methods. There were all kinds from 1st to 12th rank, and there were even divine talisman arts. If calculated by a cultivator's realm, then the power of this divine talisman art could even rival experts above the great emperor realm. It was hard to imagine that it was something like this. Jiang Xie's heart felt like it was beating rapidly. If he could learn it, his strength would surely rise to another level. Moreover, these talisman arts were different from what the celestial master brush taught him. These talisman arts actually required him to draw them with spirit chi combined with divine soul power, and then activate them with divine soul power. To be honest, with the help of the celestial master brush, he did know some talisman arts, but the power of those talisman arts no longer matched his current strength. This talisman arts compendium completely solved his problem, and it was activated with divine soul power. He could completely use it during his weakened state after using the Fanchen sword. This way, even if he used the Fanchen sword, his strength would still be powerful. I didn't expect such an unexpected pleasant surprise from coming to this Jiang family. Is this Jiang family related to brother Qunai's family? He couldn't help but guess. From the talisman, it seemed that even before it was used, it wasn't an ordinary talisman and should possess immense power. After finding the item, Jiang Xie lost interest in the place and left soon after, not staying long. Meanwhile, the negotiations on the other side were coming to an end. There were a total of 21 sect powers from various regions that came together. Among them, Eastern Continent had 6, Southern Border had 6, Northern Desert had 5, and Western Forest had 4. They were all major powers from their respective regions. As for the small and medium-sized powers, they were not qualified to participate. This discussion also led to a clear division of the territory of St. Yuan City. East, south, west, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, 8 directions, divided into inner, middle, and outer city. The 8 directions of the inner city were the Shengyuan Empire, Jiang family, East Tower, Haoran Sect, Brewing Villa, and 1 power each from northern desert, southern border, and western forest. Shengyuan Sect's overall strength was weaker, but due to Jiang Xie, although it was not in the inner city, it was in the middle city, and in the same direction as the Jiang family. Overall, this negotiation undoubtedly saw the Eastern Continent powers taking the dominant position. Firstly, the Eastern Continent had many strong individuals. Not only did they have royal-grade warships, but also Jiang Xie, this abnormal existence, and moreover, no battles occurred this time. They could be said to have suffered no losses. Since there were no losses, and they could still occupy a significant portion of the largest city in Saint Continent, this was already a great fortune for them. No power would be so foolish as to conflict with the Eastern Continent powers. Yet, just like that, powers from various regions began to send people to settle in Shengyuan City, and the structure within Shengyuan City also began to undergo tremendous changes. Some powers relocated their entire sect to Shengyuan City, while others moved their main forces into Shengyuan City, with their original sects serving as branch sects. On the Eastern Continent side, Shengyuan Sect completely relocated. Brewing Villa also moved in, and its original sect became a branch in the Eastern Continent. As for Haoran Sect, Jiang family, and Shengyuan Empire, they all made Shengyuan City their branch. For them, it was still somewhat difficult to let go. Although the powers in other cities within Saint Continent also coveted the land of Shengyuan City, they dared not say anything, much less initiate a battle. They could only watch as those sects settled in Shengyuan City. Half a month passed quickly. Within this half a month, Shengyuan City had been completely revitalized. The city was bustling with people, and had once again regained its former prosperity. Thanks to the influx of powers from various regions, cultivators from all over were now much bolder. In the past, they would absolutely not dare to enter the Saint Continent territory, let alone Shengyuan City. But now, cultivators from all over flocked to Shengyuan City. Within Saint Continent, there were also many cultivators from other regions. Of course, this was only in comparison to before. If there were no special travel tools, most cultivators would never reach Saint Continent in their lifetime. Only those near Saint Continent, or those with powerful realm, had the opportunity. And Jiang Xie, during this half a month, also entered seclusion in Shengyuan City, at the Jiang family's location. Within half a month, he almost entirely devoted himself to the study of talisman arts. Currently, he had skillfully mastered the creation and application of a 6th-rank talisman. It must be said that the Tao of talisman arts is also profound and extensive. The patterns on talismans change too much, and there are too many combinations. And the higher the rank of the talisman, the more complex it becomes. A 6th-rank talisman could only contend with a divine power realm cultivator, which was still a bit weak for Jiang Xie. Thus, he once again entered seclusion. Another month and a half later, Jiang Xie emerged from seclusion. During this month and a half, he had gained a lot. Not only did he learn talisman arts to the 9th rank advanced, and would soon reach the 10th rank, but his realm also subtly felt like it was about to break through to Heavenly King realm 4th level. His divine soul realm also broke through to the spirit roaming realm, which was an all-around improvement. A 9th rank advanced talisman was already comparable to a Heavenly King realm peak cultivator, and a 10th rank would be a venerable emperor realm. Now, even without using the Fanchen sword, I can easily kill experts below venerable emperor realm 5th level, right? If I can learn the 10th rank talisman, I will have no rivals in the venerable emperor realm. Jiang Xie was full of hope for the future. With his age and realm, even if he went to the upper realm, he wouldn't be weak among his peers, right? 575, Shengyuan City, the 4th prince. Combined with the celestial master brush, he could even use 10th tier talisman techniques, comparable to a venerable emperor. Stepping out of the cultivation room, Jiang Xie stretched leisurely. This was the first time in nearly 2 months that he had seen the outside world again. Next, he inspected the construction and current status of the Jiang family's residence within Shengyuan City. After checking on the Jiang family, he then went to the East Tower and the Shengyuan Empire. These 3 forces had completely settled down in Shengyuan City within these 2 months. They also began to take over the spirit stone mines and medicinal gardens and other industries of the various forces, originally in Shengyuan City. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Now, he no longer needed a protector, and to prevent their lifespan from dwindling, the old ancestors of the Shengyuan Empire had returned to their crystal coffins deep beneath the imperial palace. His grandfather had now become Jiang Xie's protector. Both of them remained in St. Yuan City. After all, the spiritual qi in St. Yuan City was much denser than in other places, which was more conducive to cultivation. Especially for a genius like Jiang Xie, the effect was even greater, and Jiang Lian was also in his prime, with the possibility of further advancement. Adding to that, there had to be a strong cultivator stationed in the Jiang family in St. Yuan City, so for various reasons, both of them stayed. Of course, this was also because the East Tower was in St. Yuan City. Otherwise, if he couldn't get good food, Jiang Xie wouldn't have agreed. With matters in St. Yuan City concluded, Jiang Xie boarded his warship and set off on his return journey to the Eastern Continent. Upon reaching the Eastern Continent, he first visited the Jiang family, and then returned to the East Tower to check on Li Buku's condition. To his relief, although Li Buku was still unconscious, he had begun to show some reactions to external sounds, indicating that he still had a chance of waking up. Jiang Xie speculated that he might have fallen into a special state, and if he could emerge from it, his cultivation might advance to another level. Afterward, he returned to the Kaiyuan Empire. Su Yu's condition was much better than Li Buku's. Now, his eyes occasionally showed a thoughtful expression, as if he was trying hard to recall something. Su Yun had also been by his side, telling him about past events and taking him back to familiar places, though initially, she didn't hold much hope. But now, Su Yu seemed to genuinely be slowly recalling some things. This made Su Yun overjoyed, and she spent every day helping him recall the past. After leaving the Kaiyuan Empire, Jiang Xie headed to the Haoran Sect. After chatting with his father-in-law Jai Wushwang for a while, he learned that Jai Yu had also entered a secluded cultivation. So he decided not to disturb her further. Currently, a thorn in his heart was the unusual situation of the Red Cloud Empire and the Great Yan Empire. Presently, both empires were shrouded by a mysterious purple barrier, and it was completely unknown what was happening inside. Even cultivators in the sovereign emperor realm were powerless against that barrier. From the border of the Kaiyuan Empire, one could see the barrier stretching for an unknown number of miles, completely enveloping both empires. After leaving the Haoran Sect, Jiang Xie took his warship to the border between the Kaiyuan Empire and the Great Yan Empire. As the warship arrived below Kaiyuan City, the soldiers inside the city immediately spotted Jiang Xie. "Is this Kaiyuan City? It seems my fourth uncle is stationed here." The warship flew outside the city, and Jiang Xie disembarked, then stored it away. If he remembered correctly, the fourth Prince Su Yuan was stationed in the city, conferred the title of King Yan, who was his fourth uncle. Speaking of which, he had been in the Kaiyuan Empire for so long, yet he had never met his fourth uncle, nor did he know his character. He also didn't know if he would be easy to approach. If it was another situation involving schemes and intrigues, that would be troublesome. Composing himself, he slowly walked towards the city. Just as he reached the city gate, he heard a series of neat footsteps. Immediately after, rows of soldiers, marching in perfect formation, emerged from the city, moved to both sides, and then knelt on one knee in unison, shouting loudly, "Welcome, young lord, into the city." Their voices were powerful, echoing around and attracting the attention of many people within the city. As for outside the city, there were hardly any people. With the strange changes in the Red Cloud and Great Yan empires, many cultivators at the border sensed that something unusual was happening, and to avoid danger, they had already left. Only some residents and soldiers within the city had not yet left. Jiang Xie gave a wry smile. He had now resumed his identity as the young Master Jiang, but from some elders in the Kaiyuan Empire down to the common people, they still called him Young Lord. "Ha ha ha ha, Xie, why didn't you tell your fourth uncle I was coming to Kaiyuan City beforehand? Do you think your fourth uncle is difficult to get along with?" Just as Jiang Xie was about to tell the surrounding soldiers to rise, another voice came from inside the city. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man, dressed in military armor, slightly portly, with kind eyes, riding a swift horse towards him. Jiang Xie was immediately stunned. To be honest, this fourth uncle seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. He had originally thought that his fourth uncle, stationed at the border, should be a burly, full of killing intent, stern and awe-inspiring middle-aged tough guy. But the reality was completely opposite. "Fourth uncle," he tried calling out. Joy indeed appeared in the man's eyes. "It's me. Quick, Xie, quickly come into the city with me. It's been a long time since anyone visited my place." Hearing his words, Jiang Xie could only accept this fact. Although there were some differences from what he had imagined, it seemed this fourth uncle was not a difficult person to deal with. Leaping onto the horse and entering the city, Jiang Xie then realized that the city was sparsely populated, and the number of cultivators was completely disproportionate to such a large city. Moreover, most of them were old, weak, sick, or disabled. Young people were rarely seen. Those people also fixed their gaze on Jiang Xie, with curiosity, excitement, and also doubt. Fourth uncle, why are there so few cultivators in the city? Is it because of that strange barrier? From horseback, Jiang Xie asked. Su Yuan sighed and said, Zier is right. Although Cayenne City is located at the border of the two empires, it usually has many cultivators, and the city is prosperous. However, with the strange changes in the Great Yan and Red Cloud empires, the increase in unstable factors caused panic among the cultivators in the city, leading to a large number of cultivators leaving Cayenne City. Now, those who have not left the city are only some old, weak, sick, and disabled people, a few young cultivators, and the empire's army. Of course, if things reach an irreversible point, your fourth uncle I might have to leave as well. At this point, a hint of shame appeared in Su Yuan's eyes. Once an unforeseen event that he couldn't handle occurred, those old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the city would definitely face death. Jiang Xie didn't feel any shame. When faced with danger, fleeing is human instinct, as long as one acts with a clear conscience. One person cannot save everyone, and Su Yuan's army cannot save everyone in the city. Even he wouldn't dare to say he could save everyone in the city. You've reached the end of the book.